The people of the Dragon Nation are unworthy to grace the ghostly arena, let alone be my opponent. Kneel and accept your demise. I might consider granting you a swift end. Beneath the dim sky, upon the ancient stage, the contestant from the Sun Nation, Takeda Nobu, cast a sideways glance at Lucio, as if observing an insignificant ant. The onlookers from the Dragon Nation were seething with indignation. Having already secured victory, Takeda refrained from delivering a fatal blow, choosing instead to humiliate Lucio and the Dragon Nation. His intent was to crush Lucio's spirit before extinguishing his life. Lucio, witnessing this scene, felt as though his CPU was on the verge of overheating. He had transmigrated. He found himself in a parallel world, one strikingly similar to Blue Star, yet marred by a catastrophic upheaval a decade prior. The oceans and lands have been largely polluted by the Sun Nation, rendered uninhabitable for humanity. Global resources plummeted, wars erupted incessantly, and the populace suffered immensely. If this continued, humanity's only fate would be extinction. The moldy nation, relying on its technological supremacy, heavily invested in the development of interstellar immigration, a dream far beyond reach. Fortunately, the world still had the Dragon Nation. The Eastern Dragon once again demonstrated the responsibilities and grace of a great power, utilizing its abundant resources to aid the world and stabilize the crumbling situation. Under the guidance and support of the Dragon Nation, the world gradually progressed towards a brighter future. Yet this respite was short-lived. 3 years prior, the ancient and mysterious terror arena materialized, awakening the ghostly spirits within certain individuals. Periodically, nations would dispatch awakened ones to engage in duels at the ghostly arena. The outcomes directly impacted GDP and national fortune. Victorious nations would reap various resource rewards, while the defeated would face dire consequences, with terrifying specters descending upon their homeland, bringing devastation and suffering. A streak of 10 consecutive defeats would result in the loss of sovereignty, leading to utter obliteration and no hope of resurgence. The ghostly arena dictated the fate of the world, with every nation serving as its gladiator. Some nations found themselves in despair, with numerous small to medium-sized countries facing eradication due to failures in the arena. They were either partitioned by stronger nations or reduced to colonial territories. Conversely, some nations thrived, such as the Sun Nation, which had acquired several subsidiary colonies. They awakened spirits like the Ghost Child, Flying Head, Hundred-Eyed Demon, Slit-Mouthed Woman, and Sadako. In the West, awakened individuals could summon chainsaw maniacs, zombie kings, vampires, werewolves, witches, and ghost puppets. Legendary and mythical horror figures from various nations became resources for awakening. Yet, the Dragon Nation, with its rich heritage spanning 5 millennia, repeatedly suffered defeats at the ghostly arena, teetering on the brink of 10 consecutive losses. Pragmatic in nature, the Dragon Nation had long prioritized economic development, and its horror-themed media paled in comparison to that of other nations. In this iteration of the Dragon Nation, laws were established during the reign of Emperor Qin and Emperor Wu, forbidding the transformation of any being into a spirit, regardless of its nature. With inadequate media representation and a prohibition against spirit transformation, the nation lacked many legends and myths, leading to a severe shortage of awakened individuals. Even if numbers were sufficient, most awakened spirits possessed only mediocre abilities. Otherwise, figures from Shanhai Jing, so Shinji, or Liao Zhaiji, could easily astound the audience if they simply manifested. Alas, this version of the Dragon Nation lacked those legends and records. One more defeat would spell eternal doom. The situation would be irretrievable. How could a vast nation be humiliated by a collection of inconsequential second-rate countries? Ding! The host has activated the Dragon Nation Ghost Master system. The host is the Ghost Master of the Dragon Nation, capable of summoning and commanding any terrifying specter from a nation. At that moment, Lucio heard the system's voice resonate in his mind. First-time activation reward. Dragon Nation Ghost Manual complete. As the system's prompt faded, an ancient tome appeared in Lucio's consciousness. It contained the entirety of the Dragon Nation's ghostly entities. Lucio trembled with excitement. Typically, awakened individuals could summon but a single spirit companion, but the Ghost Master system enabled the summoning of any Chinese ghostly entity at will. If one spirit proved insufficient, he could summon a multitude. Was this not remarkable? The timely arrival of this opportunity meant he need not await his demise. The Dragon Nation was saved. I noticed him tremble. Could it be that he is terrified? That kid's ghostly spirit has been slain. He can only await death. Fear is only natural. With the feeble horror culture of the Dragon Nation, it is laughably juvenile, calling itself a great power. Merely a buffoon in jest. The Dragon Nation's 10 consecutive kneelings is now a foregone conclusion. Our opportunity to invade the Dragon Nation is at hand. The cold-blooded Butcher Legion is fully assembled upon the Dragon Nation's defeat. We shall be the first to invade, to slaughter more of its people, seize more of its resources, claim more of its territory, and ravage more of its beauties. Dragon Nation, tremble. I and the audience of the Sun Nation, faces twisted with malice as they vocally conspired. Other European Union spectators joined in the fervor. Dragon Nation, truly no one remains. In a best-of-3 format, the Dragon Nation has already suffered a crushing defeat in the first match. Should they lose again, it would be perfect. We are fully prepared to carve up the Dragon Nation. The people of the Dragon Nation were incensed. These shameless bastards have forgotten how we once aided them. Without us, they would have perished long ago. Especially the Sun Nation. Had their leadership not pleaded at our doorstep, would we have extended our hand to help them? Without our charity, they would have had to survive by peddling flesh and filming. When they sought our assistance, they were like humble servants. Now that they no longer need us, they tread upon us, repaying kindness with malice. Ungrateful wretches. They are nothing but a pack of wolves, worse than beasts. The people of the Dragon Nation were filled with righteous indignation. Yet, no matter how furious they were, it bore no fruit. The arena did not test fists but spirits. Power without means was merely wasted fervor. On the stage, Takeda Nobu, seeing Lucio's reluctance to kneel, darkened in expression. Dragon Nation swine, I command you to kneel. Do you dare to feign ignorance? Even the spirit companion hovering behind him, the Snow Woman, glared at Lucio with a predatory gaze, as if intent on consuming him alive. Dream on if you think I will kneel. Lucio finally regained his composure. We, the people of the Dragon Nation, may kneel to heaven and earth, to our parents and teachers, but we shall never bow to tyranny, nor will we kneel before the likes of you, a disgrace. Takeda Nobu's eyes widened in disbelief. Scum, you seek death. We, the people of the Dragon Nation, would rather stand in death than kneel in life. Lucio's voice rang clear and resolute, each word upholding dignity and principle. Well said, Lucio. Curse you, Takeda. If you have the guts, engage in a fight to the death. Do you dare? The patriotism of the Dragon Nation's people have been etched in their bones through generations. Though they may not be heroes, they were always ready to shed blood for their homeland. Were it not for the ironclad rules of the ghostly arena, they would have charged forth in a frenzy. Lucio stands firm against kneeling, bringing honor to the Dragon Nation. He is worthy of respect. The captain of the awakened team, Chun Guoyang, with red-rimmed eyes, shouted hoarsely yet powerfully. He sacrifices for the nation. Though he may fall, his honor remains. He embodies the essence of patriotism. He is the spirit of the Dragon Nation and its indomitable will. To bid farewell to our hero, all rise and salute. The people of Longwoy stood in unison, offering a formal military salute to Lu Qiu. The figure of a hero remains an eternal presence in the hearts of the people. We pay tribute to the fearless brave and mourn the curtain fall of our hero. The entire world seemed to freeze in silence, mourning the departure of the hero. I shall turn your hero into a coward, your land into ruins, and your people into slaves. Wu Qian Zinkama, filled with rage and humiliation, declared, Snow Woman, sever his limbs, gouge out his eyes, and transform him into a living corpse. A chilling, bone-chilling shriek escaped the Snow Woman's lips. She became a torrent of ice and snow, surging toward Lu Qiu. A sudden chill enveloped Lu Qiu, causing him to instinctively shudder. Not daring to show the slightest negligence, he decisively commanded, Demon King, arise. Chapter 2. The Forced Marriage of the Ghost Bride. Violating ghost rights. A magnificent and ominous aura erupted from Lucio, resembling a colossal wave of ghostly energy that shook the heavens and earth. spreading in all directions. The approaching snow woman was sent flying back like a mere scarecrow, until she collided with the barrier of the ghost's spirit platform, where she finally came to a halt. How could this be? Takeda Nobukoma stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open. The audience from various countries became statues of wood and wax. Even the enigmatic judge gazed at Lucio with a look of astonishment. With a deep breath, Lucio felt a portion of his anxiety dissipate. To the arrogant islanders, I shall now demonstrate what true Chinese ghostly power entails. Thunderous roars filled the air as the dark sky split open, and ghostly mist swirled violently, as if connecting to the underworld. The heavy sound of drums, accompanied by eerie sounds of swona, echoed from within the mist. It was akin to a deathly chant, sending chills down the spine. Moments later, a robust ghost king emerged from the mist, carried by 4 powerful ghost generals seated in a rocking chair. 4 female ghosts accompanied him, their faces thickly coated in white powder, their lips as red as blood. They held umbrellas and tossed paper money, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Behind the ghost king was a grand red bridal palanquin, surrounded by numerous ghostly soldiers, some playing instruments, others carrying large red lanterns. The dim red glow cast an even more sinister aura around them. Yet, this was merely the beginning, as countless malevolent spirits emerged from the mist in a continuous stream, filling half the sky within moments. A multitude of ghosts gathered, their presence overwhelming, their terrifying aura suffocating the spectators, who dared not even breathe. None had ever witnessed such a terrifying spectacle, leaving everyone utterly astonished. Takeda Nobukoma trembled all over, his legs turning to jelly. Aren't awakeners supposed to summon only one ghost spirit? How could he conjure so many? Lucio himself was taken aback. He had intended to summon merely a ghost king, yet a whole swarm had appeared. His thoughts raced. Who summoned me here in such a manner? The ghost king surveyed the crowd below, his voice booming with anger. Clad in a grand red robe and adorned with a crimson flower, he bore a wide brow and thick lips, his ears cascading down to his shoulders, an imposing figure indeed. Is it him? Takeda Nobukoma pointed at Lucio, exclaiming, he has ruined your good fortune. Do you require my assistance to eliminate him? This formidable ghost, unaware of how he came to be, could not possibly be Lucio's companion spirit. The companion spirit would know when summoned. Unable to contain his smugness, he taunted Lucio, you're finished, you're doomed. I always said, how could the trash of the dragon country summon such a powerful ghost? I thought he had summoned it. I was taken aback. Their highest awakened spirits barely reach B rank, while this one is at least S rank, clearly beyond their worth. The audience from the land of the rising sun began to murmur again, their words dripping with disdain for the dragon country. The ghost king, with his copper bell-like eyes, turned toward Lucio, ready to explode with rage. A master. But in the blink of an eye, he became submissive, quickly flying to Lucio's side, apologizing for the misunderstanding, imploring his master not to take offense. Bowing deeply, the imposing ghostly demeanor vanished entirely. Takeda Nobukoma was left dumbfounded. Did the ghost king just call Lucio master? Was he truly Lucio's ghost spirit? The onlookers who had just mocked Lucio were now rendered speechless. This majestic and powerful ghost was indeed summoned by the so-called trash of the dragon country. How could this be? All hail the ghost lord! All hail the ghost lord! As the crowd gaped in astonishment, the myriad of spirits knelt in reverence to Lucio. The multitude of ghostly figures bowed, creating a breathtaking tapestry filled with the power of belief. The sky was filled with kneeling spirits, enveloping the entire realm. The spectators below were left agape, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Even Lucio himself was taken aback, finally grasping the meaning of being the ghost lord of the dragon country. The ghost lord of the dragon country is the master of all ghostly beings within its realm. How could he possess so many companion spirits? It seemed impossible, utterly inconceivable. The audience from the land of the rising sun and the awakened group wore expressions akin to having ingested something unpleasant. The combined companion spirits of their awakened populace paled in comparison, barely amounting to a fraction of what Lucio had summoned. What did this signify? They were utterly crushed and humiliated. The most ironic part was that this legion of spirits was summoned by a single individual from the dragon country. The strength of an entire nation could not compete with one person from the dragon country, a bitter pill to swallow, relying on horror films and legends. Their awakened spirits shone brightly, becoming a source of national pride. Yet now, they were rendered insignificant by a single individual from the dragon country. The expressions of the spectators from other nations were equally grim. Their understanding of companion spirits was shattered. It was astonishing to realize that one individual could possess so many companion spirits. How had he accomplished this? Jealousy and resentment brewed within them, while only the people of the dragon country rejoiced. "Oh heavens, our dragon country is saved. Heaven bless Huaxia, protect our land, the eastern dragon country, the roof of the world, destined by heaven, may it flourish forever. Huaxia dragon country, standing tall in the east, may it endure eternally, everlasting. Everlasting! Everlasting!" The crowd shouted fervently, tears of excitement brimming in their eyes. Ever since the mysterious ghost spirit platform had appeared, the dragon country had faced numerous setbacks. Contestants had been slain one after another, subjected to oppression and humiliation from all nations. Today, they could finally lift their heads high. Meanwhile, Takeda Nobukumo wore an expression of utter despair. The opponent had thousands of ghostly spirits, obscuring the sky, an overwhelming force. How could one possibly contend against such a formidable army? Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Let us settle this one-on-one." Lucio disregarded Takeda's bluster. For the greatest form of contempt is indifference. He addressed the Ghost King directly. "I've heard you have a penchant for marrying brides. I have found one for you." The Ghost King's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really?" "Of course." Lucio gestured toward the Snow Woman. "What do you think of that foreign ghost bride?" The Ghost King turned to gaze at the Snow Woman, noting her exquisite whiteness. I like it very much." Ahem, Lucio cleared his throat. "If you like her, she's yours. Take her home and have your fun with her, just make sure to treat her harshly." The Snow Woman was paralyzed with fear. She was clearly not on the same level as the Ghost King. It would be effortless for him to command her demise. However, if the Ghost King were to marry her, it would undoubtedly be a humiliation for the people of the land of the rising sun. Since the emergence of the Ghost Spirit platform, there had been no reports of any spirit marrying the opposing spirit. Should this occur, the land of the rising sun would surely become the laughingstock of the world, a source of mockery for ages to come. "Thank you for bestowing this marriage upon me, Master." The Ghost King expressed his gratitude enthusiastically. "Master, please command me. Whatever you wish, even if it means traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire." At that moment, Takeda Nobukumo could no longer bear it. "The Snow Woman is my companion spirit. You cannot take her away." "Your ghostly spirit?" "Ha ha." Lucio chuckled, declaring you are already a dead man. "What ghostly spirit are you referring to?" "She is clearly the new beloved of this king." The Ghost King, refusing to relent, unequivocally stated his position. Takeda Nobumitsu, on the verge of exasperation, mustered the courage to speak. "Have you sought the opinion of my Snow Woman? You forcibly wed a ghostly maiden, infringing upon ghostly rights. To hell with your nonsense. This king has never been one to entertain reason. To argue with me is to blind yourself. I shall marry your mother and every female in your lineage, and you must support my decision. I need no one's consent regarding whom I marry. What are you, to presume to speak with me?" The Ghost King adopted an even more domineering and unreasonable demeanor. Turning to several ghost generals and commanding, "You lot, find that foreign ghostly maiden and carry her back in a bridal sedan. This king wishes to exchange affectionate vows. That is, to marry and consummate the union." Chapter 3. Self-inflicted misery. Several ghost generals glided towards the Snow Woman like phantoms. "You cannot take the Snow Woman away. Dragon Kingdom scum, halt at once. Take whatever measures necessary to stop them, Takeda. This is an order, hurry." The people of the Rising Sun Nation were like ants on a hot pan, frantically agitated. To have their accompanying ghost spirit captured and treated as a wife was a source of endless ridicule for them. Takeda Nobukumo, with no other choice, mustered his courage and commanded, "Snow Woman, eliminate them." Yet, the Snow Woman remained unresponsive to his command, curled up at the edge of the arena, trembling uncontrollably. As an A-class ghost spirit, she was renowned in her homeland, but the myriad subordinates of the Dragon Kingdom's Ghost King were beyond her capability to confront. In the presence of the overwhelming Ghost King, she was utterly insignificant. Unable to withstand even the aura of the Ghost King, she was crushed in a dimension-reducing manner. As she was taken away by the Ghost Generals, she dared not show even a hint of resistance. Haha. The accompanying ghost spirit of the Rising Sun Nation has been taken home as a wife. How amusing. The Rising Sun Nation is truly hilarious, utterly ridiculous. I cannot stop laughing, my stomach aches from it. Ha ha ha. The oppressed spectators from other nations laughed maniacally. The people of the Dragon Kingdom also found humor in it, yet they refrained from verbal mockery. After all, they were a nation of etiquette, steeped in 5,000 years of civilization, and the refinement of their people was beyond question. The Rising Sun Nation and Apos' representatives were livid, their faces darkened with rage. To have their ghost spirit forcibly taken as a bride was far more shameful than being outright killed. It was a disgrace, an absolute humiliation. Takeda Nobukuma swallowed hard and tentatively suggested, "Mighty Ghost King, as the master of the Snow Woman, if you have taken her as your own, should I not also be considered your master? Would you not acknowledge me? This great ghost, commanding thousands of spirits, could potentially be a valuable ally." "Huh? You wish to be my master? Has your brain been devoured by a zombie?" The Ghost King looked incredulous. Lucio replied calmly, "I do not wish to see him again. You know what to do." The Ghost King puffed out his chest, assuring, "Rest assured, my lord. With a mere breath, I can cast him into the abyss, where he will never find rebirth." "Very well." Lucio patted the Ghost King and Apos' shoulder. "Do well, and I shall find you a bride next year." "Understood." The Ghost King agreed readily, though he felt something was amiss with Lucio's words. Not bothering to dwell on it, he extended his hand and summoned Takeda Nobukuma towards him. "Stop. You cannot kill Takeda. We concede. We surrender. You must release him according to the rules." The representatives of the Rising Sun Nation shouted defiantly. "Rules are determined by the strong. Kill him." Lucio commanded the Ghost King without a moment's hesitation. If he were a competitor from another nation, letting him go would have been acceptable, but he was Takeda Nobukuma, a merciless individual from the Rising Sun Nation, and he could not be spared. In previous encounters, Dragon Kingdom participants faced death at their hands. Each time, they were killed in the most brutal of manners. For instance, in the last match, a Dragon Kingdom participant was dismembered. The once vibrant figure had been reduced to a gory mess, and even now, the air was thick with the scent of blood. With a resounding thud, as Lucio and Apos' words fell, Takeda Nobukuma was crushed into a pulp by the Ghost King. "You Dragon Kingdom fools, do you possess no sense of decency? We have surrendered, yet you still kill? He violated the rules. We protest. The judges must punish them and revoke their eligibility to compete." The terrified spectators from the Rising Sun Nation shouted in outrage. Although the Dragon Kingdom and Apos' people did not voice their dissent, they sneered at the uproar. There were no rules on the Ghost Spirit Arena. Whether a surrendering participant lived or died depended entirely on the opponent's mood. Their competitors' deaths were purely of their own making. They had no one to blame but themselves. Self-inflicted misery leads to demise. "A bunch of rotten fish and shrimps, what are you shouting about?" With a wave of his hand, the Ghost King shattered the arena's barrier, leaving the audience exposed. Everyone was once again dumbfounded. What level of power did this Ghost King possess? With a mere gesture, he dismantled the protective barrier of the Ghost Spirit Arena. How could that be possible? Terrifying, utterly terrifying. "In my eyes, you are no different from poultry. I need not justify your demise. Once you become ghosts, should I wish, I can extinguish you at will." The Ghost King was indeed that domineering. With a twist of his fingers, he summoned chains as dark as ink, which emerged from thin air and ensnared Takeda Nobukuma's spirit. In a moment, his terrified visage was dragged forth, kneeling and repeatedly bowing, pleading for mercy. "Humph." The Ghost King scoffed, "Soul refinement." With a thought, blue hellfire ignited around Takeda. The piercing screams echoed throughout the arena, sending chills down everyone and Apos' spine. "Try uttering another word, you wretched cur." The Ghost King cast a menacing glance at the audience from the Rising Sun Nation. "Do not speak of exterminating your pitiful kind. If I choose, I can summon legions to cross the seas and annihilate your nation repeatedly." The representatives of the Rising Sun Nation, realizing they were targeted, dared not protest. Bowing their heads in silence, not daring to utter a word. Without the barrier's protection, should the Ghost King choose, death would be a mere trifle. If provoked, he could easily lay waste to entire cities and nations. Who would dare to utter a sound? In the second round of the match between the Dragon Kingdom and the Rising Sun Nation, the Dragon Kingdom emerged victorious. At that moment, the mysterious judge and Apos' voice rang out. "Both teams, please leave the arena. In 15 minutes, each side will send forth their awakened individuals for the third round." Upon hearing this, Lucio addressed the Ghost King. "All right, you should hurry home now. At your command." The Ghost King was about to turn away but paused, glancing back at Takeda Nobukuma. "Die." He delivered a kick that sent Takeda's spirit into disarray. Then, he reclined in a rocking chair, carried by others, swaggering away from the arena. "Lucio, you are magnificent. Look at how you have enraged those representatives of the Rising Sun Nation. Their faces have turned pale. You have truly brought honor to our Dragon Kingdom. Well done." What level is that great ghost king? As soon as Lucio exited, he was surrounded by members of the awakening team from his country. Enough of the commotion. Team leader Chun Guoyang shouted, urging Lucio to return and rest properly. Understood. Hero, please. National treasure, allow me to carry you. The crowd erupted in joyous excitement, while the representatives of the Rising Sun Nation were disheartened. Dragon Kingdom scum, how dare you win against us? You will pay. Colonel Kamita clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in anger. Colonel Kamita. At that moment, a communications officer entered, stating that orders had been issued from above to eliminate Lucio at all costs. The higher-ups have instructed that we may allow Lucio to take the stage, but he is prohibited from utilizing any spirits he has previously summoned. With no spirits at his disposal, his fate is sealed. Colonel Kamita squinted, finding this plan straightforward. Our expertise lies in the art of shamelessness and relentless persistence. I shall bribe the referee, while you inform the nations of the Korean Peninsula, the Fly Kingdom, and the Great Dairy Nation to cooperate with us, compelling Lucio to submit and meet his demise on stage. The messenger nodded emphatically, understood. Chapter 4. He is the nation and Amp. Oppo's precious asset. After a moment of silence, the enigmatic judge and Amp. Oppo's voice resonated once more, instantly bringing the venue to a hush. Before time was called, I shall announce the rules for the third round of the competition. The awakened must take the stage again, and they are prohibited from summoning any previously called spirits. Violation of this rule will result in an immediate loss. Prohibited from summoning previously called spirits? This is the regulation for the challenge of becoming the Spirit Arena champion. How could this be? The people of Longwa were bewildered. How could Lucio possibly compete under such circumstances? Some, seemingly frantic, exclaimed, "What is this ridiculous judge thinking?" "Do not speak ill of the judge," Chen Guoyang admonished coldly. "Have we forgotten how the Tuki Kingdom and the Aodalage Kingdom met their demise? Some foolish nations, with their awakened too weak, harbored treacherous thoughts towards the judge, attempting to manipulate the Spirit Arena and seize control of the world. The result was the judge's fury, unleashing punishment upon their nations, which were subsequently besieged by overwhelming hordes of terrifying spirits, leading to their extinction within 24 hours. The judge, who descended alongside the Spirit Arena, was its spokesperson, endowed with extraordinary and terrifying powers. To be precise, he was not a being of the Blue Star. One anxious member spoke up, "Captain, this duel concerns the fate of our Longwa. If Lucio cannot participate, what should we do?" The higher-ups had foreseen this. They were wary of Lucio and Oppo's abilities and would undoubtedly devise ways to eliminate him swiftly. The directive from above was clear. We must do everything in our power to ensure Lucio and Oppo's safety. With the Spirit Arena and Oppo's arrival rendering firearms ineffective, Lucio was the nation and Oppo's invaluable asset, and losing him was inconceivable. This final confrontation was a matter of survival for Longwa. Chen Guoyang began to unbutton his coat. "I will personally take the field." "No." Someone resolutely objected. "Your spirit may be formidable, but our nation will dispatch even stronger awakened. Anyone who goes will meet death. You are our leader. Let me go instead." "No, I will go." "Let me go?" The crowd clamored, each eager to volunteer. Chen Guoyang turned to one among them and said, "Haizi, you have a wife and children. Your entire family depends on you for survival. If you go, what will happen to them?" With reddened eyes, Haizi replied, "A nation in ruins means a family in ruins. Without a country, how can there be a home?" "Brother Haizi, you are only 28. If anyone should go, it should be me. Step aside. If I'm not mistaken, you just turned 18. So what if I'm 18? In 18 years, I will still be a fine man." They all understood that going up meant certain death, yet none faltered or shrank back. Chen Guoyang proclaimed passionately, "The great Longwa stands united. We shall not fall before the Spirit Arena. We will escape this predicament and march towards revival." Just then, the judge, unhurried, spoke again. "The leaders of various nations have suggested that the awakened representing Longwa must be Lucio. I believe the decision of the leaders is sound. Lucio will surely deliver an extraordinary performance." A thunderous applause erupted, with many shouting excitedly. The people of Longwa were once again taken aback. Not only were they barred from using previously summoned spirits, but they were also compelled to have Lucio take the stage. Was this not a blatant attempt to bully them? "Captain, this is a deadlock. They aim to destroy Longwa. I would rather die than be a slave to a fallen nation. Let us fight. Yes, if we are to die, let us take a few down with us. Captain, give the order. We are ready to face death." The members of Longwa's awakened team fixed their gazes upon Chun Guoyang, awaiting his decision. For a moment, he too was at a loss. With the fate of the nation hanging in the balance, he dared not make a hasty choice. Longwa scum, time is running out. Hurry and bring Lu Qiu out. A voice rang out from the crowd. If he does not take the stage, you might as well surrender. After all, you are no different from trash. At that moment, a young brat with a loudspeaker began to shout. The Baoguo and other nations are also joining in. Taunting and amp. Oppos, aren't you all so mighty? Why have you turned into turtles? Are you planning to give up? If Longwa loses again, prepare for extinction. We have already discussed how to divide your nation. And amp, Oppos, some nations that harbored malice towards Longwa colluded with the Rising Sun Nation, reaching a consensus to force Lu Qiu to take the stage and meet his demise, delivering a fatal blow to Longwa. I, the Spirit Master, have been waiting on the stage for quite some time. Are your eyes blinded? Lu Qiu had somehow positioned himself at the center of the spirit arena. Standing tall and proud, he surveyed the crowd. What the hell, he really went up there. Lu Qiu, come back. The people of Longwa understood Lu Qiu's significance. Some were so anxious that their throats ached. Chen Guoyang gritted his teeth and said fiercely, Lu Qiu, if your life is threatened, you are not bound by any rules. This was not a reminder, nor an order, but a military command. A command that must be obeyed without question. Lu Qiu turned to Chen Guoyang and the others, grinning as he accepted the order. Chen Guoyang nodded slightly and instructed those nearby, notify all awakened and troops on site to enter a state of high readiness. Should Lu Qiu violate any rules or face defeat, we must engage in full-scale war. Yes, yes. Several voices responded in unison. Chen Guoyang then retrieved his phone and dialed a superior and amp, Oppos, S number. Meanwhile, the Rising Sun Nation S contestant, seeing Lu Qiu on stage, stomped towards the arena with an air of aggression. Approaching Lu Qiu, he narrowed his eyes, smirking in superiority as he declared, I am Inuyasha Kazuo of the Rising Sun Nation. Wait, Lu Qiu interrupted. What do you mean by Inuyasha? Inuyasha Kazuo looked surprised. Inuyasha, what's the problem? Cough, cough. Lu Qiu cleared his throat. Never mind. Please continue your introduction. Do you Longwa people not understand etiquette? Interrupting others is barbaric and shameful. Inuyasha Kazuo and amp, Oppos, S expression soured. My companion spirit is the rare S-class spirit, SH Jo Hanako. It is no less formidable than your spirit. Do not accuse me of bullying. Simply summon all your spirits, and I will not count it as a violation. If this fool dared to comply, he would lose, and Longwa would surely perish. Lu Qiu chuckled, mocking. Summoning all spirits recorded in the tome would frighten him to death. How utterly disrespectful. The foolish Longwa scum is courting death. Inuyasha Kazuo shouted, SH Jo, reveal yourself. Let this uncultured Longwa wretch understand the horror of an S-class Rising Sun spirit. Lu Qiu rolled his eyes. He proclaimed others rude while spewing foul language himself. This dog must have eaten too much dog food. How pitiful. I want to find Mommy. At that moment, a strange and sorrowful childlike voice echoed, intermittent and ethereal. It seemed to emanate from ancient graves, each word imbued with a chilling aura. The audience felt a shiver crawl up their spines, their backs chilled. I want to find my mommy. The ghostly voice lingered, a chilling wind swept through, enveloping the arena in a terrifying atmosphere. A layer of blood-like liquid began to materialize upon the spirit arena, writhing as if it were alive. Meanwhile, the silhouette of a little girl quietly emerged. She was clad in a blood-stained white dress, her eyes devoid of life. Her long, raven-black hair obscured half of her face, revealing a gruesome visage marred by open wounds. With her head bowed, she murmured, I want to find my mother. Has anyone seen my mother? The onlookers were struck with fear, their sweat beating like pearls, their breaths caught in their throats. The S-class specter exuded an overwhelming aura, without any protective barrier. The sheer terror of this almost life-threatening scene was unbearable. Even Lu Qiu was left shivering uncontrollably. Haha. Inuyasha Ichiful laughed triumphantly. You see now how terrifying my accompanying specter is, you wretched people of the Dragon Kingdom. If I cannot eliminate you within 10 seconds, I shall concede defeat. Chapter 5. Defending our home. Not yielding an inch. Lu Qiu rolled his eyes, thinking, it's just a little girl squatting in the toilet. What's the big deal? Although somewhat unnerved by the scene before him, he remained composed. He had already decided who to summon. Even if all the awakened individuals from the land of the rising sun appeared, they would only face utter defeat. Ignorant and foolish dragon country swine. daring to scorn my S-class ghost spirit while in dire straits? Inuyasha Kazuo seemed incensed. Hanako, kill him. The ghost child Hanako, head bowed, drifted toward Lucio. Her feet hovered in the air, her body moving forward without a tremor, creating an eerie and unsettling spectacle. From this day forward, I, Inuyasha Kazuo, shall be the terminator of the dragon country, Inuyasha Kazuo declared, his expression fervent. I shall be recorded in world history, revered by countless descendants, eternally immortalized. Lucio, thoroughly disgusted by his arrogant demeanor, opened his mouth and said, Jean Kuei, come forth. He refused to believe that the great Jean Kuei couldn't handle a ghost girl searching for her mother in a restroom. Halt! What fiendishness is causing havoc in the mortal realm? As Lucio spoke, a thunderous voice erupted. The voice, rugged and resonant, was deafening, as if capable of rending the firmament, causing the entire space to vibrate. Hanako, who was drifting toward Lucio, let out a piercing scream, as if encountering a terrifying nemesis, and hastily hid behind Inuyasha Kazuo, trembling. In the distance, a towering man, his feet treading on gray clouds, arrived in an instant. His figure was immense and robust, like an unshakable mountain. Adorned with a tall hat and a purple robe, his eyes were like two bright lanterns, capable of discerning all demons and evil spirits in the world. Thick eyebrows, like two sharp swords, slanted into his temples, with a leopard's head, piercing eyes, an iron face, and a bristling beard. He was both fearsome and majestic. This is... Inuyasha Kazuo was immediately dumbfounded. The audience was also bewildered. The S-class ghost spirit was as terrified as a mouse before a cat, completely paralyzed with fear. What kind of ghastly being had been summoned? How could he also have a companion ghost spirit? How many companion ghost spirits did he possess? Usually, awakening one ghost spirit was a struggle. How many had he awakened? Qin Guoyang suspected he was hallucinating and vigorously rubbed his eyes. What secrets was Lucio hiding? Inuyasha, Warren and Amp, Oppos, are you going to kill me in 10 seconds? Lucio asked, looking at the watch on his wrist. More than 10 seconds had passed. You've broken your word. Inuyasha Kazuo's expression was incredibly awkward. His boast had backfired spectacularly. He forced himself to say, what did you summon? Jean Kuei, the deity-level ghost catcher, the nemesis of all ghosts under heaven, Lucio replied, puffing out his chest with a hint of pride. A ghost-catching deity. Inuyasha Kazuo's eyes darted around. You violated the rules. A ghost-catching deity isn't a ghost. Yes, he and Oppos violated the rules. The ghost spirit arena requires ghosts to compete. He summoned a ghost catcher. What and Oppos that supposed to be? He and Oppos cheating. The referee should penalize him and declare him the loser. Silence, the referee announced. Let me remind you that there is no protective barrier on the arena. Each of you is responsible for your own life and death. Upon hearing this, many people shrank back. They had forgotten that without a protective barrier, provoking the ghost could cost them their lives. Seeing that everyone was silent, Lucio said to Jean Kuei, Brother Kuei, that ghost child is too young. Send her to be reincarnated. In the land of the rising sun, there are multiple versions of the legend of the ghost child Hanako. The most widespread is that she was murdered in a school toilet and, in her fear at the time of death, cried out for her mother. After death, her resentment was too great, and her spirit lingered, haunting the toilet where she was killed. When someone used the toilet, she would either offer them tissue paper or ask if they had seen her mother. If they accepted the tissue paper or answered her question, she would be killed. Some say she was burned to death, which caused panic and was a nightmare for school children in the land of the rising sun. Regardless of how she died or whether she was pitiable, being so young, it was better to send her to be reincarnated. Yes, Master, Jean Kuei replied. With a wave of his hand, the ghost child Hanako flew uncontrollably to Jean Kuei and Amp, Oppos' side. Jean Kuei, holding her little hand, stepped on the clouds and flew into the void, soon disappearing from sight. She and Oppos' been taken away again? That and Oppos' the end of it? He's bullying others with his ghost. Shameless. Inuyasha Kazuo, kill him. Kill him. Kill him. The people of the land of the rising sun were fuming. Having their summoned ghost spirits captured twice in a row was too humiliating. Viewers from other countries were also shouting, signaling Inuyasha Kazuo to kill Lucio. Although he had lost his ghost spirit, the competition was not over. As long as Inuyasha Kazuo killed Lucio, he could still win the match. With a whoosh, Inuyasha Kazuo drew the Naginata from his waist. Uncouth dragon country trash. I'll give you one chance. Return my ghost spirit immediately, or I'll flay you alive. Losing an S-class companion ghost spirit was excruciating. I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible, Lucio said with a serious expression, as if he were doing him a favor. You and Amp, Oppos, re-talking nonsense. Inuyasha Kazuo was enraged. How could we, the people of the land of the rising sun, lose? Dragon Country peasant die? He lunged at Lucio, brandishing the Naginata. Awakened individuals can possess a small portion of their ghost spirit and Oppos' abilities. Hanako had only been captured, not killed, so the battle power boost from her was still in effect. He transformed into several ghostly afterimages en route, moving with great speed and urgency. Lucio and Oppos' pupils constricted, and he desperately dodged. Whoosh whoosh thud. After dodging 2 afterimage slashes, he was decapitated by the third. What? Chun Guoyang suddenly stood up, staring with wide eyes, his lips trembling. The higher-ups had repeatedly instructed him not to let anything happen to Lucio, and now he was gone. The others from the Dragon Country were also stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. They had finally found an awakened individual who could hold his own, and now he was gone. Some, unable to bear the shock, muttered blankly. It and Oppos, impossible, this ISN and Oppos, real, it and Oppos, definitely not real. Good. Well done. How could a Dragon Country waste be a match for Lord Inuyasha? This is not surprising. The stands of several countries erupted in cheers. The Dragon Country has suffered 10 consecutive defeats. Notify the awakened regiment to attack Yinjing directly, killing anyone they see. Commander, great joy. The Dragon Country has been defeated. We can invade the Dragon Country with our armies. Call the army marshal to seize the coastal cities of the Dragon Country. Since the advent of the Ghost Spirit Arena, many countries had suffered, but they were mostly small to medium-sized nations. This was the first time a behemoth like the Dragon Country had fallen. Various countries, eager to seize more resources and territory, had been poised to strike for some time. Damn it, Chun Guoyang gritted his teeth. Defend our home, not yield an inch, start the war. Captain, wait. Haizi hurriedly called for a halt, gesturing towards the arena. Look over there. Chun Guoyang and the others turned their heads to gaze at the stage. They beheld Lucio, whose head had been severed, yet he remained standing. With hands on his hips, he struck a remarkably cool pose. The sight was utterly astonishing. Chapter 6. I can live without a head, can you? Kinyon Kazuo, lost in his elation, failed to notice Lucio and Oppos' peculiarity. He chuckled, his eyes nearly disappearing. A waste is invariably a waste. What utility does a summoned specter possess, regardless of its potency? Inevitably, it perishes. The one to deliver the fatal blow to the Dragon Kingdom. Kinyon Kazuo. Kinyon Kazuo faced the assembly, extending his arms in anticipation of applause. The audience remained in a stupor, not a single hand clapping. On the stage, Lucio, with his head tucked under his armpit, even lit himself a cigarette. The exhalation of smoke was eerie, utterly bizarre. Cease the assault on the Dragon Kingdom for now. Their contestant yet lives. The Dragon Kingdom's contender's head has been severed, yet he survives. We must tarry. What nonsense. Can one live without a head? Indeed, he remains alive, even smoking. Officials from various nations hastily contacted their respective countries. Kinyon Kazuo felt a pang of unease. How could Lucio possibly be alive after having his head chopped off? I can live without a head, can you? At that moment, Lucio's voice emanated from behind Kinyon Kazuo. Kinyon Kazuo's expression froze. He slowly turned around, startled, instinctively recoiling a couple of steps. Can you not simply expire properly? With your head detached, smoking, it's utterly unnerving. If you decline to answer my query, I shall be compelled to experiment. Lucio focused his thoughts, and a headless specter wielding a sharp blade materialized behind Kinyon Kazuo. A silent, swift slash of the sword. Thwack! Kinyon Kazuo felt a chill at his neck as his head was severed and sent flying. His body, spurting blood, collapsed to the ground. Thud. His head landed, rolling to the side like a ball. Blood splattered everywhere, and he met his demise instantly. Kinyon. Colonel Turtlefield instinctively rose to his feet. Lucio, you disregard human life. Have you no humanity? Lucio, using both hands, pressed his head back onto his neck. Allow me to introduce you. This is the Headless Spectre. Tian Qilong. When an awakened one summons a spectre, they inherit some of its abilities. I've inherited the Headless Spectre's traits, so I cannot die even with my head severed. Knowing that Kinyon would not let matters rest, he had summoned Tian Qilong, recorded in the Spectre Codex in advance. Tian Shilong was a spectre from the strange tales from a Chinese studio, not of high rank, but sufficient to deal with Qingyang. With his spectre gone, Tian Shilong could dispatch him with ease. Riding his head, he continued, "Would someone assist me in determining if my head is askew?" The crowd was drenched in sweat. Could Lucio himself be a spectre? Damnation! Colonel Turtlefield glared, frustrated. Bribery of the referee had failed. Only after promising doubled penalties for defeat did the referee agree to alter the rules of the competition. This battle could not be lost. Uniting multiple countries to force Lucio to enter the arena to meet his end, yet the one meeting his end was his own contestant? Using a C-grade spectre to kill Qingyang Kazuo, the Dragon Kingdom was utterly shameless. The Dragon Kingdom has always been devoid of integrity. Not only are they shameless, but they are also bloodthirsty and savage, lacking all humanity. The Dragon Kingdom is not even human. Referee, he ambushed, cheated, violated the rules. It cannot be counted as his win. The Sunself country did not wish to lose the competition and were in an uproar. Many from the Dragon Kingdom rolled their eyes. How could these Sunself country individuals attribute all their own virtues and strengths to others? Many from the Dragon Kingdom were infuriated and wanted to rush forward to fight them. Lucio tilted his neck. "I wonder, can you still make a racket after losing your heads? Heavens, what does he intend to do?" Everyone, remain calm. This is the Ghost Spirit platform. No one would dare cause trouble here. I and Amp, Oppos, VE yet to witness anyone daring to create havoc on the Ghost Spirit platform. That Dragon Kingdom beast is merely mouthing off, indulging in empty threats. Dragon Kingdom swine, try killing me if you dare. If you lack the courage, you are my grandson. A plump fellow with a megaphone was shouting louder than anyone else. Attacking the audience was a violation of the rules. If he dared to harm anyone, the mysterious referee would never tolerate it. Lucio narrowed his eyes. "Seventh brother, go and slay him for me." The headless Tian Shilong blurred, vanished from his spot, and appeared next to the plump fellow in an instant. With a flick of the longsword in his hand, the chilling sword energy was as swift as lightning, instantly slicing across the plump fellow's neck. The arena fell silent, utterly quiet. A faint line of blood appeared on the plump fellow's neck, gradually becoming clearer. His expression was terrified, his eyes filled with disbelief. A moment later, his head rolled off, and his body fell straight backward. Ah, murder! Many Sunself country spectators screamed and rose to their feet, distancing themselves from Tian Shilong. The Dragon Kingdom contestant disrespects the Ghost Spirit platform, attacks the audience. Revoke their qualification to compete. Dragon Kingdom pigs, you and Oppos, redoomed. Referee, quickly, punish him. Deprive him of his spectre. Turn him into a waste. The over 7,000 Sunself country individuals present were in an uproar, clamoring for Lucio to be punished. You still dare to make noise? You haven't learned your lesson. Slay them for me. Lucio issued the order to Tian Shilong once more. Tian Shilong's longsword vibrated, and over a dozen sword energies, like exploding fireworks, shot out in all directions. The mysterious power cut through the air, shattering it. Not a single sword energy missed. Over a dozen individuals fell on the spot, beyond dead. A few were even cleaved in two. Buzz. Tian Shilong and Oppos' longsword vibrated once more, and over a dozen more fell. Heavens! Run! Don't kill me, boo-hoo. Fool, you dare step on me. The Sunself country spectators no longer bothered with shouting abuse and scattered in all directions, fleeing for their lives. The Dragon Kingdom madman was truly killing. Some were so frightened that their trousers were wet. For a time, chaos reigned, causing severe trampling. The referee merely watched the spectacle, not intervening. Dragon Kingdom beast. You just wait. Colonel Turtlefield's face twisted in rage. Awakened team, annihilate him for me. Over a dozen Sunself country Awakened team members gritted their teeth and charged toward Lucio on the stage. Excellent. Lucio hastily flipped through the Spectre Codex in his mind, intending to summon more specters. All of you cease. At that moment, the mysterious referee, who had been watching the spectacle, finally jumped out. I stated earlier that without protective barriers, each of you is responsible for your own life and death. But he killed so many of our people, Colonel Turtlefield said, unwilling to accept. Serves them right. The referee's voice was decisive and sharp, not caring in the least whether the Sunself country individuals were dissatisfied. After glaring fiercely at Colonel Turtlefield, he continued, I have yet to announce the start. This match does not count. The crowd was drenched in sweat. The referee did not seem to have announced the start, and Qingyang had been eager to act. Utterly idiotic. Was Kinyong Kazuo and Amp Oppo's death in vain? Why doesn't an Amp Oppo's T count? It must count. The mindless individuals from the Sun Self country clamored once more. The nerves of the other nations were about to fray. If this match counted, Wooden and Amp Oppo's T the Sun Self country have lost? These fools are missing a screw. The mysterious referee was nearly speechless. He shook his head noncommittally. Since you insist, I shall grant your wish. I declare that in the Dragon Kingdom versus Sun Self country match, the Dragon Kingdom leads 2-1. The Dragon Kingdom wins, and the Sun Self country loses. Colonel Keto was drenched in a cold sweat, pleading, no, no. Chapter 7. Success and failure of Lucio. It was too late. The referee no longer offered any chances. The nation of Japan had been defeated, and horrifying entities were descending upon their homeland. Colonel Kamita staggered, nearly losing his balance. That individual had summoned sea-grade spirits, indicating he was truly at the end of his rope. Another confrontation, and the Dragon Nation would surely perish. Those mindless fools were infuriating. This time, the terror was doubled. With Japan and Oppo's territory being so small, could it withstand such turmoil? The once boastful citizens of Japan were now rendered speechless. How could they have stirred such a colossal disaster? On the arena, the gaze of the Dragon Nation and Oppo's representatives towards Lucio had transformed, filled with reverence and admiration. With his singular strength, he had reversed the tide, pulling the Dragon Nation back from the brink of death. He had altered the Dragon Nation's fate, standing shoulder to shoulder with those heroes who had made monumental contributions. Meanwhile, in the city of Dabanzai in Japan, an unforeseen catastrophe was unfolding. The originally azure sky was engulfed by rolling black clouds. A fierce wind howled, sweeping across the land, causing trees to sway wildly as if they were lamenting in despair. Suddenly, a horde of massive, grotesque creatures descended from the sky, sporting sharp fangs and spewing forth terrifying magical flames from their gaping maws. Wherever they passed, flames soared, reducing everything to ash. Some possessed enormous wings, each flap stirring up hurricanes. Houses were uprooted, trees torn from their roots. Wherever they went, calamity followed. Others emitted eerie mists, withering flora in their wake. Chaos erupted in the streets as the citizens of Japan screamed in terror and fled in all directions. Beautiful structures were reduced to ruins, thick smoke billowed, obscuring the sun. Crops were wantonly destroyed, blood staining the earth, as if the apocalypse had arrived, leaving the city in utter disarray. Colonel Kamita was approached by someone bearing grave news. A directive from above mandated that if Lucio could not be slain, he must commit seppuku. Upon hearing this, Colonel Kamita's face turned ashen. The contest with the Dragon Nation had concluded. How could he possibly kill Lucio? Moreover, it was simply impossible. With so many spirits at his disposal, how could one defeat him? Despair enveloped Colonel Kamita. At that moment, the referee addressed Lucio. You have two choices. First, withdraw from the arena and receive the rewards you are due. Second, continue the challenge and aspire to become the champion of the Spirit Arena. Each nation is granted one opportunity to become a champion after their first victory. This opportunity is singular. If missed, it will not return. As the sole survivor representing the Dragon Nation in this competition, you possess the absolute right to choose. This opportunity is exceedingly rare. Do not rush to decline, for you have 5 minutes to consider. As the referee spoke, he cast a glance towards the Dragon Nation and Oppo's audience, warning that no one could disturb Lucio and Oppo's deliberation. Those who dared to interfere would face severe consequences. Qin Guoyang and the others had no intention of reminding Lucio. No fool would choose to challenge for the title of champion. To become the champion meant accepting challenges from any nation, akin to challenging the world. The referee would mandate that nations take the stage and fight a total of 10 matches. After 10 matches, if anyone felt aggrieved, they could continue to challenge. There was no limit on the number of times a nation could contest until no challengers remained. However, should one lose even a single match, they would be deemed defeated. The penalties for defeat were extraordinarily harsh, leading to the decline of national fortune and potential ruin. Furthermore, the already summoned spirits could not be reused. The Dragon Nation had only Lucio to rely upon. No matter how foolish or arrogant he might be, he would not choose to challenge for the title of champion. Besides, he was not one to act foolishly or arrogantly. On the stage, Lucio pondered briefly. What advantages would come from becoming the champion? Although he had assimilated the memories of this version of Lucio, there were no precedents for becoming a champion. and he was indeed somewhat unaware of the benefits. The advantages are numerous. Your nation will possess the potential to become a global hegemon. The referee's tone was laced with temptation. Lucio blinked. Could you elaborate further? Many ears in the audience perked up, eager to learn of the benefits of becoming a champion. The first champion nation will have its mythic civilization of spirits greatly enhanced, with a doubling of awakened individuals and an increase in spirit levels. B-grade spirits will elevate to A-grade, while A-grade spirits will ascend to S-grade. Technological civilization. National resources, the physical well-being of the populace, longevity, and other facets will all experience improvement. Moreover, representatives from the champion nation will enjoy special privileges and benefits. However, the specifics cannot be disclosed until one has achieved the title of champion. Is that so? Lucio rubbed his hands together, as if itching for the opportunity. The rewards sounded exceedingly enticing. Observing his interest, the referee deliberately lured him further. If you agree to the challenge, I can make an exception and grant you one condition or request. Let me think. Lucio scratched his head, deep in contemplation. Humph, Colonel Kimita scoffed, attempting to feign confidence, as if he dared to challenge. At this, Lucio's eyes brightened. He had an idea. I want the nation of Xiao Qiao to be a vassal of the Dragon Nation, no longer a colony of Japan. Xiao Qiao was one of the few friendly nations of the Dragon Nation. After suffering repeated defeats in the arena, its sovereignty had fallen under Japan and Oppo's control. The nation had been stripped of its resources, and its people were reduced to free labor. Those without labor were at risk of being abducted for various live experiments. Agreed. The referee promptly acquiesced. Japan must vacate Xiao Qiao within 1 hour, taking nothing with them, and must not harm the people of Xiao Qiao. Should they dare to disobey, Japan will cease to exist. The leader of Xiao Qiao, Jin Zhengze, was nearly overwhelmed with emotion, almost tumbling from his chair. Having endured years of oppression from Japan, freedom and dignity had seemed like distant dreams. Just when he thought hope would never shine upon Xiao Qiao again, the young man from the Dragon Nation had single-handedly altered Xiao Qiao's irreversible fate. He was their living savior, a great benefactor. The few leaders from Xiao Qiao present were moved to tears. Many citizens of Japan glared in fury. How could this individual challenging for the title affect Japan? Why should Xiao Qiao be relinquished? It was utterly unfair. The Dragon Nation's challenge for the championship was set to commence 3 hours later. In an effort to encourage participation from all nations, the referee declared that defeat would incur no penalties, and those who could defeat the Dragon Nation and Oppo's representative would receive rewards tenfold. With such enticing rewards and no penalties for losing, the Dragon Nation and Oppo's demise seemed inevitable. That individual named Lucio was far too arrogant. As the crowd murmured in astonishment, discussions erupted. The allure of the tenfold reward meant that it was unlikely for the Dragon Nation to emerge victorious. Chen Guoyang's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Lucio, what are you thinking? Success or failure rests on your shoulders. Is this the fate of the Dragon Nation? Colonel Kimita laughed heartily. That fool from the Dragon Nation dares to challenge the world. The Dragon Nation is doomed. With tenfold rewards and becoming a global enemy, the Dragon Nation was finished. Lucio, your fate is sealed. I am utterly amused, haha. Mr. Kimita. At that moment, a correspondent from the Nikkei Nation hurriedly approached Kimita, stating solemnly, your mismanagement has led to the loss of the small, and the superiors are extremely enraged, commanding you to perform seppuku as an act of atonement immediately. With a resounding thud, Grand Colonel Kamayama collapsed onto the ground, his laughter extinguished, utterly dumbfounded. Alas! Heavens! Upon Lucio's return, the Dragon Country's populace collectively sighed, unsure whether to laud or admonish him. We had intended to host a celebratory banquet in your honor, but now it seems it will be a council of war. Hazy remarked with a helpless expression, gesturing toward the command tent. The leaders await you. Proceed. Lucio offered a wry smile, wordlessly striding toward the tent. The sentries guarding the entrance promptly parted to grant him passage, resuming their positions with stoic vigilance, radiating an aura of unapproachability. Upon entering, Lucio, observing the assembly of over a dozen leaders, involuntarily exclaimed, such a multitude. Lucio, allow me to introduce. Chen Guoyang began, extending his hand. This is Wei Jinxing, Supreme Commander of the Awakened Army. Lucio flashed a grin. Supreme Commander Wei, my respects. Chen Guoyang retorted with a glare. Can you still manage a smile? Enough, old Chen. This is hardly the moment for reproach. The resolute Wei Jinxing interjected, turning his gaze upon Lu Qiu. From what we and Oppos, VE gathered, your power manifested suddenly. Is there a means to replicate this empowerment, to enable others to awaken equally formidable spectral entities? A glimmer of anticipation shone in Wei Jinxing and Oppos' eyes. If Lu Qiu possessed such a capability, challenging the reigning champion might not be a futile endeavor. Lu Qiu simply shrugged. I possess no such ability. Wei Jinxing and Oppos' expression faltered, seemingly incredulous. He had presumed that Lu Qiu and Oppos' challenge stemmed from a degree of confidence. It appeared he had overestimated. Chun Guoyang, massaging his temples in exasperation, pressed, be frank. How many spectral entities do you have at your disposal? Lu Qiu grinned once more, a great many. Hey, great many. Chun Guoyang's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, mirroring the astonishment of the others, who regarded Lu Qiu with incredulity. Spare me your gazes, Lu Qiu stated, his mirth fading. I am aware of your concerns, but should we be defeated, I will be the first to perish. Who would trifle with their own mortality? Moreover, my life pales in comparison to the lives of the Dragon Country's 14 billion citizens. While my decision may appear rash, it is not devoid of reason. Ascending to the status of champion nation is the swiftest path to our resurgence. The benefits are manifold and alluring. The apotheosis of mythological civilization, a doubling of awakened individuals, and a one-level ascension for awakened spectral entities. Technological resources, the populace's constitution, longevity, and various other aspects would also experience enhancement. Furthermore, participants would be granted exclusive privileges and rewards. This opportunity is singular. To forego it would be a disservice to the mantle of transmigrator. Are we not the courageous souls who defy adversity, reverse fate, and conjure miracles? With a resounding clap, Wei Jinxing rose to his feet, declaring, the die is cast. We have no recourse but to fight to the death. Lu Qiu, step forward and receive your decree. Chen Guoyang and the others followed suit, their expressions solemn. Lu Qiu advanced, standing at attention. Lu Qiu, present. On the spectral arena, you have twice vanquished formidable adversaries, exalting our national prestige, invigorating our military spirit, fortifying our land, and illuminating our nation. For this, you are awarded a special meritorious service citation. Henceforth, you are appointed commander of the spectral arena, with the rank of general. You are also designated commander of the 9th Army of the Awakened Army, bearing the title War Dragon, invested with the authority to represent the Dragon Country in challenging the reigning champion on the spectral arena. Success is your only option. Failure is not permissible. Wei Jinxing and Oppos' words resonated with unwavering conviction, embodying decisive leadership. Lu Qiu saluted crisply, proclaiming, Lu Qiu accepts the commission and the honor. Chun Guoyang and the others responded with reciprocal salutes. An officer approached, bearing the letter of appointment and accompanying documentation, presenting them to Lu Qiu. Given the exigency, the documents are incomplete. Supplementary documents will be provided subsequently. It matters not, Lu Qiu replied, accepting the documents. Notify logistics. Lu Qiu's sustenance must be of utmost safety, including his drinking water. Yes, sir, came the immediate response. Wei Jinxing continued, Chun Guoyang, you shall dispatch a military helicopter to transport Lu Qiu and Oppos' parents and family to the military district, ensuring their utmost care and protection. Certain nations are capable of heinous acts in their pursuit of victory. We must take precautions. Yes, sir, Chen Guoyang affirmed. Training officer. Select 20 of the most combat-proficient awakened individuals to safeguard Lu Qiu's security around the clock, with particular vigilance during his rest periods. Yes, sir. Intelligence Division. Furnish Lu Qiu with the compiled data on the spectral entities of various nations. Yes, sir. No one shall express doubt regarding Lu Qiu and Oppos' challenge to the reigning champion. Lu Qiu is pivotal to our national destiny. He bears the hopes and futures of countless individuals. Only support is permissible. Opposition will not be tolerated. Violators will be subject to military discipline and severe punishment. Yes, sir. Wei Jinxing and Oppos' directives underscored the nation and Oppos' unwavering support for Lu Qiu. Lu Qiu, we are unable to assist you directly on the spectral arena. These are the only forms of assistance we can offer. You are not alone in this battle. The nation and its 14 billion citizens stand behind you. Wei Jinxing gently patted Lu Qiu and Oppos' shoulder. You must soon confront formidable adversaries. Return and rest. replenish your strength, and demonstrate to those foreign powers the true meaning of the dragon country and amp, Apos, War Dragon. Lucio remained silent, nodding emphatically, his countenance etched with the weight of immense responsibility. Concurrently, Lucio's name ignited the global digital sphere, ascending to the pinnacle of trending topics. His successive victories against formidable opponents from the land of the rising sun, his rescue of the small dynasty, and his audacious challenge to the reigning champion coalesced into a magnificent epic, dominating headlines across all media platforms. From authoritative news outlets to popular forums, Lucio and Apos' deeds were celebrated and extolled. Incredible! We have prevailed. Lucio is a legend. Who dares say our dragon country and amp, Apos' awakened individuals are inadequate? We dare to challenge the champion, unprecedented. Lucio has, through his strength and valor, demonstrated to the world the power and dignity of the dragon country's awakened individuals. The impassioned pronouncements of netizens reverberated across the digital landscape, igniting a groundswell of fervent support. Our ancestors have manifested. Our Lu family has produced a hero. In a modest dwelling, Lu Chongqing, a man in his 60s, gazed at his mobile phone screen, his lips trembling, his elation palpable. His wife, standing beside him, wiped away tears. I do not desire Chior to be a hero. I simply wish for his safety. You comprehend nothing, Lu Chongqing retorted, his eyes gleaming with fervor. My son, Lucio, is a hero who brings glory to our ancestors, the pride of our Lu family. He shall be immortalized in the annals of history, his legacy enduring for millennia. This is an unparalleled honor, beyond our wildest aspirations. At that moment, the door was forcibly breached, and a masked man barged in, declaring, You are Lucio and Apos. As parents, are you not? Accompany me. Who are you? What is your purpose? Lu Chongqing demanded, a sense of foreboding gripping his heart, as he instinctively shielded his wife. The intruder and Apos' speech was heavily accented, revealing his foreign origins. I shall escort you to a location. Please, proceed. The man gestured for the couple to precede him. Very well. Lu Chongqing verbally assented. Yet he forcefully shoved his elderly partner aside, instructing, You escape through the back door. I shall hold him off. A mocking laugh escaped the man's lips. Two frail old souls. Do you believe you can evade my grasp? Spirit, come forth. Chapter 9. Defeat is acceptable. Escape is not possible in the ghost spirit arena. Jinjingze found himself obstructed by several spear-like guards in front of the military tent. One of the guards, with an impassive expression, stated, Apologies, but per higher orders. No one is permitted to disturb General Lu during his rest. Jinjingze, his face etched with urgency, insisted, I possess vital intelligence that must be reported to General Lu. What intelligence? At that moment, Lucio emerged from the tent, and with a thud, Jinjingze knelt before him. Tears of gratitude filled his eyes as he exclaimed, Benefactor. On behalf of the 27 million citizens of Xiaoqiao, I extend my deepest thanks. Lucio stood momentarily stunned. How could this man, a head of state, so easily prostrate himself? Meanwhile, Wei Jinxing and others, drawn by the commotion, were equally bewildered. This rotund figure was renowned for his obstinacy. The only thing that could bring him to his knees was likely the ancestral tablet of his lineage. What are you doing? Speak up while standing, Lucio urged, attempting to assist him. The military forbids it, a guard interjected, fearing for Lucio's safety, positioning himself protectively in front of him. The other guards remained vigilant, prepared for any eventuality. The fate of Longhua hinged on Lucio's well-being. Sir, please rise. Wei Jinxing stepped forward and helped Jinjingze to his feet. Let us converse inside the tent. Shortly after, Jinjingze was ushered into the military tent. General Wei, the next opponent we face is the United States, Jinjingze declared, his expression grave. In pursuit of tenfold rewards, they have barred any other nation from competing against them. Their combatant is named Senna, a truly formidable foe capable of summoning an endless horde of zombies. Is that so? I find it hard to believe, Wei Jinxing exclaimed, astonished. Up until now, aside from Lucio, he had never encountered an awakened individual capable of conjuring such multitudes of monsters. They underestimated me as a mere captive of my nation. But I heard it with my own ears. I assure you, this is no mistake, Jinjingze asserted, continuing, Senna's ability to summon the undead is due to technological enhancements. I share this knowledge to ensure you are prepared. I must speak frankly, those zombies could obliterate the world. There is little chance of victory. It would be wise to keep General Liu from participating and devise an alternative strategy. Wei Zhenxing turned his gaze to Lu Qiu. What is your perspective, Lu Qiu? With a slight furrow in his brow, Lu Qiu replied, while I acknowledge the difficulty of this opponent, we possess the ghost classic of Longhua, which may yet lead us to victory. However, we must summon a significant number of spirits to counter these threats, which could pose challenges for the subsequent matches. If the enemy's undead are too numerous, we may find ourselves lacking in recorded entities within the Ghost Classic, which would spell trouble. It would be preferable to summon spirits capable of countering these hordes. As the 3-hour preparation time concluded, the referee and Oppo's voice rang out. Both contestants, please take the stage. Wei Zhenxing glanced at his watch. Only 2 hours had passed. What is this ghostly referee playing at? There's no choice but to proceed. As Lu Qiu stepped outside, he rifled through the Ghost Classic in his mind. Spectators from various nations swiftly took their places as Lu Qiu and Senna stood at opposite ends of the Ghost Spirit Arena, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. This is the first match for the championship of Longhua, featuring Lu Qiu against the formidable Senna from the United States. With the competitors in place, the referee announced, "Now, I declare the match to commence." The referee struck a gong, signaling the official start of the contest. Senna, adorned with a backpack, waved to the crowd. "Hello everyone. I am Senna, here to deliver an exhilarating performance for you. I believe many of you recognize me as a renowned director, creator of numerous cinematic masterpieces. My experience in zombie films enables me to summon legions of the undead. Please enjoy as you witness how the contestant from Longhua meets his demise." With a flourish, Senna bowed elegantly to the audience. Endless zombies. His spectral entities were not limited to one, a testament to his prowess as the mightiest competitor from the United States. The audience gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. That contestant from Longhua, Lu Qiu, is surely doomed. Senna, reveling in the murmurs of the crowd, smiled with satisfaction. Turning to Lu Qiu, he taunted, "Esteemed Mr. Liu, I believe you can bid farewell to this world." Lu Qiu, engrossed in his mental reading of the Ghost Classic, did not respond. How rude of the Longhua people not to display manners. If that is the case, allow me to educate you on the importance of respect, Senna retorted. Raising his hands, the air around him shimmered, twisting into an alternate reality. Moments later, parts of the arena transformed into a city street, surrounded by towering edifices. As if summoning a mirage, the street lay in ruin, with abandoned vehicles strewn about, windows shattered, and rust and scratches marred their surfaces. Storefronts were reduced to shards, their goods long looted, leaving only empty shelves and debris. Vines crept over many structures, and giant fissures marred the landscape, narrating the tale of the city's devastation. The atmosphere was thick with despair and silence, evoking a sense of suffocation among the audience, who could even catch the acrid scent of decay and chemicals. Lu Qiu snapped back to reality, bewildered. What is this? This is your eternal nightmare, the densely populated zombie city of Raccoon, Senna declared, his demeanor manic as he snapped his fingers. With that sound, the alleys behind him erupted with countless zombie figures. The city had transformed into an ocean of the undead, boundless and relentless. Their vacant stares and tattered clothing revealed decaying flesh and exposed bones, as they emitted guttural moans and surged forward like a tidal wave. A palpable terror gripped the audience, many filled with dread and despair. Jin Zhengze was beside himself, exclaiming, "How can Mr. Liu possibly contend with so many?" Wei Zhenxing and the others wore expressions of profound concern. They had anticipated the number of zombies to be substantial, yet the sheer magnitude was staggering. The situation was dire. The boisterous leader of the United States, with his golden mane, joyfully performed a dance, shaking his hips and humming a tune. I can already foresee the tragedy unfolding. Senna, equally pleased, gazed at Lu Qiu with a smug expression. Tell me, esteemed waste of Longhua, are you so terrified that you cannot even speak? Lu Qiu shot him a sidelong glance, unfazed. Xiangxi Corpse handlers, Maoshan Corpse handlers, Daoist Corpse cultivators, Great Wilderness Corpse manipulators, step forward. Chapter 10. The Corpse Driver and the Corpse Alchemist versus. The zombie tied as Lu Qiu's words fell, for figures materialized out of thin air. The summoned corpse drivers from Xiangxi, upon witnessing the seemingly endless horde of zombies, could not help but revert to their local dialect, dressed in long robes and straw sandals. Their large bamboo hats obscured half of their faces, exuding an air of mystery. Fear not. You have summoned them. Watch how I turn them to ashes, declared the Daoist Corpse Alchemist, clad in a Taoist robe and wielding a peachwood sword, his expression laced with disdain. Old Taoist, I excel in corpse alchemy. Do not underestimate me. I can even refine ancient deities and demons. Can you match that? Retorted the great wilderness corpse alchemist, dressed in tattered animal skins, resembling a ragged refugee. How dare you speak so boldly in front of me? The Taoist corpse alchemist, incensed, rolled up his sleeves. Do you believe I could not refine you with a mere flick of my wrist? Let us cease this bickering, interjected the Maoshan corpse driver, unable to bear the quarrel any longer. We are all corpse drivers here. Let us pair off and compete to see who can refine more. He rubbed his hands together, eager to commence. Let us compete. Who fears whom? The loser shall be deemed a fool. Lucio felt a headache coming on. How could these professionals in the art of corpse manipulation be so discordant? It truly exemplified the adage, fellow practitioners are often adversaries. He had initially intended to summon Xiang Lu, the ancient beast known for its insatiable appetite, possessing 9 heads and capable of devouring entire villages. However, the stench emanating from these zombies was less than appealing, rotten and moldy, making them unappetizing even to the likes of Xiang Lu. Let us incinerate them instead. Haha, look at you, Lucio. You summoned such worthless beings. How shameful, laughed Senna, nearly doubling over with mirth. Come back, don't run amok, he exclaimed, his laughter quickly turning to panic as the zombie horde lost control and surged in every direction. Viewers from around the world erupted in chaos. Quick, run. These creatures carry a virus. Being bitten could infect you. The outbreak posed a threat far graver than any nuclear contamination in their homeland. Why are you not filming properly at home? What are you doing here, showing off? Shouted the crowd, criticizing Senna. Even the great golden hair, disregarding his own agenda, chimed in. Senna, you fool. What have you done? Call them back. Come back. Everyone return. Senna shouted, his voice nearly breaking. But it was futile. He had never anticipated that he could only control a handful of zombies. Beyond that, they were unmanageable. These soulless beings acted solely on their bloodthirsty instincts. Soon, anguished screams filled the air as some individuals were toppled and bitten by the zombies. Senna, I curse your ancestors. Is this what you intended when challenging Long Country? Can you not act decently? The audience from various nations grew increasingly vocal in their condemnation of the United States. Their leaders had not foreseen such chaos, pounding their chests in frustration. The situation was spiraling out of control, and it was dire indeed. Just as hope seemed lost, both the Xiangxi and Maoshan corpse drivers simultaneously rang their bells. Though the sound was faint, the frenzied zombies froze mid-motion, then turned to head towards the stage. Taoist, the zombies are coming. Hurry, urged the Maoshan corpse driver, shaking his bell. Enough with the urging. You've disrupted my incantation. The Taoist corpse alchemist appeared flustered, continuing his chant. Oh, mammy, baby hush. Lucio rolled his eyes, wondering how this individual could still be singing. It seemed rather unreliable. In contrast, the great wilderness corpse alchemist was far more serious, producing an ancient furnace and reciting incantations with fervor. 8 gates of the great furnace, refining the 6 paths, burning all, slaying gods and demons with a resonant hum. The ancient furnace emitted a vast and mysterious aura, swelling like an inflated balloon, quickly growing to the size of a small mountain. The 8 furnace doors swung open, and flames erupted forth, waves of scorching heat pouring out. The ground cracked, turning to charred earth, and the surrounding air twisted under the intense heat, threatening to dissolve souls and leaving onlookers unable to gaze directly upon it. The Xiangxi corpse driver rejoiced, using his bell to guide the zombies toward the furnace. He shouted, from a line, don't push. There's room for all. There are 8 doors. The Maoshan corpse driver, growing anxious, called out, Taoist, they're starting. Hurry up. Damn it. You've interrupted my spell again. Now I must start over. This is infuriating. The Taoist corpse alchemist was visibly agitated. At this moment, a massive Bagua diagram had already been summoned, with only one final step remaining. Reluctantly, he continued, heaven and earth as the furnace, the 5 elements primal energy the supreme old lord commands, the true fire of Samadhi. Arise. Boom. A deafening sound reverberated, shaking the entire ghostly spirit platform. The vast Bagua diagram ignited, unleashing an overwhelming blaze that shot into the heavens. As the massive fire pillars surged, the surrounding space warped grotesquely, illuminating the sky in a fiery red, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene, exuding a chilling aura of the uncanny. The entire world seemed to tremble before this formidable force. The Maoshan corpse driver, now frantic, jangled his bell wildly, from the south to the north. From the mountains to the waters, don't miss out. Great discounts, free refining, no charge. The Xiangxi corpse driver, unwilling to be outdone, declared, which refining technique reigns supreme. Find the furnace atop the ghostly spirit platform. Extraordinary power, industry-leading, first-rate service is evident. Lu Qiu was nearly struck speechless. Was there truly advertising and business competition while refining corpses? My zombies, Sina lamented, witnessing the dark tide of the undead rush towards the refining furnace and the Bagua formation, being reduced to ashes at a terrifying speed. At this rate, they would be completely consumed. Oh heavens, how magnificent! Jin Jingzhou wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Lu Qiu, you are a genius. The audience from various nations watched in stunned silence as the wide street continuously overflowed with hordes of zombies, all racing towards the incineration site, creating a visual spectacle that was indescribably breathtaking. Burn them well. After a considerable time, someone finally shouted, eliminate these filthy creatures. Why summon zombies of all things? It's utterly revolting. Fortunately, Lu Qiu had methods of restraint. Otherwise, the tragedies depicted in zombie films would have become a stark reality. Lu Qiu, well done. Keep it up. Even some less friendly international viewers began to cheer for Lu Qiu. The leaders of Long Country urged him to halt at once, lest they face sanctions. The golden retriever began to shout through the megaphone, our methods, as you are aware, are formidable. There were only 4 individuals on the opposing side. If they truly managed to handle the overwhelming tide of corpses, it would undoubtedly render them a laughingstock, akin to the nation of Japan. Regardless of the circumstances, we must not allow the Dragon Kingdom to emerge victorious. Chapter 11. Summon Meng Po to prepare a bowl of soup. Ah, how the years have flown. It was but a decade ago that you were all indulged. Wei Zhenxing extended his hand, and someone presented him with a large megaphone. Lu Qiu, do not cease, continue. He shouted, you shall pay for this insolence. With a furious gesture, the big golden-haired man smashed the megaphone upon the ground. The process of corpse refining persisted on stage, transitioning from daylight to dusk, showing no signs of abating. The undead army surged forth endlessly. Sina felt a prevailing confidence that victory was within reach. The 2 corpse refiners tirelessly manipulated their furnace and the Bagua diagram, clearly expending considerable energy. The 2 corpse herders, their bells clanging, were already sparking with fatigue. They likely would not endure for long. Even if they held out, Lu Qiu would ultimately face defeat, for he had provisions. With great satisfaction, he unstrapped his backpack and extracted a loaf of bread. I have sustenance that will last me several days. How about you? He chuckled. The golden-haired man found this amusing and gleefully began to dance. Dragon Country contestant, we possess bread. You are destined to lose. Cease your struggles, as they are futile. We shall always be superior, eternally standing above you. This is an undeniable truth, an ironclad law. You shall never triumph over us. Surrender. The other foreign participants joined in the chorus. Coughing, Lu Qiu called out, Tianluo girl, come forth and prepare a meal for me. Suddenly, a massive water jar descended from the sky. What sorcery is this? Has the water jar come to life? Many foreigners were perplexed, uncertain of the nature of the jar summoned by Lu Qiu. One foreigner remarked, it resembles a food container. You are the food container. Your entire family is a food container. As the crowd speculated, a long-haired beauty clad in ancient attire gracefully emerged from the jar. Her figure was as enchanting as a lotus blossom, fresh and radiant. With delicate steps, water droplets cascaded from her attire as she bowed slightly, addressing Lu Qiu. I have come to serve, my master. Her voice was melodious, each word resonating like a lively note. What an exquisite spirit. Such beauty. Why is she not mine? My envy for Lu Qiu, the Dragon Country man, intensifies. I do not despise him. Rather, I admire him yet cannot aspire to be like him. Some unworldly foreigners stared, utterly captivated. Lu Qiu, feeling a stir within, quickly composed himself and asserted, I am hungry. Bring forth a feast. The Tianluo girl was not merely a figment of ghostly tales. She originated from the records of divine spirits, a widely known folktale in Dragon Country. It tells of a benevolent farmer who saved a giant snail, which in gratitude cooked meals for him daily. Eventually, he discovered her secret, and she became his wife. It is said her culinary skills are remarkable. Let us see how they taste. Yes, my master, the Tianluo girl replied, and with a graceful wave of her hand, a table laden with steaming delicacies appeared before Lucio. His eyes sparkled as he seized a roast chicken and savored it, proclaiming, "Delicious, fragrant." Indeed, the flavors rivaled those of a five-star chef. Ouch, my back. The golden-haired man, lost in his dance, suddenly winced in pain. Many spectators rubbed their heads in confusion. Was he on the spirit stage to challenge for supremacy? This gluttony seemed far from competitive. With a loud thud, Senna discarded his bread in frustration. "Is your bread no longer appealing?" Lucio flashed a grin. "Would you like me to summon Mangpo to prepare a bowl of soup for you?" Senna glared in disbelief. "You are merely a glutton, a food container." Before he could finish his retort, his expression shifted as he slowly turned to see that the number of zombies had dwindled significantly. The once overwhelming horde had receded to less than 1/10 of its former size. This could only mean one thing. The zombies of Raccoon City were being refined away. An unstoppable tide of corpses, previously invincible, now faced annihilation at the hands of Lucio's spirit. How infuriating. They were on the brink of despair. "It's over. We have lost." The golden-haired man clutched his aching back, his face a portrait of despondency. "Mr. President." At that moment, the newly appointed Lieutenant Colonel Kiteda leaned close to the golden-haired man's ear. "We have captured Lucio's father. Would you pay 100 billion dragon coins for him?" 100 billion. The golden-haired man's eyes darted with intrigue. If they could acquire Lucio and Apos' father and coerce him into submission, victory in this contest would be assured. After a moment and Apos' contemplation, he declared, 50 billion, no more. Lieutenant Colonel Kiteda raised an eyebrow. "As a friend, I offer him at 99.9 billion. It cannot be less." "How outrageous." The golden-haired man cursed. "Is my word worth a mere 0.1 billion? Well," Kiteda scratched his head. 99.8 then. With a swift motion, the golden-haired man slapped him. 90 billion. "Bring that old man here now." Lieutenant Colonel Kiteda eagerly picked up the phone. After a while, the golden-haired man shouted into a brand new megaphone. "Your four spirits cannot compare to the sea of corpses. I advise you to surrender promptly." He gestured emphatically. Lucio turned to see where he pointed, his expression frozen in shock as the roast chicken fell from his grasp. His father was being restrained by two blond men, his arms twisted painfully behind him. "I will count to 3. 1. The golden-haired man and Apos' intent was clear. Within 3 counts, if Lucio did not surrender, his father would meet a grim fate. "Lucio, if you still consider me your father, do not concern yourself with my fate," Lu Chaqing shouted hoarsely. "If you lose this contest because of me, I shall haunt you as a restless spirit." The crowd turned their attention towards Lu Chaqing. A man from Bear Country declared fiercely, "The old country resorts to such despicable tactics to win. How contemptible. Do they even deserve to aspire to global dominance?" Many from other nations were incensed. The Dragon Country participants were particularly outraged. How shameful to use a father as leverage to force a surrender. Where was the dignity of a great nation? Had it been devoured by dogs? Those refining corpses, hold your positions. Lucio, unwilling to sacrifice the contest or his father, had no choice but to call for a halt. "You scoundrel." Seeing Lucio pause, Lu Chaqing struggled against his captors, attempting to hurl himself against a nearby stone pillar. Yet, he was thwarted by one of the blond men who pinned him down. "Lucio, I have lived long enough. Death is but a release. You must not show weakness because of me. If you dare lose, I will not recognize you as my son. You do not deserve to bear the Lu name." Even while restrained, Lu Chaqing shouted, urging Lucio not to falter. His life was trivial compared to the fate of 14 billion citizens of the Dragon Country. Should this contest falter, losing would entail a suffering far greater than death itself. The Golden Retriever, unfazed by the reactions of those around, spoke up, too. Chapter 12. A flurry of actions as fierce as a tiger, only to look back and see 0 to 9 of. The enigmatic referee suddenly snorted coldly. "Dare to resort to despicable means to manipulate the outcome? Do you think I am invisible?" The golden-haired man shuddered, sensing the gravity of the situation. Embarrassed, he forced a smile and stammered, "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We were just joking, truly." "Do you take me for a fool?" The referee interrupted. "Disrupting the order of the Ghost Spirit Arena demands severe punishment. Henceforth, I declare your historical score to be 0 to 9, apart from participating in the champion battle. Should you lose another match, it shall be considered 10 consecutive defeats, incurring the ultimate penalty. Should you dare to attempt this again, your nation will face annihilation." The leaders from the old country nearly fainted upon hearing this. A historical record of 0-9 meant utter ruin with just one more loss. One individual remarked, "It seems the golden-haired leader and Apos' time is running out." Kamayama Nishai's. The golden-haired man and Apos' face turned pale. If it weren't and Apos' for Kamayama, could this have happened? The plan had failed. They had lost face, and now faced punishment. How utterly disheartening. No, waiting until after the match was not an option. With this thought, he blurted, "It was Kamayama Nishai's from our nation who instigated us to do this. Lucio and Apos' father was captured by him. It and Apos' all his fault for luring us into error." Upon hearing this, the referee unhesitatingly replied, "The historical score for your nation is now also changed to 0-9. Kamayama, who had been reveling in the misfortune, was instantly dumbfounded. Muttering, "It and Apos' over, I must commit harakiri." In a flurry of actions as fierce as a tiger, they looked back and saw a 0-9. It seemed unlikely they would see the sun tomorrow. "Are you not releasing them?" The referee bellowed. Several golden-haired men, upon hearing this, hurriedly let go of Lu Chongqing. Wei Zhenxing, witnessing this, instructed his companions, "Go, bring Lu Lao over." "Yes, yes," several voices replied in unison. The match continued, with the promise of a reward of a peace token for the one who could slay their opponent. The referee was truly furious and did not wish for the players from the old country to leave the Ghost Spirit Arena alive, casting the peace token as bait. Peace token. Someone exclaimed. The peace token was a consumable item. Each use exempted the holder from participating in the Ghost Spirit Arena for a year, during which no nation could challenge them. For powerful nations, its value was minimal, yet it could be saved for emergencies or sold at exorbitant prices. However, for nations in dire straits, it was a life-saving artifact. Its scarcity meant that each release would incite frenzied bidding among nations. On the stage, Senna hurriedly retracted his words. You cannot kill me. Do you know how much this head of mine is worth?" Pointing to his head, he continued, "To summon more spirits. I have undergone countless cranial procedures, costing billions. If you ruin it, you cannot afford the compensation. Not only can you not afford it, but you will also surely die. You are well aware of how powerful our nation is. Killing you would be akin to crushing an ant." Lucio scoffed, "If you touch my father, you shall pay a heavy price. Dare you touch me?" "You." Senna stared wide-eyed, rendered speechless. "You have not refined as many as we have. We have one." "Nonsense. It is obviously us who have refined more. That head of yours, valued at 100 billion, let your family and Apos' zombie come forth, and let us compare." At this moment, the two factions of corpse refiners began to argue. Lucio shook his head dismissively. "Do you all remember how many you have refined?" The primordial corpse refiners replied, "I do not remember." The Taoist corpse refiners chimed in, "So many, who can count them?" Lucio anticipated this and pointed at Senna. "Whoever can refine him is the victor." The corpse catchers from Xiangxi and Maoshan lunged towards Senna simultaneously. "Stop, stop!" Senna's expression turned fearful as he hurriedly retreated. Soon, he was seized by both corpse refiners by his arms. "He is mine. Release him." "You are talking nonsense." The two corpse catchers struggled fiercely, unwilling to let go. Senna felt as though he would be torn apart, screaming in agony. The golden-haired man and the people from the old country wanted to intervene. However, considering the referee and Apos' directive, they dared not speak. With the score already at 0-9, if the referee became enraged, would it not become 0-10? Moments later, the two corpse catchers, in their fervor, accidentally tore Senna apart. One half was thrown into the furnace, while the other was cast into the 8 trigrams array. In an instant, he was reduced to ash, leaving not a trace behind. The Dragon Nation had triumphed over the formidable old country, a feat too incredible to believe. Spirits emerged endlessly from Lucio. How could the Dragon Nation have produced such a monster? This victory had been somewhat opportunistic. He would not be so fortunate next time. The audience from various nations began to discuss once more. Seeing Senna's demise, the referee announced, "The Dragon Nation has won its first battle." With a challenge score of 1 o'clock, Lucio has slain his opponent, receiving an additional peace token. At midnight, the second match would commence. The Dragon Nation's first victory had ignited a fervor of morale from top to bottom. Whether among the crowd or the citizens scrolling their phones, everyone was brimming with energy. On the streets, news spread, and joy overflowed. In a classroom at a certain school, teachers and students united in chant, "The Dragon Nation is mighty. Lucio shall surely win." At the Ghost Spirit Arena, The golden-haired man clenched his fists, filled with resentment and unwillingness, declaring, Dragon Nation, you shall inevitably pay the price. The super-awakened beings, crafted at great expense, had been so easily refined. It pained him to think of it. All blame lay with Kamayama Nishai's. He would seek retribution. Kamayama. Soon, he confronted Kamayama Nishai's, seizing him by the collar. You have caused our score to plummet to 0-9. How do you intend to compensate us? Well, Kamayama Nishai's feigned difficulty. I still have Lu Chio and Appo's mother in my possession. You may exchange her for the Dragon Nation and Appo's peace token. Consider it. In the Dragon Nation and Appo's championship battle, Lu Chio is crucial. They would never allow anything to happen to his mother and would surely hand over the peace token. If the golden-haired man could indeed exchange for the peace token, it would be akin to aiding him. Then, he could directly pledge allegiance, avoiding the fate of Harakiri. Get lost. Bam. The golden-haired man struck him in the eye. If the referee finds out, we would be obliterated. Do you wish to lead us to our doom? Kamayama Nishai's covered his swollen eye. You think of everything. What shall we do now? It is not we. It is you who must figure this out. The golden-haired man, fearing for his own safety, turned to leave. Do not mention my presence. Let us return to business. He gathered the officials of various nations for a video conference to devise a plan to undermine the Dragon Nation. With gritted teeth, Kamayama Nishai's declared, if you will not go, I shall go myself. If I can exchange Lu Chio's mother for the peace token, it would be tantamount to an achievement. With an achievement, he could likely preserve his own life. With this thought, he shouted, bring Lu Chio's mother to me. Oh no. At that moment, a panicked individual from the old country rushed in. That fatso, Jinjungza, knocked out the guards and rescued Lu Chio and Appo's mother. Kamayama Nishai's felt overwhelmed. Seizing the individual by the collar, quickly, go retrieve her. With a grim expression, the man replied, they have all entered the Dragon Nation and Appo's resting area. It cannot be retrieved. It and Appo's over. Kamayama Nishai's and Appo's face was filled with despair. The old lady was indeed a lifeline. What a calamity this has become. After a moment of contemplation, he declared resolutely, notify the Awakening Corps, and let us proceed to the Dragon Kingdom and Appo's rest area to seize individuals and commandeer the orders. That will not be necessary. A chilling voice interrupted. Immediately, a dozen individuals from the Sun Country stormed in. One of them coldly remarked, you, who bring disaster upon your nation, have been stripped of all your positions and hold no authority to issue any commands. The higher-ups have determined that you are unworthy of seppuku. You are sentenced to the most severe punishment, dismemberment. With a swift motion, the group unsheathed their samurai swords in unison. Kadeta, second lieutenant, trembled, feeling a warmth in his trousers. And no, please. Chapter 13. The emergence of the Black Mountain Old Demon, terrifying Jones on that night. The moon shone brightly amidst a sparse, starry sky. Lu Chio lay in bed, contemplating the recent events. Upon returning to the resting area, he learned that not only had his father been captured, but his mother had also fallen victim. The actions of the Neon Nation and the Old American Nation were utterly despicable. Fortunately, Jinjingza was astute enough to rescue his mother. However, the parents of this realm Lu Chio felt foreign, leading to an uncomfortable sense of disconnection whenever he interacted with them. After exchanging a few words, he had Wei Jinxing escort them to the military district. One must acknowledge the old man's remarkable resolve. Despite his age, he remained unwavering in his commitment to the greater good of the nation, demonstrating a fortitude that earned him deep respect even from the commander of the awakening army. Suddenly, the ringing of a mobile phone disrupted his thoughts. Noticing an unfamiliar number, he answered, hello, who is this? Is this Mr. Lu Chio? A foreign man's voice resonated from the other end. Lu Chio felt perplexed. He had no acquaintances abroad. Before he could inquire further, the caller introduced himself. I am Jones, the representative of the Ghost Spirit platform from the Eagle Nation. Jones. Lu Chio and Appo's confusion deepened. What do you want? Jones stated bluntly. I am here to save your life. Not necessary, goodbye. Lu Chio, disinterested in his ramblings, attempted to terminate the call. Wait, Jones hurriedly urged him not to hang up. Just now, the president of the Old American Nation convened a meeting with the leaders of 9 nations, including the Romantic Nation, the Stick Nation, and the Beer Nation, among others, including us from the Eagle Nation. We have reached a consensus. You will draw lots to battle against us. At midnight tonight, you will face our representative from the Eagle Nation. There is no undefeated champion on the Ghost Spirit platform. You are destined to lose tonight. However, I can offer you a path to survival. During the match, deliberately lose and come to develop in our Eagle Nation. What the Dragon Nation can provide, we can also offer. What the Dragon Nation cannot provide, we can still give you. As for the people of the Dragon Nation, they are of no concern to you. Their fate is irrelevant. Stop right there. Lucio could no longer tolerate Jones's words. Our Dragon Chapter 14, The Black Mountain Old Demon vs. The Vampire Count. On stage, Charles was engulfed in fury. Just moments ago, he had arrogantly threatened Lucio with surrender, convinced of his imminent victory and dismissive of his opponent. Yet, to his utter astonishment, the moment Lucio's spirit emerged, it instilled fear in him. This was infuriating. In a fit of rage, he snapped his fingers, summoning forth a horde of crows that appeared as if conjured from thin air, swirling around him like a tempest. In no time, the crows coalesced into a tall, blond man with deep-set eyes and sharply defined features, exuding an air of noble sophistication. Clad in a tailcoat, his skin was as pale as porcelain, suggesting a life spent shunning the sun, radiating a chilling and enigmatic aura. The noble among vampires, the Dark Knight Count. Tremble, people of the Dragon Nation. He commanded with a pointed finger, kill them. The Dark Knight Count tilted his neck and leapt forward, transforming into a swarm of crows aimed at the Black Mountain Old Demon. However, just as he approached, he abruptly altered his target, hurtling towards Lucio at breakneck speed. It was over. An audience member proclaimed the match concluded. This vampire possessed a high intellect. Upon encountering a formidable spirit, he would first target the awakened. If the awakened fell, so too would the summoned spirits. In previous bouts, the Count had secured victory using this very tactic. In the blink of an eye, the Count had assumed human form and sunk his fangs into Lucio's neck. His razor-sharp teeth seemed capable of shattering any living being. Lucio had been dispatched in an instant, and laughter erupted from the audience, mocking his spirit's failure to react in time. He deserved it, they jeered. But the next moment, the Count released his grip. Ugh, what is this, Wood? How revolting. He spat. Who has a toothbrush and toothpaste? I need to clean my mouth. Lucio chuckled. Summoning the Black Mountain Old Demon had imbued him with its characteristics, rendering his body wooden. The Count had not only failed to draw blood, but was left with a mouthful of bark, causing him to retch. How dare a mere mortal mock me? I'll twist your head off and see if you still laugh. The Count glared menacingly at Lucio, ready to strike again. But before he could act, a barrage of sharp branches pierced through him. The Count leapt high, clutching his backside. As a vampire, he was unfazed by such attacks. Yet one branch had penetrated from below. In front of such a crowd, it was utterly humiliating. To escape the disgraceful entanglement, he transformed once more into a flock of crows. Countless branches whipped through the air, piercing the multitude of crows. The Black Mountain Old Demon appeared to be prepared, unleashing an overwhelming number of branches with astonishing speed and precision, ensuring not a single crow escaped, anchoring them firmly in midair. No matter how the Count attempted to shift form, he could not break free from the bindings. Charles, now alarmed, shouted, Lucio, command your spirit to cease. Or else. But his words were cut short as vine-like tendrils ensnared him. No matter how he struggled, he could not free himself. The tendrils constricted, embedding themselves into his flesh and even breaking his bones. The agony made him want to scream, yet he found himself voiceless. Not only had he lost control of his body, but his essence was rapidly being drained away. The Count suffered a semi-repeated incidents of instability have resulted in grievous casualties. The most recent episode nearly annihilated an entire metropolis. Mr. President, you have absolutely no cause for concern on this matter. We have developed a booster shot. This will not only enable the host to exert superior control over Sadako, but also optimize her combat capabilities. No matter how diverse and unpredictable Lucio's specters may be, they cannot triumph over an enhanced Sadako. The Dragon Kingdom is destined to be defeated. Chapter 15. The Encounter of the Mountain Village Jinzi and the 10 Kings of Hell. The Battle for Supremacy. Round 3. The representative from Long Kingdom is none other than the formidable war dragon, Lucio. His opponent is the awakened being from the Sun Country, the dreadfully terrifying Jinzi of the Mountain Village, known as Yukohiyi. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the competitors from both nations. As Lucio glanced at the time, he realized he ought to present his watch to the referee. They had agreed on a start time of 8:30. Yet this time the event had commenced an hour and a half early. Clearly, there was an issue with the referee's timepiece. A 2S apparition, Jinzi of the Mountain Village? a malevolent spirit that nearly obliterated an entire city. The arena lacks protective barriers. If it spirals out of control, it would be catastrophic. What need have we for a referee? They are indifferent to our fates. The one in peril is Lucio. If death is to come, it shall be he who meets it first. Jinzi is prone to losing control. The awakened team must prepare to safeguard our citizenry. As Lucio and Zuko He stepped into the vast, empty arena amidst murmurs and speculations, the referee, upon confirming their readiness, struck a gong to signal the commencement of the match. Long Kingdom contestant, please hold on. Zuko He stammered, his expression one of panic, instinctively retreating 2 steps. What are you doing? Lucio inquired in astonishment. Zuko He, a middle-aged man with an unkempt beard, appeared utterly timid. It was astonishing that such a coward could awaken a 2S spirit. The Sun Country's spirits seemed to have no standards. Zuko He remained silent, producing a syringe filled with a potion and plunging it forcefully into his thigh. A strange sound escaped his lips, a mix of discomfort and pleasure. As he appeared to revel in the sensation, Lucio couldn't help but smile slightly. This individual from the Sun Country seemed to be indulging in a rather twisted form of self-pleasure. You have defeated my country, slaughtered our audience, and caused us to lose our minor nation. Zuko He and Appo's voice, once timid, now resonated with a deep, sinister tone. I shall flay your skin, extract your tendons, tear your soul, and make you pay an excruciatingly painful price. His expression morphed into one of sheer malice, his eyes ablaze with a wild hatred. You shall die in the depths of fear and anguish. Jinzi will beneath their feet. The underworld was shrouded in ominous clouds, surging like turbulent seas. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Sadako merely sought to evoke a terrifying ambience, one that was suffocatingly dreadful. Yet, these beings possessed not only a horror that transcended life and death, but also an air of sanctity and majesty. The dread conjured by Sadako appeared trivial in comparison. A mere drop in the ocean before them. They seemed to be the mightiest judges in existence, embodying absolute authority. In their presence, all things in the world appeared diminutive, as insignificant as dust. Did she summon so many again? ISN and AMP. AMP. Appo's, T the Dragon Country and AMP. AMP. Appo's. Horror culture supposed to be lacking? How can there be such a majestic specter? Sadako seems petrified with dread. But alas, ghosts do not possess the faculty of urination. The spectators from various nations, initially astounded, began to dissect the spectacle. The 10 kings of hell, while formidable, exuded an aura of propriety, suggesting they would not indiscriminately slaughter innocents, unlike Sadako, who appeared deranged, a veritable lunatic. The disparity in their stature was palpable. The Dragon Country's grand specters possessed a certain gravitas, unlike some lesser phantoms, which, however ferocious, could not attain such eminence. Ahem. On the dais, Lucio cleared his throat. Sadako of the land of the rising sun, for her wanton disregard for human life, stands accused of heinous crimes. I implore the 10 kings of hell to meticulously investigate and bring her to justice, as a deterrent to others. The assembled dignitaries from various nations collectively broke into a cold sweat. Previously, 2 specters from the land of the rising sun had been either betrothed or apprehended. What was Lucio planning today? To try Sadako as a criminal. Could the most formidable 2S-ranked specter of the land of the rising sun truly be subjected to a trial? King Jiang of Chu and AMP. Appo's countenance darkened. Island nation Sadako. Kneel and face judgment. His voice, like muffled thunder, nearly shattered Sadako's ethereal form. Sadako, on the verge of utter terror, dared not kneel for judgment. With a shudder, she transformed into a fleeting phantom, attempting to escape. Where do you think you're going? King Bianqing extended his hand. Heaven's net. A colossal net, shimmering with an arcane luminescence, unfurled from King Bianqing and Appo's grasp, rapidly expanding to engulf the majority of the specter platform. The instant Sadako and Appo's phantom touched the net, she was violently repelled. Sadako, upon landing, lunged outward once more, only to be rebounded again. She darted left and right, each attempt proving futile, leaving her disheveled and bedraggled. Humph, King Taishan scoffed. To think you could escape before us? King Song of Chu glared. Insolent spirit, daring to act presumptuously before us. King Wuguan bellowed. Surrender forthwith and spare yourself further torment. Trapped within the net, unable to escape, Sadako emitted a piercing shriek. King Yama declared sternly, cease your futile resistance. Today marks your day of reckoning. Submit to judgment. and perhaps a fragment of your soul may be spared. King Taishan's voice boomed like a resounding bell. King Du Shi intoned, unrepentant, your transgression is compounded. King Pingdang stepped forward. Spare her no further words. Escort her directly to the netherworld for judgment. King Zhuanluan waved his hand. Take her away. King Qingguang stated indifferently. A mere island nation fiend is unworthy of entering our Chinese netherworld. Let us conduct a public trial here. King Jiang of Chu nodded slightly. King Bianqing, retract the net. The 10 kings of hell spoke with voices like muffled thunder, each more imposing than the last. At King Bianqing's command, the net, shimmering with an eerie light, rapidly contracted. Sadako struggled desperately, her hands flailing wildly. Each touch of the net elicited a harrowing shriek, a spectral lament that sent shivers down the spine. The net, as if woven from endless darkness and dread, defied her every attempt to break free. Her face contorted in agony, her eyes filled with despair and resignation. A mere vengeful spirit, burdened with such profound resentment. Let us delve into the experiences that have shaped you. King Pingdang gestured towards Sadako from afar. Sadako stiffened, immediately losing her ability to move, ceasing her struggles. Allow me. King Du Shi eagerly interjected, sketching a screen with a casual flourish. As if rending the fabric of space or opening a portal to another realm. The screen displayed a location, the land of the rising sun, the center for supernatural research. Sadako, unconscious, was strapped to a bed, her body connected to numerous data cables, surrounded by research physicians. A land of the rising sun national in military attire inquired. How long until we can replicate Sadako and Appo's powers? Nearly there, progress at 71%. The individual monitoring the screen replied hastily. Sadako and Appo's powers merely conjure terrifying scenes. Our drug-induced enhancement has inflicted severe neurological damage. Continued replication risks inducing schizophrenia. Disregard her well-being, the mustachioed military man stated decisively. Success will shroud the world in terror, elevating us to godhood, the masters of the world. Ha ha ha. Damn, Sadako possessed supernatural abilities in life. The land of the rising sun sought to replicate her powers to dominate the world. The land of the rising sun nationals, what audacious ambitions. Despicable. They are devoid of humanity. Upon learning the truth, spectators from various nations condemned the land of the rising sun nationals. The land of the rising sun nationals present were visibly discomfited by the censure. To have their misdeeds and ambitions exposed before the world was deeply humiliating. Success. Success. Progress complete. A voice on the screen exclaimed in elation. Another handed a videotape to the military man, informing him, this contains the replicated powers. Anyone who views it will die in terror within 7 days. Yoshi, the military man and Appo's eyes burned with fervor. Let us first experiment on our own populace to determine if they can be frightened to death. What? Experimenting on their own people? They are utterly depraved. Now I comprehend the repugnant nature of the land of the rising sun nationals. Disregarding Sadako and Appo's life, disregarding the lives of their own people, what manner of nation is this? Such an inhuman nation should not exist. The audience from various nations was filled with righteous indignation. The land of the rising sun nationals, subjected to such scorn. Returning action. In particular, the newly appointed Kamada Sansaku and several other leaders were flushed with shame, wringing their hands in consternation. The exposure of such scandals threatened to unravel diplomatic relations. The screen shifted. Sadako, they transformed you into a monster, causing you to indiscriminately slay innocents. I cannot permit you to continue. Forgive me, father. Forgive me. A middle-aged man, with a heavy heart, swung a blade at Sadako, then cast her into a desolate well. Father, save me. I am afraid. Save me. From within the well, Sadako, not yet deceased, cried out desperately, attempting to climb out. Her father, tears streaming down his face, covered his ears. Days later, Sadako breathed her last. Overwhelmed by resentment and fear, she transformed into a vengeful specter, indiscriminately slaughtering innocent civilians through electrical screens and other devices. The screen flashed repeatedly, each flicker representing a land of the rising sun, national slain by Sadako, their deaths gruesome, their faces frozen in terror. Humph! King Du Shi dispelled the screen. Though you are a pitiable being, vengeance should be directed at the guilty. What justification is there for indiscriminate slaughter? King Zhuanluan shook his head in resignation. Good and evil receive their due. Had she been virtuous, she would not have suffered such a cruel fate. It is the consequence of her past transgressions. King Yama, his face flushed with anger, demanded, "Are the nether regions of the land of the rising sun paralyzed, allowing such a fiend to ravage the mortal realm?" King Qingguang stated, "Sadako, though you are unworthy of entering our Chinese netherworld, we will not permit you to continue your indiscriminate slaughter." King Taishan declared, "If the land of the rising sun's underworld cannot control you, the dragon country's underworld shall." King Song of Chu proclaimed, "Confine her within the netherworld. Cast her into the abyss." As King Song of Chu spoke, for netherworld constables materialized, clad in black armor, wielding soul-binding chains, their faces grim, radiating an aura of chilling dread. Chapter 17. Once entering the underworld, there are decisions to be made in a moment of desperation. Pigmouth and Wild knelt down, prostrating themselves as they implored, "Please, spare Sadako. I am bowing to you." Thud, thud. A series of head knocks echoed against the ground. The Japanese onlookers appeared grave, their faces ashen. As awakened beings, to kneel publicly was a profound humiliation. How could they allow players from other nations to kneel before them? When had Japanese players ever prostrated themselves? Mizukata Sanzu, filled with indignation, seized the microphone and declared, "Pigmouth and Wild, I command you, die in battle. Do not beg for mercy, especially not from the Dragon Kingdom. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are cowards, they are worthless. We are a nation of ideals, venerating only the brave. How can we bow to the timid? Lucio, Sadako has already been defeated. She is so pitiful, release her immediately. Even cowards should empathize with the weak and respect life." Wei Zhenxing and the others were left dumbfounded. What was he thinking? He forbade bowing to Lucio while calling Lucio a coward, yet demanded that Lucio release Sadako. How brainless and shameless could one be to utter such words? Outrageous. Bien Chenwang and Appo's imposing aura radiated. This insignificant Japanese dares to underestimate our mighty Dragon Kingdom? Yama, take him away as well. Understood. Ayama responded, his wrist flicking as a soul-binding chain shot through the air towards Mizukata Sanzu. The chain glimmered with an eerie cold light, extending indefinitely and producing a chilling clang. Wait. Mizukata Sanzu panicked, waving his hands in retreat. Yet it was futile. He was soon ensnared tightly. Simultaneously, Sadako, along with Pigmouth and Wild, were also bound by the chains of other Yamato spirits, rendered immobile. One of the spirits, devoid of emotion, intoned, "Do not struggle, once entering the underworld. There are decisions to be made." The spirits escorted the two and the ghost, their forms gradually fading into the distance. Is this for real? Mizukata Sanzu just took office and has named Appo's. Tea even lasted a day before it all ends? Even faster than Mizukata Daisuke and Nishizawa. The ghostly beings, the awakened, and their leaders had all been captured. It seemed they had expended all their efforts this time. It felt as though Lucio was systematically dismantling them. It was only right to dismantle them. They were less than beasts and deserved to perish. They harbored the delusion of ruling the world through terror. How absurd. That was their ideal. As the ambitions and scandals of Japan were laid bare, the spectators from various nations no longer supported them. In an instant, they were perceived as enemies, and voices rose against them. Last night, I suggested that our country should enter the fray, yet Japan refused. Look at the consequences. A missed opportunity. Japan had proven to be inept, causing harm to themselves and others. The audience from Japan exhibited a myriad of emotions, their faces alternating between fury and shame. Not only had they faced 3 consecutive defeats to the Dragon Kingdom, but they had also publicly embarrassed themselves, tarnishing their image and incurring the wrath of nations worldwide. This was truly tragic. Lucio was undoubtedly deliberate in his actions. He intentionally orchestrated their humiliation. His conscience was utterly corrupt. Even Sadako, so pitiable, was not spared. He was a ruthless demon. The audience from Japan placed all the blame squarely on Lucio, utterly oblivious to their own initial transgressions. Lucio furrowed his brow at their ignorance. Were these people truly devoid of reason? Previously, when they faced the Dragon Kingdom, they spared no lives and employed cruel methods to torment the awakened beings of the Dragon Kingdom to death. Who, then, was truly ruthless? Who was the demon here? Being too lenient with them was a mistake. The next time they encountered them, they would be exterminated without mercy. They must pay blood for blood, facing the appropriate consequences for their actions. What nonsense were those Japanese scoundrels spouting? How could they group together in such a manner? They nearly instilled fear across the globe, yet still had the audacity to complain. They discharged waste, nearly ruining the world, and had never admitted their faults nor apologized. Unrepentant and obstinate. Harboring hatred, the strength of this nation is utterly lacking, as evidenced by their repeated reliance on foreign competitors in previous contests. They have managed to evade scrutiny from other nations through flattery and sycophancy. In this alliance of 10 countries, they merely serve as filler. With a mere nod, they can engage in battle against the Dragon Nation. Should they triumph, they stand to gain rewards surpassing those of other nations. Armed with ample resources, they may yet aspire to become a dominant power. Furthermore, they could dispatch a transformed, awakened being akin to Senna, capable of summoning a sea of corpses. Even with 200 seconds, or even 2,000, it would be impossible for him to extinguish the flames. Chapter 18. The Rainforest Tree Spirit. Before long, the Golden Retriever encountered Oliver, the head of the Daring Nation. He directly expressed his intention to fight on behalf of their country against the Dragon Nation. Mr. President, why didn't Oppose to you mention this earlier? Oliver feigned surprise. We have already agreed that the Eagle Nation will represent us in the battle against the Dragon Nation. Upon hearing this, the Golden Retriever was filled with rage. You know very well that we are eager to fight for our country. How could you hand this opportunity over to the Eagle Nation? Oliver rolled his eyes in response. The Eagle Nation is also aware of your desire to fight for your country. Moreover, they are doing it without any financial gain, purely to avenge Jones, who was frightened to death. On the other hand, you demand a 20% reward, which is detrimental to us. Enough of this. The Golden Retriever slammed his palm onto the table, his eyes aflame. I don't and oppose. Take care what methods you employ. We must represent our nation in this battle. If you cannot make it happen, be prepared for sanctions. Well, fine then. Oliver, left with no choice, reluctantly picked up the phone. Shortly thereafter, James, the newly appointed head of the Eagle Nation's Spirit Platform, arrived. He nodded to Oliver before addressing the Golden Retriever. Mr. President, I understand your desire to engage in battle against the Dragon Nation, but we will not relinquish this opportunity. The Golden Retriever and Oppo's expression hardened. Do you have absolute confidence in your victory? Absolutely, James replied with unwavering certainty. A standard awakened spirit can only summon one ghostly entity. Lucio possesses our awakening data and understands our capabilities. Thus, no matter whom we send into the arena, he can summon a spirit that counters our combatants. However, our chosen awakened one possesses a 2S spirit and has never participated in a match. While Lucio has a diverse range of spirits, it would be nearly impossible for him to identify the one that counters us in such a short time. Our contestant can endure for 200 seconds without issue. James's confidence irked the Golden Retriever. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, does your spirit have a grasp on our Corp C strategy? Not at all. James maintained his assertive tone. If we lose, we will give you 100 billion dragon currency, but conversely, if we win, you must provide us with the same amount. Are you willing to wager? In a bid to avenge Lucio, James decided to take a gamble with the Golden Retriever, knowing he would never concede otherwise. Additionally, this move aimed to prevent the Daring Nation from triumphing over the Dragon Nation. The rationale was simple. It was not that the Daring Nation was great, but rather, it was formidable. The Golden Retriever did not rush to agree. Instead, he pondered, may I inquire as to what spirit you intend to summon? The 2S Headless High Priest. James declared proudly. Ha! The Golden Retriever laughed heartily. You're handing me 100 billion dragon currency for free. Thank you very much. The Corpse C cannot contend with Lucio, and your headless spirit is unlikely to secure a victory. After bidding farewell to James and Oliver, he promptly dialed Wei Jinxing's number. Mr. Wei, this is Tang Pu. It's you. Wei Jinxing replied, somewhat surprised. What can I do for you? Would you like to learn about the terrifying spirit you will soon face? The Golden Retriever and Oppo's words left his secretary momentarily stunned. No way. He's going to betray the Eagle Nation. Wei Jinxing replied nonchalantly. You wouldn't engage in anything without benefit. Speak up. What do you want? Indeed, Mr. Wei is a clever man. The Golden Retriever mused, teasing his secretary's waist. To be straightforward, I desire the truce token you possess. Certainly. Wei Jinxing agreed without hesitation. As long as what you say is true, after the match, regardless of whether our Dragon Nation wins or loses, we will hand over the truce token to you. If you doubt it, we can put it in writing. No need, the Golden Retriever interrupted. The people of the Dragon Nation are trustworthy. I wouldn't dare ask for a written agreement. A written contract would only create loopholes that could be discovered. The Eagle Nation would fight on behalf of the Dairy Nation, wielding the Headless High Priest, a 2S spirit. Haraha. After concluding the call, the Golden Retriever laughed heartily. A single phone call had earned him 100 billion dragon currency and a far more valuable truce token. Furthermore, the Eagle Nation was destined to fail, with an opportunity to defeat the Dragon Nation at hand. It was a trifecta of benefits, incredibly advantageous. Let the fourth round of the challenger match commence. Both competitors, please enter the arena. The referee, following the same procedure as before, initiated the match. As Lucio walked towards the stage, he muttered to himself, every time, they start early. The referee must either have a broken watch or be incredibly bored. It's infuriating. Soon, he stood atop the spirit platform, observing the Eagle Nation's competitor, a middle-aged man with bushy eyebrows, small eyes, and a large nose. His appearance was exceedingly unattractive, as if he had been poorly crafted. Evidently, their spirits were not particularly discerning. Lucio and Oppo's opponent was the formidable Harrison from the Eagle Nation. Given that time was limited to 200 seconds, the referee instructed Harrison to summon his spirit in advance. Harrison, not daring to defy the order, concentrated and called, "Tree Spirit, arise." Tree Spirit? Lucio and Oppo's expression was one of disbelief. Was and Oppo's your spirit supposed to be the Headless High Priest? How did it turn into a tree spirit? The Golden Retriever and Oppo's expression shifted to one of shock. It's over. I've been deceived by James. In his attempt for secrecy, he did not disclose the truth. Has he led the Dragon Nation into a trap? What will happen if the Dragon Nation finds out afterward? Suddenly, the spirit platform trembled violently. A massive mound of earth erupted in the center, as if something colossal were about to break through the surface. With a thunderous explosion, debris and dust flew in all directions. A gigantic figure swiftly emerged from the ground. As the dust settled, the onlookers gasped collectively. The spirit was an extraordinarily colossal tree. Its massive trunk occupied a significant portion of the spirit platform, while its lush foliage obscured the sky, blocking out all sunlight. The entire area lay shrouded in its shadow. The bark resembled rough, heavy armor, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Crowning the trunk was a colossal tree tumor, its deep grooves resembling the marks of time, emanating an ancient and powerful aura. This is my spirit, the rainforest tree spirit, ranked S. It lacks offensive capabilities but possesses an immense and iron-hard physique, with maximum defense and remarkable self-healing abilities. Harrison crossed his arms, exhibiting a hint of pride. Even a 3S grade spirit with overwhelming attack power would struggle to eliminate it within 200 seconds. The referee nodded slightly. The spirit was indeed formidable. Harrison, emboldened by the referee's acknowledgement, declared, Lucio, if there were no 200-second limit, you might have had a chance, but alas, you are destined to lose this round. The trunk occupies most of the spirit platform, towering hundreds of meters high. Who can possibly contend with that? Lucio conceded. Killing you will be my redemption. The Eagle Empire is bound to prevail. The citizens of the Eagle Nation erupted in exuberant shouts. Lucio revealed a gleaming smile, expressing disbelief that their Harrison could withstand more punishment than the forest spirits. Harrison appeared momentarily stunned, and his countenance darkened. The previously jubilant citizens of the Eagle Nation found their spirits dampened. If he commanded the spirits to directly assault Harrison, it would surely spell disaster. At that moment, the referee cleared his throat and proclaimed a new rule. No attacks on humans shall occur until the opposing spirits are vanquished. The referee and Oppo's wisdom was undeniable. Lucio, your cunning scheme shall not succeed. I am eager to see how you intend to claim victory. The citizens of the Eagle Nation again raised their voices in fervor, while the audience from their homeland joined in a chorus of fervent cries, urging, slay him, with the most brutal methods. Chapter 19. Thunder and lightning swiftly vanquished the tree spirit silence. The judge bellowed, silencing the boisterous spectators. Lucio, once you summon the spirit, the countdown will commence. Be aware, you have only 200 seconds. Exceeding this time will result in defeat. The judge reminded Lucio. How difficult could it be? I can simply summon a lumberjack. Lucio replied nonchalantly. Wu Gang, come forth and chop some wood. Wu Gang was far more adept at tree felling than the likes of Bald Chong. He had been tirelessly wielding his axe on the moon for millennia, felling divine trees without rest. Surely, such a seasoned lumberjack could vanquish a mere earthly tree spirit. Suddenly, a beam of intense light pierced through the dense foliage, landing beside Lucio and causing a violent disturbance. The spirit platform trembled, the rainforest tree spirit swayed, and soil and leaves cascaded down. As the brilliance faded, a towering figure appeared beside Lucio. It resembled a time-traveling Terminator, bare-chested and rising from a crouch. Muscles rippled like serpents, exuding an aura of power. He grasped a colossal axe, its blade glinting ominously, wide and sharp enough to cleave through anything. He glared at the rainforest tree spirit, declaring, "Another accursed tree demon." Without waiting for Lucio's command, Wu Gang swung his massive axe towards the tree spirit. Punished to chop wood before the Moon Palace, he was filled with rage at the sight of the tree before him. His gaze was cold, radiating an indomitable fury, as if he swore not to relent until the tree spirit was slain. The air around the axe crackled with energy, as if a divine being had unleashed its might. And the blade carved a vast arc of light, broader than the tree spirit's trunk, shattering the very fabric of space. A tempest erupted, debris swirling violently, sending the first few rows of spectators tumbling. The rainforest tree spirit, sensing the imminent danger, commanded its branch-like appendages to surge towards the axe's edge. However, upon contact, they disintegrated into dust, unable to withstand the overwhelming force. The axe's power seemed to embody the will of heaven and earth, obliterating everything in its path. With a thunderous roar, akin to the collapse of the cosmos, the ground shattered, wood splintered into the air, and dust billowed skyward in a display of monumental force. The iron-like trunk was cleaved in two and slowly toppled to the side. All present were left in stunned silence, their hair standing on end. The display of strength was astonishing, a terrifying force capable of annihilating any formidable spirit. What level of spirit had Lucio summoned? The colossal trunk crashed down, sending tremors through the surrounding space, stirring the dust as if it were boiling. Lucio couldn't help but shiver, although he was aware of Wu Gang's formidable power. He had not anticipated it would be this overwhelming. His relentless axe-wielding practice had truly paid off. This destructive capability was terrifying. After a moment of stunned silence, someone finally broke free from their shock. How could a single strike result in such a swift kill? That was an S-rank spirit with extraordinary defenses. What exactly did Lucio summon? A spirit or a deity? They marveled at the scene, realizing that only a mere 20 seconds had elapsed. Surely, the tree spirit from the Eagle Nation cannot be so weak. Harrison suddenly interjected, urging everyone to take a closer look at his spirit. The crowd shifted their focus back to the spirit platform, where numerous tinder sprouts were emerging. In no time, these sprouts grew into small trees, continuing to flourish with fervor. Ha! Harrison laughed heartily. As I previously mentioned, my tree spirit possesses remarkable regenerative abilities, which I failed to elaborate on. As long as a single branch or even a leaf remains, it cannot perish. Every fragment can take root, resulting in countless rainforest tree spirits. The more you kill, the more will arise. I wonder how the Dragon Nation intends to win. The audience's nerves began to fray. The more you kill, the more there are. This is absurd. Lucio, your time is up. You were so confident before. Let's see how you fare now. Victory belongs to our Eagle Nation. Surrender now. The spectators from the Eagle Nation reveled in their triumph. Though the Dragon Nation remained silent, they shared anxious glances, their hearts heavy for Lucio. With only 200 seconds left, how could he hope to triumph against such a creature? Lucio stood frozen, laughter echoing around him. Die, Lucio. Why not kneel and beg for mercy? If you refuse, we shall eliminate you. Remember your foes, Jones, Charles, and Count Dracula. Were they not all vanquished? Lucio is our enemy. We must show no mercy. The audience from the Sun Nation, fearful that Harrison would let Lucio off the hook, continued to incite the situation. On the spirit platform, Wu Gang gripped his axe tightly, as if harnessing all the power of the universe. Shaking his neck, he prepared to strike again. You cannot kill it. Do not waste your strength. Lucio decisively interrupted. Thunder and lightning, come swiftly. Drawing upon his knowledge of tree demons and similar spirits, he understood that they were most vulnerable to fire and lightning. Fire would be too slow, and time was of the essence. There was no choice but to summon thunder and lightning. As Lucio's command echoed, dark clouds surged in the sky, plunging the world into an ominous twilight. It was as though an endless abyss was descending, ready to consume all. A fierce wind howled, tearing through everything, as if the very heavens were lamenting, seeking to plunge all into chaos. Suddenly, thunder roared, and lightning crackled in abundance, filling the air. The deafening thunder seemed capable of shattering the heavens and reversing the cosmos. Amid this cataclysmic spectacle, thunder and lightning emerged with sublime authority, standing tall upon the clouds, their expressions grave. Thunder's physique was imposing, with fiery red hair that resembled blazing flames. His eyes sparkled with a chilling brilliance, as if they could pierce through the depths of the abyss. Clutching an enormous thunder hammer, adorned with intertwining bolts of lightning, it shone with a dazzling glow, embodying a torrent of thunderous power that could obliterate stars and rend the void. Electric Mother was graceful yet fierce, her beauty cold and solemn, radiating an aura of righteousness. Draped in a flowing purple robe that billowed in the wind, her train danced like a serpent. In her hands, she wielded 2 mirrors, their light pulsating with each flicker, as if reflecting the cycle of life and death. Wherever they traversed, lightning wove a dazzling net, illuminating the dim sky. The overwhelming pressure surged like a tidal wave, leaving the audience in a state of trepidation, silenced by awe. This pair appeared more formidable than even the lumberjack, leaving everyone to wonder what further secrets Lucio held. Even the regenerating rainforest tree spirit trembled in fear. Time was of the essence, and Lucio dared not delay. He called out, "Thunder and lightning." Swiftly vanquished the tree spirit. The thunder god and Apos' eyes blazed with fury as he slowly raised his hammer. In the vast firmament, thunderclouds surged and roiled like a stampede of wild horses. Lightning crackled around the hammer, its radiant light blinding. "Descend," the thunder god bellowed, his voice resonating like a great bell, echoing across the heavens and earth. The hammer crashed down with irresistible force. Instantly, a colossal bolt of lightning, thicker than a mountain, descended with divine might, tearing through the void with overwhelming power. Like a beam of judgment from ancient times, it carried an inviolable celestial authority, striking directly below. Wherever it passed, space collapsed, and primordial chaos spilled forth. Simultaneously, the lightning mother brandished her lightning mirror, its resplendent light erupting into countless dense and sharp lightning bolts, showering down like a torrential rain. Each bolt was like a sword, and together they formed a vast net of lightning, enveloping the entire Ghost Spirit platform. In an instant, the Ghost Spirit platform transformed into a forbidden zone of lightning. The rampant electricity seemed poised to obliterate everything. Mountains crumbled, rivers ceased to flow, and the world itself seemed on the verge of collapse. All that was sacred in the world appeared insignificant and fragile before such terrifying power. A group of tree demons, each thicker than a person, disintegrated and vanished upon contact with the lightning. The onlookers were collectively stunned, frozen like statues, gazing blankly at the scene before them. The Thunder God and Lightning Mother and Apos' display was truly earth-shattering and soul-stirring. The Rainforest Tree Spirit and Apos' figure vanished without a trace. Even Wu Gang was frightened away. The entire Ghost Spirit platform was scorched black, emitting plumes of smoke, the air crackling with residual energy. Harrison was not spared, reduced to ashes on the spot. Only Lucio remained unscathed. He glanced at the time and remarked casually, "Just over 30 seconds. If I had known, I would have played around a bit longer." Played? Wei Zhenxing was taken aback. The globally anticipated Ghost Spirit platform contest had been reduced to mere play in his eyes. Yet, it seemed he genuinely was playing. The victory was too effortless. 2 consecutive instant kills of the Rainforest Tree Spirit, whose defense was off the charts. In a combined time of just over 30 seconds, what did this signify? Invincibility. Previously, they had believed his defeat was inevitable. Unexpectedly, he had once again created a miracle. Another instant kill. Was he summoning the Chinese version of Thor? The Dragon Kingdom's mythological civilization was powerful, terrifyingly so. While Lucio had won previous matches easily, there had been suspicions of trickery. This time, it was a direct, forceful obliteration, silencing those who questioned his abilities. He cheated by summoning a ghost spirit twice. He severely violated the rules by killing the ghost spirit before killing the person. Protest. This round cannot be counted as a win. Although it was not the Sun Self country that had been defeated, its people were even more vociferous than those of the Eagle country. The 4th match of the arena battle, Dragon Kingdom wins. The referee ignored the clamoring Sun Self country citizens and directly announced the result. The expressions of the shouting Sun Self country citizens were rather unsightly. Shouting so loudly was useless, making them look like clowns. How embarrassing. Humph. The great golden-haired one snorted. The Eagle country insisted on fighting, and what was the result? Eagle country, How are you like the Sun Self country, wasting another opportunity? If you had left the opportunity to us, could we have lost? Although there is no penalty for losing, you can and oppose. Just send your awakened ones to die. The 100 billion dragon coin compensation from the bet must be paid in full. The old beautiful country and oppose. Citizens echoed. The eagle country and oppose. People flushed red with shame. Losing the match, losing an awakened one, compensating the old beautiful country 100 million dragon coins, and being criticized. What was going on? Mr. Trump. At this moment, Wei Jinxing stood up with a microphone. The information you sold us was incorrect. The ghost spirit the eagle country sent was not the headless great cult master. The agreement between us is null and void, right? The great golden-haired one rubbed his temples. Director Wei, I don't understand what you're talking about. If you don't understand, then listen to the recording. Wei Jinxing took out his phone, found the recording, and started playing it. To ensure everyone could hear clearly, he held the microphone close to the phone, maximizing the volume. Do you want to know what kind of terrifying existence you'll be dealing with next? You wouldn't do something without benefits, so speak. What do you want? The content of their conversation was played aloud, and the great golden-haired one covered his face in embarrassment, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. I understand. The old beautiful country betrayed the eagle country. But the eagle country was prepared and had a backup plan. I see. They're not brother countries, like real brothers. The old beautiful country probably did it for the 100 billion dragon coins. Although 100 billion dragon coins is a lot, they can and oppose, disregard the overall situation. I never thought there would be such a shameless president in the world. The spectators from various countries discussed, despising the great golden-haired one's despicable behavior. Yellow-haired old dog. James of the eagle country roared in anger. You betrayed us. Do you have any moral bottom line? I suggest expelling your eagle country from the 10 Nations Alliance. Yes. Expel them from the alliance. Someone immediately responded. Deprive them of the qualification to share the 100-fold reward. He also wants 100 billion dragon coins and a waiver of battle. He really knows how to calculate. How can we win with such a person in the team? Most of the previous failures were caused by them. The leaders and spectators from various countries were all dissatisfied. The great golden-haired one was forced to speak into the microphone. The eagle country does not have the ability to defeat the dragon kingdom. All I did was maximize our interests. Don't question me, because my thinking is beyond your comprehension. Have you forgotten who led you to glory? Go to hell. Someone immediately retorted, I only know that you can provoke disputes and lead us into war. The great golden-haired one gnashed his teeth in anger, convening a meeting to sanction them. Mr. Trump, at this moment, several blonde men strode over. One of them said sternly, you caused our country to have a record of 0 to 9, betrayed the alliance countries, and seriously damaged our country's image. The elders and senators have unanimously expressed their desire to impeach you. You are no longer the president and have no right to convene leaders. You have been sued and accused. Please come back with us to accept the investigation. The great golden-haired one opened his mouth, his expression frozen in shock. Seeing this, the blonde men supported him and left. Let me go. The great golden-haired one struggled frantically. You can't do this to me. I came to the scene in person. I am the most dedicated president. Serves you right. This person and oppose shameless behavior is outrageous. He takes despicable and vile behavior as a way of survival, and doesn't oppose know what shame is. For such a person to become the leader of the old beautiful country is simply a joke. The great golden-haired one left amidst a chorus of curses. Seeing that there was no more excitement to watch, the referee jumped out. The next match will be held on time at 1800 hours today. Except for the Dragon Kingdom. Participating countries can come to me in advance to draw bugs. There are 4 types of bugs. A. Attack power doubles from 2 to 10 times. B. Speed doubles from 2 to 10 times. C. Defense doubles from 2 to 10 times. D. Attack, speed, and defense each double from 2 to 10 times. Only 2 types of bugs can be drawn randomly, and the multiples are also random, depending on luck. The once jubilant citizens of Longwa found their spirits dampened in an instant. The bugs were so outrageous, allowing for 2 draws, it was utterly absurd. The mere thought of encountering a 4th variant, compounded with the previous ones, was too daunting to contemplate. On stage, Lucio's expression shifted as well. Having just concluded the 4th round, the conditions had become exceedingly stringent. The escalating difficulty raised concerns about the forthcoming matches. The audience from other nations displayed expressions of disbelief. Meanwhile, the representatives from the romantic nation were elated. Their awakened competitor, Olivier, rubbed his hands together eagerly, and inquired of the referee. Can we draw the bug now and commence the match immediately? The referee nodded slightly. Of course. Chapter 21. Revitalizing Huaxia. Steadfast progress. Are we about to commence the competition? How audacious is this individual? With the aid of bugs, they still deny the Dragon Kingdom's participants a moment of respite, shamelessly mirroring the actions of their own nation. This is profoundly unjust. Truly, it is. Some spectators from certain nations voiced their grievances on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom. They were captivated by Lu Qiuzhan's formidable prowess and began to reassess their stance towards the Dragon Kingdom, transforming their initial disdain into admiration and appreciation. Their outcry, however, became intolerable for the leaders of the Romantic Nation. Antoine, the overseer of the Spirit Platform, fearing damage to his nation's image, seized the microphone and declared, "Our Romantic Nation is a bastion of peace, justice, and remarkable inclusivity. We shall not exploit the vulnerabilities of others, nor shall we engage in premature conflict. To ensure the Dragon Kingdom and Appos, as participants have ample time to recuperate, we propose a postponement of the match until nightfall." The werewolves summoned by Olivier gained tremendous strength under the cloak of night. This strategy not only garners goodwill from international spectators, but also creates a more favorable competitive environment for Olivier, truly a dual victory. Thus, by your accord, the match shall be deferred until the depths of night. However, the referee's tone shifted, considering the commendable performance of the Romantic Nation. An additional opportunity to draw a bug shall be bestowed upon you. Olivier nearly erupted into laughter. On stage, Lu Qiuzhan exclaimed in frustration, "Referee, do you deem this equitable?" "Equitable?" The referee replied with a slight frown. "This world is inherently devoid of fairness. What fairness exists here? For instance, your ability to summon various formidable spirits. Does that seem fair to other awakened beings?" Lu Qiuzhan's lips tightened, rendered speechless. The Romantic Nation is permitted to select 3 bugs. The Dragon Kingdom faces dire straits. Oh joy, how delightful! I shall set off firecrackers to celebrate the downfall of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom is destined for defeat. The populace shall suffer. The audience from the Sun Country reveled in schadenfreude, shouting with glee. Lu Qiuzhan's expression darkened. "Thunderlord, strike them down." Thunderlord raised the thunder hammer once more, its electric aura swirling, radiating brilliance and crackling ominously, as if preparing to unleash a cataclysmic blow. What are you planning to do?" The raucous audience from the Sun Country suddenly fell silent. "Strike!" Thunderlord bellowed. In tandem, the Thunder Mother wielded her mirror, unleashing a torrent of electricity that intertwined with Thunder Lord and Appos' lightning, composing a symphony of destruction. The fusion of these forces signified both rebirth and obliteration. With a resounding boom, the sky turned a stark white. Hundreds of spectators from the Sun Country were reduced to ash, under the might of the thunder and lightning. Their insignificance rendered them less than mere ants. The onlookers were left in utter astonishment. Lu Qiuzhan had slain 500 or 600 individuals from the Sun Country. How ruthless! By heavens! The Dragon Kingdom and Appos' fool has slain our citizens. He is merciless. This marks the 2nd time. Baka, revoke his competition qualification. The citizens of the Sun Country, witnessing their compatriots fall, erupted in indignation. Lu Qiuzhan's countenance darkened. "You are unmindful. Strike again." Boom. Another thunderclap descended, claiming hundreds more from the Sun Country. This time, the spectators dared not voice their outrage. They stared wide-eyed, all vile words suppressed within. Lu Qiuzhan was indeed a man of lethal intent. The United States murmured. The Dragon Kingdom and Appos' contestant is a madman. Do not provoke him. The Romantic Nation asserted, the Dragon Kingdom must not be insulted. The Sun Country declared, "We shall remember this grievance." Lu Qiuzhan scoffed, "You ravaged our land, committing atrocities and enacting the 3 policies of devastation. My slaying of your kind, who merely bellow, is of little consequence. The heinous crimes you have committed will inevitably face judgment. The Dragon Kingdom is stepping onto the world stage with a new demeanor and unprecedented allure. We shall surely shine ever more brilliantly." Raising his fist toward the audience of the Dragon Kingdom, he proclaimed, "Remember history. Never forget our national humiliation. Let us revitalize Huaxia and forge ahead with determination. Revitalize Huaxia, forge ahead with determination." In that moment, a fervent flame ignited in the hearts of every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, a flame capable of dispelling the darkness. Their impassioned voices drowned out all else. The leaders of the Sun Country felt a chill run down their spines. The Dragon Kingdom stood united, remembering their history and remaining true to their origins. This boded ill. Even Thunder Lord and Thunder Mother joined in the fervent cries. How terrifying. Once the clamor of the Dragon Kingdom subsided, the referee spoke again. In light of the extraordinary performance of the Dragon Kingdom contestant, a portion of the host nation's rewards shall be granted forthwith. Henceforth, the mythological civilization of the Dragon Kingdom shall revive, and the level of awakened spirits shall increase by 1. Is this for real? The match is not yet concluded, and rewards are being granted early? The audience erupted in excitement. The enhancement of the spirit levels was immensely desirable. The revival of mythology could elevate the Dragon Kingdom to a great power. This is unjust. I protest. Opposition, strong opposition. The crowd roared in discontent. Humph. The referee retorted coldly, your protests are futile. With a limit of 200 seconds and various bugs in play, why did you not protest then? Upon hearing the referee's words, the spectators of the Dragon Kingdom displayed expressions of exhilaration, regardless of whether one was yet to awaken or had already done so. The increase of spirit levels was an extraordinary boon. Such a remarkable reward would be monumental once Lu Qiuzhan concluded all matches and claimed the title. Wouldn't that be utterly astonishing? Wei Zhenxing could no longer contain his excitement. Quick, inform the media, spread the news. Let our people know what fortune our Dragon Knight Lu Qiuzhan has brought us. In that moment, a realization dawned upon me. The moon belongs to the Dragon Kingdom. Chang'e has resided there for thousands of years. If it is not ours, then whose is it? The sun, too, belongs to the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, how could the descendants shoot down the sun, demanding reparations from other nations? The heavens are ours as well. Nuwa mending the sky is akin to repairing one's own roof. The entire Milky Way belongs to the Dragon Kingdom. It is the rendezvous point for Cowherd and Weaver Girl. Indeed, they merely meet for a date. It is impossible for them to venture abroad. The sun and moon cast their light upon Huaxia. All that is within sight belongs to the land of the Han. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom suddenly grasped many myths and gained profound insights. Captain Chun and Appo's S-A-level spirit ascended to S-level. Haizi's S-A-level spirit upgraded to S. The members of the awakened team were overjoyed. The spirits had indeed been elevated. This was an extraordinary blessing. Sighing, Wei Zhenxing remarked, the upcoming matches will be exceedingly difficult. I hope Lu Qiuzhan can endure. Nearby, the expressions of several individuals froze. One voiced, I believe in our Commander Lu. As night fell, with the bright moon shining high and stars twinkling brightly, Lu Qiuzhan stood upon the spirit platform, welcoming the gentle caress of the breeze. Olivier from the Romantic Nation, with a bemused smile, regarded him. I have drawn 5 times the A attributes, 8 times the C attributes, and 6 times the D attributes. Do you still wish to contend with me? D represents attack, speed, and defense. With all attributes multiplied by 6, combined with 8 times C and 5 times A, it would be nearly impossible to lose. Olivier, his face brimming with pride, continued, in our land of romance, we hold life in the highest regard. Therefore, I shall grant you the opportunity to surrender, provided you compensate us with 100 billion dragon coins. Chapter 22. The Arrival of the 4 Divine Beasts. The werewolf, subdued Lu Qiu, rolled his eyes in exasperation. I do not possess such wealth to compensate you. Summon the spirits instead. 200 billion. How audacious. Then do not blame me, Olivier said, shaking his neck, his eyes glimmering with an eerie crimson light, deep and fervent. A series of sharp cracking sounds echoed as his bones seemed to grow. Hair erupted from his pores at a visible pace, enveloping his body like a thick, formidable armor. His visage contorted grotesquely, revealing fangs that glinted like sharp daggers, radiating a chilling luminescence. What is happening? Lu Qiu was bewildered. Wasn't he supposed to summon a werewolf? Why was he undergoing the transformation himself? His muscles swelled, straining against his clothing until it tore apart. His nails elongated into sharp claws, glimmering with a malevolent glow, reminiscent of a demon's talons. His spine arched, his entire form adopting a bizarre, bow-like posture, exuding an aura of destruction akin to an ancient fiend. The audience was equally perplexed. What was happening to Olivier? Why was he becoming a werewolf? Could it be that his summoning resulted in his own possession by the werewolf spirit? A deep, guttural roar emanated from Olivier as he completed his transformation. His head tilted back, howling at the moon, the sound echoing like an ancient curse. His formidable and fierce physique, bathed in moonlight, resembled an insurmountable mountain, radiating wildness and ferocity that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Olivier examined his hands, having deliberately allowed the werewolf to bite him to enhance his combat prowess through assimilation. Lucio's lips involuntarily twitched. This fellow had truly transformed himself into a werewolf. How ruthless. With a mere thought, Olivier caused the space before him to warp, as if an invisible hand was tearing at a canvas, creating a deep rift. A towering werewolf emerged from the fissure, its sharp claws resembling curved blades, leaving deep impressions in the ground with each step. Its blood-red eyes brimmed with primal ferocity. Fixated on Lucio, saliva dripped from its maw, fangs interlocking, exuding a sinister glint. Its muscles were pronounced, each contour as sharp as if carved from stone. With each breath, it resonated like thunder within its chest, emanating an aura of brutality that appeared even more formidable than Olivier. 2S class, quite impressive. The judge seemed satisfied. Lucio, your time remains limited to 200 seconds. The countdown commenced upon your summoning of the spirits. Olivier, Lucio smirked. Are you surprised that you must face 2 werewolves? Are 2 too many? Lucio replied with a charming smile. You 2 are to contend with the 4 divine beasts. Surely that is quite astonishing. With that, he snapped his fingers. Qinglong, Baihu, Xuanwu, Zhuke arise. Wasn't he a werewolf? Didn't he have the advantage of a bug? Let us see how he would fare against the summoning of the 4 divine beasts. A resounding roar, capable of piercing gold and shattering stone, surged from the east. The crowd turned to behold a massive azure dragon, coiling and soaring toward them at breakneck speed. Its colossal form resembled a continuous mountain range, its eyes sparkling with golden light. The dragon's whiskers danced like sharp steel needles, and wherever it passed, storms brewed, and lightning followed. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar echoed from the west as the white tiger descended amidst swirling clouds. Its immense size rivaled mountains, its snow-white fur gleaming. Its eyes shone brightly in the dark, like twin lanterns. The tiger and Apos, S tail, thicker than ancient trees, swung with immense power, distorting the air as if it might collapse. To the south, the skies blazed crimson. The Zhuke resembled a flaming ball, akin to a burning meteor, illuminating the heavens. Wherever it flew, the earth cracked, rivers dried, and all was reduced to ash, as if it could incinerate the world. The Zhuke left a long trail of fire behind, reminiscent of an apocalyptic path that sent chills down the spines of onlookers. Finally, the ground trembled as the silhouette of the Xuanwu emerged from the north. Each step it took resonated like an earthquake. Towering like a colossal peak, its ironclad back bore ancient and mysterious runes, exuding an unsettling aura. The 4 divine beasts emerged simultaneously, transforming the heavens and the earth, causing the very void to tremble. They painted a breathtaking tableau, their auras intertwining, as if proclaiming the laws and order of the universe. The audience was left in a state of astonishment. Each beast, colossal and powerful, could crush a person with ease. The pressure emanating from Olivier and his werewolf was utterly negligible in comparison to these titans. The so-called bug advantage was rendered inconsequential, as they were not of the same caliber. These were the 4 divine beasts of the Dragon Kingdom, magnificent and imposing. Observing Olivier and his werewolf tremble in fear was a sight to behold. As the mythic civilization awakened, the audience from the Dragon Kingdom recognized the 4 divine beasts summoned by Lucio. I concede. Olivier, reverting from his transformed state, surrendered voluntarily. The summoned werewolf, terrified, lost all courage to resist. Facing even one of the ancient beasts was beyond its capabilities. The leaders of the romantic nation were disheartened, their heads buried in their hands. Having drawn 3 bugs, one of which was an all-attribute D, they had anticipated a surefire victory. Yet, before they could even make a move, they surrendered. The speed of their defeat had set a record. How humiliating. You surrender, yet I could still slay you, Lucio remarked, blinking innocently with a toothy grin. If you wish for mercy, 100 billion dragon coins shall suffice. 100 billion. Olivier felt as though the ground had fallen from beneath him. Just moments prior, he had not threatened Lucio. Now he had to yield to such a demand. He had unwittingly turned the tables on himself, a misstep that left him utterly humiliated. I do not possess such wealth, he stammered, swallowing hard. Then I must express my regrets. Lucio turned to the white tiger, licking its claws. Tiger brother, please deal with that werewolf. Wait, Antoine interjected, fearing Lucio's actions. Mr. Liu, may we negotiate? How about 50 billion dragon coins instead? The emergence of a double S-class awakener was exceedingly rare. akin to a strategic cornerstone for a nation, pivotal for its stature and influence. It was also a crucial force for safeguarding security. Thus, they needed to preserve Olivier at all costs. Lucio's expression turned stern. White Tiger, do not. Antoine waved his hand again. 100 billion it is. It will be transferred within 3 days. 3 days. Lucio frowned slightly. I have no patience to wait. Let us reconsider. Antoine gritted his teeth. 3 minutes will suffice. Agreed. Lucio finally relented. Captain Chun, please relay my account number to him. Of course, Captain Chun responded loudly. This romantic nation had resorted to remarkable measures. To safeguard their contestant, they were willing to part with 100 billion. Even if this match were to be held against a nation such as the Moldy Country, they would still face defeat. The Dragon Kingdom has risen. Their mythic civilization had begun to awaken. The strengthening of the nation was merely a matter of time. Will Lucio continue to prevail, establishing Longhua as the reigning champion? Not necessarily. The formidable four-beast combination he summoned to combat the werewolves likely signifies a depletion of suitable spirits at his disposal. As he approaches the limits of his strength, it is improbable he can sustain this for long. The judges are consistently escalating the difficulty, intent on preventing him from enduring until the end. Other nations will not idly witness Longhua and Apos' ascendancy. They will undoubtedly devise strategies to defeat him. As Antoine remitted funds to Lucio, spectators from various nations engaged in animated discussions. Moments later, Chun Guoyang announced through the microphone, Lucio, the money has been deposited into your account. Received? Lucio responded with a slight wave of his hand, signaling, you may disperse. The four ancient beasts took to the skies. Olivier's eyes darted with a sudden intensity as he instructed the werewolf, eliminate Lucio. With a fierce howl, the werewolf charged towards Lucio. In an instant, augmented by various advantages, it closed the distance, its razor-sharp claws slicing through the air, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. Chapter 23. Competition Mode 1v4. Antoine excitedly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, as long as we eliminate Lucio, the championship battle of Longhua will come to an end. What the hell? Lucio. Many from Longhua rose to their feet. Is there an ambush as well? This is intolerable. Wei Jinxing's expression darkened as he seized the microphone. Romantic Nation, listen up. Lucio is in danger. Longhua will fight you to the bitter end, without yielding. Lucio was the anchor of Longhua. With him, the nation could maintain its footing amidst the tumultuous international landscape. His significance to Longhua was beyond measure, an irreplaceable asset that must not be lost. Let us all go at him. We'll fight to the end. A member of the awakened team stood up and departed his seat, with others following suit. Wait, look. At that moment, Chun Guoyang called out to the crowd, pointing toward the stage. The spectators turned to see a werewolf kneeling before Lucio. A gaping wound the size of a bowl in its chest, blood gushing forth. Is this real? Lucio defeated the werewolf without summoning those divine beasts. Such a scenario was expected. Awakened individuals could inherit some power from the spirits they summoned. The ancient beasts had not yet retreated, meaning the inherited attributes still held sway. The four divine beasts were immensely powerful. Even a fraction of their strength would surpass the werewolf, enhanced as it was. Thank goodness it turned out this way, otherwise Lucio would have met his demise. Lucio of Longhua is truly formidable. Olivier from Romantic Nation is insidious. What a despicable character. The crowd murmured in discontent, primarily directed at Olivier's actions. We paid good money. You cannot harm my werewolf. Olivier retorted defiantly, release my werewolf at once, or I will demand 2 billion in compensation. Fine, we can settle that at the crossroads tonight. With a decisive kick, Lucio unleashed an astonishing display of power. The werewolf's robust form was sent flying like a cannonball, arcing through the air before crashing heavily at the edge of the spirit platform. It spewed forth a copious amount of blood, convulsing violently, its eyes glazing over before it succumbed to death. With a single kick, Lucio had dispatched the werewolf. You. Olivier and Apos' eyes widened in disbelief, his voice caught in his throat. The spirits were the source of the awakened and Apos' abilities, akin to his second life. For the awakened, the death of a spirit was more painful than their own demise. I and Apos' fight you to the end. Olivier bellowed in fury, shaking his neck as he prepared to transform into a werewolf. It seems your 100 million from Romantic Nation will be for naught. In a flash, Lucio unleashed a terrifying speed, appearing before Olivier in an instant, raising his hand for a slap. With a resounding crack, Olivier's head was struck, shattering like a watermelon, pieces scattering everywhere. Lucio found it repulsive. Yet, considering the 100 million dragon coins at stake, he forgave him in his heart. Dragon coins had replaced the dominance of the Mo Dao and had become the most universally accepted currency worldwide. Well done. Such individuals do not deserve to remain among us, nor do they merit pity. Many spectators applauded in approval. Lucio, Antoine's eyes reddened with rage. Spending 100 million dragon coins not only failed to save Olivier, but resulted in his blatant execution. It was utterly infuriating, leaving them without recourse to voice their grievances. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck, and he exclaimed, 200 seconds have passed. Lucio has lost. Transfer the funds. It took several minutes. And even if he killed Olivier, he would still be defeated. Indeed, time has elapsed. We have won. The championship battle of Longwa has been concluded. Ended by us from Romantic Nation. Olivier died a noble death, creating a miracle with his life. He is our hero. Romantic Nation is the mightiest. The audience from Romantic Nation erupted in jubilant excitement. The mindset of those from Romantic Nation is truly absurd. Can they not comprehend victory or defeat? Under various enhancements, they surrendered in fear and still dare to claim victory? Exactly. They surrendered and boast of triumph, without the need for Longwa's citizens to respond. The people of Xiao Chao and the Bear Nation voiced their objections. Romantic Nation, the people of Longwa remained silent. Why do you cry out? Xiao Chao, the citizens of Longwa disdain to argue with you. Bear Nation, your territory is no larger than a fingernail, yet you aspire to defeat Longwa. How laughable. Romantic Nation, our land area is twice that of your nation. You are the ones who should be ashamed. Xiao Chao, how dare you challenge us? As various nations exchanged heated words, the atmosphere thickened with tension. In the fifth match of the Longwa Championship, Longwa emerged victorious. The referee, finding the situation dull, stepped forward to announce the match's conclusion. He explained, the match ended when the Romantic Nation's competitor surrendered. Lucio did not exceed the time limit. Tomorrow at 8:30, the next round will commence. The previous rules remain unchanged, but the mode will shift to 1v4, allowing the participating nation to send 4 awakened individuals to battle Longwa. A victory over Longwa will yield a reward 400 times the usual amount. 1v4. This is absurd. An exaggerated reward of 400 times? Is that even feasible? For Lucio of Longwa, this was not insurmountable. He was exceptionally strong, and the referee was merely attempting to balance the powers at play. Still, it cannot be 1v4. With various enhancements, how can they even think of such a matchup? The reward is enticing enough to drive them to madness. Lucio has achieved 5 consecutive victories, easily overpowering his opponents, his strength unfathomable. Yet, with a 400-fold reward, they still stand no chance. It only speaks to their incompetence. Fear not. The alliance of 10 nations is not without its strengths. They must possess hidden tactics. No matter how strong Lucio may be, he will likely face difficulties in the next confrontation. Yet, it must be acknowledged that Lucio was a formidable force. Even if he were to lose, he would still be deemed a true powerhouse. Indeed, the spectators from various nations no longer questioned Lucio's abilities. On the stage, Lucio, though accustomed to the referee and Oppo's attempts to increase the difficulty, was still taken aback by the 1v4 announcement. This difficulty is excessive. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, "Old man, if they receive a 400-fold reward for victory, shouldn't we from Longwa also be entitled to some additional reward upon our victory?" Changing the referee's ruling was nearly impossible, but it was worth a shot to request some benefits. After all, the referee was known to be generous with rewards. The masked referee turned slightly to face Lucio, asking, "What do you desire?" "Just a few thousand immunity tokens will suffice," Lucio replied casually, as if making a trivial request. The crowd was left astounded. A single immunity token was already precious, yet he sought thousands? Was this not a flight of fancy? It was surprising that the ghostly referee would agree. The referee showed no signs of astonishment, responding coolly, "Follow me." "All right," Lucio replied with enthusiasm. Could it be that the referee would truly grant him such a number of immunity tokens? Unlikely. If there truly exist thousands of peace tokens, granting one the luxury of avoiding the ghost spirit platform competitions for millennia, one could simply indulge in personal development. Wouldn't that be splendid? Why does the referee beckon him? Who knows? Following closely behind the referee, Lucio speculated, "Are you taking me to collect the peace tokens?" "I'd rather not," he retorted. The referee could hardly contain himself, incredulous at Lu Qiu and Apos' audacity to request such a bounty. If you were to truly receive thousands of these tokens and distribute them among the nations, the Ghost Spirit platform would surely become a mere decoration. Well, Lu Qiu chuckled. I'd settle for a few hundred. The referee was left speechless, akin to choking on a bun, as he stated, there are no peace tokens. But I can offer you 10,000 awakening pills instead. For an ordinary person, consuming a single pill would instantly transform them into an awakened being. Taking 2 pills would provide a chance to awaken 2 accompanying ghost spirits or battle spirits. The audience from various nations was left in a state of bewilderment. 10,000 awakening pills. Is this a jest? Lu Qiu found the offer quite enticing, rubbing his hands together. What exactly is a battle spirit? The entities he had summoned previously were referred to as ghost spirits. He was utterly unaware of what a battle spirit entailed. Chapter 24. A 1v4 scenario. What are your odds? The snow maidens in Sadako from the land of the rising sun are phantasms, aptly termed wraiths. Conversely, werewolves, trance, vampires, and your summoned divine beasts are not phantasms. They are more accurately described as battle spirits. They can all be uniformly referred to as wraiths, or alternatively, all as battle spirits. The nomenclature is inconsequential. They are all essentially the same thing. The referee and Apos' voice betrayed a hint of impatience. Understood. Then hasten your pace. I am exceedingly eager. Lu Qiu quickened his stride, overtaking the referee. Quickly, keep up. Hold on. The referee interjected, halting in his tracks. You have thoroughly bewildered me. You must emerge victorious in the subsequent contest to be eligible for the reward. Lu Qiu pursed his lips, rendered speechless. Even sans the 400-fold reward. Lu Qiu's triumph in the upcoming match was to be averted. Awakened individuals were already a rarity. A cohort of 10,000 would augment the dragon country's strength exponentially. Cease your reticence and unveil your trump cards. Convene a meeting. Convene a meeting. Convene what meeting? The next to enter the arena are we, from the Korean Peninsula. We yield to none. The matter is of paramount importance. We cannot permit the Korean Peninsula to confront the ensuing contest alone. Representatives from all nations assemble at the Korean Peninsula's encampment. The allied nations, all inimical to the dragon country's ascent, reacted forthwith. Our previous performance in the land of the rising sun is self-evident. This 1v4 scenario rightfully warrants an opportunity for our nation. You from the land of the rising sun have suffered successive defeats. Promptly remove yourselves from consideration. We, from the beer country, possess not only the means to subdue Lu Qiu, but have yet to make an appearance. Our awakened should be granted a trial. Spare us. Even the formidable old America harbored unwavering confidence in their victory. Yet what transpired? Our Azura from the land of the Three Rivers is an SS grade, verging on 3S. Victory is assured upon his entrance. Thump. Park Jong-hee, the Korean Peninsula and Apos' representative, slammed his fist resoundingly on the table. Cease your contentions. In accordance with the sequence. It is our turn from the Korean Peninsula to participate. We yield to none. All 4 awakened must be our Korean Peninsula contenders. For we have procured American technology capable of summoning terrifying locales. Much like old America and Apos' Sina, who can conjure Raccoon City. Our 4 awakened will each summon a region teeming with wraiths. With countless wraiths materializing, Lu Qiu will have a mere 200 seconds to eliminate them all. We have long been prepared. Dispatching a single awakened would ensure victory. Now, with 4 contenders entering the fray concurrently, the probability of success is virtually guaranteed. This opportunity to secure benefits must not be relinquished to them. Kamiko Shisaku retorted, exasperated. You are solely motivated by the prospect of greater rewards. Your selfishness is egregious. Park Jong-hee shrugged. Regrettably, it is our turn. You from the land of the rising sun had the opportunity to vanquish the dragon country and partake of greater resources. But alas, you proved ineffectual. Who is to blame? Should we from the Korean Peninsula forfeit the contest, we shall indemnify each nation with 100 million dragon currency. Conversely, should we prevail, each nation shall compensate us with 100 million dragon currency. Do you dare wager? Upon hearing this, the representatives from various nations fell silent. With a 200-second time constraint, the Korean Peninsula strategy was indeed Lu Qiu's nemesis. The simultaneous debut of 4 awakened capable of summoning regions would inevitably lead to Lu Qiu's defeat. James from the Eagle Country mused contemplatively. Let us forego the wager and discuss the distribution of the 400-fold reward. We are pivotal to defeating the dragon country. Claiming half the reward is not excessive, is it? Park Jong-hee responded as if he had long anticipated this. You jest. You shall claim no more than 20%, not a fraction more. With old America out of the equation, 20% is utterly unacceptable. The leaders of various nations wrangled vehemently over the rewards. However, they ultimately reached a consensus. The Korean peninsula would receive 23%, with the remaining 77% divided equally among the 7 nations. The reason for 7 nations was that old America, having betrayed its allies, had been expelled from the circle. The Great Milk Country, possessing the weakest strength and offering no assistance, had also been ousted without old America's protection. Kimiko Shisaku, somewhat resentful, stated, not only is it a 1v4 scenario, but it also comes with a time constraint and various bug augmentations. Even if we from the land of the rising sun were to participate, victory would be assured. Should you fail this time, withdraw from the circle. Park Jong-hee's expression turned frigid. Having suffered successive defeats at the hands of the dragon country, you have forfeited all dignity and are subjected to scorn and derision by various nations. That we have not yet expelled you is an act of benevolence. Do you dare presume to dictate here? Guards, escort him out. Lucio, I have observed your triumph in the 6th contest. A 1v4 scenario poses no pressure. 10,000 awakening pills are securely within my grasp, providing our dragon country with 10,000 additional awakened individuals. Speak. What is your desire to consume? I shall treat you. On Lucio's side, as anticipated, he was besieged by his comrades upon returning to the dragon country and Appo's rest area. Lucio patted his pocket. Having amassed 100 billion today, I shall treat you all. I must first meet with Director General Wei. Soon, within the modest yet immaculate military tent, he encountered Wei Jinxing, extending his bank card to him. Submit this to the National Treasury, but refrain from appropriating my living expenses. There is no need, Wei Jinxing responded, setting down his teacup. The higher authorities have just contacted me, stipulating that everything you win on the field, excluding the immunity talisman and the final reward, shall be yours personally and tax-exempt, including the awakening pills you requested from the referee. Wow. Lucio rubbed his hands together. It appears I am destined to become the king of 10,000 wraiths. Awakening a wraith with each pill consumed. Upon consuming 10,000 pills, will I not command 10,000 genuine wraiths? You are already excessively powerful. Do you genuinely intend to consume them all yourself? Wei Jinxing roared, his eyes wide. You must bestow a few upon me. Agreed. Lucio readily assented, appearing exceedingly generous. I shall bestow 2 upon you. Why are you so miserly? Never mind. Wei Jinxing waved his hand, returning to the matter at hand. A 1v4 scenario, what are your odds of prevailing? Lucio blinked. Would you believe me if I said 100%? The Dragon Country and Appo's Ghost Codex and the wraiths and deities from my memory can be summoned at will. Be it a 1v4, or even more, I fear them not. Wei Jinxing and Appo's expression turned stern. I must report the situation. Answer seriously and earnestly. Lucio flashed his pearly whites. Whether I am serious or not, it is 100%. I dare you to boast, Wei Jinxing retorted, yanking open a drawer. Lucio sensed that he was about to produce a weapon and instinctively recoiled. Director General Wei, what are you about to do? Wei Jinxing retrieved an iron box. Authentic Wui Mountain Da Hong Pao tea, with an exquisite flavor. I myself am reluctant to partake of it. It is yours. The following evening, the setting sun cast a bloody hue. Spectators from various nations congregated at the Ghost Spirit stage. The crowd was rendered speechless by the referee and Appo's sense of time. The contest was scheduled for this morning, yet it was not until evening that the referee announced its commencement. To enhance the entertainment value, Korean Peninsula contenders, please introduce your wraiths. Although the referee and Appo's voice was not loud, it reverberated throughout the venue, echoing in everyone and Appo's ears. On the stage, the 4 Korean Peninsula contenders exchanged smiles. One of them stepped forward, his face beaming with pride. Greetings, everyone. I am Kim Jun-woo, from the Korean Peninsula, 28 years old and single. The referee massaged his temples. I did not request you to introduce yourself. In this matchmaking scenario, where one is still unmarried. Jin Junyu and Appo's expression turned somewhat awkward upon being called out. He corrected himself, stating, the spirit I summoned belongs to one of the 3 notorious haunted houses in our nation. The Ingda Haunted House. Goodness, the Ingda Haunted House. It is home to tens of thousands of restless souls and vengeful spirits. The Ingda Haunted House is ranked among the world and Oppo's 7 most terrifying forbidden places, alongside Japan and Oppo's infamous and Oppo's Suicide Forest and Oppo's Chapter 25, a desire to examine the Arbiter and Oppo's cranium astounding. Gold alone could ensnare Lucio. Myriad specters cannot be vanquished in a mere 200 seconds. Lucio is destined to lose, undeniably. Even the spectators from the Korean peninsula were taken aback. The countenances of Wei Jinxing and his compatriots were exceedingly grim. Absent the temporal constraint, Lucio might have prevailed. Yet, how could one obliterate 10,000 phantasms in a scant 200 seconds? Another Korean contender advanced, proclaiming, "The abominations I summon are equally formidable." Hailing from one of Korea and Oppo's infamous haunted asylums, Ganjiam Psychiatric Hospital. Indeed, Ganjiam Psychiatric Hospital, notorious for its inhumane experimentation upon its patients, was subsequently plagued by a series of terrifying incidents. The director, physicians, and nurses succumbed to inexplicable suicides, compelling its closure. A nexus of tormented souls and malevolent spirits. It has been lauded by CNN as the foremost of the world's 7 most spine-chilling locales. With 2 of the peninsula's most dreaded abodes unveiled, what remains to be contested? The scene of dread I conjure is no less significant. Another Korean contestant announced with unwavering confidence, "I summon Changchun Garden." Is that not also one of Korea's infamous haunted residences? Within Changchun Garden lies a barbecue establishment, where the proprietorship met an untimely demise under mysterious circumstances. A cascade of bizarre occurrences ensued, spreading throughout the garden district, transforming it into a desolate wasteland of terror. It is rumored that even the most puissant of sorcerers dare not approach. With Korea's most formidable haunted dwellings simultaneously unveiled, does the Dragon Kingdom still harbor any prospect of triumph? Wei Jinxing clutched his chest, lamenting, "Alas, my cardiac condition is nearing exacerbation." Lucio and Oppo's previous assertion of invincibility in a 1 versus 4 confrontation has proven to be naught but bombast. It would be more accurate to assert a tenfold certainty of defeat. What significance do these haunted dwellings possess? The final Korean contestant, exuding even greater self-assurance, declared, "The spectral horde I summon is the Busan Corpse Tide," surpassing even the depravity of Raccoon City in the Americas. Incredible. Is Korea truly this formidable? Despite its diminutive expanse, Korea boasts a plethora of forbidden domains of terror. The Busan Corpse Tide is not merely a forbidden domain, but a cinematic depiction of terror from Korea, wherein the legions of the undead are inexhaustible, plunging the entire nation into calamity. Can Lucio possibly subdue such a multitude of the undead within 200 seconds? Such a feat is inconceivable. With the triumvirate of haunted abodes, the Busan Corpse Tide, the temporal constraint, and the exploitable glitches, Lucio, regardless of his prowess or audacity, cannot possibly surmount this challenge. Even with the combined might of Lucio and the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom and Oppo's awakened contingent, victory remains unattainable. It is an impasse, an irresolvable predicament. This diminutive Korean nation is proving to be remarkably efficacious. Wei Jinxing, writhing in agony, lamented, "Alas, my cardiac condition is truly nearing a critical state." This round is devoid of any semblance of suspense, destined for inevitable defeat. Chun Guoyang, wiping away the tears welling in his eyes, implored, "Lucio, concede. Let us acknowledge our defeat and abandon the conflict." Ha ha ha. The leadership of the Dragon Kingdom has succumbed to cowardice. The Dragon Kingdom is utterly vanquished. Korea shall emerge victorious, expanding its dominion and unifying the Middle Kingdom. The Korean populace, electrified, descended into a frenzy. Our valiant dragon is on the verge of defeat. Korea has deployed 4 unconventional awakened individuals, a display of utter unscrupulousness. Even in defeat, we shall not yield. The Dragon Kingdom and Oppo's populace, observing the live broadcast, seethed with indignation. The Arbiter, shaking his head in resignation, addressed Lucio on the stage, "Grand Marshal Lu, do you persist in competing?" Even the Arbiter had lost faith in Lucio's prospects. Our forebears, amidst the tumultuous ages of incessant warfare, stood unyielding, their bones of steel and sinews of iron, battling through rivers of blood. Traversing snow-laden peaks and verdant grasslands, they erected impregnable ramparts with their very flesh and blood. They dyed the national flag crimson with their lifeblood, thus ushering in an era of national prosperity and a flourishing Middle Kingdom. Their monumental achievements and indomitable spirit shall forever inspire us to advance with unwavering resolve. They resisted the eight-nation alliance without faltering. Do you truly believe that a few haunted dwellings can vanquish the Dragon Kingdom? You are sorely mistaken. Lu Qiu's words resonated with sonorous clarity. With piercing gaze, he addressed the 4 Korean contestants. The dawn of victory shall forever belong to us. In epochs past, you could not triumph over us. Neither today nor in the future shall you prevail. You shall never vanquish our Dragon Kingdom. The 4 individuals, momentarily intimidated by Lu Qiu and Apos' aura, simultaneously recoiled a step. Bah! Whom do you think you are intimidating? It seems you possess a death wish. We shall tear you asunder into fragments momentarily. The 4, recovering from their momentary discomposure, assailed Lu Qiu with a barrage of invectives. Enough! The arbiter interjected. You were summoned to the stage not to engage in verbal sparring. Your Korean nation demanded that the competition not be conducted during daylight hours, asserting that your spectral entities would possess a greater advantage under the cloak of night. We have acquiesced to your demands. What further grievances do you harbor? Incredible! The spectators from various nations were taken aback. No wonder the duel was scheduled to commence as twilight descends. It was at the behest of the Korean nation. For individuals assailing a solitary opponent, bolstered by exploitable glitches, and demanding that the contest be conducted under the cover of night, such is the epitome of unscrupulousness and insidious machinations. Those lesser nations are all of the same ilk, exceedingly devious and devoid of any semblance of integrity. It would be anomalous for them to refrain from engaging in deceit and cunning. Silence. The arbiter, observing the ceaseless chatter, interjected with a stern rebuke. The Korean nation, for its own parochial interests, sought to alter the timing of the competition. Initially, we intended to deprive them of the opportunity to draw a glitch. However, the performance of Lu Qiu from the Dragon Kingdom has been deemed satisfactory, and thus we shall bestow upon the Korean nation an additional and amp, Apos winking and laughing, and amp, Apos, with a tenfold amplification. Lu Qiu and amp, Apos' countenance registered utter bewilderment. This arbiter and amp, Apos' reasoning is exceedingly aberrant. His satisfaction with my performance has resulted in the bestowal of a tenfold increase in all attributes upon my adversaries. I am seized with a desire to pry open his cranium and examine its contents. Heh. Jin Junyu could not suppress a chuckle. Lu Qiu, we extend our gratitude. As we extinguish your existence, we shall endeavor to maintain your lucidity, so that you may comprehend the manner of your demise and better savor the agony of death. The individuals, their tones dripping with insincerity, all exuded an air of ill intent. Summon forth your spectral entities. Let the commencement ensue. The arbiter produced a pocket watch. Once both parties are prepared, the countdown shall be initiated. I shall commence. One of the Korean contestants, unable to restrain himself any longer, declared, Changchun Garden, emerge. With a mere thought, the spectral stage became enshrouded in a dense miasma, redolent with an aura of malevolence. Grotesque and misshapen ornamental trees erupted from the ground, their trunks contorted and gnarled, resembling a multitude of demonic claws flailing wildly. The ground became overrun with a profusion of flora and fauna, intertwining and entwining as if imbued with life. It was an eerie spectacle that sent shivers down one's spine. The petals of the flowers were crimson, as if stained with blood, while the foliage was ashen, emitting an odor of decay. Simultaneously, an antiquated 3-story edifice materialized in the center of the spectral garden, standing desolate and forlorn. It was dilapidated and ramshackle. Behind the building, a gnarled ancient tree, devoid of leaves, extended its skeletal branches towards the tenebrous night sky. A signboard hung precariously above the main entrance, swaying back and forth as if on the verge of collapse, emitting a cacophony of creaks and groans that sent shivers down one's spine. Through the dilapidated windows, shadowy figures could be discerned flitting about within the rooms, accompanied by the occasional sinister chuckle and plaintive wail. The audience, immersed in the scene, felt as though they had been transported into a cursed and macabre realm, collectively succumbing to a state of abject terror. They held their breath, refraining from uttering even the slightest sound, fearing to disturb those terrifying specters and inadvertently invite calamity. The Kunchong Psychiatric Hospital stands eerily. Meanwhile, another athlete from the land of the morning calm could no longer contain their unease. Chapter 26. the terracotta warriors of Qin. The apex of the world and Apos, most chilling forbidden places, the Kuan-Qian Psychiatric Hospital, looms like a cursed dark fortress atop the ghostly spirit platform. The night sky shifts in hue, thick as ink, enveloping the scene in a stifling atmosphere of terror. The rusted iron gate stands ajar, reminiscent of the gates of hell. Swaying in the wind and emitting a haunting creak, it feels as though a call from the underworld sends shivers down one and Apos' spine. Wild grass flourishes around the hospital, while the walls are cloaked in moss and vines, vivid with splashes of paint and marred by splotches of blood, as if narrating tales of horrors that once transpired within. Under the pallid moonlight, distorted shadows flicker, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Occasional footsteps echo, sounding both distant and eerily close, as an ominous chill seeps into the hearts of all present. Expressions of terror abound, eyes darting in every direction. In the silence, only the eerie footfalls, racing heartbeats, and labored breaths are audible. The air is thick with the scent of death, nerves taut as strings. Many tremble involuntarily, instinctively drawing closer together. Jinjunyu squints. It is my turn. The Ingda haunted house emerge. The already terrifying ghostly spirit platform is enveloped in a dense, malevolent black mist, obscuring the sky. The curtain of darkness slowly unveils the time-worn Ingda haunted house, which resembles a colossal demon fortress, akin to a lair that has clawed its way from the abyss of hell, standing resolute atop the ghostly spirit platform. It exudes a chilling aura that seems to freeze the very air around it. The walls are etched with countless scratch marks, exuding a message of unspeakable horror. The dilapidated doors and windows rattle violently, as if propelled by unseen hands, growing increasingly frantic. Distorted and grotesque faces of spirits lurch through the gaps, straining to break free. Their necks elongated as they carry the weight of endless suffering, howling in despair. A multitude of vengeful spirits, driven mad, yearn to escape their prison. Their cries chilling to the bone, painting a scene of utter terror. Two other haunted houses join the fray, the flora of Changchun Garden contorting into ghastly crimson visages, emitting faint whimpers. It is as if countless restless souls are attempting to convey their grievances, or perhaps vent their fury. The Kuan-Qian Psychiatric Hospital stands wide open, shrouded in ghostly shadows. Meanwhile, a cacophony of thuds resonates, reminiscent of countless tortured souls wreaking havoc against walls and windows. It seems as though something might burst forth at any moment. The three ominous houses resonate together, their mournful shrieks and eerie sounds intertwining incessantly. The entire ghostly spirit platform erupts, a cacophony of ghostly wails and demonic revelry. Countless lost souls lament, their cries echoing like the weeping of phantoms. Each sound reverberates deep within the soul, plunging one into an abyss of fear from which escape seems impossible. In the pitch-black night, pairs of emerald eyes emerge, fixated on every individual present. Suddenly, a piercing scream, long suppressed, breaks the silence. Fear spreads like a contagion through the crowd. Some soil their trousers, while others can no longer endure the horrifying spectacle and flee. The last awakened warrior from the land of the morning calm smirks disdainfully. Axe Mountain, arise. A thunderous roar resounds. The outline of Axe Mountain materializes, resembling a slumbering behemoth or a mirage. The stacked structures have crumbled into ruins, precariously balanced in the wind. What once was a vibrant civilization has now devolved into a desolate wasteland. The scene is filled with shambling corpses, their figures densely packed, stretching into infinity. Their bodies are grotesquely contorted, decaying flesh hanging off, revealing exposed bones. Their eyes are hollow, devoid of humanity, driven purely by instinct as they wander aimlessly. The streets resemble a doomsday tableau, with zombies frantically scavenging the remains of mangled corpses in the shadows. Severed limbs scatter around, a sight most chilling. Wei Zhenxing wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The horror of the Axe Mountain sea of corpses is equally overwhelming. Compared to the terrifying presence of the three haunted houses, it is not to be underestimated. The sheer number of zombies far surpasses the they marched in unison, the sound of their footsteps resonating through the heavens. Wielding long halberds and crossbows, they exuded an aura of chilling ferocity. Like a torrent of steel, their formidable presence rendered the stars dim and made the mountains tremble. A fierce wind howled, sweeping across the land, causing banners to flutter violently, as if proclaiming to the universe the return of a great sovereign. The emperor, with his piercing gaze, surveyed the lifeless forms of the axe-wielding soldiers and the malevolent spirits of the haunted abode. I, alongside the 7 heroes, shall conquer the seas and unify the hearts of the realm. I shall construct grand tombs, erect the palatial abode of Apang, and secure the dragon veins of the 9 provinces. I shall build the Great Wall to defend the state, protecting the people of Huaxia. Today, I confront the undead and encounter malevolent spirits that disturb the tranquility of my realm. I, in the name of the first emperor, hereby vow, as long as I exist, I shall expand territories, vanquish the Di and Chang tribes, and fortify the foundations of Huaxia. I shall ultimately transform the winds into a protective force, ensuring the prosperity of Huaxia. I shall embody the stars, illuminating the glory of Huaxia for eternity. I shall manifest auspicious light, bringing everlasting brilliance to Huaxia. I shall solidify the mountains, securing the eternal stability of Huaxia. I shall take the form of a benevolent dragon, ensuring the perpetual flourishing of Huaxia. I shall transform into the bright moon, safeguarding Huaxia's peace and prosperity. I shall become the radiant rainbow, slaying demons and vanquishing gods, with the Qin soldiers as my clay figures. Kill. The first emperor drew his sword in fury, the blade symbolizing supreme authority, pointed at the sea of corpses before him. Chapter 27. The Elixir of Immortality. A gift to you. Thunderous roars echoed as the 10 gates of the palace swung wide, unleashing an indomitable tide of soldiers from the great Qin. Banners flapped fiercely in the wind, resembling furious dragons in a turbulent dance. Armor gleamed like stars. Long spears pointed skyward, casting a chilling light akin to falling constellations. The sound of hooves thundered like a tempest, accompanied by the deafening cries of battle, causing the entire ghost spirit platform to tremble. Charge! Commanded the leading general, his sword raised to the heavens, his voice a tempest of fury. The momentum was such that it seemed capable of devouring mountains and rivers. The clarion call to arms resounded like a rousing war anthem. Thousands of steeds galloped forth, clouds of dust billowing, the iron hooves shaking the earth, sending it into a quaking frenzy. The clash of weapons and armor threatened to rend the very fabric of the heavens. Arrows rained down like locusts, a dense swarm slicing through the sky. The spectral hordes fell like waves of wheat, overwhelmed by the unyielding advance of the great Qin forces, who pushed forth like an unassailable wall, shattering the terror of the undead. The cacophony of battle cries and ghostly wails intertwined into a heart-stirring symphony of war. The great Qin soldiers spread across the battlefield, their might rendering all horror and terror insignificant. They were the masters of war, an invincible presence, leaving no ghost unscathed in their wake. The ghastly apparitions of the haunted houses were shattered beyond recognition. 3,000 years ago, the great Qin's valor had once again inscribed a glorious chapter in their history. Whether from the Dragon Nation or foreign lands, all stood in stunned silence. The once seemingly invincible specters crumbled beneath the iron boots of the great Qin. Akin to mere paper, neither malevolent spirits nor undead could withstand a single strike. They fell in droves, collapsing like a house of cards. The tenfold advantages turned to naught before the relentless charge. The rumbling wheels crushed all obstacles, while the catapults hurled forth devastation, each launch sending swathes of foes to their demise. The 3 haunted houses were reduced to rubble, the remnants of vengeful spirits left with nowhere to hide. With a relentless push, the advance continued unchecked. On the platform, the 4 contestants from the Stick Nation were at their wits' end, frantically issuing commands to the undead. But to no avail. Tens of thousands of spirits were too terrified to resist. Jin Junyu, observing the mass obliteration of spirits, reluctantly pleaded, "Spare us." "I surrender." "No surrender. Fight to the death," roared Park Chung-hee, the leader of the Stick Nation, his eyes aflame. "Anyone who dares to surrender will face a military tribunal." This confrontation could not be lost. To maximize their interests, they had disregarded the objections of other nations and forcefully sent their 4 contestants into the fray. A defeat would invite scorn from all corners, a burden they could not bear. My heavens, is this the foundation of the Dragon Nation? It is terrifying. They realized they were destined to lose. What had appeared to be a certain victory had turned into an inevitable defeat. Accusations of cheating against the Dragon Nation flew thick and fast, an outrage too great to comprehend. The populace of the Stick Nation was in an uproar, but their cries fell on deaf ears. This was a tactical assault reminiscent of the Dragon Nation strategies from 3 millennia ago, chaotic yet impeccably ordered, concealing profound wisdom. Truly, a civilization steeped in antiquity, unmatched in its ancient sagacity. Several seasoned military scholars were left in awe. expressing their profound admiration for the strategic genius of the ancients of the Dragon Nation. Time ran out, 178 seconds. Lucio emerged victorious once again, winning a 1v4 match. The outcome was utterly unexpected. This legendary battle would surely be recorded in the annals of history. The atmosphere was electric with astonishment and discussion. Haha, our dragon has triumphed. A 1v4 match, an unprecedentedly unfair contest. He has created a miracle. And what of the first emperor? He undertook grand constructions, building the tomb of Apang to secure the dragon vein, blessing Huaxia. Misunderstood for thousands of years, he endured countless slanders. Yet even after millennia, he continues to fight for Huaxia. The will of the first emperor is eternal. Even in death, he safeguards Huaxia, a tale both tragic and heroic. The audience from the Dragon Nation was overwhelmed with emotion. Some had tears brimming in their eyes, while others clenched their fists in fervor. Many called out the names of the war dragon and the first emperor, reflecting on the profound and illustrious heritage of Huaxia. In unison, the people of the Dragon Nation stood, saluting with military precision, paying the highest homage to Lucio, the first emperor, and the terracotta warriors of Qin. The audience from the Stick Nation hung their heads in despair, unable to fathom how such formidable, unconventional awakeners could be vanquished so swiftly. Their leader pounded his chest in frustration. The implications of losing this contest were dire. The obliteration of the 3 haunted houses and the spectral hordes was a loss they could not afford. This battle had stripped them bare of their facade. Stick Nation, did you not believe you would win? Was your confidence not unshakable? Yet, you barred us from participation, blinded by your arrogance. You must take responsibility and provide appropriate reparations. Nations around the world began to condemn the Stick Nation. Their leaders were left in turmoil. Lucio, you will pay for this. We will not rest until vengeance is ours. You shall die a cruel death, as will your family. On the Ghost Spirit platform, Jin Junyu and his companions spat venomous threats, their eyes filled with malice as they fixated on Lucio. First Emperor, take them away, Lucio commanded, turning away. The First Emperor, sword drawn, addressed Jin Junyu and his allies. Those who offend our sacred land, though strong, shall be vanquished. Kill. Wait. Spare us. The four suddenly realized the danger and began to retreat. But before they could distance themselves, they were pierced through the chest by scythe-like weapons, lifted into the air. Park Chung-hee watched in anguish. We will return for our 4 champions. The annihilation of our warriors will bring catastrophic retribution upon your Dragon Nation. Lucio chuckled. They brought this upon themselves. Had they not acted foolishly, their lives would have been spared. On the Ghost Spirit platform, survival was a matter of skill. Victory and defeat were mere facets of existence. To lose while hurling insults and threats? Was that not courting death? This realm, where the law did not extend, allowed for such actions without consequence. With a respectful gesture to the First Emperor, Lucio said, Brother, you may withdraw your forces now. Not in haste. Let the soldiers catch their breath. The First Emperor gazed across the vast expanse, absorbing the grandeur of Huaxia. The gentle breeze lifted his robes, his eyes alight with ambition. The land of the dragon, the people of Huaxia, shall forever enjoy peace. His voice was soft, almost a whisper, yet resonated with unwavering authority. Long live the emperor. Long live our sovereign. The terracotta warriors of Qin, sensing the sentiments of their emperor, knelt in reverence, their voices steady and powerful, a sight to behold. The foremost general, hand upon his chest, vowed, I would serve you until death, sacrificing my life unhesitatingly. Stand down and withdraw, the First Emperor commanded, accustomed to such displays. He casually tossed an object to Lucio, who instinctively caught it, surprised to see a small porcelain vial. What is this? He inquired. Emperor Qin commanded his steed to halt, deftly maneuvering the bronze chariot to change direction. With a glance imbued with profound significance, he remarked, The elixir of immortality is bestowed upon you. Chapter 28, The Judge and Oppos. Esabode, is it true? Is there really an elixir of immortality? Just look at their battle spirits. They can even bestow potions. Indeed. In contrast, the warriors from the land of the morning calm are either mindless zombies or terrifying specters. There is simply no comparison. They are led by an emperor of ancient times. How could mere corpses and wandering souls compete? The audience whispered among themselves, while Lucio smirked, thinking, should I express my gratitude to the benefactor? The First Emperor remained silent, preparing to depart. Wait, Lucio called out, if you possess this elixir, why don and Oppos, till you consume it yourself? The emperor replied, because I am the emperor. If the emperor were to live forever, how could he innovate, renew the old, and establish the new? If I were to attain immortality, how would future wise rulers ascend to the throne? How would the realm evolve and flourish? How could new leaders be tempered and dynasties succeed one another? Only by allowing nature to take its course can we ensure that talent emerges in each generation, propelling our civilization to continual advancement and prosperity. With that, the first emperor drove away, leaving Lu Qiu momentarily stunned, harboring newfound respect for him. Such remarkable talent, keen insight, profound foresight, and selflessness. Lu Qiu, do you sell your elixir of immortality? At that moment, Kuei-Tian Shirzhua from the land of the rising sun shouted into the microphone. Moldy nation, sell it to us. You can name your price, came the cry. Great nation, sell it to us, and we will fulfill all your demands. Land of the rising sun, you must sell it to us. We offer honor, status, wealth, and beautiful maidens in abundance. Representatives from various nations clamored to purchase the elixir of immortality. Lu Qiu blinked, realizing that this elixir was no boon. It would bring disaster to the nation, and he could not bring harm to them. Resolutely, he opened the porcelain vial, declaring, "For your sake, I must eliminate it," and swallowed the contents in one gulp. He could barely discern any flavor. What a waste! Such a lavish misappropriation. The officials from various nations were beside themselves with anxiety. The national champion battle commenced. In the 6th round, the Dragon Nation claimed victory. The judge, seeing little of interest remained, announced the results. Tonight we rest, and tomorrow the 7th round will commence. I will inform you of the start time. He then declared the rules for the 7th round. First, the reward remains at 400 times. But the bug enhancements are cancelled. Second, Lu Qiu from the Dragon Nation may summon only one spirit, no multiples allowed. Third, any nation challenging the Dragon Nation may send an unlimited number of awakened individuals. An audible gasp of disbelief arose from the crowd. Was Lu Qiu to face an entire nation alone? The most daunting aspect was that he could summon only one spirit, and he could not call forth those previously used. The difficulty level was nothing short of infernal. As the champion battle continued to intensify, the prospect of Lu Qiu emerging victorious in the next round seemed increasingly improbable. On stage, Lu Qiu scratched his head. Old man, you promised me 10,000 awakening pills. Not a single one less will suffice. To limit me to one spirit is sheer oppression. If they send in 10 or more, how can I possibly contend? Rest assured, not a single one will be missing. The judge assured him emphatically. In the next match, you shall prevail. I will. What reward can you offer me? I will gain nothing. Lu Qiu interrupted. Restricted to one spirit against a national force of awakened individuals? That is absurd. The judge shot him a fierce glare and commanded, follow me. Lu Qiu instinctively asked, where are we going? To retrieve the awakening pills. The judge flicked his sleeve and turned away, prompting Lu Qiu to hurriedly follow. He felt light on his feet, invigorated. Perhaps it was the effect of the elixir. Yet, he wondered if it truly held the power of immortality. Soon, they arrived at the judge's residence, a vast courtyard dominated by a solitary grand hall at its center. The walls, covered in moss, exuded an air of antiquity and intimidation, as if a slumbering beast could awaken at any moment. The eaves, arching like outstretched wings, were adorned with copper bells that chimed softly, creating a distant, clear sound. As the crimson doors swung open, an inexplicable aura enveloped Lu Qiu. He couldn't help but frown, muttering, your entrance looks rather shabby yet remarkably sophisticated. It must consume quite a bit of energy. Where did you purchase it? The judge, somewhat exasperated, replied coldly, don't touch anything once inside. So, your home is exquisitely decorated. Lu Qiu began, but halted in his tracks at the threshold. No wonder an eerie atmosphere greeted him upon entry. The hall was adorned with various specimens. Some resembled beasts never before seen, bizarre in form, seemingly not of this world. Others appeared human, yet distinctly not, some towering 2 or 3 meters high, while others stood less than a meter tall. There were one-eyed beings, three-eyed ones, and even those without eyes. Some seemed to be painfully affixed to the walls, frozen in agony. Some displayed jagged teeth and grotesque visages, while others had oversized skulls with hollow eyes, as if still alive, watching everything intently. The walls and rows of wooden boards were densely populated with specimens. Additionally, transparent containers lined the shelves, each filled with swirling mists that occasionally morphed into indistinct human faces or fierce animal heads, as if struggling to escape their confines, like demons sealed away, or terrifying entities from another dimension. The dimly lit hall was filled with a chilling ambience, punctuated by faint, unsettling sounds. Even the floor was covered in strange textures, closely resembling the skins of otherworldly creatures. Inside this hall, one felt ensnared in a horrific nightmare. Those with timid hearts would surely be frightened, while the bolder ones would still feel the weight of countless eyes upon them. This judge had transformed his abode into such a bizarre spectacle. Was he afflicted with a psychological disorder? It was utterly abnormal, profoundly eerie. Here are the awakening pills you requested. Just then, the judge's raspy voice echoed from behind. Startled, Lucio turned. How do you appear so suddenly? He had been in front, yet somehow had moved behind him in the brief moment of distraction. Was this man human or ghost? The judge wore a gray and white mask resembling a theatrical face, obscuring any hint of emotion. He presented Lucio with a square box, saying, for ordinary individuals, consuming this guarantees 100% awakening of spirits. Each person may consume it twice, after which it becomes ineffective. Those who have already awakened spirits may also use it twice. This means they could possess 3 spirits. This extraordinary treasure may hold little value for you, but it can significantly empower your entire nation. The box was a spatial container, containing 5 million awakening pills. 5 million pills. Lucio and Apos' mind nearly imploded as he hurriedly accepted the box, cradling it as though it were a priceless treasure. Though the Dragon Nation's mythos had begun to awaken, the process of awakening required time and opportunity. There would not be an immediate surge in awakened individuals. However, with 5 million awakening pills, the situation would be entirely transformed. Moreover, the judge spoke again, stating that by consuming the awakening elixir, one could awaken spirits that have already been roused within others, without any conflict arising. I recommend that once your Dragon Nation achieves global unification, you utilize this elixir. For upon unification, all nations will belong to the Dragon Nation, allowing you to awaken combat spirits from other countries at will. Global unification. Lucio instinctively swallowed. He chuckled softly. The judge did not elaborate further, instead smiling as he remarked, "You are the first human to enter this place." With a gesture around him, he inquired, "Do you know what they are?" Chapter 29. Treating awakening pills as snacks. Lucio blinked in confusion. "What is that?" The referee smirked mischievously. "You won't last until the end. You'll become one of them, displayed here." Lucio instinctively took 2 steps back. "You old rascal, how wicked you are. Win the next match, and I'll reveal what they are and why you'll be hung on this wall," the referee declared, extending his hand to usher Lucio away. Lucio longed to berate him, but thought better of it. After glaring at him several times, he finally stepped outside. "Mr. Liu, I am Park Chung-hee, the head of the ghostly platform from the land of the morning calm." The leaders of various nations blocked Lucio's path, with Park Chung-hee hastily speaking up. "You have killed 4 of our awakened ones, causing us great loss, and require compensation. Therefore, if you hand over all the awakening pills given by the referee to me, this matter will be considered settled." "Not a chance," Lucio retorted before he could respond. Kawada Shizuka shoved Park Chung-hee aside, asserting, "If anyone should be compensated, it should be our nation first. Not only have you repeatedly defeated our competitors, but you have also brought shame upon us. We demand compensation for mental anguish, reputational damage, and lost wages. None of it can be overlooked." "Get lost," Lucio shot back. Antoine from the Romantic Nation kicked Kawada Shizuka aside. "Dear Mr. Liu, there is no responsibility for extinguishing opponents on the ghostly platform. We will purchase the awakening pills you possess. Mr. Liu, if you are to sell, sell to us. We will offer a high price," another leader chimed in. "Don't sell to them. They are the worst. Sell to us." The leaders of various nations clamored to buy the awakening pills, their faces flushed with competition. Lucio felt overwhelmed. With a slight glint in his eye, he said, "Gentlemen, look here." He waved a small box in his hand. The referee, Dozen and Apos, possessed 10,000 awakening pills. He is bluffing. There are only a few dozen. Who wants them? 5 billion dragon coins each. 5 billion. Why don't you go rob a bank? Someone exclaimed. "A mere dozen. It isn't worth that much. Keep your junk. You can keep it for yourself." Upon learning there were only a few dozen, the leaders quickly lost interest. Every day, new awakened ones emerged domestically. Sometimes, there would be hundreds in a single day, more in larger nations. A quantity of 10,000 would be enticing, but a mere dozen was negligible. Awakening a few dozen worthless battle spirits? What a loss. Why is everyone leaving? For billion each. 300 it is. Lucio shouted from his tiptoes, 100 billion. 50 billion each. It cannot be any less. This is the price for the little blue pills. Where can you find such expensive little blue pills? That guy must be out of his mind for money. The people of Long Nation are poor. They are scared of poverty. Laughter erupted among the leaders as they watched Lucio depart. With a smirk, Lucio thought, these foolish leaders are utterly clueless. The next match would be against the Starry Nation. Do they know how many awakened ones they are sending against Lucio? As the leaders conversed, one mentioned, one. Why only one? There is no limit on numbers. Because the ghostly spirit they are sending is extraordinarily powerful. According to experts from several nations, their ghostly spirit could easily vanquish even the 3 infamous haunted houses in the Axe Mountain and Apos, as corpse tied within 200 seconds. What kind of ghostly spirit is so formidable? Infant corpses. Infant corpses. Someone shouted involuntarily. Those things are utterly terrifying. One informed individual added, and at ISN and AMP, Apos, T just one. There is a whole swarm, specifically, 2,002 of them. Most are of S or SS rank, with a few SS, but not many. Collectively, they are far more terrifying than 3S ghostly spirits. More than 2,000? How horrifying. Someone wiped the cold sweat from their forehead. How did their awakened ones manage to summon so many ghostly spirits? In truth, that individual can only summon one ghostly spirit, but the infant corpse is merely one among the multitude. If they cannot defeat the opponent, they call for reinforcements. Consider this, 2,000 S and SS ghostly spirits, even some SS. How terrifying is that? They are certainly not comparable to mindless zombies or the vengeful spirits of haunted houses. We cannot ascertain how many battle spirits Lucio can summon. But tomorrow in Apos, S match will only allow him to summon one. Let us go consult the leaders of the Starry Nation to discuss how to allocate the rewards. Lucio, a few grave sellers are looking for you. With so much money, why not buy a piece of prime real estate? You'll need it tomorrow. They and Apos, overpriced. I know a few grave developers who can offer you a better price. Shall I introduce you to them? A reliable source, fair to all. Upon returning to the resting area of Long Nation, Lucio was immediately surrounded by his comrades. Despite having summoned the mausoleum of the first emperor and decisively defeating the 3 infamous haunted houses in the Axe Mountain and Amp, Apos, as corpse tied, no one seemed to have faith in his performance for the upcoming match. Lucio rolled his eyes. Am I sentenced to death by you all? Rest assured, we will definitely burn plenty of paper for you. Refrigerators, televisions, washing machines, everything must be accounted for. The more he listened, the more his headache grew. Stop whining. Here, each of you take 2 awakening pills. Hello, I am Wei Jinxing from Long Nation. Meanwhile, Wei Jinxing dialed the number of Tilawatt, the head of the ghostly platform from the Starry Nation. Tilawatt replied coolly, Mr. Wei, what can I do for you? Mr. Tilawatt, our nations have a long-standing relationship, with trade spanning over 700 years, and our peoples have exchanged visits. Are you suggesting we spare Lucio's life on the ghostly platform? Tilawatt interrupted Wei Jinxing. Wei Jinxing glanced at the other leaders and solemnly stated, Mr. Tilawatt's words hold much truth. If your nation has any requests, Long Nation will do its utmost to accommodate. If our Starry Nation happens to win, we request 5,000 awakening pills, Tilawatt proposed. Our research personnel are quite interested in them. Tilawatt continued, conversely, if Lucio wins, we hope he can spare our contestant's life. If your nation has any requests, feel free to voice them. Seeing Tilawatt's stance, Wei Jinxing sighed in relief. Our nation has no demands. If Lucio wins, no harm will come to your contestants. In the future, should your nation require assistance, Long Nation will do its best to help. Tilawatt fell silent for a moment. Long Nation indeed embodies the demeanor of a great power. If you win, our contestants will survive. There will be ample gratitude. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wei Jinxing concluded the call. Mr. Wei, I intend to give you 2 awakening pills. Just then, Lucio entered the tent, clutching a handful of awakening pills and tossing them into his mouth like candy, chewing with delight. However, halfway through his sentence, he fell silent. Inside the tent were not just Wei Jinxing and Chun Guoyang, but also 2 unfamiliar men. Their remarkable demeanor indicated they were not ordinary individuals. You've returned just in time. Allow me to introduce you. This is, Wei Jinxing gestured, the National Defense Governor, Zhou Jiangwo. Lucio nodded, acknowledging the presence of Governor Zhou. The army has worked hard, he remarked. Zhou Jiangwo gestured for Lucio to take a seat and converse. At this moment, Wei Jinxing introduced a new figure. This is Professor Wang Shui and Apos, a distinguished figure in medical research. Ah, it is the illustrious Professor Wang. I have long admired your work. Lucio replied. Without waiting for Wang Xuan to respond, he presented the elixirs in his hand. These are awakening pills. You may utilize them for your research. Thank you immensely, Mr. Liu. I specifically came for these pills, Wang Xuan and Oppos, and exclaimed, his excitement palpable. If we can independently develop such miraculous elixirs, it would undoubtedly elevate the dragon country to unprecedented heights. Wang Xuan paused momentarily, then inquired, did you just consume this? Indeed. I just ingested an awakening pill, Lucio confessed, unashamedly retrieving another handful and casually tossing them into his mouth. They taste quite pleasant, reminiscent of gummy candies. The others exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. To consume the immensely valuable awakening pills as if they were mere snacks seemed extravagantly reckless. Observing their bewilderment, Lucio clarified, after consuming them, Heisey and the others awakened their second and third battle spirits. I merely indulge without any apparent effect. You glutton. Such extravagance. I shall strike you down. Wei Zhenxing exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves, clearly agitated. Lucio quickly maneuvered behind Wang Xuan, still tossing a few awakening pills into his mouth, and declared, perhaps I haven't consumed enough. A few more pounds should suffice. As he spoke, he produced a small porcelain vial and handed it to Wang Xuan, articulating with difficulty, this is the elixir of immortality. Take it back for your research as well. The group was once again taken aback. Wei Zhenxing, astonished, questioned, did you not consume that very item? Chapter 30. The corpse of an infant with a playful grin. Lucio exclaimed, there are two in the bottle. The others fell silent, at a loss for words. Ignoring their reactions, Lucio turned to Zhou Jiangwo, Governor. You too seek the awakening elixir, do you not? Indeed, Zhou Jiangwo readily acknowledged. I wish to utilize the elixir to bolster our national defense. The elixirs are your personal possessions. I shall not take them without compensation. Name your price. Lucio replied with a faint smile. How many do you require? Zhou Jiangwo pondered briefly. Would 2,000 suffice? Lucio was taken aback. So few? Is that truly adequate? Mr. Liu, you may be unaware, but just moments ago. Zhou Jiangwo explained with a weary expression. General Wei has negotiated with the Xinglua Kingdom. Tomorrow, should you falter at the Ghost Spirit platform, they will spare your life. The price for this is 5,000 awakening elixirs. After accounting for what we owe Xinglua, selling me 2,000 is not unreasonable. Ah, I see, Lucio nodded slightly. In that case, I shall provide you with 200,000. What? Zhou Jiangwo exclaimed. How much are you planning to give him? Wei Zhenxing interjected. 200,000. Lucio replied, eliciting collective disbelief from the others. Do you truly possess such a quantity? Chen Guoyang asked, astonished. Lucio flashed a toothy grin and opened a wooden box. With a flourish, he pulled out two large leather bags, each containing 100,000. Feel free to count them yourselves. Zhou Jiangwo hurriedly opened one of the bags, his eyes wide with shock at the sight of the golden awakening elixirs. This? Are all these? His hands trembled with excitement. What is the value of this many? Not a penny shall I take, Lucio remarked, producing two more bags. Captain Chen, please take these for distribution. Seriously? Chen Guoyang rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What did that ghostly judge give you? Not much, just two left, Lucio replied. Withholding the truth, he tossed two elixirs to Wei Zhenxing. You and Oppos. Older, consuming too many is harmful. Two should suffice. Wait, you give them so many and only offer me two? Wei Zhenxing protested, tilting his head. If you desire more, you could have asked. How was I to know you wanted more if you did not express it? Lucio blinked innocently. Frustrated, Wei Zhenxing demanded, how many do you truly have? Lucio counted on his fingers, approximately 450,000. The others rolled their eyes, dismissing his claim as mere nonsense. How could there possibly be that many of such a precious item, capable of awakening a ghost spirit with just one? Fine, here are two more bags for you. Lucio tossed them casually to Wei Zhenxing. Each person can only consume two. Excess is ineffective. The judge mentioned that a better option would be available once global unification occurs. Though uncertain if global unification would ever happen, it was prudent to retain some for the time being. Providing them with several 100,000 elixirs would suffice to keep them satisfied for a while. He refrained from disclosing the entirety of his conversation with the judge, as it would not alter their anxious state of mind. Regrettably, consuming the awakening elixirs had proven ineffective for him, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Among the members of the awakening team present at the Ghost Spirit platform, all had awakened 3 ghost spirits. Even the kitchen staff had managed to awaken 2, much to their delight. Yet he found himself unable to awaken any, despite consuming the elixirs. Nevertheless, he experienced no adverse effects from the elixirs, so he decided to treat them as sustenance for a few days. During dinner, while others feasted, Lucio rubbed his stomach, feeling discomfort from overeating the awakening elixirs, which had left him bloated. Did you hear? The Dragon Kingdom's awakening team has all awakened 3 ghost spirits. Is that true? Absolutely. They consumed the awakening elixirs. Wow, doesn't that mean their combat strength is tripled? With the added level to their awakened ghost spirits, they must be incredibly formidable. The leaders claimed the judge only provided Lucio with a handful of elixirs. How could that be? A handful? It and Apos. It's more like hundreds of thousands, as reported in the news. Those leaders must lack discernment, easily swayed by Lucio and Apos' words. The following evening, as the competition approached, spectators from various nations buzzed with speculation. The leaders who had previously sought to purchase elixirs from Lucio were now pale with disbelief. The ghostly judge had indeed granted Lucio hundreds of thousands of awakening elixirs. The number of awakened individuals in the Dragon Kingdom was rapidly increasing, with reports of some even awakening SS spirits. The leaders of the Moldy Kingdom declared, "Today, the Dragon Kingdom shall surely fail. They will never catch up to our pace. For we are the world and Apos' leaders." The leaders of the Sun Kingdom asserted, "Lucio will not survive for long. The Dragon Kingdom is destined for decline, ripe for exploitation." The leaders of the Stick Country proclaimed, "The legend of the Dragon Kingdom is over. They shall soon be completely divided among the nations." The leaders of the Great Dairy Nation announced, "Tonight and Apos' showdown is not merely a competition. It is a dragon-slaying festival. Let the 2 contestants take the stage." The judge called out as the audience began to gather. The competitor from the Xinglua Kingdom, Aya, stepped onto the stage alongside Lucio. Her slender waist and graceful form resembled a willow, adorned in traditional Xinglua garments, rich silks embellished with gold and silver jewels that accentuated her striking beauty. Her long legs were perfectly proportioned, each step resonating with an elegant melody. The judge, taken aback, inquired, "Is there only one contestant representing Xinglua?" The audience from other nations shared puzzled glances. What was Xinglua thinking by sending only one participant, and a woman at that? Was it an act of leniency? Not leniency. One is sufficient, as she can summon over 2,000 infant corpses. Infant corpses? Over 2,000. On stage, Aya declared, "As for the Dragon Kingdom and Apos' warriors, a single tiger can stop a path, but a whole nest of rats feeds the cat." With a slight smirk, she exuded confidence. Her deep-set eyes, reminiscent of a mysterious abyss, were framed by a delicate visage. Her skin bore a healthy, sun-kissed hue, smooth and supple. Her curled lashes fluttered, captivating those who gazed upon her. She exudes such confidence. What a formidable woman. Lucio is surely at a disadvantage. Prepare to be drained of your essence. She even spoke the Dragon Kingdom and Apos' language. I can manage a phrase or two. It is said to be a national treasure. Go to hell. Who are you cursing? The judge observed for a moment and, seeing the situation, declared, "Let us begin." With a swift clap of her hands, Aya effortlessly showcased the unique grace and charm characteristic of Xinglua women. Simultaneously, a haunting wail echoed, reminiscent of countless infants weeping. A small figure gradually appeared upon Maya's shoulder. Its limbs contorted at unnatural angles, bearing the marks of immense suffering in life. Its skin was cracked, its complexion pale as parchment, stained with dark red blood. Its hollow eye seemed capable of freezing one's very soul, while its mouth, slightly ajar, revealed sharp fangs that emitted a chilling hiss. The unsettling presence felt eerie and terrifying, yet to Lucio, accustomed to various horrifying spectacles, it was merely another day. Scratching my head, I remarked, "My dear, you summoned such a mere child. I believe it and Apos' best to reconsider. Do not engage, for you are no match for me. What business does a girl of your stature have in flaunting herself at Guiling Tai? Never mind, I shall not harm you. You ought to return home and seek a match. Find a handsome gentleman like myself. Wouldn't it be delightful to wed him?" The people of Longhua are truly overconfident. Aya gently shook her head and addressed the infant corpse. "This individual is formidable. Summon your companions and have them overwhelm him." A piercing wail erupted from the infant corpse, its voice tearing through the night like a demon and Apos' roar. In an instant, a chilling wind howled, akin to the cries of countless tormented souls. The heavens darkened, the sun and moon obscured, as if a shroud of death loomed ominously. Chapter 31. The four great zombie progenitors. The assembled crowd shuddered, a palpable sense of dread washing over them. Over 2,000 infant corpses emerged from the earth, the ruins, and the shadows, their spectral forms converging upon the ghost spirit platform. Their visages were twisted in agony, etched with resentment. Emaciated flesh clung to their skeletal frames, and their bloodied fangs were bared in a cacophony of unearthly wails that reverberated across the land. Hollow eyes burned with an infinite malice, an overwhelming presence that sent shivers down the spines of all who beheld them. An oppressive miasma of resentment filled the air, as if the gates of hell had been wrenched open, unleashing an apocalyptic terror. Crimson rivulets of blood intertwined to form a macabre tapestry, writhing and lamenting in the gloom. An inexorable tide of death surged forth, threatening to engulf all in its path. A tempestuous wind howled, carrying with it the palpable aura of animosity, as if determined to drag the world into an abyss of eternal despair. The emergence of these 2002 astral infants from the Star Luo kingdom was both awe-inspiring and utterly horrifying. The onlookers were rendered speechless, paralyzed by the sheer magnitude of the spectacle. Each of these 2,000-plus infant specters possessed a minimum rank of S, a testament to their formidable power. This was tantamount to the simultaneous arrival of over 2,000 awakened warriors. Yet Lu Qiu was limited to summoning a single ghost spirit, even with extraordinary abilities. Victory in this contest seemed an impossibility. Wei Zhenxing was consumed by despair, muttering, "It's over. We're truly defeated this time." The expressions of the other Dragon Kingdom citizens varied. Some were stunned into silence. Others bore the marks of anguish, resentment, or resignation. None could muster even a semblance of joy. A sly smile played upon Aya's lips as she addressed Lu Qiu. "My dear handsome, you can only summon one ghost spirit. Perhaps you should concede defeat, lest you be outmatched. What possesses a strapping young man like yourself to flaunt his abilities here on the ghost spirit platform? I bear you no ill will. Return home, find a beautiful maiden, and settle into a blissful marriage. Wouldn't that be more fulfilling?" Aya's words were a near verbatim repetition of Lu Qiu's earlier taunts. Lu Qiu massaged his throbbing temples and instinctively reached for a handful of awakening pills, tossing them into his mouth. "I need something to calm my nerves. This beauty is proving to be quite a handful. I can't oppose." He seemed to make any headway with her. Summoning just one, even if it were the zombie king, would only give me a slim chance of success. The infants would devour him within minutes. Ding! Due to the host and Oppo's consumption of 10,000 awakening pills, the system is unable to awaken a battle spirit. As compensation, replication mode has been activated. Replication mode. The battle spirit need not appear. The host can replicate 100 of the battle spirit's abilities and imbue them into himself. A maximum of 4 battle spirit abilities can be replicated and stacked. Note: replication mode is only effective on battle spirits and not on ghost spirits. Lu Qiu was taken aback. Replication mode, activated when I and Oppo's am facing imminent defeat? Is this a lifeline? Seeing Lu Qiu lost in thought, Aya teased, "Dragon Kingdom handsome, are you contemplating surrender and returning home to find a wife?" Lu Qiu, now emboldened, replied, "With you here, why would I need to seek a wife elsewhere?" He was no longer dejected. "Hold your horses for a moment." He swiftly perused the Ghost Codex, searching for the most suitable 4 great figures whose powers he could replicate. The 4 great zombie progenitors. Lu Qiu's hand froze on the page as he delved into the text. Introduction. Ho. Ho was formed from the skull of Pangu. During the great battle between the Yellow Emperor and Shi Yu, Ho seized the opportunity to wreak havoc upon humanity. Niuhua and Fushi joined forces to confine him within a Bagua formation. Ho's formidable power made him nearly unkillable. Fushi and Niuhua divided his soul into 3 parts and sealed each one away. Ho eventually broke free, and his 3 soul fragments escaped, seeking refuge in the mortal realm. Ho Qing, one of the 4 great zombie progenitors. Ho Qing, the younger brother of Di, was a valiant general under the Yellow Emperor. He perished in battle against Qi Yu, his body left unburied in the wilderness. This engendered a deep resentment toward the Yellow Emperor, which grew stronger over time, creating an opportunity for a fragment of Ho's soul to take hold. Ho devoured his soul and resurrected him using his dilapidated body. He could devour souls, consume flesh and blood, and transform victims into his own kind, controlling them at will. Possessing formidable curse abilities, he could cast spells using souls. All who died unjustly could be transformed into zombies. From that moment onward, the phenomenon of corpses transforming into zombies became a reality. Ingjiu, one of the 4 great zombie progenitors. Ingo, a great general under the Yellow Emperor, disobeyed the Emperor's commands during the battle against Chiyu, leading to defeat. The Yellow Emperor, enraged, banished him to guard the Yellow Springs underworld. A fragment of Ho's soul drifted into the Yellow Springs, and Ingo attempted to destroy it, but instead, it merged with his body. His divine power was transformed into boundless corpse energy, forging an indestructible body and making him one of the 4 great zombie progenitors. Hanbei, the only female zombie progenitor, originally named Nuba, she was the daughter of the Yellow Emperor. During the fierce battle between the Emperor and Chiyu, Nuba, concerned for her father and Appo's safety, became physically and mentally exhausted and fell gravely ill. As she lay on the brink of death, a fragment of Ho's soul seized the opportunity to possess her body, merging with Nuba's soul and causing a mutation. Her body lost moisture, emitting immense heat that rapidly evaporated all water within a radius of several miles, turning the land arid. Thus, Nuba became known as Hanba. Chiyu summoned the Wind God and Rain Master to unleash storms against the Emperor and Appo's dragon army. The Emperor ordered Ba to assist in the defense, and she successfully stopped the rain, ultimately helping the Emperor secure victory. Jiang Chun, the chief of the 4 great zombie progenitors. A member of the Panga clan, he existed since the dawn of time. Dispatched by the Panga clan to wander the world and monitor Nuwa, he maintained a close relationship with her, and she bestowed upon him his name, which means general and subject. During the sealing of Ho and Appo's physical body, he was infected by Ho and Appo's blood and became a zombie. He was the only corpse ancestor not formed from Ho's soul. Among the 4 great zombie progenitors, he was the earliest to be born and possessed the greatest combat prowess. Hence his title as the chief of the 4 great zombie progenitors. This Jiang Chun is incredible, existing since the creation of the universe. I'll replicate these 4. Lucio made his decision instantly. These 4 great figures were not spiritual entities, but battle spirits, meeting the criteria for replication. With the powers of the 4 great zombie progenitors combined, dealing with these infant corpses should improve my chances. If I and Appo's am truly outmatched, I can still summon a battle spirit to assist me. Then, I'll summon Ho. That old monster is the progenitor of the 4 great zombie progenitors. Are you going to compete or not? Aya asked, arms crossed, a hint of smugness in her voice. If not, hurry home and attend to your lifelong pursuit. Lucio tossed his hair back with a flourish, adopting a cocksure demeanor. Star Luo Kingdom lass, you're too self-assured. Dealing with these little devils requires no summoning of battle spirits. I alone am sufficient. Although he wasn't certain of victory, given the sheer number of infant corpses, he had to maintain his composure in front of the girl. Especially in front of a foreign beauty, he couldn't afford to lose face. Chapter 32, Ghoul Infants. United no battle spirits? Aya queried, her long eyelashes fluttering, a look of astonishment gracing her face. What preposterous boasting is this? Enough dawdling. Will this commence or not? Are you here to compete or to court? All this amorous dalliance if you cannot fight, then yield promptly. Do not squander our valuable time. A cacophony arose from the audience, particularly vociferous from the Japanese contingent, their voices devoid of any semblance of respect for Lucio. Lucio turned his gaze towards the Japanese spectators. Have you truly forgotten, or are you merely courting another drubbing? To hell, one Japanese spectator began, before abruptly silencing himself with a hand clamped over his mouth. To provoke him was to invite genuine peril. The other Japanese spectators followed suit, stifling their jeers. Lucio offered a sardonic smile. Aya, let us begin. Aya massaged her temples. Where are your ghoul spirits? Unnecessary. I intend to demonstrate the prowess of a dragon countryman. Lucio retorted, continuing his jest. Henceforth, seek a dragon countryman for matrimony. This is an affront to me. A hint of ire surfaced on Aya's delicate countenance. To forego ghoul spirits was a blatant insult. With a graceful gesture, she directed her finger at Lucio, instruct him a lesson. Over 2,000 infant corpses, a dense swarm akin to ants, surged towards Lucio from all directions. Their movements were stiff yet swift, their visages contorted, skin pallid, and vacant eyes radiating an eerie malevolence. Piercing, ear-splitting wails emanated from their mouths, chilling the very marrow. Their forms coalesced, creating a suffocating spectacle of horror. The ghoul spirit platform resembled a veritable hell, causing many to tremble in their boots. Even from afar, the palpable aura of death was overwhelming. What terrifying pressure must Lucio be enduring on that stage? Rumble. Suddenly, an immensely formidable aura erupted from Lucio, causing the clouds above to churn and lightning to flash, as if heaven and earth themselves were quaking. The devastating pressure stifled the audience, as if the entire world were under Lucio's dominion, capable of obliterating all at his whim. The air solidified, the ground trembled, a cataclysm akin to the end of days. The presence of Jiang Chun, the progenitor of zombies, was shocking, his malevolent might exceeding expectations. The boundless corpse energy surged forth like a doomsday tempest, threatening to devour all. The infant corpses at the vanguard were flung in all directions by this irresistible force. Those spared the initial impact halted in their tracks, their expressions shifting from ferocity to terror, even trembling. A disparity in power had resulted in suppression. How can this be? Aya questioned, bewildered. Even multiple 3S, grade ghoul spirits would struggle against 2,000 infant corpses. What manner of terrifying entity could quell them with mere aura? Lucio was not a ghoul spirit, merely a man. This was simply impossible. That aura, felt even from afar, sends shivers down one and Apos' spine. Why? Impossible. This is utterly impossible. An illusion. It must be an illusion. The Star Luo Country Ghoul Spirit Platform Supervisor, Tyrawat, rubbed his eyes vigorously. 2,000 infant corpses, simultaneously deployed, were meant to crush all ghoul spirit generals. Searching the globe for a being capable of defeating them would be a laborious task. How could such a terrifying swarm of infant corpses be subdued by a single man? The spectators from other nations were equally dumbfounded. This Lucio, saturated with an intensely potent aura of death, was he a man or an ancient, millennia-old corpse? The Dragon Country citizens were perplexed. What was happening with Lucio? Without summoning ghoul spirits, he had managed to make the infant corpses tremble with mere aura? Was this reality? How had he accomplished this? Miss Aya, do you now comprehend the might of Dragon Countrymen? Lucio, reveling in the overwhelming power coursing through him, grew somewhat conceited. Behold your children, petrified with fear. Best retrieve them for a change of diapers. With every casual gesture, the sheer force contorted the very air. The sensation was exhilarating, utterly irresistible. And he had only integrated the abilities of Jiangchen, one of the 4 progenitors of zombies. The other 3 remained dormant. If that is your resolve, then let us see how long you can endure. Aya's beautiful eyes narrowed. Ghoul infants, coalesce. The 2,000 infant corpses converged, their footsteps rustling ominously. As the moon was obscured by the churning clouds and lightning flashed, the infant corpses gradually coalesced into a massive vortex. The swirling winds buffeted the faces of the spectators, while the air became thick with the stench of decay, inducing nausea. On the platform, the infant corpses began to merge. Skin, bone, and flesh intertwined, forming a colossal monstrosity. 10 meters in height, its form grotesquely distorted, its head a macabre mosaic of countless infant faces. It was as if it possessed a myriad of heads. A horrifying sight that defied direct gaze. The combined entity of 2,000 infant corpses emanated an intense aura of resentment and malice. The terrifying scene plunged the audience into a waking nightmare. Boom. The coalesced corpse infant took a step, causing the ground to crack. Each movement seemed to herald doom. Imbued with destructive force, its terrifying aura surpassed Lucio's, as if the entire world trembled under its oppressive power. The audience struggled to breathe, their hearts clutched in an invisible vice, unable to escape. Roar the coalesced infant corpse, its countless eyes gleaming with crimson ferocity, fixed its gaze upon Lucio, emitting a deafening roar that proclaimed its dominion and served as a challenge. Lucio, will you not summon your ghoul spirits? Wei Zhenxing shouted, unable to contain himself. Although he was uncertain of the means by which Lucio had previously unleashed such formidable aura to deter the swarm of infant corpses, he was certain that Lucio lacked the ability to vanquish the infant corpse. He was merely a man, not a terrifying ghoul. Now, with the 2,000 infant corpses coalesced, they no longer feared him. That gargantuan infant corpse could crush him into dust with a single misstep. Lucio, what are you waiting for? Summon your ghoul spirits. Alas, you are vexing me to no end. Hurry, many from the Dragon Country urged anxiously, signaling Lucio to summon his ghoul spirits to contend with the infant corpse. Lucio is likely at his wit and Apos' end, lacking any ghoul spirits to deploy. He merely resorted to underhanded tactics in an attempt to frighten the infant corpse, only to fail miserably, Haha, that imbecile from the Dragon Country is here to entertain. Is he not? Worthless Lucio, kneel and await your demise. Lucio, die. Dragon Country, die. Certain spectators from less amicable nations cheered with glee. Lucio paid them no heed, glaring at the coalesced infant corpse. Are you beseeching a beating? Roar. The coalesced infant corpse roared once more, causing the hearts of spectators to nearly shatter. The infant corpse, its massive, contorted maw agape, spewed forth a cloud of black miasma, rapidly engulfing Lucio. Lucio and Apos' countenance hardened, and he soared to meet the attack. Advancing rather than retreating, the abilities of the other three zombie progenitors swiftly converged, coalescing into an irresistible torrent. Chapter 33. Defeating foes without inflicting harm. With the combined supernatural abilities of the four ancient zombie progenitors coursing through him, Lucio's aura surged exponentially. Before his adversaries and the amalgamated infant corpse could react, he unleashed a devastating punch. The potent force of his fist resembled a thunderclap, tearing through the oppressive darkness and hurtling toward the coalesced infant cadaver. Space itself seemed to shatter like a mirror, and the very air ignited, forming a searing wave of fire that trailed closely behind the concussive blow. Boom! With a resounding crash, the amalgamated infant corpse was utterly obliterated, its fragments scattered in all directions. The savage and malevolent entity, once a formidable threat, was reduced to nothing more than debris by Lucio's void-rending fist, disintegrating as if it were made of paper. The remaining 2,002 infant corpses, upon witnessing the demise of their fusion, dared not linger for even a moment. Immediately fleeing in terror, they vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. The lingering imprint of Lucio's earth-shattering punch remained suspended in the air, a stark testament to his power. It hung there like an indelible mark, radiating an awe-inspiring aura of dominance. A profound silence descended upon the arena. Everyone present was rendered speechless, their eyes fixated on the lingering fist mark. Their faces were etched with astonishment, and their eyes betrayed utter disbelief. Mouths agape. They were unable to utter a single word, as if the sheer horror of the scene had robbed them of their voices. Without summoning a spectral entity, relying solely on the might of his physical form, Lucio had delivered a single, decisive blow. A mere punch had vanquished the amalgamated infant corpse. Even with their own eyes, they could scarcely believe what they had witnessed. Lucio stood motionless, his body emanating a profound and immeasurable aura of death. The energy radiating from him surpassed that of any spectral entity they had ever encountered. He was like an insurmountable mountain, unyielding and indomitable, or an ancient zombie progenitor, whose power defied the very heavens. Some were trembling visibly, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of his presence. Was it possible for a mortal to possess such power? Such an overwhelming aura? The battle was decided. There was no need for further conflict. Lucio relinquished the power granted by the four ancient zombie progenitors. I merely repelled the infant corpses. I did not take their lives. It was only then that Arya emerged from her stupor, her voice tinged with a hint of discomposure. Thank you, Mr. Liu, for your restraint. He had not exerted his full strength. How was this possible? To be so powerful without the aid of a spectral entity was unheard of. A myriad of questions swirled within her mind, but she dared not voice them. Here are the awakening pills you requested, 5,000 in total. Lucio nonchalantly tossed a pre-prepared leather pouch in their direction. Ah, this? Arya's expression was one of awkwardness and confusion. Why is this? Her superiors had instructed her to defeat Lucio, spare his life. And only then would she receive the awakening pills. But the reality was that she had been defeated, decisively so. How could she possibly accept them now? Lucio offered a serene smile, a gesture of goodwill. I prefer to subdue with virtue. Alas, Tyrawat, the representative from the Star Luo nation, sighed deeply, his voice filled with shame. I am truly ashamed. They had believed that Lucio could only summon one spectral entity, while Arya could summon over 2,000. They had been confident of victory, which led them to request the awakening pills. Yet, in the end, Lucio had prevailed with a single punch, without even resorting to a spectral entity. And now, instead of mocking Arya, he had presented them with 5,000 awakening pills, a gesture of unparalleled generosity. The Dragon Kingdom had always upheld the principles of benevolence and righteousness, and Lucio and Apos' actions exemplified this. Unlike certain deplorable nations whose competitors, after securing victory, would subject their opponents to humiliation, ridicule, and even cruel and fatal torture, They were cold-blooded beasts devoid of humanity. Lucio has lost, Kamadasatsu shouted, his voice piercing the air. According to the rules of the Ghost Spirit platform, Lucio was required to summon a spectral entity, but he did not. He has violated the rules and therefore lost. Yes, Lucio has lost. The spectators from the land of the rising sun, along with those from other contemptible nations who harbored animosity toward the Dragon Kingdom, echoed the sentiment. Victory was victory, and defeat was defeat. The Ghost Spirit platform was all about spectral entities. Not using one was tantamount to breaking the rules. Arya, standing on the platform, spoke up. What is the value of relying on spectral entities? True power lies in one's own strength. I concede defeat wholeheartedly. Are you out of your mind? Is this silly girl brain damaged or infatuated? She must have been bribed by Lucio with those awakening pills. I've seen plenty of her kind. They'll do anything for money. Their Star Luo nation is full of such depraved harlots. The spectators from the allied nations chimed in. A victory would have elevated their nation to new heights. And for the sake of those resources, they were willing to resort to any means necessary. Arya and Apos' face flushed crimson. She wanted to retort, but she found herself unable to utter a single word. There were too many of them, and arguing with them would only subject her to further humiliation. Enough. Tyrawat seized the microphone, his voice resounding through the arena. Lucio's punch not only demonstrated unparalleled power, but also showcased the unfathomable depths of the Dragon Kingdom's awakeners. To defeat one's opponent without inflicting harm is the mark of a true champion, a testament to the Dragon Kingdom's spirit, a reflection of its greatness. You hold benevolence and morality in such low regard. Do you not feel ashamed? Tyrawat and Apos' voice was filled with emotion, silencing the entire arena. He continued. True strength does not lie in using force to oppress the weak, but in possessing absolute power while maintaining a benevolent heart. Lucio is not only the pride of the Dragon Kingdom, but also the pride of the world. He is but a microcosm of the countless awakeners in the Dragon Kingdom. As for the competitors from various nations who were previously eliminated by Lucio, and the spectators from the land of the rising sun, were they not all scum, deserving of their fate? The people of the Dragon Kingdom are neither arrogant in victory nor discouraged in defeat. They are worthy of respect. They are an example to the world, an example to humanity, and they deserve our deep contemplation and emulation. While I may be accused of favoring the Dragon Kingdom, I speak only the truth. I firmly believe. Tyrawat pounded his chest with conviction. The people of the Dragon Kingdom will continue to create even greater glories with this spirit, capturing the attention of the entire world. Bravo! Many voices cried out in unison. Immediately, thunderous applause erupted throughout the arena. Lucio is our pride. He is the pride of the world. He has created yet another miracle. I believe Tyrawat's words. Our Dragon Kingdom will undoubtedly create even greater glories. The faces of the Dragon Kingdom's citizens shone with pride and hope. Since the advent of the Ghost Spirit platform, the Dragon Kingdom had suffered humiliation and oppression. This was the first time they had earned respect and recognition. Lucio, with his absolute dominance, had ushered in a revival of mythology for the Dragon Kingdom, and its resurgence was now within reach. Many in the arena were filled with excitement, while others, particularly those who had been clamoring earlier, were sullen. All right, let me announce the results of the match. The Dragon Kingdom has won the 7th round. The referee and Apos' voice cut through the din, announcing the outcome of the competition. The arena fell silent once more. The referee continued, I am extremely pleased that Lucio did not summon a battle spirit in this match. In light of his outstanding performance, I have decided that the 8th round will be a 1v1 duel, with each competitor allowed to summon only one spectral entity. Phew. Lucio exhaled in relief. This ghostly referee had finally done something right. However, the referee's tone shifted abruptly. Lucio of the Dragon Kingdom will have his summoned spectral entity suppressed, allowing it to only exert 20% of its true power. Furthermore, Lucio himself will not be permitted to intervene personally, as he did today. Chapter 34. That stinking referee. I've been wanting to punch you for ages. 20%? And I and Apos am forbidden from intervening personally. That and Apos is as good as useless. Might as well just declare Lucio defeated. I wonder which country is up next. Oh, it and Apos India. Damn, those Indians are lucky, catching a break like this. The overseers from various nations once again believe Lucio is doomed, simultaneously envying India and Apos' good fortune. They have an excellent chance of winning the competition and securing greater rewards than other countries. The Dragon Kingdom and Apos' contingent war expressions of resignation. This damned referee is bending over backward to increase the difficulty. Who knows what he's up to? On the stage, Lucio was inwardly cursing the referee's ancestry. With his battle spirit only able to manifest 20% of its power, the difficulty level was beyond hellish. He said to Aya, his face sullen, "If I'd known it would be like this, I might as well have let you win." Aya shrugged, looking helpless. If not for Lucio's extraordinary combat prowess, the Dragon Kingdom and Apos' arena challenge would have ended long ago. But even if it had and Apos' ended, it seemed like it was about to. "Lucio, come with me." At that moment, the referee beckoned, signaling Lucio to approach. Each person can only take 2 awakening pills. Any more is useless. Lucio gave A and Apos' a brief explanation and stepped off the stage. Why is the referee calling him again? I don't and Apos' no. Could he be giving him another awakening pill? Possibly. We mustn't and Apos' miss this opportunity again. The overseers from various countries decided to intercept Lucio once more in front of the main hall. Before long, Lucio followed the referee into the main hall. The hall was the same as before, with its strange atmosphere and bizarre specimens everywhere. Lucio surveyed the scene and said with exasperation, "What exactly do you want? Are you trying to play me to death? I didn't and amp. Apos, throw your kid down a well. Do you have that much animosity towards me?" "Humph." The referee snorted coldly. "You summoned 4 battle spirits to possess you. Do you think I didn't and Apos, notice?" "Damn." Lucio was taken aback. "You knew about that too? Not adhering to my rules. I and amp. Apos, already shown you leniency by not exposing you." The referee said with a hint of anger. "Reducing your ghostly spirit's combat power by 80% is a mild punishment. If there's a next time, I and Apos, declare you defeated outright." Lucio rolled his eyes. "Regardless, I won the match, so are you going to?" He gestured around. "Are you going to tell me what these are?" "Of course." The referee didn't object. Calling Lucio over was precisely to inform him about these things. They are the sovereigns of other planets, intelligent life forms just like you humans. Lucio felt his mind reeling. He had never imagined that there were other life forms in the universe, let alone other intelligent beings. Such diversity was unbelievable. Humanity, it seemed, was not alone. Wait a minute. Where did you get them from? Lucio suddenly realized something. Collecting so many alien specimens must have required visiting countless planets. Human technology couldn't achieve that. So how did the referee do it? Could it be that their race possessed technology far beyond that of humans? "Of course, I've been to their planets." The referee replied affirmatively. "My presence on Blue Star signifies that plunderers will descend upon Blue Star in the near future, plundering everything you have, including your lives. My purpose is to strengthen the intelligent life on each planet, so that you have the ability to protect yourselves when facing cosmic plunderers. If Blue Star doesn't and amp, Apos, reach the minimum required strength, I will personally destroy Blue Star and wipe out humanity. Otherwise, you will become resources for the plunderers, making them even stronger. As the strongest awakened on Blue Star, you are qualified to be made into a specimen and displayed here, indicating that humanity once existed. As long as there is a human specimen, humanity and Apos' ghost god civilization will not be plundered by the plunderers. Of course, this is a last resort if you humans Don and Apos meet the standards." Lucio and Apos' head was spinning. Plunderers and aliens. His understanding of the world was being turned upside down. Was this guy delusional and spouting nonsense? The referee continued, unfazed by Lucio's astonishment. "The plan I've devised for you humans is to abandon thermal weapons. Your technology is only a few centuries old, barely at the first level. It and Apos' impossible to defeat the plunderers with technology. The only hope is to follow the ghost spirit battle spirit path and rise up before the plunderers arrive. That's why I used means to make your thermal weapons ineffective. The nuclear bombs you think can destroy the world would be used as firecrackers by the plunderers. They wouldn't even find them loud enough, let alone be harmed by them. Whether you can rise up by following the ghost spirit path depends mainly on you, on whether you can pass the trials I've arranged. If you lose any match, it will be considered a failed assessment. In that case, I won and amp, Apos, waste any more time on you humans. At that time, I will erase all living beings and destroy Blue Star. However, if you pass all 10 trials, the rewards I promised you will only increase, not decrease. My purpose in doing this is to turn your country into the strongest nation, a leader to guide the world in resisting the plunderers." "What are the plunderers? Who are you, and why are you helping us?" Lucio asked 3 questions in a row. "I'll tell you after you finish the next match," the referee said. deliberately whetting his appetite. Remember, it and Oppos. After you finish the next match, not after you win it. Because if you fail, you and Oppos, be made into a specimen. Before you die, I'll naturally tell you everything you want to know. Damn it. Lucio scratched his head. According to what you're saying, the whole world will have to resist the plunderers in the future, so opponents and ghost spirits can and Oppos, be easily killed on the ghost spirit stage. You can kill them as you please, it and Oppos. Up to you, the referee said nonchalantly, seemingly unconcerned about the awakened. Those who can and Oppos, you are just trash. They're not of much use anyway. Lucio rolled his eyes. I have another question. I just want to confirm whether you're a lunatic spouting nonsense. Are you sick? The referee glared at Lucio. It's useless for you to question me. I don't need you to believe me. So, there's no need for me to prove whether what I'm saying is true or false. Explaining to you is pointless for me. Lucio smirked. I don't and Oppos. Need you to explain. The referee was taken aback. What do you mean? Lucio ticked off his fingers. I and Oppos am going to punch you. What? Say that again. The referee thought he must have misheard. Not only are you spouting nonsense, but you're also acting all high and mighty every day. You stinking referee. I've been wanting to punch you for ages. Aren't you supposed to be formidable and amazing? Let me see if you're truly amazing or just a fake. Lucio and Oppos' mind raced, and the four divine beasts possessed him. Their power rapidly converged, and his body shone with brilliant light, his aura soaring. Let and Oppos' see you act all mysterious and deceive people. Take this punch. Lucio swung his fist, aiming a vicious blow at the referee and Oppos' face. Chapter 35. A face of grandeur, a judge of steel with a single punch, for ethereal figures of divine beasts materialized behind Lucio, resembling a miniature universe. The azure dragon coiled in the air, the white tiger roared fiercely, the vermilion bird spread its wings, and the black tortoise stood firm as a mountain. Each divine beast emanated a terrifying aura. The combined power of the four beasts coalesced into a force capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. This punch was sufficient to rend the void and shatter a realm. Boom. The speed was so overwhelming that the judge seemed unable to react, receiving the blow squarely. He staggered back 3 steps before stabilizing himself. Lucio was dumbfounded. This was a punch infused with the might of 4 divine beasts. Not even a mountain could withstand it. Yet he had merely retreated 3 steps after taking it. His face was indeed hard. The sensation of the impact felt as if a stone had been cast into the sea, the terrifying energy seemingly absorbed. Now, do you still doubt my capabilities? With a crack, as the judge spoke, his mask shattered and fell to the ground, revealing that even the mask could not compare to the hardness of his face. Lucio's eyes widened in disbelief. Before him was a youthful visage, with well-defined features and a robust elegance. What on earth? You look just like me. Familiar with this face from gazing in the mirror daily, he was taken aback. Wasn't he this just some old coot? How could he possess such a youthful appearance? And one that mirrored his own at that? I have no fixed form, yet I embody myriad phenomena. Why should I be bound by form? I follow my heart's desires. The judge gestured for Lucio to leave, claiming he would answer his previous questions after the match, revealing his identity, the identity of the raider, and his reasons for aiding them. In the midst of his speech, the judge's visage transformed into that of a Yah. Lucio was flabbergasted. Old man, you turn into a beautiful woman's face. Aren't you afraid I might kiss you? Leave. The judge waved his hand, unleashing an invisible force that sent Lucio flying. As Lucio tumbled away, he scratched his head in frustration, thinking, as if I would really kiss you. How absurd. Just as he was about to turn and walk away, he found himself intercepted by leaders from various nations. With bewildered eyes, he blinked. What do you want now? How many awakening pills did the judge grant you? Regardless of the quantity, you must sell them to us at a low price. Otherwise, we will collectively impose sanctions on your dragon country, making it impossible for you to advance. The leaders, in their desperation to acquire the awakening pills, disregarded their status and began to threaten. Lucio rolled his eyes. It's your turn to face the consequences now. The judge stated that all nations would receive a share, and whoever entered first would receive the most. Upon hearing this, Kita Shizo was the first to dash forward. Following closely was Park Chung-hee from the Korean nation, who, realizing he could not outrun Kita, executed a sweeping kick. Boom. Kita fell, grabbing desperately onto Park's leg. If you trip me, don't expect to fare well either. Let go. Park raised his foot and unleashed a flurry of kicks. The other national leaders surged toward the Grand Hall like a swarm. Lucio retracted his neck and hastily departed. The leaders soon rushed into the grand hall, only to be expelled almost immediately by an unseen force, as if caught in a tempest, flung out in disarray. Some were spitting blood, others rolling their eyes back, tongues lolling out. They fell to the ground, groaning in agony, rolling helplessly as they struggled to rise, swaying as if they might topple over at any moment. Panic-stricken, they exchanged pale glances. Damn it, Lucio has led us into a trap. Lucio, you scoundrel, wait for me. Lucio swiftly returned to the Dragon Country's resting area, engaging in playful banter with his comrades. Moments later, a communications soldier approached him, stating, Tiravat from the Star Luo Nation has arrived and wishes to see you. Commander Wei requests your presence. Lead the way, Lucio replied succinctly. Inside the tent. Upon Lucio's arrival, both Tiravat and Aya rose to greet him. Mr. Lu, please show mercy on the Ghost Spirit platform. We have received an additional 5,000 awakening pills, and I won't bother with further thanks. Tiravat produced a small porcelain vial and handed it directly to Lucio. Aya nodded at Lucio with a smile, her long, glossy black hair cascading down her back, an enchanting floral fragrance wafting from her. Lucio instinctively asked, What is this? It is a unique poison from our Star Luo Nation, known as the Demon Poison Pill, Tiravat explained gravely. When consumed by a battle spirit, it induces a berserk state. Your battle spirit is currently suppressed, able to only utilize 20% of its power. I hope the Demon Poison Pill proves beneficial. Haha. Lucio chuckled, then I shall not be polite. Originally, he had discussed with Commander Wei that should the Dragon Country emerge victorious, there would be substantial rewards for their surviving awakeners. However, he hadn't anticipated a genuine victory, leaving them unprepared. Tiravat's expression grew slightly awkward. Fortunately, we have the poison pill on hand to offer to you. This demon poison pill is ineffective against spirit-type ghosts, but potent for battle spirits, though it must be used cautiously. The berserk mode inflicts severe damage on battle spirits, often resulting in permanent loss of combat capability or even extinction. Is it that serious? Lucio asked, reaching for the vial to examine the demon poison pill. Stop. No. Tiravat and Aya exclaimed simultaneously, their expressions tense. Aya interjected. This substance is also harmful to humans. Even a whiff is dangerous. Indeed, Tiravat concurred, given the peculiar circumstances. It is up to you whether to administer it to your battle spirit. We cannot ascertain its potential effectiveness while your spirit is suppressed. I only have a single pill for you now, but I have already dispatched someone to retrieve more. Should it assist you, I can provide additional doses to ensure you complete the champion battle. Let us hope it will not come to that, Lucio remarked with a wry smile. He was reluctant to turn his battle spirit into a useless entity, yet if victory seemed unattainable, he might have to take the plunge. I shall not disturb your rest any longer, Mr. Lu, Tiravat said, glancing at Wei Zhenxing. I will take my leave. Wei Zhenxing stood. Safe travels. Indeed, Tiravat acknowledged. Then looked at Aya. Ensure you attend to Lu Xiao well tonight. Aya's cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze, nervously gripping her clothing, responding in a soft, almost inaudible voice, yes. Lucio stood momentarily stunned, turning to Wei Zhenxing. What is going on? Wei Zhenxing appeared equally perplexed. Don't look at me. I have no idea. Tiravat sighed. Since the arrival of the Ghost Spirit platform in our Star Luo Nation, there has been an unwritten rule. Any unmarried female awakener defeated by an unmarried male must marry the victor. You have defeated Aya on the Ghost Spirit platform. Thus, Aya is now yours. Well, that sounds splendid. Lucio and Appo's eyes sparkled with excitement, and I wholeheartedly concurred. Ahem, Tillawat coughed lightly, expressing that it was wonderful if Mr. Lu was pleased, and that they could be together tonight. Wei Zhenxing's lips twitched in disbelief, remarking on the extravagant nature of the people from Xinglua country. Without waiting for Tillawat to respond, Lucio swiftly grasped Aya and Appo's small hand and urged, come with me. She tugged her along, forcefully shoving Wei Zhenxing aside, commanding, do not obstruct the way, step aside. Chapter 36, The Spirit of the Dragon Nation. United in purpose, Wei Zhenxing stumbled as he was pushed, exclaiming, you truly are a scoundrel. Grabbing the young lady, Lucio remarked without looking back. I'm eager for her to understand just how resilient the men of the Dragon Nation are. Bam! Before they could exit the large tent, they collided with the incoming Chen Guoyang. Rubbing their foreheads in unison, Lucio, exasperated, urged, make way quickly. Do not delay my important business. Chun Guoyang disregarded Lu Qiu's demeanor, his expression stern. You little brat, tell me the truth. Have you betrayed the nation or not? What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Qiu pushed Chun Guoyang away. What do you mean by that? Chun Guoyang retrieved his phone, tapping the screen and tossing it to Lu Qiu. See for yourself. Lu Qiu accepted the phone, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the screen. Commander of the Ghost Spirit Platform, General of the Ninth Army. The war dragon Lu Qiu, renowned for overpowering awakened individuals from various nations, has become a hero in the hearts of the people. Yet, who could have imagined that such a hero had long since allied with the Sun Nation? He has joined the International Association of the Sun Nation, declaring victory for the Sun Nation after winning all matches, ensuring that the Dragon Nation receives no rewards. Thus, when battling the awakened individuals of the Sun Nation, he refrains from eliminating his opponents. As for the spectators from the Sun Nation he has slain, they are merely collateral. For his selfish desires, he has forsaken his homeland and betrayed his people. Lu Qiu's finger slid across the screen, and his expression grew increasingly grave. When had he allied with the Sun Nation? How was he unaware of this? The article was detailed, replete with images, each showcasing him alongside the leaders of the Sun Nation. The comments section was overflowing. Some expressed outrage, others voiced skepticism, and a few resorted to outright insults. There were tens of thousands of comments, far too many to read. Give it to me. Chen Guoyang snatched the phone back and approached Wei Jinxing. Director Wei, look at this. News of Lu Qiu and Imp. Oppos. S betrayal has set the internet ablaze. Major media outlets are reporting on it, causing widespread panic. No way. Lu Qiu scratched his head. I fought tooth and nail on the Ghost Spirit platform. How could I possibly betray my country? Director Wei. Just then, Heisey rushed in, stating, a throng of reporters has arrived, demanding to interview Lu Qiu about his supposed betrayal. Wei Jinxing glanced at the phone screen and said in a deep voice, without my express command, no one is allowed to enter the resting area. Understood. Heisey responded loudly and exited. Once Heisey was gone, Chun Guoyang pondered aloud, Director Wei. Should we not detain Lu Qiu? Absurd. Wei Jinxing's expression hardened. Do you not have any understanding of whether Lu Qiu is a traitor or not? It is undoubtedly the countries he has defeated that are maliciously spreading falsehoods and fabricating rumors. Rumors are their usual tactic, much like the Western chicken essence, which contains 40% monosodium glutamate, yet claims that MSG is unhealthy compared to their product. Rumors are meant to tarnish reputations. They aim to use them to undermine Lu Qiu and prevent us from becoming the champion nation. Chun Guoyang nodded slightly. Indeed, rumors can be quite damaging. Truth be told, I too find it hard to believe Lu Qiu would betray his country, yet the Ministry of Defense has issued orders for us to monitor his every move. I fear they may be swayed by these rumors, hindering Lu Qiu's participation in the matches. Let me in, let me in. Suddenly, the furious voice of Lu Chongqing echoed from outside. Lu Qiu exchanged glances with the others in the tent, and they all stepped outside. Lu Chongqing, in a frenzy, shouted, I want to see my son. All of you, step aside. Upon seeing Lu Qiu emerge, he struggled even more violently. Lu Qiu, how dare you betray your nation? On the Ghost Spirit platform, one can lose, be defeated, or even die, but betrayal is unforgivable. If you fall in battle for your country, I will erect a monument for you, give you a grand burial, and even inscribe your name at the top of our family tree. We, the Lu family, are citizens of the Dragon Nation in life, and in death. We must remain loyal spirits of the Dragon Nation. If you dare to betray your country, not only will I not forgive you, but our ancestors will not spare you either. Lu Chongqing was seething with rage. Had the guards not intervened, he would have rushed to confront Lu Qiu. Rubbing his aching head, Lu Qiu lamented, Father, how could you believe I would betray my country? Wei Jinxing surveyed the crowd with fierce eyes. Do you all truly believe that such a stalwart father would raise a traitor? Absolutely not. The members of the awakened team shouted in unison, their voices resounding through the air. All soldiers, heed my command, Wei Jinxing declared with unwavering determination, embodying the resolve of a soldier. I want every one of you, at all costs, to protect Lu Qiu and ensure he completes his 10th match. No matter how rampant the rumors become, even if the Ministry of Defense sends a battalion to demand him, we shall not yield. Yes, the crowd responded with thunderous agreement. Lu Chongqing stood there, momentarily dazed. Lu Qiu, tell me honestly, have you betrayed the nation? Sighing, Lu Qiu raised his right hand, declaring, I, Lu Qiu, swear to the heavens that I have never harbored any intent of betrayal. I have not before, Do not now, and will never in the future. Should I utter a single falsehood, may my intestines be torn asunder, struck down by lightning, and meet a wretched fate. Good, good, good. Lu Chongqing repeated the word thrice. I will temporarily trust you. Should you violate this oath, if the heavens do not punish you, then I shall. Lucio solemnly replied. I believe our country will unearth the fabricators of these rumors and restore my innocence. Old Lucio cannot possibly betray his nation. On the Ghost Spirit platform, Lucio fights fiercely against various nations. How could he ever betray? We are his comrades. Having spent every day and night with him, we know him well. The truth will eventually surface. Our nation will not allow a hero to be shamed or a meritorious figure to suffer injustice. The next match would be exceedingly challenging. Perhaps Lucio's final battle, yet he had never shown any inclination to retreat. The members of the Awakened team began to speak up. Sighing, Lu Chongqing added, although he is my only son, I am not afraid of his dying for his country, nor am I concerned about lacking someone to support me in my old age. My greatest fear is that he will betray his homeland, dishonor our ancestors, and disgrace our people. Old Lucio will be just fine. If anything happens to him, I will be your son. The soldiers voiced their assurances. Te Lavit and Amp, Apos, S expression was filled with excitement. The patriotic sentiment of the Dragon Nation people was truly admirable. In the face of adversity, they stood united, embodying an indomitable spirit. In the midst of hardship, their unwavering faith propelled them forward. No tempest could topple them. Even when faced with a path strewn with thorns, they would forge ahead, cutting through the obstacles. Old Lu, it's getting late. Stay here for the night, and depart in the morning. Wei Zhenxing urged Lu Chongqing to stay, instructing the guards beside him. Lucio serves the country and seldom has the chance to reunite with his family. Arrange for old Lu and Lucio to share a large tent. Absolutely not. Lucio quickly interjected. Grabbing Aya's hand, he added, Director Wei, I will be with my wife tonight. Please spare me from this ordeal. Chapter 37. The slogan of A3, Stay clean, goodness gracious. Did you really manage to secure her? No way. How is that even possible? You truly are remarkable. I am utterly envious. The warriors jested among themselves, genuinely astonished and taken aback. Aya is not only a standout among the awakened of the Xinghua Kingdom, but also ranks among the best globally. Marrying her would significantly bolster the Dragon Kingdom with a formidable ally. Aya's face flushed with embarrassment as she hid behind Lucio, too shy to face anyone. Chun Guoyang nudged Lucio, urging him to introduce her to his father. Oh, Lucio swiftly turned. Dad, this is Aya, a citizen of the Xinghua Kingdom and an awakened one as well. Greetings, uncle. Aya managed to control her nerves, striving to appear composed. Lu Chongqing scrutinized her for a moment, expressing satisfaction. Well, this daughter-in-law has both beauty and grace. I am very pleased. Moreover, she is from a foreign land, which makes my son a source of national pride. How delightful. Mainly because domestic options are far too expensive. They lack cost-effectiveness. At that moment, a citizen of Xinghua hurried over, bearing troubling news. There's been an incident. A tourist group from the Dragon Kingdom has been kidnapped within our borders. The kidnappers are demanding a ransom of 1 million from each tourist's family. T. Lawat's expression darkened. Who is responsible for this? The individual sheepishly replied, of course. It was our own people. How outrageous. T. Lawat instinctively clenched his fists. We will do our utmost to rescue them, General Wei. Before Wei Zhenxing could respond, T. Lawat turned to Aya. Aya, come with me to personally rescue the distressed citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. This is a critical time for fostering good relations with the Dragon Kingdom. Such incidents cannot be overlooked. Aya did not voice any objections and followed T. Lawat. Wait. Lucio exclaimed, his eyes wide as he waved his hands. The opportunity just slipped away? They had gained nothing from the excitement. Chun Guoyang stifled a laugh. Rest easy, Lucio. Aya will surely rescue those unfortunate citizens. Indeed. Lucio nodded vigorously, relieved that he could now chat leisurely with his father. You need to conserve your energy for tomorrow and Apos. As competition, rest up. Wei Zhenxing maintained a stern expression, yet his eyes twinkled with amusement. That poor child. Her hopes of being a bridegroom have been dashed. But fret not, there will be future opportunities. With only 20% of combat capability, victory seems elusive. TSK. Some comrades familiar with Lucio joined in the light-hearted banter. Rise and shine. The 8th match is about to commence. Just as dawn broke, the referee's voice echoed in their ears. So early, what's the rush? Neither team has had breakfast. Will they even be able to perform? Many complained. But no one had a choice, groggily pulling on their pants and rushing out. Lucio followed suit, foregoing his morning routine, rubbing his eyes as he exited the tent alongside Lu Chongqing. Upon leaving, they were surrounded by Wei Jinxing, Chun Guoyang, and others. Lucio, the Ghost Spirit Arena is your battlefield. Do not feel pressured. Regardless of the outcome, we stand with you. We are your strongest support. They offered words of encouragement. Heizi produced a small package. Here, my mother made these sweet cakes for you, sent via mutual acquaintance. You are the pride of our dragon kingdom. As long as you are well fed, even if the ghost spirit is suppressed to only 20% of its capability, you can still triumph over A3. Wait, Lu Chongqing interjected. Is it true that Lucio's ghost spirit can only utilize 20% of its power? The expressions of Wei Jinxing and the others turned grim. One admitted, I'm sorry, old Lu. This is a rule set by the referees, and we are powerless against it. Only 20% capacity? How is that any different from walking into certain death? Lu Chongqing's face darkened. Lucio, why didn't you inform me about this? Lucio sighed. I was trying to spare you the worry. You. Lu Chongqing pointed at Lucio, then patted his shoulder. Son, I will take your place in this match. Old Lu, I completely understand your feelings, but I must insist. We cannot allow you to do this. Wei Jinxing firmly opposed. Lu Chongqing tilted his head. I have consumed an awakening pill and awakened my ghost spirit, and I possess too. Do I not even have the right to die in battle? Old Lu, the referees have set their requirements. Our Dragon Kingdom cannot substitute players in 10 matches. Only Lucio can compete. Since the Ghost Spirit Arena and Oppos's inception, Lucio is the only awakened one from our Dragon Kingdom to achieve victory. Previous match rules were unfair, yet Lucio persevered. Allowing him to compete is not without hope. Lucio also possesses a trump card that can unleash the Ghost Spirit and amp Oppos's fury. Lu Chongqing nodded slightly, patting Lucio's shoulder once more. This is the first time I will witness you compete live. Do not let me down. You can rest easy and enjoy the show. Lucio said lightly, though internally, he felt uncertain. With the spirit's power diminished by 80%, it was akin to being rendered nearly useless. Moreover, a 3 and amp Oppos's rich and intricate mythological civilization meant their awakened ones were formidable, generally quite strong. Furthermore, they would undoubtedly dispatch their top-tier competitors, making victory seem grim. If all else fails, perhaps he would need to resort to the Demon Cauldron pill, eradicate the Dragon Kingdom, promote A3 culture, and pass on A3 spirit. Look at our competitors, singing and dancing, so full of vigor. Look at the Dragon Kingdom competitors still munching on their flatbreads. Our slogan is, stay clean, work together, and defeat the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom continues to fail, while A3 maintains cleanliness. As Lucio took the stage, the audience from A3 erupted into cheers. However, there chants incited laughter from spectators of other nations. Going to the restroom without toilet paper, eating with bare hands, and yet they speak of cleanliness? How absurd. Okay. Laboring, oh my, the rhythm is leaking, and the howling is loud. The citizens of A3 were unfazed, excitedly launching into a chorus. Stop singing. The referee barked. Is this a concert? With that, the A3 crowd fell silent. The referee addressed Ajay, A3 competitor. Please introduce your ghost spirit or battle spirit. I summoned neither a ghost spirit nor a battle spirit, Ajay replied, twirling his mustache with a finger, deliberately evasive. If it's not a ghost spirit or battle spirit, then what is it? Who knows? Just say what it is. The audience clamored for Ajay to continue his introduction. Ajay, with his eyes squinted, remained silent, enjoying his moment in the spotlight. After a moment, the referee could no longer endure. For goodness sake, can you say anything? If not, get off the stage and let someone else take your place. Chapter 38. The greatness of Ashura. Ajay's expression was somewhat awkward as he continued. I summoned the Ashura King. The Ashura King is a deity, hence should not be referred to as a ghost spirit or a battle spirit, but rather as a war god. No matter how powerful a ghost spirit or battle spirit may be, when faced with our Ashura, they are destined to be utterly defeated. How could a ghostly fox creature possibly rival a god? I propose to lift the suppression on Lucio's battle spirit. The referee erupted in anger. Do you think Lucio's battle spirit lacks divine lineage? They have achieved a record-breaking 7 consecutive victories against various nations. Can you match that? No wonder it is said that you people are arrogant. Indeed, your heads are rather inflated. A god? Spare me the nonsense. Do I not know what your Ashura king is? Your Ashura king, also known as Azura, translates to non-heavenly. Known for his volatile temperament and jealousy towards Indra, he has perpetually engaged in warfare with the celestial beings without ever claiming victory. The battleground of his clashes with the deities is known as the Ashura battlefield. The Ashura clan comprises creatures that are oviparous, viviparous, aquatic, and metamorphic, existing in a realm between humans, beasts, ghosts, and spirits. Such a creature, and you dare to call it a god? And you demand the lifting of the suppression on Lucio? What gives you the audacity? Though you are the referee, what you say is not necessarily the truth. Ajay was exceedingly indignant. Let the results speak for themselves. He clapped his hands twice, summoning a figure of the Ashura god, towering at 84,000 yojanas, to crush the battle spirit of the Dragon Kingdom, compelling the world to tremble beneath its feet. 84,000 yojanas. What is a yojana? It is said that 1 yojana equals 13 kilometers. Just imagine, 84,000 times 13 kilometers. How colossal must that be? The audience from various nations was filled with curiosity regarding the height of the Ashura king. Meanwhile, a mysterious and oppressive aura enveloped the venue. The morning light dimmed, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, ready to be extinguished by this overwhelming presence. Dark clouds gathered, gradually obscuring the last rays of sunlight. It resembled a doomsday scenario from a myth, sending chills down the spine. Suddenly, a massive and blazing fireball descended from the heavens, illuminating the entire sky. As the fireball struck, the ghost spirit platform trembled violently, debris flying in all directions. The ground was scorched, and the air crackled ominously. The gigantic figure of the Ashura king rose slowly, boasting 6 legs, 9 heads, and countless eyes, each hand gripping a formidable artifact. With deep blue skin and flames engulfing its body, its thick veins coursed like flowing magma. Each step it took resonated like a heavy hammer striking the ground, producing a dull echo. Its immense presence and irresistible pressure rendered the crowd immobile, leaving them to gaze in awe at this monstrous entity resembling a hellish demon. The atmosphere was silent, as if time itself had come to a standstill. This was the Ashura king, maximally sized, towering over 4 sacred mountains. Far too grand for the ghost spirit platform to accommodate. With 6 legs, a mere step could annihilate worlds. It was indeed a true SSS-class war god. Lucio, will you take your own life publicly, or shall my Ashura king crush your ghost spirit before ending your life painfully? Ajay's expression was frenzied, his eyes bulging with intensity. Lucio smirked. If I am not mistaken, your Ashura king is at best an SS battle spirit. Impudent. Ajay roared. I declare it is not a battle spirit, but a war god. I declare it is SSS class. Very well, let it be as you say, Lucio replied, choosing not to argue further. It was over. Lu Chongqing's face turned ashen. His son's combat power was merely 20%. How could he possibly contend with such a behemoth? Defeat seemed inevitable. Wei Zhenxing and the other members of the Dragon Kingdom wore grim expressions. The Ashura king was the most formidable presence they had ever encountered among ghost spirits. Even if Lucio's battle spirit were not suppressed, victory appeared exceedingly unlikely. Hey, Dragon Kingdom, you are unworthy to strike against our Ashura king. Surrender and take your own life. The cries for surrender echoed throughout the crowd, the enthusiasm among the Ashura supporters reaching a fever pitch. Lucio, for the sake of honor, please end your life swiftly. The calls for self-termination surged, overwhelming Lucio's mind. I curse you all, Lucio thought. Your Ashura king is not even worthy to raise a hand against me. With this determination, he summoned the ancestor of the underworld river, ready to clear the path. Upon learning that the opponent's battle spirit was the Ashura king, he devised a plan. If his assumptions were correct, the ancestor of the underworld river was the Ashura king's nemesis. After Pangu created the world, his navel transformed into the sea of blood, containing the lifeblood of all beings, becoming the most corrupted place on earth. The ancestor of the underworld river was born from the depths of this sea. As the natural sovereign of blood, he commanded the laws of blood and excelled in establishing blood river formations. With 480 million blood god avatars at his disposal, the Yuan Tu and Abi, 2 sacred swords, were his innate treasures. These 2 lethal artifacts could slay without entangling themselves in karma. In his quest for sainthood, he emulated Yuan creating life, using the essence of the blood sea and the souls of all beings to forge the Ashura clan. The Ashura clan was birthed from the ancestor of the underworld river. One Ashura king is nothing in comparison. After failing to achieve sainthood by creating the Ashura clan, the ancestor later emulated the three pure ones to establish a teaching of his own. Thus, he suppressed fate with the 12-petal red lotus of karmic fire, founding the Ashura sect. Its doctrine was, slay the heavens, slay the earth, slay all beings. Though he had not yet attained sainthood, he was the strongest being beneath the sages, a true god of slaughter, who once compelled the bodhisattva of the earth king to vow, I shall not attain Buddhahood while hell remains empty. With a thunderous rumble, the ghost spirit platform trembled. The ground fissured, and endless blood surged forth from the cracks. Blood clouds churned in the sky, tumultuous like raging waves. The vast expanse transformed into a crimson world. The air was thick with the scent of blood. On the ghost spirit platform, the swirling blood formed a massive vortex. A beam of blood light shot forth from the vortex, soaring into the heavens, accompanied by wild howls. The imposing figure of the ancestor of the underworld river emerged from the whirlpool, towering like a mountain, exuding a terrifying aura that sent shivers down the spine. His skin was dark red, resembling coagulated blood, with hair swirling like countless writhing serpents. His eyes radiated blood light, revealing endless slaughter and madness. With feet resting upon the 12-petaled crimson lotus of infernal flames, the lotus blazes with a resplendent, yet fearsome fire. It turns slowly, emanating waves of searing heat, as if capable of incinerating all the sins of the world. The Yuan too, and the abysmal, two holy swords, swirl and dance behind him. The blades shimmer with a chilling radiance, leaving trails of fissures in the void wherever they pass. Chapter 39. The unyielding Asan Lucio and Apos. Ghostly spirit appeared formidable. Yet our Ashura king was no less impressive. However, Lucio's ghostly spirit possessed only 20% of its combat power, an outward show of strength that belied its ineffectiveness. While the Asan deliberated, the Ashura king on stage swiftly diminished in size. Moments later, he stood no taller than an ordinary person, devoid of extra heads or limbs. And his once imposing aura had significantly waned. Though his visage retained a hint of ferocity, the innate malevolence that surrounded him had considerably lessened. With a resounding thud, he knelt, his forehead striking the ground. Ashura, I have seen the ancestor. You. The ancient spirit of the river of souls fixed its gaze upon the Ashura king. The Ashura king prostrated himself, trembling as if engulfed by sheer terror. What? Ajay was dumbfounded. The proud deity, upon encountering his opponent and Apos' spirit, knelt. Wasn't he a god? Above all ghostly spirits, how could he submit to another spirit? The Asan were equally bewildered. Wasn't Ajay's Ashura king invincible? Measuring an astounding 84,000 yojanas in length, as large as 4 Mount Merus, he shrank in the presence of the Dragon Kingdom's spirit. Other spectators from various nations were equally astonished. Moments ago, Ajay boasted of granting Lucio a dignified demise, urging him to take his own life. Yet, within a heartbeat, his spirit, his deity, had faltered. Before the confrontation even commenced, he knelt. What farce was this? His combat power is merely 20%. Kill him, eliminate him, Ajay exclaimed, hopping in agitation, urging the Ashura king to grow larger and engage. The prostrated Ashura king suddenly turned, declaring, Die? His massive hand reached out, grasping Ajay midair. An insurmountable aura of terror erupted, instantly binding Ajay. In the face of such overwhelming power, he found himself utterly immobilized. Any attempt at resistance was futile. Ajay's face reddened as his eyes bulged, struggling to draw breath. Crack, crack. The sound of bones fracturing echoed as blood gushed from Ajay's mouth and nose. This. Oh heavens! A ghostly spirit slaying its master? How could this be? Spectators from various nations expressed their shock. Since the inception of the ghostly spirit arena, never had a spirit dared to slay its master. With only 20% of its power, how could Lucio's spirit compel the Ashura king to commit such an act? Just how powerful was that spirit? The Asan and Apos' Ashura king was a god, was he not? Why then this cowardice? Ajay had even demanded the lifting of the spirit suppression on Lucio, proclaiming that no spirit, no matter how strong, could withstand the Ashura king. His confidence was boundless. Yet the outcome was this Asan merely a comedic act? With a resounding crash, while the international audience remained in disbelief, the Ashura king exerted a slight force, obliterating Ajay into a cloud of blood mist. The Asan stood frozen, their minds collectively short-circuiting. Haraha! Those from the Sun Nation reveled in schadenfreude, mocking, While we laughed at their spirit's capture, our own spirit has revolted, killing our awakened one. This is hysterical. Other nations and Oppos, spectators could only shake their heads in disbelief. No one had anticipated Lu Qiu and Oppos' victory, especially with his spirit and Oppos' mere 20% power. Even more astonishing was the bizarre manner of his triumph. Did you not say that if Lu Qiu won, you would bow to him? The once boastful individual now wore an expression of silence. Azura, I have no objection to you serving as a deity among the Asan, came the cold, authoritative voice of the River of Souls. But I cannot tolerate your willingness to assist them against Huaxia. The Azura king, still prostrated, replied, Ancestor, I cannot control who awakens. I swear by the heavens, I have never raised my hand against Huaxia, nor will I in the future. Should anyone else awaken me, I shall slay them. Very well. Otherwise I shall not spare you. The River of Souls paused, glancing at Lu Qiu. Young Master Lu, shall we spare him? Lu Qiu shook his head slightly. Let him go. Upon hearing this, the River of Souls shot a fierce glare at the Azura king, then be gone. Thank you, Ancestor, for sparing me, and thank you, young Master Lu, for your mercy. The Azura king expressed his gratitude profusely, repeatedly striking his forehead against the ground, causing the ghostly spirit arena to tremble violently. The leaders of the Asan watched in horror as their top-tier combatant, with only 20% combat capability, had failed to secure victory against Lu Qiu. How could this be? Had this turned into a farce? Was the Asan always this comical? Even in a seemingly guaranteed win, they had lost, and in such an unexpected manner. Were they still capable? Their earlier boasts had already led to numerous humiliations. A rocket misfired, exploding in place. Do you concede? They claimed to possess aircraft carriers, yet could not find one even under a magnifying glass. Their own efforts to develop manned satellites resulted in live broadcasts of launches that ended in minutes with catastrophic failures. As for their missile tests, they either struck neighboring nations or their own submarines, with the certainty of launch but uncertainty of where they would land. Every missile test sent shivers through the global community. What do you know? That is called strategy, they would declare. Today, however, they had a rather amusing twist. Lu Qiu's spirit turned out to be the ancestor of their own god. The Asan were either jesting or on the path to jesting. Leaders and spectators from various nations were accustomed to the absurdity of the Asan and Oppos' antics, but still found it difficult to accept the outcome. The world believed their victory was assured, and they themselves were filled with confidence. Yet the result had left them utterly astonished. In the 8th match, the Dragon Kingdom emerged victorious. The judge and Oppos' voice was filled with indignation, clearly displeased with the Asan and Oppos' performance. Good, Lu Chongqing exclaimed, the first to applaud. He had feared for his son and imp, Oppos' demise, but was pleasantly surprised by this bewildering victory. His previously anxious heart was finally at ease. Well done, Lu Qiu. The audience from the Dragon Kingdom, including its leaders, collectively rose to their feet, applauding in unison. He won decisively, Blackie exclaimed. I told you. Lu Qiu could easily defeat Asan. It's all thanks to my mother's delicious cake. The Asan, however, were no longer exuberant. Their expressions were filled with dejection and despair. One defiant voice cried out, Maintain hygiene. The Dragon Kingdom shall surely fall. Maintain hygiene. The Dragon Kingdom shall surely fall. The Asan erupted, shouting fervently as if their hopes had been rekindled. Even the leaders of the Asan joined in, waving flags in support. Many spectators shook their heads in disbelief. After such a definitive loss, how could they retain such confidence? Their tenacity was remarkable, but their slogans were bizarre. Maintaining hygiene would not lead to victory. Had Lu Qiu not already triumphed? After losing the match, one could only imagine the exuberance that would accompany a victory. Alas, the referee could only sigh in resignation. It seems more fitting to say that a doe cannot be propped up against the wall, but rather a sand cannot stand tall. Ahem. The referee cleared his throat, as the 9th duel is set to take place this evening. The rules remain a one-on-one format, with no time restrictions. However, Lu Qiu and Oppos' ghostly spirit or battle spirit may only unleash a mere tenth of its true power. Chapter 40. The Plunderer 1/10? Although there is no longer a time limit. This seems excessive. It appears that the Dragon Kingdom is utterly doomed this time. I beg to differ. Many are claiming that the Dragon Kingdom is destined to lose. Spare me. If it weren't for the intervention of the A3, what chance would the Dragon Kingdom have of winning? In the 9th match, the Dragon Kingdom must face defeat. Esteemed referee, the representative from Beer Nation, Moritz, announced, We are sending forth our 3S level battle spirit, the Medusa with serpent hair. Any creature, be it human or divine, that gazes upon her eyes will be turned to stone. This poses a significant danger to the audience. Is there a way for you to mitigate this, dear referee? Is it truly a 3S level spirit? On the Ghost Spirit platform, the highest level encountered has been SS. A 3S level has never appeared before. It is said that a single 3S level spirit can rival a multitude of SS spirits. This time, Lucio is entirely finished. How did Beer Nation manage to awaken the Medusa from Western mythology? The likelihood of awakening figures from Western mythology is quite low. It is rumored that if such figures are awakened, they are predominantly 3S level. The passive ability of this creature can turn beings to stone. It is truly terrifying. Even Lucio feels the gravity of the situation. Even if the battle spirit is not restrained, it seems incapable of contending with Medusa. A mere glance could spell disaster. The referee pondered momentarily and replied, "Rest assured, esteemed audience members, I possess the means to address this matter. The victors of the upcoming match will receive an additional reward, the Soul Banner, a spiritual artifact." What is a spiritual artifact? The Soul Banner sounds formidable. The leaders of the various nations were intrigued, pondering the nature of this artifact. The referee elaborated, "A spiritual artifact is a vessel capable of containing ghost spirits. The Soul Banner is a top-tier spiritual artifact, on par with a 3S ghost spirit. Its value far exceeds that of ordinary ghost spirits. Furthermore, the Soul Banner is a growth-type artifact, capable of evolving into a divine tool capable of effortlessly annihilating 3S level ghost spirits. Its ultimate form is said to be horrifying, though no one knows the extent of its terror. Goodness, it seems Beer Nation has struck gold. With Lucio's combat power reduced to 1/10, they have acquired a treasure for free. How enviable. As the citizens of various nations murmured, the referee beckoned Lucio to follow. Why is the referee calling for Lucio again? Is he going to offer him some benefit? Could it be another awakening pill? Should we follow? Go ahead yourself. If you wish to follow, then do so. Although the officials from various nations had been duped by Lucio, their curiosity compelled them to follow suit. Before long, Lucio found himself once again in the grand hall of the referee. Last time you inquired about the plunderer, my identity, and my reasons for assisting you. Upon entering the hall, the referee spoke first. The plunderers are known as the Stellar Shadows, also referred to as Cosmic Hunters or Void Stalkers. They originate from the Void Realm, a dimension separate from ours. A millennium ago, a dimensional rift at the edge of the universe created a wormhole connecting the Void Realm to our world. The Shadow and Blood clans from the Void Realm entered our domain and commenced their plunderous journey. They are ruthless, warlike, cunning, merciless, and possess unfathomable power, capable of annihilating countless star civilizations with overwhelming force. Soon, they will arrive at Blue Star, and I am one of them. You are also a plunderer? Lucio instinctively took a step back. Do not be alarmed. I belong to the Spirit Clan, who oppose plunder. We clashed fiercely with them due to our differing ideologies. The cunning insect clan seized the opportunity during our conflict to return to the Void Realm and shut the wormhole, leaving us unable to cross dimensions for support, leading to our devastating defeat, leaving only a handful of survivors. Those who survived were forced to wander the universe as homeless drifters. With the wormhole destroyed, the plunderers became trapped in this realm, unable to return. This is undoubtedly a nightmare for our world. The plunderers continue their rampage, while we, the surviving spirits, have taken on the role of interstellar mentors, guiding and supporting aspiring civilizations to rise against the plunderers. Huh? Lucio scoffed, rolling his eyes. If you hadn't and Oppos, T come to Blue Star, the plunderers wouldn't and Oppos. T have shown up, would they? The referee, taken aback, inquired, what do you mean? There are no free lunches. You wouldn't help us without ulterior motives. To you, we are mere aliens. If I am not mistaken, your support for us is merely a means to utilize us to defeat the plunderers. As a survivor of the Spirit Clan, the plunderers will undoubtedly pursue you relentlessly. Therefore, wherever you go, they will follow. You are a harbinger of disaster. The referee chuckled heartily. You are entirely correct, yet you have no choice. You can either assist me in defeating the pursuers or await your demise. Lucio glowered in frustration. This old man is nothing but a shameless rogue, a calamity. If that is the case, it seems tomorrow and Oppos' match is unnecessary. If what you say is true, global preparations will be in vain. That is absolutely not permissible. The referee firmly objected. The match must proceed, without meeting my requirements. Defeating the plunderers is a futile endeavor. Moreover, if anyone can eliminate you, it proves their superiority. I only support the strongest. Naturally, I hope someone surpasses you. Lucio was nearly speechless. My battle spirit can only exhibit 1/10 of its power. Defeating me would prove superiority? Those capable will always find a way. Enough. Lucio interrupted the referee. Stop spouting nonsense. Can you speak of something concrete? Very well. The referee nodded slightly. If you win 2 more matches, I will fully support the Dragon Kingdom, amplifying your ghostly mythological civilization, doubling the awakening of the populace. Technological advancements, national resources, and the physical capabilities of the citizens will see substantial enhancement. Additionally, there will be unexpected privileges and rewards. In short, your nation will become the strongest in the world. Lucio rolled his eyes. While others are drawing eggs, you are painting grand visions. Secure the 10th match, and then you will know whether I am merely fantasizing. With a wave of his hand, the referee dismissed him. Lucio had no intention of lingering any longer and turned to leave. What did the referee offer you? Hurry and reveal it. As soon as Lucio exited the grand hall, he was intercepted by leaders from various nations. The referee gave me nothing. You can search me if you don't believe it. Lucio raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Kawada Shizo demanded sternly, what did the referee say to you? Heh. Lucio chuckled mischievously as the referee declared that he possessed several soul flags, offering them to anyone brave enough to step forward. It was a first-come, first-served opportunity. Those who arrived later would miss out. Gutian Saisa's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether Lucio intended to deceive them. Believe it or not, enter if you dare. The choice is yours. Lucio exclaimed, forcefully pushing Gutian aside, urging him not to obstruct the path. The representatives from various nations exchanged glances, pondering the authenticity of his words. Were they being led astray once again? Despite their trepidation, the leaders were tempted to venture inside, though wary of potential deception. Ultimately, the worst that could happen was being expelled. What was there to fear? We must try to ascertain the truth, they resolved, yet their words lacked any commitment to action. No one wished to be the first to take the plunge, as the humiliation of being thrown out was an unpleasant prospect. In a moment of urgency, a representative from the third nation tugged at Rahul, anxious not to be left behind. With a burst of determination, he dashed forward, his long legs carrying him swiftly into the fray. Chapter 41. A Deity and Amp. Appos. As sacrifice for mortals? Kamida Shisaku, upon witnessing Rahul's impetuous charge, hesitated momentarily before stooping to pick up a stone. Weighing it in his hand, he resolutely hurled it at Rahul. Thwack! Thud! Ack! Rahul, struck squarely, crumpled to the ground, clutching his head. The leaders of the other nations watched in bewildered astonishment. What was Kamida Shisaku doing? Was he worried Rahul would snatch the 1,000-soul banner? Lucio had stated there were multiple banners. Wouldn't it be prudent to let Rahul test the waters first, to ascertain the veracity of Lucio and Appos' claim? What was this damned cur thinking? To fell Rahul with a stone. Good heavens, the Indian and Appos' skull is remarkably resilient. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Rahul, having been flattened, was gingerly rising, clutching his head. Thud! Before he could fully regain his feet, Kamida Shisaku stomped down on him. His face slammed into the ground, his nose flattened. Oblivious to the extent of the injuries he had inflicted, Kamida Shisaku, with Rahul's head pinned beneath his foot, dashed towards the referee's hall. If, by chance, there was only 1,000 soul banner, he would rue the day he hadn't acted decisively. The referee had previously stated that spiritual artifacts were rarer than ghost spirits. It was highly plausible that there was indeed only 1,000 soul banner. Lucio, that sly fox, couldn't be entirely trusted. He had to be the first one in, even if it meant being ejected by the referee. Kamida, Rahul, clutching his head, struggled to his feet. Daring to strike me. This is far from over. He snatched up a brick, ready to retaliate, but froze in his tracks. Kamida Shisaku had abruptly halted, unmoving. Moments later, his body was rent asunder, his form disintegrating, pieces of him scattering upon the ground. It appeared he had triggered a mechanical trap, dissected by invisible rays. He hadn't even managed to scream. The scene was chillingly gruesome. Rahul swallowed hard. Thank you, he stammered. Had it not been for Kamida Shisaku, he would have been the one to meet his end. This Kamida Shisaku, in their own parlance, was a great man. The other national leaders were collectively speechless. Kamida Shisaku hadn't merely been trying to ensnare Rahul. He had been risking his life to save him. This maneuver was beyond the capabilities of the Indians themselves. Sacrificing his own life in such a disastrous fashion, truly remarkable. After a moment, Park Jong-hee from Korea muttered, "Lucio and Appos. S words led Kamida Shisaka to his demise? Quick, call Japan and tell them to deal with Dragon Country. Hello, Lucio has killed your Kamida Shisaku." Someone dialed the Japanese leader's number. "What do you mean, killed?" James from the Eagle Country snatched the phone. Kamida Shisaku was slain by Lucio. A gruesome death. Hacked to pieces, scattered all over the ground. Weren't there rumors online that Lucio had defected to your Japan? It seems those rumors were false. Lucio not only indiscriminately slaughters your nation's spectators, but also murders your leaders. It's clear he doesn't consider you human. Utterly detestable, absolutely outrageous. The group, reveling in the chaos, eagerly added fuel to the fire, stoking the flames. After all, the Japanese were hardly virtuous. Any opportunity to exploit them was welcome. Lucio, on the other hand, was an Appos, rushing back to the rest area. Consuming awakening pills, he headed towards the less frequented areas. Eventually, he stopped in a secluded ravine. Assured that he was alone, he mentally commanded, "Lady Shurji, emerge. We need to converse." Whoosh! A gust of spectral wind arose without warning. Instantly, sand and stones swirled, and vegetation bowed low. Branches snapped, and birds scattered in terror. The wind howled like ghostly wails, swirling around him. The biting chill sent a shiver down Lucio and Appos' spine. The spectral wind coalesced into a graceful figure. She was clad in a black, wide-sleeved dress, crowned with a large, black and purple fan hat. Her exquisite oval face, like cold jade, exuded an otherworldly aloofness. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her eyes, as black as ink, gleamed with an unearthly serenity. She surveyed her surroundings before fixing her gaze upon Lucio. "The Ghost Master summons me. What is your desire?" "I require your assistance in a competition, a battle against the Grecian Gorgon Medusa. None but you can fulfill this task." Lucio stated his purpose directly. Medusa is a formidable opponent. A mere gaze can turn one to stone. You, however, are essentially stone incarnate, and thus impervious to her passive ability. The name Shurji signifies a massive, protruding rock by the water and Appos' edge. She was a rock that had absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, achieving sentience. Being inherently stone, Medusa's petrification skill would naturally be ineffective against her. Moreover, she was the foremost disciple of the Tongtian sect leader, and her combat prowess was undoubtedly substantial. "Summon me when the time arrives," Lady Shurji replied, her delicate face devoid of emotion, remaining icily impassive. "The matter is not so simple." Lucio produced a small porcelain vial and tossed it to her. Shurji caught the vial, her expression questioning. "What is this?" "A demonic goo pill. Upon consumption, it induces a berserk state, but the after effects are severe, potentially crippling you or even causing your annihilation." Lucio made no attempt to conceal the truth. "In the upcoming contest, the ghost spirits I summon can only manifest a tenth of their power. Without this, you will likely be unable to secure victory. You would have me ingest this for a trivial competition?" A hint of anger flickered across Shurji's face. Although she was not a ghost and would not acknowledge Lucio as her master, she, like the ghost spirits of other awakeners, possessed a strong sense of obedience towards her summoner. To consume such a toxic pill for a mere competition was hardly appealing. If only the competition were insignificant. Lucio shook his head ruefully. "If that were the case, I would not have summoned you prematurely, nor would I have entrusted you with the demonic goo pill. Since the advent of the ghost spirit platform, some individuals have awakened their innate ghost spirits." Lucio proceeded to explain the current situation to Shurji, emphasizing the importance of victory or defeat for Dragon Country. "That is the situation. I do not compel you to ingest the demonic goo pill. The decision is yours. If you are unwilling, do not feel burdened by guilt. Even if we lose the competition, I will not hold you accountable. After all, the fate of Dragon Country is of no concern to you. You have no significant connection to Dragon Country, nor are you obligated." "You speak truly," Shurji interrupted. "I am under no obligation to assist the Chinese. As a lofty deity, how can I sacrifice myself for mere mortals?" Shurji promptly tossed the small porcelain vial back to Lucio. "I can exert myself to the fullest in the arena, but do not even dream of me ingesting poison." With these words, she turned and transformed into a spectral wind, vanishing without a trace within a few breaths. Lucio watched Shurji's departing figure, remaining silent for a long moment before turning to retrace his steps. In certain famous works, Shurji was hardly a virtuous character. Her reaction was, therefore, not entirely unexpected. Hand over Lucio. Otherwise, we will not rest. A life for a life. Lucio must die today. Before Lucio could even enter the Dragon Country rest area, he was met by a throng of mustachioed men, vociferously protesting. We've told you countless times. Lucio is not here. Leave immediately, or face the consequences. The members of the awakening team confronted the mustachioed men, the atmosphere thick with tension. Lucio observed the scene for a moment, preparing to intervene. However, before he could speak, Aya, who had just returned, asked in surprise. Are you looking for Lucio? What is it you need? The little mustached men turned collectively at the sound, casting their gazes towards Aya. Is this not the enchanting beauty from the starry Luo kingdom, who triumphed in the competition against Lucio? The flower maiden, how delightful. Instantly, their attention shifted, and they grinned with ill intentions. The leader, Snotty Taro, rubbed his hands together, advancing step by step towards Aya, declaring that Lucio was merely a timid turtle, and that it was far better to be with him. Hee. Chapter 42. The arbitrary annihilation of the leaders of the Sun and Self Country. What do you intend to do? Aya instinctively took a couple of steps back. Even the most formidable of awakeners appeared particularly tense in the presence of this pack of wolves. Do not be afraid. We harbor no ill will towards you. Snotty Taro adjusted his collar, striving to present himself as composed as possible. He continued, Miss Aya, your remarkable display on the Ghost Spirit platform has captivated me deeply. Why not accompany me to my place for a profound discussion on life and a more intimate exchange? Laughter erupted among the others, their grins malevolent. A pair of dual-colored, squinting eyes brazenly roamed over Aya, making her skin crawl. With a frosty expression, she retorted, Please show some respect. What do you think you are doing? Snotty Taro snapped at his associates. Did you not hear this lady request respect? Why not carry her back and take turns respecting her? The several worthless members of the Kamita family were on rotation as the heads of the Ghost Spirit platform. Those marginalized by them could only settle for a secondary role. Today, the Kamita family faced total extinction. As long as one performed well, there was a chance to ascend to the top position. Hence, he brought people along to demand an explanation for the demise of Kamita Shirzwa. The goal was to showcase his strength and solidify his claim to leadership. If he could capture Aya, the daughter of Lucio, and debase her for a while, it would suffice to prove his worthiness as the head of the Ghost Spirit platform. The other men, with their fingers counting, advanced towards Aya in unison. Do not be afraid, fair maiden. We shall teach you the ways of womanhood. Their laughter was grotesque, evoking repulsion. Aya, incensed, prepared to summon the infant corpse. The members of the Dragon Kingdom's awakening team, with grim faces, marched towards the ruffians. Even if Aya had no ties to Lucio, they could not stand idly by while she was victimized by these beasts. Just then, a figure flashed past, delivering a resounding slap to Snotty Taro. He spun around, hand pressed to his face, eyes wide with disbelief. Who struck me? Behind you. A voice called out. Slowly, Snotty Taro turned. Lucio. He instinctively took 2 steps back. You dared to kill our leader, Kamita Shirzwa, and now you dare to strike me? Today, you will pay for your blood debt. Lucio appeared bewildered. When had he killed Kamita Shirzwa? Whatever, it mattered not. He would play the hero and engage in battle without hesitation. With a thought, he summoned the ox head and horseface spirits, his aura surging dramatically. Muscles tensed, bloodshot eyes emanated a chilling presence. Phantom and trickery, how foolish. Snotty Taro bellowed. Gesturing for his men, everyone, attack. Kill him for Kamita Shirzwa and Amp. Appo's vengeance. The small fry shouted in unison, a swarm rushing towards Lucio. They brandished their weapons. Faces contorted with rage, intent on dismantling him before he could summon his own spirits. Lucio, fight back, give them hell. The Dragon Kingdom's members were enraged. However, before they could intervene, they witnessed the small fry being flung into chaos, scattering in all directions. Lucio moved like a specter, his strikes swift and lethal. Each slap sent someone reeling, some heads spinning off their bodies. Those who did not meet such a fate lay motionless on the ground, lifeless. Run. One of the small fry screamed, terrified at the sight of Lucio's mercilessness. But there was no escape. Lucio continued his onslaught, more fearsome than a tiger among sheep. His movements were decisive and unyielding, resembling a deity of death, claiming one life with each strike. It was as though he harbored an unquenchable hatred for the people of the Sun and Self Country, showing no signs of respite as he harvested their lives. Some of the small fry were dispatched before they could even utter a scream. Both the Dragon Kingdom members and the foreign spectators were left in shock. The brutality was undeniable. This was no mere act of intimidation. Even Aya and Apos' expression morphed into one of disbelief. Previously, Lucio had recklessly slain the audience of the Sun and Self Country, and now he was annihilating their leaders. To kill a leader with such ease, it was astonishingly fierce. Quickly, notify the awakening team. Snotty Taro, witnessing the carnage, felt a warmth spreading in his trousers. At this rate, he would soon be next. Just then, he noticed a group of over 20 members of the Sun and Self Country awakening team rushing towards him. Gaining confidence, he called upon his spirits, kill Lucio. Wait, Rahul from the A3 country interjected, I must inform you, Kamita Shirzwa was not killed by Lucio. Snotty Taro was bewildered. How do you know it wasn't an amp? Apos, T. Lucio. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Rahul asserted earnestly. Kamita Shirzwa barged into the referee's hall, triggered a trap, and was torn to shreds. My word. Snotty Taro exclaimed in frustration. Why did you not say so sooner? I would not have come otherwise. Rahul pointed to his bandaged head. I was busy tending to my wounds inflicted by Kamita. Ask the referee or Park Jong-hee if you don and amp. Apos, T. Believe me. Park Jong-hee. Snotty Taro spun around to the spectators. Did you not claim that Lucio killed Kamita Shirzwa? Park Jong-hee and the other leaders from various nations exchanged glances, their eyes darting nervously. Snotty Taro seethed, his breath heavy with anger. It was evident he had been deceived. Pointing an accusing finger, he commanded, kill them. Run, run. Park Jong-hee was the first to flee, with the other leaders following closely. Chase them down. Pursue. Snotty Taro shouted, his voice cracking. The awakening members of the Sun and Self Country charged after Park Jong-hee and the others. Lucio clapped his hands. Now, it is your turn. Snotty Taro gulped, his expression paling. How careless of me. I sent the awakeners to chase after Park Jong-hee. What shall I do now? Mr. Liu. As Lucio prepared to strike Snotty Taro, several high-ranking leaders from the Sun and Self Country approached. One spoke up, we are all on the same side. There is no need for violence. Snotty Taro hurried to greet them. Watanabe, Lucio has killed many of our people. Smack. Watanabe raised his hand and slapped him twice. Lucio is now allied with us. How dare you bring trouble to him? Snotty Taro covered his face, speechless. Apologize to Mr. Liu. Watanabe barked. Snotty Taro stared incredulously. He has killed so many. Why should I apologize to him? Watanabe's expression hardened. Because I am the newly appointed head of the Ghost Spirit platform. At this, Snotty Taro nearly spat blood in frustration. The position rotated. When would it ever be his turn? Smack. Watanabe, the simpleton, observed his hesitation and delivered 2 sharp slaps, exclaiming, Can you not hear my words? Apologize. I'm sorry, Mr. Liu. Taro, unable to escape the situation, reluctantly bowed his head and offered his apology to Lucio. Only then did Watanabe and Amp Apos' expression soften, and with a smile, he addressed Lucio. Mr. Liu, a wise bird chooses its tree to perch upon. From now on, we shall consider ourselves allies. Although the rumors of Lucio's treason were unfounded, such whispers could indeed inflict harm. If the accusations were substantiated, the Dragon Kingdom would not tolerate his presence. Meanwhile, the nation of Japan was fervently courting him, leaving Lucio with no choice but to acquiesce. Even if he were to falter in the forthcoming contest, the allure of their overtures would remain irresistible. A defeat in the competition would not equate to his demise. With so many spirits at his disposal, losing his life was an impossibility. As long as he drew breath, he remained an indomitable sort. Conversely, the Dragon Kingdom, bereft of Lucio, would find itself crippled, stripped of its very essence. His departure would strike a devastating blow to the Dragon Kingdom. Who considers you an ally? Lucio and Apos' expression darkened as he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap in return. Chapter 43. In a fit of audaciousness that bordered on madness. A resounding slap echoed as Watanabe's head parted ways with his body, in immediate and decisive execution, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. To think that the newly appointed head of the Ghost Spirit platform of the Sun Nation had met such an abrupt end at Lucio's hands. The sheer audacity of the act was breathtaking. How dare you assassinate our Ghost Spirit platform's leader? A Sun Nation official erupted in fury. You will pay a catastrophic price. Lucio, empowered by his battle spirit, moved with supernatural speed. A thunderous kick sent the speaker hurtling through the air, his head colliding with his torso in a gruesome display before he crashed lifelessly into the distance. You, just wait. We and Apos, relieving. The remaining Sun Nation officials, their faces contorted with rage, turned to depart. You think you can come and go as you please? Lucio and Apos' voice dripped with scorn. Do you take our dragon country and Apos' rest area for your own drawing room? In a blur of motion, Lucio struck again and again. Soon, only Hanakuso Taro remained standing, the others having joined their ancestors. The crowd watched in disbelief. The ruthless slaughter of so many Sun Nation leaders was beyond comprehension. He and Apos, a madman, a complete lunatic. They whispered among themselves. Only a madman would dare such a thing. And Apos, yeah, her hand covering her mouth, was utterly aghast. Such wanton slaughter of prominent figures seemed unreal. Lucio turned his icy gaze upon Hanakuso Taro. You and Apos, ring next. Swallowing hard, Hanakuso Taro stammered. You can and Apos, kill me. I and Apos, am different. I have a family, an organization. The Hanakuso family wields immense influence both at home and abroad. Even leaders of powerful nations offer our patriarchal light, saying, and Apos, Lord Hana, please, have a smoke. And Apos, that impressive, huh? Lucio feigned concern. Your family won't come after me, will they? Whether they do or not is up to me, Hanakuso Taro boasted, puffing out his chest. But, seeing as we and Apos, we not of the same nationality, I can and Apos, help you for free. How about you let and Apos, you entertain me for a few days? I guarantee my family won't give you any trouble. Lucio chuckled, turning to his comrades. This fellow wants to play strip poker with my Aya. I say physical castration is a fitting punishment. What do you think? Absolutely fitting. More than fitting. Spare his life? That and Apos, already showing mercy. And make sure not to use anesthesia. It hinders healing. Lucio's eyes widened. What are you waiting for? Drag him back and castrate him. Right away. A score of men surged forward. No. Hanakuso Taro panicked, finally realizing that Lucio was not intimidated by his family. Tripping in his terror, he landed hard on his rear. Lucio, Lord Lu, have mercy. I was joking. Don and Apos, take it seriously. Please, spare my life. He scooted backward, tears streaming down his face, snot running from his nose. Lucio sneered. I only intend to take your manhood, not your life. This is too much, Wei Jianqing began, intending to intervene. But Lu Changqing placed a hand on his shoulder. Director Wei, I Don and Apos, think we should. Wei Jianqing frowned. Why? Lucio has already stirred up enough trouble by killing so many Sun Nation leaders. Castrating this one will only make things worse. Lucio was falsely labeled a traitor, a ruse propagated by the Sun Nation to undermine him and plunge Dragon Country into chaos. He is merely clearing his name. They fabricated the rumors. So they deserve to die and be humiliated. It's only just that they pay for their wickedness. Wei Jianqing nodded in agreement. Brother, you're right. You've enlightened me. Lucio and Apos' blatant killings are a direct result of their lies. He and Apos' proving his innocence. Lu Changqing smiled faintly. The kidnapping of the Dragon Country tourists in the Star Luo country was also their doing. They sought to sabotage the burgeoning friendship between our nations through deceit. Indeed, Wei Jianqing concurred. Their malice is innate and immutable. They once slaughtered our people in Jinling, claiming over 300,000 lives in an act of inhuman barbarity. They have never apologized, nor shown remorse. And now, they dare to harbor ulterior motives. We Dragon Country citizens are justified in doing whatever we deem necessary to them. Lu Changqing gave a thumbs up. Director Wei, you are wise. Wei Jianqing addressed the men dragging Hanakuso Taro away. No scalpels. Too quick, you might hurt him. Use a wooden knife. It'll take longer. Lu Changqing added, a dull one. It'll take longer. Already paralyzed with fear, Hanakuso Taro's eyes rolled back in his head. And he fainted. The men gleefully proceeded to castrate Hanakuso Taro, leaving him half dead. Upon hearing the news, Sun Nation's Prime Minister Abe Sampai nearly had a stroke. The Ghost Spirit platform's leadership decimated, and Hanakuso Taro emasculated? Who could swallow such humiliation? He immediately dialed Wei Jianqing's number. Lucio and Apos' unprovoked killings and the mutilation of Hanakuso Taro will be brought before an international tribunal. If international tribunals worked, you would have paid for your atrocities long ago. Wei Jianqing retorted, his voice unwavering. You spread lies, accusing Lucio of treason, claiming he intended to defect to your Sun Nation. He was driven to the brink by your relentless slander. His actions were a desperate attempt to clear his name. You brought this upon yourselves. You deserve to die? You. Senpai sputtered, his face reddening. Furthermore, Wei Jianxing continued. Your impersonation of Star Luo country citizens to kidnap our tourists will not be tolerated by either of our nations. Prepare for the storm. What can you do? Senpai scoffed. We were able to pillage and plunder Dragon Country before, and we can do it again, whenever we please. Wei Jianxing gritted his teeth. Your national team and Oppo's score was altered to 0-9. How dare you boast? Once the gauntlet match concludes, we will challenge your nation. Prepare for 0-10. Prepare for annihilation. With that, Wei Jianxing hung up. Senpai clutched his chest, his face contorted in pain. Prime Minister, what's wrong? The secretary hurriedly approached, expressing her concern. Do not mind me. Go. The companion waved her hand weakly. Go inform Teacher Tsang, asking her to soothe Lu Qiu. No matter what, we must prevent Lu Qiu from issuing a challenge. The secretary felt overwhelmed. Wasn't Oppo's there a plan to sue Lu Qiu? The lawsuit documents had already been prepared. Chapter 44. Medusa, you need not question my directives. Simply follow my commands. Abe Sanpei bellowed angrily, clutching his secretary by the collar. Are you leaving already? Don't you wish to witness my match? Upon returning to the resting area, Lu Qiu exchanged pleasantries with everyone, and Lu Chongqing suggested they depart. I can't watch any longer, he exclaimed, shaking his head like a rattle. Watching just one match nearly gave me a heart attack. If I stay for another, I might end up treating the whole village to a feast. Brother Wei Jianxing furrowed his brow in contemplation. Lu Qiu has eliminated so many leaders from the land of the rising sun. They will likely seek revenge. It would be safest for you to remain here. Indeed. What you say is true, Wei, came the agreement. Those beasts from the land of the rising sun are capable of any treachery. Old Lu, for now. It would be prudent not to leave, others chimed in to persuade him. Lu Chongqing sighed. It is precisely because they may retaliate that I must depart swiftly. You may mock me if you wish, but I fear for my spouse's safety at home. That is easily remedied. I can have her brought here, Wei Jianxing said. Reaching for his phone, Lu Chongqing waved him off. No need for that. The significance of this championship match cannot be overstated. Do not concern yourselves with me. Seeing Lu Chongqing's refusal, the others turned their attention to Lu Qiu, evidently seeking his opinion. Lu Qiu shrugged. Don't look at me. He isn't senile yet, so I cannot dictate his choices. Uncle, I will accompany you home. At that moment, Aya interjected, explaining to the group, you are all aware of my combat prowess. With me around, old Lu will be safer. Very well, it is settled then, Wei Jianxing decisively agreed. Wait, Lu Chongqing interjected hastily. My son has said I am not yet senile. Perhaps it is best to reconsider. I have only just met Aya. Taking her along now would not be appropriate. Old Lu, do not underestimate Aya. Though she is a lady, her cunning is formidable. With her protection, you can rest easy. If those beasts dare to strike, they would be courting death. Indeed, let Aya familiarize herself with your household. And while we're at it, let Lu Qiu's mother meet Aya to see if she approves. Chun Guoyang and others chimed in, leaving Lu Chongqing with little room for dissent. Lu Qiu rolled his eyes, feeling exasperated. A duck that was almost in my grasp has now taken flight. How frustrating. Aya, this is the demon elixir our leader entrusted me to deliver to you, she said, producing several small porcelain vials, totaling 6, ample to see you through the matches. Thank you to your leader, Lu Qiu replied, accepting the vials and slyly brushing his fingers against hers. I entrust my parents to your care as dusk approached. The stands of the Ghost Spirit Arena were packed with spectators from various nations. Is there truly a method to prevent us from being petrified? One spectator inquired. The referee previously claimed there was a solution. It should be fine. We must not collectively turn to stone. The audience was rife with apprehension regarding Lu Qiu's combat spirit and its ability to withstand Medusa's deadly gaze. Hearing the murmurs, the referee spoke. Fear not, everyone. I shall re-establish the protective barrier. Re-establish the protective barrier. Someone exclaimed. Wasn't it shattered? Can it truly be restored? Those spectators from the land of the rising sun who fell at Lu Qiu and Oppo's, as hands have met an unjust fate. Laughter erupted among the crowd. The leader of the spectators from the land of the rising sun turned pale. If the barrier had been in place during previous matches, our compatriots wouldn't have perished. Was the referee and Oppo's action deliberate? Is the fate of the land of the rising sun exhausted? May I invite the competitors from both nations to the stage? The referee called out. Lucio and the Beer Nation's Paul strode toward the arena simultaneously, with a hum as they stepped onto the stage. An almost entirely transparent protective barrier materialized around them. Referee. Wei Jinxing seized the microphone. We have a protective barrier. We will not be petrified. What about Lucio? If he is within the barrier and Medusa is summoned, he will surely turn to stone. The referee turned to Wei Jinxing. Then it will depend on his skills. The victor of this match will receive the soul banner. Very well, we may commence. Lucio silently invoked, Shurji, possess me. Initially, he intended for Shurji to combat Medusa. But given her refusal to consume the demon elixir, he abandoned that plan. Even if she were willing to partake or her abilities were unrestrained, she might not stand a chance against Medusa, who was a formidable 3S class combat spirit. However, by allowing Shurji to inhabit him, he could avoid being petrified. Though this might raise suspicions of cheating, using Shurji solely to prevent petrification without engaging in combat should not draw the referee's ire. Paul squinted, sporting a bushy beard, and proclaimed, Medusa, emerge. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, heavy with tension, and the air felt almost stagnant. Although nothing had occurred yet, the audience's hearts raced. Some even closed their eyes, unwilling to witness Medusa's entrance. In various legends, Medusa's arrival often heralded disaster. Her petrifying gaze is said to conquer all. Even the divine. Even the gods shun her. How much more so mere mortals? Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the ghost spirit arena, washing the surroundings in a brilliant white. Within this dazzling brilliance, a lithe and terrifying figure flickered into view. As the radiance subsided, Medusa revealed herself fully, enveloped in an aura of light. Her eyes glowed with a chilling brilliance, resembling two radiant jewels. Her gown billowed in the wind, reminiscent of a goddess from ancient myth. The halo accentuated her already exquisite features, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful, an apparent masterpiece sculpted by the heavens. Her form was graceful yet exuded an aura of power that commanded respect. Her hair writhed like living serpents, each one seeming an independent entity, twisting and hissing, sending chills down the spines of many. The crowd gasped in awe. Not only was it a visual spectacle, but it also struck at the core of their souls. This is Medusa? So beautiful yet fearsome. How is it that Lucio has not been petrified? Spectators wondered, while Paul too appeared perplexed. Even Medusa regarded Lucio with curiosity. The deadly gaze that even gods feared had no effect on this mere mortal. It is my turn to summon my combat spirit. Lucio chuckled wryly, snapping his fingers. The summoned entity possessed overwhelming power and immunity to petrification, though it could only exert 1/10 of its full strength. Whether it could defeat Medusa remained uncertain. Chapter 45. The God of War. Xingtian versus Medusa. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and thunder rumbled ominously. A fierce wind howled, and lightning flashed in rapid succession. Torrential raindrops fell like bullets, splattering against the ground. Medusa's serpentine hair writhed wildly as she looked up abruptly, her gaze falling upon a towering figure gradually emerging from the tempest. Headless, yet majestic, his dual breast resembled eyes, radiating a terrifying glow. His navel appeared as a mouth, seemingly capable of unleashing a roar that could shatter mountains and rivers. In one hand, he wielded a shield, in the other, a gleaming axe. The massive shield resembled an impregnable fortress, exuding an aura of dread, while the axe shone like a mirror, reflecting a chilling light. His upper body was bare, muscles taut and defined like forged iron, with bulging veins on his robust arms. With each step he took, mud splattered around him, resembling an ancient god of war. Medusa's expression turned grave as she beheld him. With a thud, the axe struck the ground, causing the spirit platform to tremble. Standing beside Lucio, he remained motionless, like an immortal statue, impervious to the howling winds and the tumultuous skies. What is this? Why is there no head? Where is his head? Medusa and Apos' petrifying gaze proved ineffective against him. The audience from various nations watched in astonishment and curiosity, unable to comprehend the creature Lucio had summoned, one that dared to defy Medusa's deadly stare. Paul on the platform, bewildered, spoke up. Could someone explain what this creature is? Previously, when Medusa made her entrance, both awakeners and spirits would be instantly petrified. There was no need for battle. Yet now, petrification had no effect on Lucio or his spirit. What could this mean? Lucio narrowed his eyes. This was the god of war. Xingtian, after sending his father and Ire away, He sought a secluded place to summon the demon emperor Dijuan, inquiring who could withstand Medusa's petrifying gaze. True to his reputation, Dijuan provided a clear answer, stating that Xingtian was unafraid of the deathly gaze. In a power struggle, Xingtian had once been decapitated by the Yellow Emperor. Yet his indomitable will compelled him to continue fighting. His breasts transformed into eyes, and his navel into a mouth. He grew ever more formidable in battle. The Yellow Emperor had no choice but to confine him to Mount Chang'an, where Xingtian danced with his halberd daily, his fighting spirit undiminished by time. Dijuan explained that Xingtian and Apos' head was severed, and his breasts became eyes, yet they were not true eyes and lacked the function of sight. He navigated and fought solely based on his body's perception of the external world. If he could see, he would not be trapped on Mount Chang'an. With no sight, he could not be petrified. Upon receiving this confirmation, Lucio decisively chose to summon Xingtian. In terms of combat prowess, Xingtian was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Moreover, lacking a head, he would not possess thoughts, making him obedient to the poison pill. With no head, he would naturally harbor no thoughts and would be quite compliant. He retrieved a small porcelain vial, intending to toss it to Xingtian. Just then, Xingtian's body swelled dramatically, rapidly rising by several meters. Like a cannonball, he shot forth, his battle axe raised high, charging towards Medusa with an unstoppable momentum. Xingtian took the initiative to attack Medusa. The axe sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle. Humph! Medusa snorted coldly, vanishing like a specter, only to reappear behind Xingtian in a flash. Her lower body transformed into a serpent, resembling a python thicker than a barrel. With her tail thrashing with deadly intent, she struck at Xingtian with astonishing speed. Boom! A deafening sound echoed as the space trembled. Xingtian was slammed down as if embedded in the spirit platform. Was he defeated? With only a fraction of his power, it seemed ineffective. The Beer Kingdom appeared more reliable than the Indian nation. Many spectators shook their heads, believing the match was over. We have won. We have triumphed. We are the only strong nation that can end Lucio. Cheers erupted for the Beer Kingdom. Yet before their celebration could conclude, they were left dumbfounded. The seemingly downed Xingtian rose once again, his form swelling, towering even higher. His muscles bulged like granite, and his presence grew even more formidable. The air was thick with the unique aura of the god of war, imbued with boundless fervor for battle. Medusa and Apos' pupils constricted, and she lashed her massive tail furiously. Boom! A loud crash reverberated as Xingtian was once again slammed onto the spirit platform. Yet, within 2 seconds, he rose once more, his height surging again. His battle spirit intensified, resembling an invincible deity. What is happening? Why is he growing stronger with each attack? This is baffling. The spectators from various nations expressed their astonishment. And even Paul was perplexed. Lucio smiled faintly, retracting the porcelain vial. There was no need to administer the demon poison pill to Xingtian. Even without a head, he could continue fighting. It was needless to mention his power being suppressed. His unyielding spirit and indomitable will would only make him more formidable in adversity. The Yellow Emperor could sever his head and defeat Qiyu and Quafu, but he could not kill Xingtian, who lacked a head. As long as Xingtian's fighting spirit persisted, he would not perish, sweeping through all foes, growing stronger with each battle. Otherwise, why would the Yellow Emperor go to such lengths to confine him to Mount Chang'an instead of simply killing him? Medusa, too, was unprepared for this turn of events. She frantically whipped her serpentine tail. Boom, boom. One strike after another, her ferocious assault ensued. Her colossal tail left countless afterimages, while her serpentine hair resembled arrows, relentlessly stabbing at Xingtian. The onslaught was relentless, a torrent of attacks, each strike carrying immense force. The spirit platform was engulfed in a flurry of serpentine shadows, ceaselessly flashing. The rainwater struck the protective barrier with thunderous crashes, causing it to tremble on the verge of shattering. The overwhelming force of the attacks splashed up mud, completely obscuring Xingtian and Apos' figure. The audience from various nations watched in trepidation. The offensive of the SSS-class war spirit was terrifying. The protective barrier seemed as if it would shatter at any moment. The opponent had no chance to retaliate. Their strength was undeniable. There seemed to be no suspense left. The champion battle of the Dragon Kingdom was finally coming to an end. Just as everyone believed Lucio was destined to lose, a colossal hand seized Medusa's tail, instantly halting her relentless assault. Medusa thrashed wildly, attempting to free herself from the grip of the giant hand, but her struggles were futile. akin to an ant trying to shake a tree. Then, the headless Xingtian sat upright, rising to his full height, towering over 100 feet. He seemed capable of reaching for the stars. His form resembled a majestic mountain, emanating an unparalleled and overwhelming presence. The wind ceased, and the skies appeared to tremble in fear of Xingtian and Apos' might. He lifted Medusa as though she were a mere doll. Oh my heavens! Many spectators felt dizzy at the sight. How could he be so massive? Why is he growing larger with every battle? Chapter 46. Indomitable spirit with a thunderous roar that reverberated through the very fabric of space. Xingtian unleashed his fury. He seized Medusa and hurled her down with immense force. Boom! The earth shattered, sending fragments of rock hurtling in every direction like deadly projectiles. In a swift motion, Xingtian grasped Medusa, tearing her asunder. Ryip! A cacophony of screams erupted as Medusa and Apos' body was rent in two. Xingtian roared once more, a primal expression of his unyielding battle spirit. Good heavens! Someone exclaimed. A sentiment echoed by the crowd. Look! Medusa lives still. Indeed, Medusa's severed form writhed on the ground, rapidly reassembling itself. Her stature swelled, mirroring Xingtian's towering height. A radiant halo blazed behind her, casting an incandescent glow. With blinding speed, Medusa coiled around Xingtian, constricting him with all her might, threatening to crush him to dust. Xingtian responded with another earth-shattering roar. His physique expanded, muscles bulging. An unparalleled surge of power coursed through him. Crack! Crack! Medusa's serpentine body buckled under the strain, breaking apart and plummeting to the earth. With a mere gesture, Xingtian summoned his colossal axe. He unleashed a maelstrom of blows upon Medusa and Apos' remains, denying her any chance of recovery. The axe became a whirlwind of carnage, drenching the arena in gore. Even the protective barrier was stained crimson. By the heavens! A 3S class battle spirit reduced to mere pulp. Is this truly a battle spirit at a fraction of its potential? How can it be so formidable? Am I dreaming? The international audience was in awe, their disbelief palpable. Lucio's battle spirit, at only 1/10 strength, had obliterated the 3S class Medusa. She lives. Look! The remnants of Medusa began to stir, coalescing into a grotesque mass. Soon, she was reborn, standing once more in the arena. However, her form was diminished. Her halo a mere flicker compared to its former glory. Incredible. One seemingly immortal, the other growing stronger with each clash. What a spectacle! The crowd erupted in a frenzy of excitement. Medusa, prevail! Crush him! The beer country contingent chanted, their fervor undeterred. Medusa, visibly weakened, turned her gaze towards Lucio. After a moment of hesitation, she lunged towards him, seeking to eliminate the source of Xingtian and Apos' power. No! Wei Zhenxing exclaimed, leaping to his feet. Disaster! We and Apos, redoomed. The dragon country contingent mirrored his concern. Lucio, sensing the imminent peril, retreated with haste. Yet, against Medusa's speed, his movements seemed agonizingly slow. In the nick of time, Xingtian's axe descended from the heavens. Boom! The axe cleaved into the ground, unleashing a shockwave of earth and stone. Its broad blade formed an impassable barrier between Medusa and Lucio. Medusa halted her advance, her face contorted in rage. She prepared to leap over the axe, but her gaze fell upon its polished surface. Reflected in its sheen was her own visage. Medusa froze, as if petrified by a spell. Her halo vanished, her skin ashen. In mere moments, she transformed into a lifeless statue. No! Paul screamed, collapsing to his knees in utter despair. Medusa had fallen victim to her own deadly gaze. A 3S class battle spirit, a treasure beyond measure, lost in an instant. How could I lose? Impossible. Paul charged towards the petrified Medusa in a fit of madness. Can it be? Medusa has turned herself into a stone. While Medusa possessed immense power and near immortality, her weakness had proven fatal. Crunch! Xingtian brought his foot down, shattering the stone Medusa into countless fragments. Paul, caught in the wake of the blow, met his end as well. Lucio winced. He had not intended to kill Paul, but he had unwittingly delivered himself to his demise. With a thought, Xingtian and Apos' towering form began to fade. Round 9 goes to Dragon Country. The referee declared, confirming the outcome. Lucio had prevailed once more. His battle spirit, operating at a fraction of its capacity, had vanquished a 3S class battle spirit. A truly remarkable feat. Wei Zhenxing exhaled in relief. Lucio has not failed us. One more victory, and Dragon Country will rise again. Victory in the 10th round is imperative. The Dragon Country contingent was filled with renewed hope. The Beer Country contingent, crestfallen, mourned their loss. They had lost not only the match, but also a valuable 3S class battle spirit. The victor shall receive the banner of 10,000 souls, the referee announced. Producing a banner emanating an eerie glow, runes flickered across its surface, as if countless souls were trapped within. He tossed the banner to Lucio, who instinctively reached out to catch it. The moment his hand grasped the banner, a chill permeated his being. He sensed hundreds of malevolent entities writhing within, eager to break free. Faint, mournful cries echoed from within, piercing his very soul. Wait, is this not the banner of 10,000 souls? There are barely 100 spirits here. Perhaps it has the capacity for more? And why do these entities feel so familiar? While Lucio pondered, envious eyes from around the world watched him claim his prize. Young man, a spiritual weapon is not a bonded battle spirit. It can easily turn against its master. If you cannot control it, it may bring unforeseen dangers, the referee warned. Lucio Bai rolled his eyes, dismissing any concern. It turned out to be quite challenging. How trivial it is. I truly believed it to be a treasure. I find myself envious of the audiences from various nations, as my heart feels considerably more at ease. The final match of the champion battle will take place tomorrow. The referee spoke again. Now, I shall announce the rules for the 10th round. In this round, Lucio can only summon one ghost spirit or battle spirit, and the summoned entity will retain only 1/10 of its combat power. The opponent from the Dragon Nation shall be the Oceanic Nation. The Oceanic Nation is too weak to deserve a place in the ultimate battle. The nation participating in the final match will be personally designated by me, and it is the Pharaoh Nation. There are no restrictions on the number of participants from the Pharaoh Nation. Goodness, the Oceanic Nation's participation has been cancelled. What bad luck. With no limit on numbers, the Pharaoh Nation has struck a tremendous bargain, reaping rewards hundreds of times over. Such luck is unparalleled. Various nations expressed their astonishment and engaged in discussions, while the leaders of the allied nations wore grim expressions. Although the Oceanic Nation is not as strong as the Pharaoh Nation, with unrestricted participants, could they not overwhelm Lucio through sheer numbers? It seems the Pharaoh Nation has benefited greatly. How infuriating. On the stage, Lucio glared, incredulous. Is this a joke? The Pharaoh Nation is one of the 4 great ancient nations, renowned for its extraordinary mythological civilization. Surely a vast number of participants will emerge. What a farce this has become. Chapter 47. What can a mere Pharaoh Nation do to me? You may utilize the soul banner. A glimmer of barely perceptible cunning danced in the judge and Oppo's eyes. Should you emerge victorious, not only will you receive the rewards befitting the champion nation, but you shall also be granted an additional spatial ring. The intention behind involving the Pharaoh Nation in battle is to compel Lucio to employ the soul banner. Within that banner reside the spirits of countless deceased, all belonging to the ethereal race. Once activated, it could result in the possession of 100 formidable warriors from the human race, including Lucio himself. His soul would be utterly obliterated, and his body, along with all his abilities, would be commandeered by the ethereal beings. At that moment, the ethereal interstellar battalion would be reborn. To ensure Lucio and Oppo's compliance, certain incentives must be promised. Directly removing the ring from his finger, he introduced, this spatial ring can accommodate all manner of items. It is a high-tier storage device not found in Blue Star, and its worth rivals that of the soul banner. Lucio fiddled with the soul banner, contemplating whether he could acquire the storage ring, contingent upon your efforts. An inexplicable sense of strangeness enveloped the banner. The aura of the spirits felt vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered it before. After departing from the spirit platform, he did not hasten back to the resting area. Instead, he ventured into a secluded valley, ensuring no one was nearby. While studying the soul banner, he addressed the air. Great Demon Emperor, do not hide. Let us converse over a trivial matter. The air before Lucio shimmered, and a stern-faced man clad in dragon robes materialized. His brows were sharp as swords, angled into his temples, exuding an aura of formidable authority. His eyes, deep as the ocean, held a chilling gaze that instilled a sense of subjugation. He spoke directly. Call upon me to battle tomorrow. Call upon you to battle. Lucio's lips twitched in disbelief. With merely 1/10 of your power, do you truly believe you can contend with the gods of the Pharaoh Nation? Previously, when he summoned the Demon Emperor Dejuan to inquire who could counter Medusa, He had insisted on witnessing the unfolding events personally and did not retract his presence. During the confrontation with Paul, he had remained in the shadows, observing closely. Now, seeking his counsel on which expert could defeat the gods of the Pharaoh nation with only 1/10 of their power. He was taken aback by the demon emperor and Apo's eager willingness to engage in battle. Dijuan narrowed his sharp gaze. I observe that the spirit platform indeed exerts a suppressive effect on Xingtian, but it is not absolute. If it cannot subdue the headless Xingtian, how could it possibly restrain me? Ahem. Lucio cleared his throat, aware of the demon emperor and Apo's formidable prowess. Yet he understood little of the Pharaoh nation. Their pantheon is vast. Do not elevate another's aspirations while diminishing your own. Dijuan interrupted Lucio, seemingly displeased. In ancient times, I commanded myriad demons, traversing the realms unchallenged. What can a mere Pharaoh nation do to me? Tomorrow, you need only summon me forth. Well, very well. Seeing the demon emperor and Apo's unwavering confidence, Lucio ceased his opposition. He waved the soul banner in his hand, feeling increasingly that it harbored peculiarities. Might you assist me in examining it? Certainly. Dijuan took the soul banner and scrutinized it with furrowed brows. After a moment, he returned it to Lucio, stating, the spirits within are not of this realm, but share a similar aura to that of the judge. Not of this realm. Lucio and Apo's eyes sparkled with realization. No wonder the aura felt familiar. They are the very spirits contained within the jars of the judge's palace. The soul banner belongs to the judge, and it is only natural that it houses the souls of their ethereal kind. Extraterrestrial spirits should possess considerable combat prowess, with these spirits aiding the demon emperor. The odds of victory have increased significantly. Dijuan instinctively asked, what have you realized? Nothing, huh? Lucio replied, offering no further explanation. You may return to rest. I shall summon you tomorrow. Without waiting for Dijuan and Apo's consent, he willed the demon emperor's figure to gradually fade away. Oh no. After Dijuan and Apo's departure, Lucio instinctively smacked his thigh. The Dragon Nation's Ghost Master can only dispatch spirits from within the Dragon Nation. Will the extraterrestrial spirits within the soul banner obey? This spells trouble. Let us hope that the Pharaoh Nation does not deploy too many awakened warriors tomorrow. Meanwhile, within the Pharaoh Nation and Apo's encampment, the judge lounged in a chair, inquiring of Muhammad, the overseer of the spirit platform. Have you arranged who will take the stage? Muhammad bowed respectfully, appearing exceedingly humble. The awakened warriors scheduled to appear tomorrow have awakened the following battle spirits: the chief deity of Thebes, Ammonius; the guardian of tombs, Anubis, the sky goddess; Nut, the lord of the underworld, Osiris; the moon deity, Adam; the air god, Shu; the sun god, Ra; the avenger deity, Horus; the frog goddess, Hecate; the sacred scarab, Khepri; the creator god, Ta. In total, there are 44, all formidable deities of terrifying power. None are mere ordinary spirits. The judge nodded slightly, adding, just to be safe, we should also bring along the Sphinx beside the pyramid. Ah, Muhammad gasped in astonishment. The other officials regarded the judge with incredulous expressions. With a clap of his hand against the armrest, the judge asserted, is that unacceptable? Yes, yes. Muhammad hurriedly affirmed. The expressions of the other pharaoh officials were peculiar. Any one of the 44 deities would leave Lucio flustered. Was it necessary to summon the Sphinx too? After all, Lucio's ghostly combat power is only 1/10. How formidable could the soul banner truly be? Could it possibly rival the deities of the Pharaoh nation? The judge disregarded the reactions of the crowd, rising and striding toward the exit, firmly stating, tomorrow's competition shall require the presence of every participant. His voice was resolute, his expression grave, yet a glint of barely perceptible madness flickered in his eyes. The 4 ancient civilizations, the Pharaoh nation, and the rightful divine beings were set to make their grand appearance, totaling over 40. Their purpose in taking the stage was to allow the ethereal souls to possess them. It was regrettable for the Dragon Nation that so many powerful deities had been monopolized by Lucio alone. It was hard to comprehend how he accomplished such a feat. Otherwise, the combined might of the awakened warriors from both nations would suffice for the ethereal souls. Ultimately, however, it all hinged on Lucio. Whosoever could possess Lucio would dictate the outcome. In any case, following tomorrow, within the void of another realm, the ethereal interstellar battalion would fully take over Blue Star. Time flew swiftly, and by noon the next day, nations reconvened at the spirit platform. The final battle of the Dragon Nation's champion was about to commence. The judge and Apo's voice resonated, unusually thunderous compared to previous announcements. Now, let us welcome the competitors from both sides to the stage. What on earth? So many. 1, 2, 3, 45. The spectators from various nations were astonished to see the awakened warriors of the Pharaoh nation lining up to ascend the stage. Lu Qiao and Amp, Apos' battle spirit could only unleash a fraction of its power. This was an extravagant display. It seemed there were no limits on numbers, and with so many contestants, victory would bear no glory. Yet, it was preferable to allowing Lu Qiao to win again. Indeed, should he triumph once more, the Dragon Nation would become the champion nation. Amidst the murmurs, Lu Qiao forced a smile as he rose, acknowledging the Pharaoh nation and Apos' regard for him. Lu Qiao. Wei Zhenxing called out to Lu Qiao, emphasizing that the primary objective of this round was self-preservation. Should the situation become untenable, he would summon more spirits. Acknowledging this, Lu Qiao nodded slightly and strode confidently towards the stage. Chapter 48. The overwhelming might of Pangu. Striking fear into the pantheon, Lu Qiao ascended the stage, standing face to face with 45 awakened ones from the Pharaoh nation. The disparity in their numbers was stark, a mismatch that prompted murmurs among the onlookers. Alone, Lu Qiao seemed utterly insignificant against the formidable assembly of awakened beings. As the match commenced, the referee struck a bronze gong. Lu Qiao, somewhat disheartened, remarked, "Will you approach one at a time, or must I contend with all of you simultaneously? Great Earth God Geb, descend upon the spirit of the dead. Come forth, Nehebko, to vanquish our foes. May Osiris, the Lord of the underworld, lend us his assistance. Moon God Adam, guard us." Despite Lu Qiao and Apos' calls, the 45 awakened ones from the Pharaoh nation ignored him, each invoking their divine battle spirits. The earth trembled and the heavens were rent as mighty figures emerged one after another. Geb's form was mountainous, each step causing the ground to quake. Nehebko unfurled colossal wings, summoning tempests that swept through the realm. Osiris wielded a staff, dark energy swirling around him, manifesting as sinuous black chains that danced like serpents. Anubis, towering with a wolf and Apos' head, exuded an aura of death from his flowing black cloak. Adam loomed high in the sky, casting a chilling moonlight that bore down with immense pressure. Each deity that appeared carried an aura of destruction, heralding cataclysmic phenomena. Thunder roared, tides surged, winds howled, and flames raged. Eerie lights flickered, and elements of nature rampaged, engulfing the entire expanse. The sky was filled with unimaginable sights, rendering the sun dim in comparison. The ground quaked with fractures, from which torrents of molten lava erupted, colliding with torrential rains to create clouds of smoke that blotted out the sky. A terrifying pressure coalesced, forming a vortex of immense power that twisted the very fabric of space. This was not merely a visual spectacle, but a grand display of might, reminiscent of apocalyptic scenarios. A colossal creature with a lion and Apos' head and a human body traversed through the tumultuous storms. The audience gaped in astonishment, some trembling, others weak-kneed. It was no wonder the referee insisted on the Pharaoh nation's participation. Each combatant was a paragon of strength, likely all of 3S rank. Such power could annihilate worlds. Wei Zhenxing's face turned ashen. No matter how formidable Lu Qiao might be, he could hardly stand against such overwhelming foes. The mere presence of these deities was enough to crush most spirits, let alone engage them in combat. Good heavens! This is the full might of the Pharaoh nation. Can Lu Qiao, with merely a fraction of his strength, prevail against the entirety of the Pharaoh nation? This lineup could challenge the entire globe. Lu Qiao winning seems a far-fetched notion. Survival itself would be a blessing. This is grossly unfair. The viewers from the Dragon Nation sank into despair. How could one face such a multitude of divine beings? On the stage, Lu Qiao swallowed hard several times, asking, "Could we perhaps adhere to some martial ethics?" "Lu Qiao, please summon your spirit or battle spirit," the referee urged. Clearing his throat, Lu Qiao replied, "Might we negotiate for them to come at me one by one? I repeat, please summon your spirit or battle spirit." The referee's tone was resolute. Rubbing his temples, Lu Qiao pondered, would it be possible for them to approach in waves? "I say again, please summon your spirit or battle spirit." The referee's voice became more insistent, leaving no room for debate. "Fine, you leave me no choice," Lu Qiao declared, his expression hardening. "Pangu, come forth and vanquish them." The opposing lineup was too formidable. He could only unleash his ultimate power. Pangu, the primordial deity. was the creator of heaven and earth, and in terms of divine rank, surpassed all present deities. Ding! A voice echoed in Lucio and Apos' mind. Alert! System level insufficient. Until upgraded, the creator god can only be summoned once. Each summoning lasts for a quarter of an hour. Do you wish to summon? Indeed. The summoning came with restrictions. The system can be upgraded. How does one accomplish that? He thought, dismissing it for the moment. After a brief contemplation, he decisively responded, summon. With a resounding crack, the crowd looked up to see the sky split apart, a colossal foot emerging from the immense rift. The foot appeared to be forged from ancient stars, each intricate pattern resembling arcane runes, brimming with unfathomable power. As the foot descended, the void emitted a mournful cry under the weight. The 45 deities from the Pharaoh nation hastily evaded. Boom! The foot struck the ground, nearly encompassing the entire spirit platform. The terrifying elements summoned by the Pharaoh nation were shattered beneath it. Tempests, tidal waves, and fireballs extinguished in an instant. Looking up along the foot, one beheld the stout thigh resembling a pillar reaching into the heavens, veins coursing like rivers across its surface. The skin bore markings akin to the earth's ravines, and even the hairs were as thick as trees. The spirit platform expanded automatically, the surrounding seats retreating rapidly. What is this? How can it be so massive? The spectators were on the verge of hysteria. Just one foot exuded such overwhelming pressure. What manner of battle spirit was this? Boom! Another foot descended, and the protective barrier of the spirit platform crumbled like paper, disintegrating into countless glittering fragments. The entire platform trembled violently, threatening to collapse at any moment. Even the referee appeared aghast. Only the two colossal thighs were visible, with the upper body towering above the clouds, shrouded in an air of mystery. With a swift motion, a gigantic hand parted the heavy mist, effortlessly as if lifting a veil. The resulting gust sent the deities of the Pharaoh nation reeling. As the clouds dispersed, Pangu's true form emerged before the crowd. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, his visage hewn from stone. He truly embodied the essence of towering might, casting a shadow that seemed to envelop the world. Each breath he took resonated with the very fabric of existence, stirring powerful storms that surged across the spirit platform, sweeping away all unstable elements. From his lofty perch, he gazed down, rendering both humans and deities as insignificant as ants. He appeared to be the sole sovereign of the cosmos, exuding an aura that sent the entire world trembling. No one had ever witnessed such a terrifying entity. Many slumped in their seats, disoriented and incapable of coherent thought. Some were overwhelmed by the oppressive force and fainted on the spot. Even the deities of the Pharaoh nation were filled with trepidation. The scarab god, Khepri, attempted to cast a spell to resist the pressure. However, as he raised his hand, an invisible force crushed him down, leaving him helplessly sprawled on the spirit platform, struggling to rise but unable to do so. Chapter 49. Emperor June. Hand over the demon Gu Dan. The gods of the Pharaoh nation recoiled in unison upon witnessing the scene, some even retreating beyond the confines of the ghost spirit platform. The summoners were left in a state of bewilderment. If the multitude of gods could not withstand the mere presence of this formidable being, how could the competition possibly continue? How could the Dragon Nation possess such a terrifying deity? It was over. The Dragon Nation had triumphed. Goodness, the Dragon Nation has truly become the sovereign of the arena. Some spectators, still maintaining their composure, began to murmur. The 40 or so deities of the Pharaoh nation dared not approach. What was there to compete about? The Dragon Nation had succeeded. They had won. Lucio, please call back your battle spirit and summon another. The referee could no longer bear to watch. The ghost spirit platform suppression was ineffective against Pangu. He was simply too powerful. With a mere thought, he could reduce the gods of the Pharaoh nation to mere dust. The gods were on an entirely different level and could not be pitted against him in a duel. The plan had been thrown into disarray. It was imperative to intervene and stop Lucio. What? Lucio questioned, suspecting he had misheard. Summon another? Are you jesting? The referee replied decisively. I said, summon another battle spirit. Lucio tilted his head, incredulous. You expect me to just switch? On what grounds? Aside from the formidable Pangu, he could not conceive of another ancient god capable of overpowering the gods of the Pharaoh nation. The rewards for victory are doubled. But I grant you merely half a minute to consider. The consequences of inaction will be yours to bear, the referee added ominously, without further explanation. Lucio and Apos' expression turned grave. The thought crossed his mind. Why not let Panga deal with the referee? No matter how strong he was, could he truly rival the creator god? If he eliminated the referee and destroyed the ghost spirit platform, everything would revert to normal. Lucio, do not act recklessly. Follow the referee's instructions, came the voice of Wei Jinxing through Lucio's earpiece. The referee could easily obliterate powerful nations. It was unwise to defy his will, as this was an order from above. In this round, victory was secondary. Ensuring your own safety was paramount. Sighing, Lucio relented. Very well. With a thought, he prepared to disperse Pangu. However, a flicker of realization struck him. Pangu, merge with me. If he were to disperse Pangu, he would not be able to summon him again. For the sake of safety, it was better to conceal him for now. The towering figure of Pangu gradually faded, replaced by a three-legged golden crow, engulfed in flames that dazzled brighter than the sun. As the radiant heat dissipated, the golden crow transformed into a humanoid figure, crowned and standing upon the void, surrounded by a divine halo, exuding an aura of majesty and power. His presence was as formidable as ancient mountains, steadfast and immovable. His very existence seemed to serve as a deterrent, akin to a royal ruler or a sovereign, emanating an oppressive aura that commanded respect. His piercing gaze swept over the gods of the pharaoh nation, revealing a palpable disdain, as though surveying a horde of insignificant ants. Who is this mighty deity? Someone could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The referee, with a detached demeanor, urged, Lucio, do introduce yourself. You are not worthy to know who I am. Emperor Jun declared, his voice imbued with an air of indifference and arrogance. His countenance was haughty, a slight smirk gracing his lips, as though regarding all of existence with contempt. Which insignificant god dares to act so brazenly before us? The sun god, Ra, with a falcon's head and a human body, was the first to launch an attack against Emperor Jun. With a single step, he transformed into a colossal divine entity, massive wings unfurling behind him, summoning fierce winds. As his beak opened, torrents of flames surged forth. The winds fueled the flames, growing ever more ferocious as they barreled toward Emperor Jun. The audacity of this minor sun god is truly laughable. Emperor Jun stood firm, as unyielding as a mountain, manifesting divine authority with a casual wave of his hand. A surge of divine power, akin to a roaring tide, suppressed Ra and Amp, Apos' fiery onslaught. Ra, feeling humiliated, morphed into a gigantic fireball hurtling toward Emperor Jun, radiating the sun's intense heat and brilliance, shaking the very heavens. With a disdainful smile, Emperor Jun mused, let us see what you can do to challenge me. In an instant, he transformed into the golden crow once more. The golden light blazed like a cataclysmic sun, illuminating the sky in a radiant golden hue. The two titanic beings collided, producing a blinding brilliance that rendered onlookers unable to gaze directly upon the spectacle. The clash of supreme divine forces reverberated across the heavens, shaking the very fabric of the skies, causing the celestial dome to fracture. Boom! The crowd was engulfed in the sound of thunderous explosions, unable to see anything amidst the chaos. Spectators trembled in fear, some feeling as if their eyes might be scorched. When the cacophony ceased and the extraordinary events subsided, Emperor Jun had reverted to his human form, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, resembling a sovereign who commanded the sun and moon, exalted above all. Ra, now humbled, knelt in the air, straining to lift his gaze. Why do you not fear my methods of attack? I administer divine punishment on behalf of the heavens, subjugating all races. Have I ever owed an explanation to anyone? Emperor Jun asserted, pressing Ra's head down as if it were a meteor plummeting toward the earth. Oh no! The referee exclaimed, hastily forming a seal to reactivate the protective barrier of the ghost spirit platform. With a resounding crash, it was as if a meteor had struck, causing distant mountains to collapse in waves of debris. The rolling dust swirled outward, rippling across the surroundings. Fortunately, the referee had activated the protective barrier in advance. Otherwise, the audience from various nations would have faced dire consequences. Emerging from the dust, Emperor Jun hovered once more in the air, his eyes scanning the arena like bolts of lightning, brimming with authority. Who is next? A profound silence enveloped the ghost spirit platform, with no deities daring to respond. The ghost spirit platform itself had descended by several meters, a testament to the overwhelming force unleashed. A pained roar erupted from the Sphinx, a lion-headed creature devoid of a nose. Meanwhile, Ra emerged unscathed, his aura even more formidable than before, cloaked in flames that crackled around him. resembling a fiery demon from the depths of hell. Anubis, the god of the underworld, ascended into the sky. The Sphinx is our true protector, with it present. You can never triumph over us. Nut, the sky goddess, added, not only does it grant us immortality, but it also enhances our power exponentially. The chief god, Ammonius, declared, we disdain to kill you. You should surrender. The Sphinx emitted another agonized roar as its tail detached and disintegrated. With the loss of its tail, the aura of the 44 gods of the Pharaoh nation surged dramatically. Lucio's expression tightened. It became clear that the Sphinx was a formidable support. No wonder it had sacrificed its nose. It had been an offering. Today, it had also sacrificed its tail. Could the ancient Emperor June withstand such a sacrifice? The frog god, Hecate, eagerly addressed Emperor June. You are a god. The lives and deaths of mere ants are trivial to you, are they not? Not at all. Emperor June retorted firmly. Enwa mended the heavens, Hoi shot down the suns, Diu tamed the floods, and Shinnong tasted the herbs. Did any of them not act for the benefit of the people of Huaxia? Even ordinary individuals are willing to risk their lives for Huaxia. How much more so for its gods? As a deity of Huaxia, Emperor June felt an obligation to protect his homeland. With a sudden turn, Emperor June extended his hand toward Lucio. Hand over the demon Gudan. Chapter 50. Among different clans, hearts will diverge. Lucio twitched his lips, aware of the repercussions of this matter. June's expression hardened, questioning the need for such idle chatter. Reluctantly, Lucio produced a small porcelain vial, asking if June had truly considered the implications. I have never feared in the face of uniting the myriad clans. June's voice boomed resolutely. Not even poison, nor the risk of obliteration, shall deter me from protecting our sacred land and ensuring the stability of our realm. Lucio felt a twinge of admiration for the demon emperor's formidable spirit. Since you are so resolute, I shall not waver, he declared, tossing the poison pill into the air. The opposing forces were too formidable. Even the demon emperor, though strong, seemed unlikely to withstand without a little assistance. Without hesitation, June seized the poison pill and consumed it. Feeling the surge of power within, he reached out for more. Are you seeking death? Lucio pressed, furrowing his brow. I dare to seize the heavenly fortunes and establish the heavenly court, placing life and death beyond my concerns. My life is not something the heavens dare to claim, let alone a mere handful of mortal poison pills. He declared that this was a battle concerning the fate of the human race, urging Lucio not to hesitate and to provide him with all the poison pills available. June's aura swelled, a hint of madness in his eyes. To eradicate the witch clan, I have previously refined the witch-slaying sword using the blood of the human race. If I perish today, let it be my atonement. Very well. All of them are yours, Lucio responded, casting the remaining 6 demon poison pills. June caught them and swallowed them without a moment's pause. Instantly, a tempestuous force coursed through him, illuminating his form with radiant splendor. His eyes ignited with fierce flames, exuding dazzling brilliance. With hands forming seals, he intoned, heaven and earth, be still, river diagram, manifest. In that moment, the wind ceased, and the world fell into profound silence. The river diagram appeared above, unfolding like an ancient scroll, gradually filling much of the sky. Mysterious runes danced, emanating an aura of ancient and formidable power, reminiscent of the galaxy veiling the heavens. With starlight intertwining in a magnificent display, the brilliance emanating from June resonated with the river diagram above, amplifying his already potent presence. Celestial bodies, revolve, Luo book, emerge. June clenched his seal again and called out. With a resonant hum, a brilliant light cascaded from the heavens. Within that radiance, the ancient and colossal Luo book flickered into view, rotating slowly, its mysterious runes shimmering like stars, exuding an awe-inspiring power. Responding to the river diagram, the light erupted, illuminating the heavens with 5-colored brilliance. The Luo book turned its pages automatically, each shimmering with unique divine radiance, as if revealing the mysteries of the universe. While the divine light flowed, the river diagram and Apos' stars spun continuously, manifesting creation and destruction, an endless cycle of transformations. The spectators below were dumbfounded, and Lucio was equally mesmerized. This was the legendary river diagram and Luo book, said to be capable of discerning the movements of celestial bodies. June and Apos' accompanying divine artifact? It was said that he had comprehended the grand formation of celestial bodies with this treasure. utilizing the solar and lunar stars as the focal points, forging 365 grand celestial banners, with his brother, Dong Huang Tai, selecting 365 demon gods to wield them, corresponding to the principal stars, with 14,800 lesser celestial banners representing the same number of auxiliary stars. Countless divine beings formed the branches and leaves, each representing a star, creating an unparalleled formation capable of summoning the power of the cosmic stars. The might of billions of stars was sufficient to obliterate the heavens. As the foremost great formation of ancient times, guarded by the demon emperor Dijun and Dong Huang Tai, even a sage would find it challenging to gain an advantage. Dijun and Amp, Apos, S robes billowed as if he were the blazing sun, his presence surging once more. With fiery eyes, he gazed at the gods of the pharaoh and Amp, Apos, S realm, declaring, "With my life, I shall protect the populace. Today, I shall slay gods." Wielding the witch-slaying sword with unwavering resolve, he charged towards the assembly of gods from the pharaoh's realm. Simultaneously, the river diagram and Luo book unleashed a rain of fire. The fiery rain fell like shooting stars, radiating intense heat, melting the very space it traversed. Yet, the gods of the pharaoh's realm were far from helpless, retaliating fiercely. A cacophony of thunderous roars erupted, waves of terrifying energy clashing as various divine powers manifested. The heavens trembled, and the earth quaked with the force of their confrontation. Onlookers were left in utter disbelief. Lucio and Amp, Apos, S battle spirit, standing alone against the gods of the pharaoh and Amp, Apos, S realm, appeared unyielding. Wazn and Amp, Apos, T it said to possess only 1/10 of its power, yet it stood its ground against the divine beings. Such a sight was astonishing. Each strike from the sword cleaved the heavens, resonating with the force of a tsunami, causing the very fabric of the world to shudder. Was this truly a mere 1/10 of its strength? The might of the Huaxiao gods was indeed terrifying. This was undoubtedly a battle for the ages, destined to be etched into history, truly awe-inspiring. "I shall assist you," Lucio declared after observing for a moment. Producing the 10,000 souls banner, a torrent of dark spirits surged forth, their chilling wails sending shivers down spines. The malevolent spirits swirled around Lucio, creating a chaotic vortex above him. Pointing the soul banner skyward, he commanded, "Go." Over 100 shadows spiraled, half-diving towards the summoners of the pharaoh's realm, while the remaining specters flocked to Lucio. Before Lucio could react, they merged into his being, leaving him in a state of shock and immobility. "What is happening?" Wei Zhenxing rose again, alarmed. "The 10,000 souls banner is malfunctioning. Could it be that the referee spoke of soul seizing?" Panic ensued among the Dragon Kingdom participants. Lucio was of immense significance to them, a loss they could not afford. Meanwhile, Lucio and Apos' consciousness instinctively withdrew, as if being drawn into another dimensional space, transforming into a radiant orb surrounded by several dark shadows. They circled slowly, poised to strike, as if ready to pounce at any moment. No wonder they were so powerful. They were the rare 7-colored souls. "Whoever among us can seize him will determine our fate," one of the shadows declared. "On the count of 3, we shall all strike together." 1. The shadows exchanged brief words, and one began to count. "Wait," Lucio interjected urgently. "Who are you? And why do you seek to seize me?" Cackles erupted from the shadows. One replied, "We were once of the Spirit Clan, but now we are the spirits of the Spirit Clan. Do you understand why the referee brought you into the Grand Hall? He did so twice to allow us to meet you and assess your suitability. Not only will you be seized, but over 40 summoners from the Pharaoh's realm will also face the same fate. As long as our souls endure, we can seize and be reborn. Did you truly believe everything the referee told you? Once we successfully seize you, the blue star will be under our control. Reviving us is the optimal choice, for we are 1,000 times stronger than you humans. The referee arranged for you to face the champion to determine if you are worthy of being seized. Congratulations. You meet the criteria perfectly." Lucio was taken aback, having been deceived by the referee. The saying rang true: "Those not of my kind will have different hearts." Unless you could annihilate us, the referee would never assist your kind. Clearly, that was an impossibility. A dying person knows too much to no avail. Yet, astonishingly, Lucio voluntarily counted to 3 for them. Chapter 51. Everything is fate. The spirits of the Ling clan were utterly astonished. They even assisted in counting, wondering if this fellow had been frightened into a stupor. "Let us count to 3, and then we'll charge together." Whoever possesses him will consider themselves fortunate. The one who had counted earlier spoke again. No need, Lucio thought, and a colossal hand descended from the sky. The overwhelming aura emanating from the hand was akin to a mountain, causing the Ling spirits to tremble in fear. This is the ancient god. How did he summon it within the sea of consciousness? The Ling spirits were paralyzed with shock and terror, their speech faltering. The sea of consciousness is impervious to external influences. How could he have accomplished this? Before they could comprehend, they were swept up by the gigantic hand, emitting blood-curdling wails. Lucio offered no explanations. With a slight exertion, over 50 spirits were obliterated in an instant. Fortunately, he had retained a measure of his power, refraining from returning the Panga deity, or the consequences would have been dire. With Pangu's divine abilities at hand, they would essentially be attempting to seize control of Pangu himself. The creator god was beyond the reach of these mere spirits. Crushing them would be as effortless as swatting flies. The creator god was indeed formidable, his presence now indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. It was likely that even the judge would not discern any trickery. Otherwise, he would have intervened to prevent the spirits from seizing control. After annihilating the spirits, Lucio felt a momentary disorientation before regaining control of his body and returning to reality. He first cast a glance at Emperor Jun, who was embroiled in a fierce battle with the Pharaoh's pantheon, their conflict seemingly at a stalemate. Despite the Pharaoh and Apos' multitude of deities and their considerable strength, Emperor Jun had consumed 7 demon Gudan, significantly amplifying his combat prowess. With the assistance of the river diagram and the Luo book, he was holding his own against the gods. After observing for a moment, Lucio turned his gaze toward the judge, whose eyes were now wide with shock. Had the seizing been successful? It certainly did not appear so. There was no trace of kinship about him. What could this mean? Where had the spirits attempting to seize him vanished to? Surely they hadn't all been eradicated. This was perplexing, exceedingly so. A wicked smile crept across Lucio's face as he clenched his hand. Boom. He crushed the 10,000 souls banner with a single motion. He then turned his attention to the awakened beings of the Pharaoh's realm, witnessing them huddled on the ground, clutching their heads and rolling in agony. Their mouths emitted pained cries. It was evident they were undergoing a seizing process. Lucio extended his hand forward, elongating his arm and enlarging his palm. Though the motion seemed slow, in an instant, he enveloped the awakened beings of the Pharaoh's realm. What are you doing? Stop. Cease at once. The Pharaoh's officials shouted in unison. Ignoring their protests, Lucio commanded, "Come forth." An irresistible force of law descended upon the summoners. Shadows of black mist were uncontrollably extracted from them. It's over. It's finally over. That was perilous. The Pharaoh's summoners exclaimed as they stood, feeling reborn and checking their bodies repeatedly. The leaders of the Pharaoh and Apos' realm, who had been shouting earlier, sighed in relief. Yet they were puzzled as to why Lucio had chosen to aid them. Shuden and Apos, have acted otherwise? Above, 45 dark figures writhed in a frenzy, desperately attempting to escape but were ensnared beneath an invisible barrier created by the giant hand. No matter how they collided, the barrier remained unyielding, as solid as rock. The spirits seemed to succumb to despair, emitting chilling, ear-piercing shrieks. Humph! Lucio scoffed, glancing at the judge. I shall bring their end. The colossal hand slowly descended, causing some spirits to dissipate into tendrils of black smoke. From the Ling spirits' mouths during their attempted seizing, he learned that only their complete annihilation would ensure the judge's unwavering support for humanity. In such circumstances, it was imperative to eradicate them entirely. The judge remained silent. Yet his eyes were wide with bloodshot fury. It was evident he struggled. The referee has declared your defeat, yet you remain obstinate, unwilling to accept the verdict. A multitude is no match for a single opponent, yet you persist in your stubbornness. If he were to self-destruct, we would inevitably share his fate. What shall we do now? What shall we do? Chapter 52. The ultimate reward surrender. We surrender. Stop. We concede. Lucio quickly asked him to cease. The leaders of Pharaoh Nation panicked, each shouting in desperation. Some even raised white flags. The divine spirit of Dragon Nation showed no fear of death. It was terrifying. Madmen. All of them madmen. Lucio from Dragon Nation was a lunatic, ruthlessly annihilating the leaders of his own country. His battle spirit was equally deranged, reckless enough to consume 7 demon goo pills in one go, and still planning to self-destruct. Would you not be afraid of a self-destructing deity? There was no time left. Dijun responded. At that moment, flames engulfed him, and he began to tremble violently. Disperse. In that instant, Lucio appeared before Dijun with astonishing speed. With a gentle wave of his hand, the terrifying fluctuations released by Dijun instantly dissipated. Even the flames and blinding light surrounding him rapidly receded. Within a few breaths, all signs of divine power vanished completely. Is it all over? Dijun instinctively patted himself down, pondering if he had just been quite impressive. Lucio rolled his eyes and made a slicing motion. Buzz. It was as if he had parted the river of time, revealing a scene that did not match the surroundings above. It seemed that stepping into it would lead to another world. The crowd was astonished. Even Dijun displayed a look of surprise. Lucio calmly remarked, "Why not retrieve your river map in Luo book?" Pangu, the Great One, was indeed remarkable. Not only could he prevent Dijun and Appo's self-destruction, but he could also effortlessly break through the river of time using the powers of time and space. This ability was astonishing, appearing as if he could control everything. Dijun, disregarding his astonishment, hastily reclaimed the river map and Luo book. He then addressed Lucio. "I owe you a personal favor." Lucio smiled slightly. "After consuming so many demon goo pills, do you not require a period of seclusion?" Dijun's expression turned slightly awkward. "You noticed that too? Are you not sending me back?" "Very well." With a thought, Lucio made Dijun's figure gradually fade. "Do not summon me for the time being. If there are matters, consult Tai. He possesses greater combat strength than I." Just before Dijun completely vanished, he offered such advice. The audience from various nations was left in a state of shock. That Birdman's brother is even stronger than him? The divine spirit of Dragon Nation is utterly fearsome. He must have consumed the demon goo pills. Otherwise, he could not be so formidable. The key point is, he dares to consume them, recklessly disregarding his life, and is prone to self-destruction. Lucio is also impressive. It seems he is not inferior to an average battle spirit. Indeed, the situation is beyond belief. The judges snorted in anger. The battle for the arena has concluded. From this moment forth, Dragon Nation shall be the arena and Appo's sovereign. The first arena sovereign. The mythological civilization of the ghostly beings has been greatly enhanced. We won, we won. We are the sovereign nation. The audience from Dragon Nation erupted in cheers, their voices echoing in jubilation. No one had anticipated that Lucio, battling alone against the deities of Pharaoh Nation, could achieve such a final victory. Lucio had once again created a miracle. It was exhilarating. I understand now. The ancient deity summoned by Lucio is Pangu, the creator of the world. The world was cleaved by him, which means it belongs to our Dragon Nation. Indeed, and that demon emperor is Dijun, the founder of the ancient heavenly court. The people of Dragon Nation quickly grasped many mythological tales. The enhancement of mythological civilization is different from its revival. Revival requires time, while enhancement is immediate and comprehensive understanding. In the future, there will be no need to worry about awakening resources. The judge continued. The physical health of the citizens of Dragon Nation has doubled, with life expectancy increasing twofold. The number of awakeners has also doubled within a short time. And the awakening levels of ghostly spirits have increased by 1 to 3 levels. 1 to 3 levels. This means the awakening of ghostly spirits will be at least 1 level higher, or even more. If someone awakens a 3S level spirit and then gains 2 to 3 additional levels, what level would that be? How terrifying. Their lifespans have increased. It is truly enticing. Dragon Nation has become the strongest nation. How infuriating. The 10-Nation Alliance cannot hinder the rise of Dragon Nation. They are utterly useless. The leaders of various nations expressed envy, jealousy, and hatred. The technological civilization of Dragon Nation had made consecutive breakthroughs in a short time, leading the world by a century. Various resources could be regenerated, including non-renewable resources such as oil, natural gas, and rare metals, which were now inexhaustible. As the judge's words concluded, auspicious clouds filled the skies across Dragon Nation. People flooded into the streets, their cheers resounding to the heavens. Some elders and leaders were moved to tears. Dragon Nation has finally risen. We have succeeded. Lucio has won. Dragon Nation has triumphed. On the Ghostly Spirit platform, many spectators from Dragon Nation embraced one another, overwhelmed with joy. The judge continued. Previously promised to Lucio, the victory reward will be doubled. However, some aspects cannot achieve a double effect. As compensation, the fertile lands of Dragon Nation will double in agricultural yield, and the territorial range will expand. Let us make it 5-fold. How much expansion? 5-fold. The territory of Dragon Nation was already vast, and now it would increase 5-fold. This compensation seems excessive. The audience from various nations was astonished, some even experiencing a mental breakdown. Dragon Nation would not only have fertile lands, but would also see its territory expand fivefold. Simultaneously, a bizarre scene unfolded along the coastal regions. Mountains and plains rapidly spread, swiftly expanding toward the ocean. Countless islands emerged above sea level, continuously expanding and connecting, ultimately bordering the territory of Dragon Nation. Surrounding the islands of the Sun Nation, vast forests and grasslands appeared, extending outward until they merged with the territory of Dragon Nation. A large expanse of undeveloped fertile land surrounded the islands of the Sun Nation. Mr. Sanpei, joyous news, great news. People rushed into the Prime Minister and Appo's office, excitedly reporting the situation. Sanpei felt as if his head might explode upon hearing this. What the hell? Those newly acquired lands are all Dragon Nation and Appo's. They are the ultimate reward from the arena battle. We are finished, surrounded by Dragon Nation. The leaders looked dumbfounded. No, they are not ours. Our nation is enveloped by Dragon Nation's territory. How can we expect to thrive? This was the rhythm of being swallowed by Dragon Nation. The sea had become Dragon Nation and Appo's territory, leaving them with no fishing grounds. How would they sustain their economy in the future? By filming movies and selling meat? Enough of your complaints. Sanpei, the Prime Minister, bellowed. I instructed you to arrange for Teacher Tsang to appease Lu Qiu. Has she gone? Yes, she went with her team. And they are on the way. Everyone in the team is an elite, personally trained by Teacher Tsang. Lu Qiu, this is the space ring I promised you. The judge removed the ring from his hand and tossed it toward Lu Qiu. Lu Qiu caught it, thinking to himself, oh, this ring won't have any tricks like the 10,000 souls banner, will it? The referee cast a fierce glare at Lu Qiu and admitted, the Wanhun banner I gave you was mistakenly taken. Within it lies a genuine Wanhun banner. A chuckle escaped Lu Qiu's lips. This ghostly referee certainly knew how to create an escape route for himself. Ignoring Lu Qiu further, the referee continued, the sovereign nation has emerged, and the Ghost Spirit platform and Appo's competition has entered its next phase, the Nation Annihilation style, a territorial contest. Nations may challenge the sovereign nation with a best-of-3 format. The victor will establish themselves as the new sovereign nation. The new sovereign nation will acquire all territories and resources of the Dragon Nation, along with its technology and mythical civilization. As for the fate of the dragon people, that rests solely on the whims of the victorious nation. Conversely, should a nation lose, its territory will revert to the Dragon Nation, and the lives of its populace will be determined by the dragon people. As the sovereign nation, the Dragon Nation holds the right to challenge any nation at will. The leaders of the various nations were left in a state of bewilderment. With Lu Qiu and Appo's formidable strength, who could possibly defeat him? If he challenged one nation after another, would the world not become entirely subservient to the Dragon Nation? This was utterly unfair, so exceedingly unjust. The leaders and Appo's veins bulged with frustration. Humph. The referee scoffed. Your chances of encountering Lu Qiu on the Ghost Spirit platform are rather slim. The Dragon Nation must select 100 awakened ones to form a ready-to-battle group, and who will take the stage will be determined by a draw. A draw. As long as one does not face Lu Qiu, victory is attainable. The complete rise of the Dragon Nation will take some time. We must seize the opportunity to challenge them. Excellent. Our nation will be the first to challenge the Dragon Nation. Sooner or later, they will all be within our grasp. The leaders of the Sun Nation gazed with avarice in their eyes, eager for immediate action. Chapter 53. Privileges. The leaders of other nations' audiences had also become active. To vanquish the Dragon Country meant possessing everything it held, a proposition too alluring to resist. Furthermore, nations could challenge and annex one another, with the victor claiming 1/3 of the defeated's territory. However, no country could initiate a second challenge against the same opponent within a month. This decree from the adjudicator caused consternation among the leaders of certain smaller nations. The competition had escalated, transcending mere skirmishes. Each victory or defeat now held profound implications for national survival. 3 consecutive losses could spell the end of a nation. In such an environment, how could they endure with insufficient domestic awakeners and inadequate strength? The leaders of various nations frowned, realizing that the global landscape was poised for a dramatic reshaping. Our opportunity has arrived, one declared, but we must first eliminate the Dragon Country. Every citizen of the Dragon Country, from the highest to the lowest, must perish utterly. However, The beautiful women shall be spared for our purposes. A contingent of others shall also be spared for viral experimentation. Haha. The audience from the land of the rising sun erupted in maniacal laughter, their expressions contorted with cruelty, as if a horde of demons were reveling. Devoid of any semblance of human warmth, their twisted visages betrayed their inner coldness and depravity. To behold the audience from the land of the rising sun is abhorrent. A dragon country citizen lamented. From their youth, they are indoctrinated with the notion of exterminating our people. In the past, they used our people as living subjects for viral experimentation, performing vivisections, excising organs, and showing no mercy even to pregnant women. Their barbarity is staggering. Since their defeat, they have always regarded us as their imagined adversary. With the advent of the Ghost Spirit platform, they seek to obliterate us. A spectator from the Bear Country, seated nearby, Kuden and Amp, Oppos, T help but interject, then why Don and Amp, Oppos, T you go over there and pummel them? In unison, the Dragon Country audience turned to Chen Guoyang. He averted his gaze, feigning ignorance. I hear nothing, I see nothing. Let an Oppos, go and deal with them. Charge, beat those dogs to death. With tacit approval from their leadership, hesitation vanished, replaced by a reckless abandon. The Dragon Country audience surged toward the seating area of the land of the rising sun, joined by a number of Bear Country citizens eager to exploit the chaos. They harbored no fondness for the people of the land of the rising sun and had long desired to thrash those beasts. The adjudicator, about to resume his announcements, subtly averted his gaze, betraying his disinclination to intervene. Ah, Dragon Country swine, what are you doing? Ah, damn it, trash, still hitting. The Dragon Country audience showed no mercy as they descended upon the people of the land of the rising sun, some of whom suffered head wounds. Damn Dragon Country weaklings, you've rebelled. Bang, ah. A leader from the land of the rising sun, before he could complete his tirade, was felled by a punch. The Dragon Country crowd swarmed him, delivering a relentless torrent of kicks. The people of the land of the rising sun, naturally diminutive and lacking the combat prowess of the Dragon Country citizens, were further overwhelmed by the presence of the Bear Country contingent. They were soon cowering on the ground, silenced and subdued. Aren't you arrogant anymore? Why aren't you yelling? Show me that sinister smile again. Still planning to exterminate our Dragon Country? The Dragon Country audience berated them, leaving the spectators from the land of the rising sun bruised and silent. The faces of the top echelons of the land of the rising sun, watching the live broadcast, turned ashen. A leader from the land of the rising sun, incensed, seized a microphone. Your Dragon Country has unjustly arrested our tour group in the Star Luo country, and our media outlets are also under your control. Now, you have assaulted our citizens. We demand that you immediately release our media and tour group. Upon hearing this, Wei Jinxing also grabbed a microphone. You orchestrated the abduction of our tour group in the Star Luo country, which is why we apprehended those awakeners. As for the media, they disseminated falsehoods and falsely accused Lucio of treason, hence their detention. The leader from the land of the rising sun glared, Baga, when do you intend to release them? Soon, Wei Jinxing replied with a narrowed gaze. After the physical castration is complete, we will send them back. Physical castration? Castrating beasts? Ha! Many joined in the uproarious laughter. The leader from the land of the rising sun, seething with rage, his breathing labored. I command you to release them immediately. Command us? Wei Jinxing and Amp, Oppos' expression darkened. Who do you think you are to command us? Do you possess the authority or the capability? Given your nation and Oppos' litany of transgressions against our country, we have enacted a law prohibiting citizens of the land of the rising sun from entering Dragon Country. Any citizen of the land of the rising sun who enters Dragon Country, whether targeted by Dragon Country officials or civilians, is subject to being killed. You, the leader from the land of the rising sun, trembled with fury. Their homeland was encircled by Dragon Country, and now they were subject to a travel ban. Were they to be left to wither and die? Damn, Dragon Country is getting serious. In the past, what they did to Dragon Country was too much. And now they still dream of swallowing Dragon Country. Since the arrival of the Ghost Spirit platform, they have been acting crazy, always thinking of killing Dragon Country. They are reaping what they sow, and it is entirely their fault. An upper echelon leader from the land of the rising sun, hearing these sentiments, rose and addressed the microphone. Your Dragon Country, as a great power, should not bully the weak. On the Ghost Spirit platform, we can challenge your country, but you cannot challenge us. Challenging us is bullying the weak. A great power should have the demeanor of a great power. If our country wins, your country's land and everything else will belong to our country. If you win, you must not demand any benefits from our country, because you are a great power and must have the responsibility of a great power. Therefore, whether in the past, present, or future, no matter what heinous things we have done to you, you should treat them rationally and should not have any desire for revenge. I propose that all the land around our archipelago should belong to our land of the rising sun. The Dragon Country citizens were incensed. How could he say such absurd things? He even wants Dragon Country territory. How thick-skinned can he be? Wei Jinxing was about to erupt in a tirade. General Secretary Wei. At that moment, a communications soldier rushed over, presenting several photographs. Take a look. Wei Jinxing stared at the photos, his brow furrowed. This is. The photos depicted dismembered and skinned bodies, their deaths gruesome. The land of the rising sun is secretly conducting virus research in our country's mountains. In remote mountainous areas, several villages have been captured by the land of the rising sun for experimentation. They spared no one, not even the children. The communications soldier sobbed, struggling to control his emotions, wiping away tears as he continued. When those people were discovered and rescued, less than half of the survivors remained. Their eyes were either vacant or terrified, and some were driven to madness. They are all people from remote mountainous areas, all poor souls. The beasts from the land of the rising sun, they are inhumane. Bang! Wei Jinxing slammed his fist on the table. Land of the rising sun. All right. Are you done arguing? It and Oppos. It's my turn to continue. At this moment, the referee spoke once more. As I previously mentioned, contestants from the host nation are granted privileged rewards. The sole representative from the Dragon Kingdom is Lu Qiu, whose privilege allows him to challenge any nation in his personal capacity, free from the constraints of his homeland. There is no limit to the number of challenges he can issue, and should he emerge victorious, he shall claim 1/3 of the land resources from the defeated nation. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiu resolutely raised his hand and proclaimed with fervor, I challenge the Sun Nation, aiming for their annihilation. They once declared that they would conquer our Dragon Kingdom within 3 months. Now, I shall dismantle them in just 3 days. 1 match each day, and in 3 days, I shall bring their nation to its end. Chapter 54. I shall eradicate them on behalf of humanity. The audience from various nations was taken aback, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. Lu Qiu was genuinely intent on annihilating the nation of Riji. The spectators from Riji were filled with trepidation. You are a powerful nation. You cannot challenge us. Bullying the weak is against the rules. Our territory is minuscule. Do you not possess any humanity? They pleaded. Quickly distribute the newly acquired territories among our nations. Silence. The referee snapped, turning around with fury. If you dare to shout again, I shall send you to your doom. The battered citizens of Riji finally ceased their outcries. The referee then turned to Lu Qiu. I have yet to announce what will happen upon defeat. And you have already initiated a challenge? Lu Qiu grinned, as if it were a mere game of cards. Isn't it permissible for me to dream? The leaders of Riji stared in disbelief. Such a dismissal was a profound insult. Surely, he was deliberately humiliating them. How despicable. Upon losing the match, your control over the spirits and phantoms will be transferred to your opponent, rendering you an ordinary person. The referee elaborated. You are also prohibited from summoning any previously invoked spirits or warriors, and may only summon one or a group, such as the 4 divine beasts. Then I shall challenge them as well, to wipe them out entirely, leaving not a single soul from Riji, Lu Qiu declared with unwavering determination. Their bloodlines are marked with coldness and cruelty. Such a beastly race only brings calamity. I shall eradicate them on behalf of humanity. Very well, the referee conceded. In the territorial contest, Lu Qiu challenges Riji. Riji must prepare within 2 hours. 2 hours later, the competition commenced. Leaders from various nations were drenched in sweat. Challenging Longguo was no trivial matter, especially with Lu Qiu at the helm. However, Lu Qiu could freely challenge any nation, even if he triumphed over Longguo. He could easily reclaim his position. It seemed that issuing challenges to Longguo would not be taken lightly. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister of Sanpei, watching the live broadcast, collapsed onto the ground. It's over. We are doomed. His expression was vacant, as if the weight of years had suddenly descended upon him. Prime Minister. His secretary rushed to assist him. The Prime Minister gripped his collar tightly. When will Teacher AO and Amp, Oppos, team arrive? The secretary, with a strained expression, replied, They will arrive shortly. I demand they come immediately. The Prime Minister shouted, the urgency causing his voice to echo painfully. What is the progress on our trump card? The Night Parade of 100 Demons? With the support of purchased American technology, the research center had made significant strides in awakening more spirits. Recently, they had achieved considerable advancement in summoning the Night Parade of 100 Demons. Once successful, it would become an unstoppable weapon. Prime Minister, report. At that moment, a man in military attire entered the room. The Night Parade of 100 Demons and Oppos. Development is at 100%. It can be deployed in actual combat. Ha ha ha, Lucio. Your demise is imminent. You dare challenge us? Ha ha. The Prime Minister of Sanpei was overjoyed, laughter spilling forth uncontrollably. The referee continued, as you can discern. The objective of this phase at the Spirit Arena is world unification. The ultimate outcome will be that there can only be one nation globally. Whichever nation can unify the world will have select awakened individuals receive our unparalleled legacy, including immortality and powers surpassing those of warriors. Their individual strength will rival that of the Demon Emperor summoned by Lucio. The most outstanding awakened individuals may even possess abilities akin to mine, capable of altering the very fabric of day and night. As he spoke, the referee extended his hand towards the sun, shifting it aside as if it were a mere trinket. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, leaders from various nations frozen in disbelief. Even Lucio and the deities from Farogua who had yet to depart were taken aback. Though no commotion ensued, the impact was more profound than any battle with spirits. That was the sun, 3 million times the volume of Earth, and 330,000 times its mass. Situated 152 million kilometers away. He merely shifted it with a gesture? Surely, I am not hallucinating. After a prolonged silence, someone finally regained their senses. You are not seeing things. The referee again extended his hand towards the sun, moving it back to its original position. Many spectators tumbled from their seats in shock. Even if he had merely shifted the Earth, it would have been terrifying enough. What level of power does this enigmatic referee possess? The atmosphere became thick with a heavy silence. No one dared to utter a word, fearful of incurring the referee's displeasure. Defeating Longua, unifying the world, and obtaining the referee's legacy would mean becoming the ruler of the world. Yet some citizens of Longua had different thoughts. They contemplated which deity could rival the referee. Among the deities of Huaxia, there were indeed those wielding formidable powers, such as Gong, who crashed into Mount Buzhou, and Nuwa, who mended the heavens. Their might was equally astonishing, comparable to that of this mysterious referee. Then there was Pangu, the god who opened the heavens and the earth, whose abilities likely rivaled those of the referee. Noticing the silence, the referee continued, Longua must select 100 awakened individuals to form a combat group within 24 hours. After 24 hours, all nations may challenge Longua. Now disperse. The referee signaled for everyone to leave. Lucio, fiddling with his ring, ambled down the platform. Relishing the moment, the leaders and awakened individuals from various nations looked upon Lucio with a mix of envy and resentment. This audacious individual had single-handedly propelled Longua to the pinnacle of power. They could hardly contain their jealousy, their faces darkening with bitterness. In stark contrast, the leaders of Riji appeared as if they had swallowed something foul, their expressions twisted. Longua had not only become the mightiest nation, but had also surrounded them with their territories. Most alarming of all, they were now in Lucio's sights. Were they not doomed? On the other hand, Longua was a realm of joy. The populace, now endowed with robust health, had risen from the brink of despair, rejoicing in newfound vitality. The once frail children were now lively, running and playing with abandon. Those previously tormented by illness were invigorated, brimming with hope and aspirations for the future. Some individuals, brandishing hoes and shovels, clamored to cultivate new fertile lands for the nation, with an abundance of arable land. To neglect its cultivation would be a waste. The potential for doubled grain yields was undeniable. Oh no, I have awakened. Is that a bad thing? It is indeed a stroke of fortune. By the heavens, I have awakened too. Enough of your boasting. You make me envious. I think I might be awakening as well. Across Longua, the number of awakened individuals surged dramatically. Report to the chief. Report to all leaders. In the conference room of the Dragon Nation, a middle-aged gentleman opened his notebook. Our country's grain harvest has been exceptionally abundant, with experts estimating that the yield has indeed doubled. The number of awakened individuals is rapidly increasing, with some even awakening high-level spirits surpassing the 3S rank. Resources such as oil and natural gas have seen significant growth, eliminating the need for imports. Exciting news has emerged from the medical university. Utilizing the elixir of longevity and awakening potions, they have developed a new pill capable of altering DNA, allowing for the regeneration of severed limbs. Major breakthroughs have been achieved once more in the fields of artificial intelligence, aerospace, and renewable energy. The chief exuberantly exclaimed, "Excellent." These milestones mark the path of national rejuvenation, symbolizing prosperity and resurgence, and heralding a glorious chapter. In the future, the Dragon Nation will hold a pivotal position and voice in various domains. An announcement will be made nationwide, commending Lucio for his exceptional contributions, awarding him the highest military rank, and promoting him to commander of the Ninth Army, while concurrently assuming the role of leader of the standby group. Chapter 55. Undying Struggle on the Ghost Spirit Platform. Before Lucio could return to the resting area, he was intercepted by several individuals from the Sun Kingdom. One of them, with a smirk that was neither genuine nor mocking, inquired, "Lucio, dare you accompany us for a moment?" Lucio, counting on his fingers, retorted, "Have your skins grown tighter?" The group bristled with indignation. "If you have the guts, come with us." "Coward, aren't you the tough one? Why hesitate now? Are you afraid?" They continued their taunts, branding him a timid wretch. "To hell with you." With a swift motion, Lucio struck several of them across the face. Although devoid of battle spirit reinforcement, his strikes sent them reeling. Two stumbled back, nearly losing their footing. The assailants clutched their faces, too intimidated to retaliate. One, with a forced bravado, declared, "If you don't go, you're a turtle bastard." "Fine, let us go then." Lucio delivered a kick that sent him sprawling, and strode purposefully toward the Sun Kingdom's resting area. Their quarters were not like the Ghost Spirit platform, free from summoning constraints. If they dared to flaunt their bravado, he would confront them directly. "What are you doing?" Before Lucio could take more than a few steps, Wei Jianxing and Apos' voice crackled through his earpiece. "I and Apos am just heading to the Sun Kingdom and Apos' resting area to relieve myself," Lucio replied nonchalantly, though he himself was uncertain of his purpose there. Wei Jianxing, momentarily speechless, finally said to those nearby, "Lucio has been summoned by the Sun Kingdom. He possesses communication equipment. Fetch the loudspeaker. We must listen in and discern their intentions." "Understood," came the immediate response. As Lucio chewed on an awakening pill, he swiftly entered the Sun Kingdom's resting area. Spotting a red flag nearby, he yanked it down, tossed it to the ground, and ground his foot into it. Bah! He spat disdainfully at the flag, trampling over it as he advanced. The Sun Kingdom and Apos' personnel nearby gaped in shock. Trampling on a national flag was an extreme insult. "Lucio, aren't you bold? Do you dare enter this door?" A man with a small mustache pointed at a heavy iron door. "What lies within?" Lucio instinctively inquired. Before him stood an expansive courtyard, its high walls obscuring any view of its contents. "You will find out once you enter. If you lack the courage, feel free to leave." The taunts continued, branding all Dragon Kingdom citizens as cowardly and worthless. "Mr. Lu, if you're afraid, don't force yourself. Being a coward is not shameful." Feigning disbelief, Lucio kicked open the massive door, thinking that should there be an ambush, he could simply summon his spirit to retaliate. He had no qualms about taking down a few of the Sun Kingdom's beasts. "Welcome, young Master Lu. You're so handsome. Wow, utterly enchanting. Young Master Lu. Come inside. Let us have some fun together." As soon as the door swung open, a throng of scantily clad, long-legged beauties rushed forward. Lucio was taken aback. Wasn't there supposed to be an ambush? Why was he greeted by a bevy of beauties instead? "Young Master Lu, come on," they urged him playfully, each more alluring than the last. Bold temptresses, Lucio and Apos' demeanor shifted, and he shouted. The circle of beauties recoiled in fear, trembling as they distanced themselves from him. "How dare you, shameless harlots? What do you take me for? With attire like that, you look like you're selling yourselves. It and amp. Apos, disgraceful." The group of beauties hung their heads in shame, chastened by his words. "A bunch of wanton harlots," Lucio scoffed, his face contorted with disdain. "For heaven's sake, why has anyone closed the door?" Meanwhile, Wei Jianxing and the others, who had been eavesdropping on Lucio's situation, were soon met with indescribable sounds that left them collectively stunned. All mouths agape, they were momentarily frozen. They had anticipated Lucio would face danger upon entering the Sun Kingdom's resting area, yet what transpired was an unexpected rendezvous. How extravagant the Sun Kingdom was. arranging such a lavish feast for Lucio. Did they really think they could win him over with beauty? How naive. He would likely take full advantage of the situation. As realization dawned, Wei Zhenxing quickly muted the loudspeaker, admonishing everyone, Lucio is bringing glory to our nation. All of you should take a page from his book. The Prime Minister, in a fit of frustration, roared at his aides, our Waikai Night Parade and the Yamada no Orochi are ready for use. Lucio shall meet his demise in the next contest. You instructed the technician team to attend to Lucio. You, what a fool, what a waste. Inoue Koji grinned. Prime Minister, it was your command to proceed. You never mentioned the plan was cancelled. You. The Prime Minister struggled to express his vexation. Inoue Koji tentatively asked, what should we do now, Prime Minister? Now. The Prime Minister clutched his heart, turning to his secretary. Now. Hit me again. Hit you? Inoue Koji was bewildered. You're not even here for me to strike. Hey. Soon, the phone echoed with the Prime Minister and Appo's anguish cries. In the territorial dispute, Lucio challenged the Sun Kingdom on a personal basis, requesting both parties to present their contenders. The referee, surprisingly punctual, announced the commencement of the match 2 hours later. The Sun Kingdom's Daizai Shoda, with his dyed blonde hair, resembled an aging rogue. Pointing at Lucio, he demanded, speak frankly, what have you done to Teacher Tsang? Lucio blinked. Nothing at all. I don't believe you. You're lying. Daizai Shoda's eyes welled with tears. If you've harmed Teacher Tsang, I will fight you to the death. Lucio smirked. This guy can't possibly be a devoted fan of Teacher Tsang, can he? After a moment and Appo's contemplation, he replied, there have been many encounters with Teacher Tsang. Do you think you can take them all down? You. Daizai Shoda's eyes turned red. Yamada no Orochi, arise. Tear him apart. How absurd. You fight for your country, yet you are driven by a crush on Teacher Tsang. As Lucio spoke, an overwhelming stench invaded his nostrils, nearly suffocating him. The audience from various nations caught whiffs of the foul odor, grimacing in response. What is that terrible smell summoned by the Sun Kingdom? Didn't he say it's the Yamada no Orochi? A creature from Sun Kingdom mythology. Regarded as a national guardian beast, it was feared and noted for its ferocity. Rumors spoke of its emergence as a 3S battle spirit, savage and difficult to control, having reportedly ravaged several cities in the Sun Kingdom. How reckless, summoning such uncontrollable monsters. They treat humans like livestock, and their battle spirits like beasts. As murmurs spread, the imposing figure of the Yamada no Orochi slowly emerged, its massive form nearly filling the entire ghost spirit platform. 8 immense serpentine bodies coiled sinuously, verdant with moss. Their 8 heads, akin to mountainous peaks, roamed in the air, threatening to crash down at any moment. Pairs of colossal eyes emanated a chilling ferocity, a ghastly crimson. Below, their abdomens festered, continuously oozing purulent blood, like a putrid, sanguine swamp, emitting waves of fetid stench. Lucio involuntarily recoiled. The aura was potent, uncanny, and repulsive. Seemingly no less formidable than the deities of the Pharaonic kingdom, a menace, perhaps, to the gods themselves. Exterminate him, the Chain Shoda commanded the Yamada no Orochi, without affording Lucio the opportunity to summon his battle spirit. The 8 gigantic heads, like mountains, swayed slightly and collectively lunged towards Lucio. Chapter 56. Confrontation in the Primordial World. Xianglu versus Yamada no Orochi. Indeed, let's proceed in this manner. Employ any means necessary. The demise of Lucio is paramount. Should you succeed in eliminating Lucio, you shall be hailed as a national hero. Resort to any measure, flaying, dismembering, eviscerating. The audience from the land of the rising sun was proving particularly odious. Their section of the stands erupted in a cacophony of fervor, spewing forth a torrent of vile invectives, their visages contorted in grotesque distortions. Each spectator brandished clenched fists, their eyes ablaze with a frenzied bloodlust, seemingly reveling in the prospect of carnage and brutality. The darkest, most repellent aspects of human nature were on full display. Insolent fools, Lucio muttered, too preoccupied to engage with their provocations. The spectators from the land of the rising sun were deplorable, but their champion was even more so. Launching an assault before the transformation of the battle spirit was even complete? To preempt being overwhelmed, he hastily invoked the essence of the Eastern Emperor Tai. Simultaneously, he bellowed, Xianglu, emerge. Xianglu and Yamada no Orochi, both serpentine entities, could be considered kindred species. Yamada no Orochi boasted 8 heads, while the primordial Xianglu possessed 9. Theoretically, Xiang Lu should prove the superior combatant. Rumble. The aura of Tai emanated from Lu Qiu, his form bathed in divine radiance, the very air seeming to ignite around him. The surging divine power caused the 8 gargantuan serpent heads lunging toward him to recoil as if struck by lightning. The formidable presence of the Eastern Emperor filled Yamada no Orochi's eyes with astonishment. Concurrently, the expanse of the ghost spirit platform expanded once more. The colossal form of the 9-headed Xiang Lu gradually materialized behind Lu Qiu. Its 9 heads surveyed the surroundings, ultimately fixing their gaze upon Yamada no Orochi. Each visage was distinctly human, bearing a diverse array of expressions, joy, sorrow, and everything in between, rendering them inscrutable. 9 crimson tongues flicked and darted incessantly, exuding an unsettling and formidable aura. A layer of ebony scales sheathed its body, each scale the size of a winnowing basket, glinting with an eerie, obsidian sheen. As its immense form undulated, the friction against the ghost spirit platform's stone surface produced a shower of sparks and a resonant clang. Yamada no Orochi's eyes bulged in disbelief, its scales bristling in alarm, as if confronted by imminent peril. It emitted plumes of black mist from its mouths, attempting to intimidate its adversary. The 2 behemoths stood poised, their savage auras permeating the arena, causing the very heavens to tremble. Ominous clouds swirled tempestuously, as if churned by unseen forces, threatening to tear asunder. The collision of their potent energy spawned countless vortices in the atmosphere, whipping up a maelstrom of dust and debris. The howling wind echoed like the lamentations of a myriad of specters, inspiring dread in all who heard it. The spectators and Oppos, faces paled, their legs involuntarily trembling. If these 2 titans could unleash such terror before even engaging in combat, what cataclysm would their battle unleash? How does Lu Qiu and Oppos' battle spirit possess an additional head compared to ours? Damnation! Curses! The audience from the land of the rising sun erupted in indignant cries. This was no mere arena match. Defeat would mean the loss of a significant portion of their nation. Owaguchi Shotaro, in no way Koji bellowed into the microphone, annihilate Lu Qiu, and the esteemed Alway Sora shall be yours. Upon hearing this, Owaguchi Shotaro's eyes gleamed with fanatical zeal. Yamada no Orochi, obliterated. Show no mercy. With that, he unsheathed his katana and charged toward Lu Qiu. Lu Qiu's lips curled in a wry grimace. With the augmentation of Tai's powers, was this fool truly seeking his own demise? Was he so desperate for Alway Sora and Oppos as favor that he would forfeit his life? What a simpleton! The spectators from other nations were baffled by Owaguchi Shotaro's actions. Idiot! Fool! The leaders of the land of the rising sun's contingent frantically signaled Owaguchi Shotaro to refrain from engaging Lu Qiu in close combat. Lu Qiu's personal combat prowess was comparable to that of a battle spirit. To face him in melee was tantamount to suicide. This imbecile must have had his brain addled by boiling water. Owaguchi Shotaro remained deaf to their pleas, roaring with near-insane fervor for the grievance of a stolen wife. I shall fight you to the death. Lu Qiu nearly collapsed in exasperation. Who had stolen his wife? Such a thing had never occurred. This was slander. What a lunatic! Simultaneously, Yamada no Orochi opened its 8 maws, unleashing 8 torrents of ebony flames. Like 8 black dragons, they surged toward Xiang Lu, carrying with them a scorching heat capable of incinerating all in their path. The very fabric of space warped and contorted, threatening to collapse. Xiang Lu's 9 heads flashed with predatory intent. Whoosh! Its colossal form vanished in an instant, only to reappear abruptly behind Yamada no Orochi. Before Yamada no Orochi could react, Xiang Lu's 9 mouths gaped wide, simultaneously clamping down on Yamada no Orochi's necks. The attack was swift and merciless. Its massive fangs, like a row of razor-sharp blades, effortlessly pierced Yamada no Orochi and Oppos' armor-like scales. Yamada no Orochi writhed frantically, attempting to break free from Xiang Lu and Oppos' grasp. Simultaneously, its 8 mouths emitted eerie, agonizing shrieks, as if emanating from the deepest abysses, enduring unimaginable torment. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground crimson. The 2 entities became entangled, their 17 thick serpentine bodies thrashing violently, coiling, tearing, and whipping at each other. Each convulsion sent tremors through the ghost's spirit platform, threatening to shatter it. Each impact produced a deafening roar, capable of shattering the very soul. Gradually, the billowing dust clouds grew denser, forming a thick curtain that completely obscured the two behemoths. Periodically, a geyser of blood would erupt from the dust cloud, cascading in every direction like a breached dam. The air grew thick with the stench of blood as the roars, impacts, and cries of agony continued unabated, showing no signs of abating. At the same time, Owaguchi Shotaro brandished his katana, aiming a vicious thrust at Lucio and Apos' heart. Clap. Lucio swayed, seizing Owaguchi Shotaro's wrist in a firm grip. "You base villain, using lime powder to blind me? Where is your vaunted Bushido spirit?" He had anticipated a desperate, all-out assault from this individual, not a cowardly act of deception. Fortunately, the enhancement of Tai and Apos' powers had prevented him from being caught off guard. The means are irrelevant. The outcome is all that matters. Owaguchi Shotaro snarled, his face contorted in a demonic grimace. He drew a dagger with his other hand, lunging toward Lucio with a swift, deadly strike. But Lucio was even faster. Clap. With lightning speed, he once again seized Owaguchi Shotaro and Apos' other wrist with precision. Augmented by Tai's powers, he could crush this fool with a mere exhalation. With a slight exertion of force, crack, crack. A chilling sound of fracturing bones echoed through the air. Owaguchi Shotaro's wrist bones were instantly pulverized. "Aya!" Owaguchi Shotaro shrieked in agony. "Spare me. I beg you." "Spare you, you fiend?" Lucio retorted, delivering a sweeping low kick. Crack, crack. Owaguchi Shotaro's body twisted violently as both of his legs fractured almost simultaneously. He crashed to the ground like a wounded beast, writhing in anguish. "Let you suffer for a while," Lucio said, delaying his execution. He turned his attention back to the raging battle between Xiong Lu and Yamada no Orochi. Chapter 57. Then you shall become a ghost, lo, and behold. He has rendered Okushi Shota and Apos' limbs utterly useless. That fool, Okushi Shota. Lucio, you are nothing short of a beast. How cruel, how deranged. The audience from the land of the rising sun has once again lost their minds, shouting wildly. Lucio turned around and shouted, "When you slaughter our elderly, women, and children, why do you not call it cruel? When you use us as subjects for your viral experiments, why is it not deemed deranged?" With a swift motion, Lucio raised his leg and crushed one of Okushi Shota's arms, causing a catastrophic fracture. Ack! Okushi Shota nearly fainted from the pain. Lucio stepped on his head and pointed towards the audience from the land of the rising sun, uttering one last word before the match came to an abrupt end. "You." The audience from the land of the rising sun glared in fury. Koji Inoue hastily grabbed the microphone, declaring, "Anyone who dares to speak out of turn will be executed immediately." This group of inept individuals, merely adding fuel to the fire, were more of a hindrance than a help. It was also Okushi Shota and Apos' fault for challenging Lucio, truly reckless. How can such a fool awaken the Yamada no Orochi? It is utterly absurd. Suddenly, a colossal serpent's head burst forth from the tumultuous cloud of dust, splattering blood as it crashed onto the ghost's spirit platform. This is the Yamada no Orochi of the land of the rising sun. Has its head been severed? The crowd gasped in shock. Bam! Another blood-soaked serpent's head was flung out, rolling on the ground, covered in dirt, with dark red blood dripping from its maw, presenting a ghastly sight. Within the dust, two enormous creatures continued their desperate struggle, their roars and thundering sounds echoing. The terrifying force sent ripples through the mist, occasionally tossing out a severed head or a segment of a body. The spectators from the land of the rising sun were left dumbfounded. Their guardian beast, the Yamada no Orochi, was being torn apart, but it is their sacred guardian. Bam bam. Moments later, it seemed that Xiong Lu had gained the upper hand, tossing out massive segments of the serpent's body, leaving the ground strewn with the remnants, a scene too horrific to behold. How is this possible? How can this be? Koji Inoue's eyes glazed over, despair etched across his face. The strongest battle spirit of the land of the rising sun, the Yamada no Orochi, could not possibly be torn apart by the enemy. What kind of monster is that nine-headed serpent to be stronger than the Yamada no Orochi? After another moment, the cacophony of roars and clashes abruptly ceased. The dust gradually settled, revealing Xiong Lu and Apos' silhouette, still colossal, its nine-segmented body coiling as it overshadowed the sky. Before it lay the remains of the Yamada no Orochi, all 8 heads severed, bloodied and mangled, lying motionless like a gruesome mountain of flesh. Heavens! Lucio's battle spirit has triumphed over the Yamada no Orochi, unscathed. Wasn't the guardian beast of the land of the rising sun esteemed? How could it be so easily vanquished? This is utterly inconceivable. Lo and behold, a third of the territory of the land of the rising sun now belongs to Lucio. How fortunate for them, haha. The crowd murmured. Some reveling in the misfortune of the land of the rising sun. The Yamada no Orochi, slain just like that. Oh my, ah. Some citizens of the land of the rising sun wept bitterly, unable to accept the defeat of the Yamada no Orochi, let alone its demise. Their admiration and hopes shattered, akin to the destruction of their faith. Some individuals wore vacant expressions, their faces ashen, as if their souls had been lost. Lucio, you dare to slay our Yamada no Orochi? Okushi Shota, beneath Lucio's foot, wore a fierce expression. Our country will not let this go. We will eventually turn all of your dragon kingdom into slaves, at the mercy of our whims. I will not spare you. I will haunt you even in death. Then go ahead and become a ghost. With a mere thought, flames engulfed Okushi Shota's entire being. Ak. Okushi Shota curled into a ball, his cries of agony resonating painfully. Lucio observed coldly, devoid of any compassion. The citizens of the land of the rising sun were so consumed with mourning for the Yamada no Orochi that not a single soul spoke up for Okushi Shota or sought justice. To them, Okushi Shota was of no value without a battle spirit. If he were to die, so be it. There was nothing to lament. In this territorial dispute, a best-of-3 format, Lucio faced the land of the rising sun. In the first match, Lucio emerged victorious. Half an hour later, the next duel commenced. The judge pointed at the platform, and an intangible, terrifying force reduced the remains of the Yamada no Orochi to mere ash. The ashes coalesced, forming a card that glimmered softly, unaffected by the wind, and slowly descended from the sky. Out of curiosity, Lucio reached out and grasped it. Between his fingers, he saw the vivid depiction of the Yamada no Orochi emblazoned on the card, exuding a strong sense of three-dimensionality. Flipping it over, he read, Yamada no Orochi, 2S Battle Spirit. From now on, when a battle spirit or ghost spirit is slain, it will transform into a spirit card. Without Lucio needing to inquire, the judge voluntarily explained that spirit cards can summon the spirits or battle spirits sealed within. They are consumables, with usage dictated by the level of the battle spirit. A 2S battle spirit like the Yamada no Orochi can be used 3 times. The number of uses is not absolute. It can be increased by devouring other spirit cards, or even enhancing its level. The audience from various nations found this intriguing. The ability to collect spirit cards by defeating an opponent's battle spirit is rather appealing. But wait, did the land of the rising sun not claim their Yamada no Orochi was a 3S battle spirit? How utterly absurd. The spectators from the land of the rising sun felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Their revered belief turned out to be merely a 2S battle spirit. Had their leaders miscalculated, or were they merely saving face by inflating their glory? Lucio, the spirit card belongs to our land of the rising sun. You cannot take it. Return it to us at once. Don and Apos, be shameless, hand it over quickly. Some members of the audience from the land of the rising sun began to shout, demanding Lucio return the spirit card. It is uncertain who was being shameless. Lucio decisively pocketed the spirit card, stating, would you care to experience the cannibalistic prowess of our ancient beast, Xiang Lu? Hiss. It was as if Xiang Lu understood Lucio's words. Its 9 fierce and colossal heads turned in unison towards the audience from the land of the rising sun, flicking its serpent tongue menacingly. A chill surged through the crowd, creeping up from their feet. Overcome by fear, none dared to utter a word. Lucio raised an eyebrow. Do you still want the spirit card? Not a single one of the thousands of spectators from the land of the rising sun dared to respond. The leaders of the land of the rising sun felt utterly humiliated. Thousands had been rendered speechless by a single individual. How embarrassing. In this match, the contestants from the land of the rising sun had violated the rules twice. The judge spoke once more. Firstly, they attacked without waiting for the opponent to summon their battle spirit. Secondly, they initiated an assault on the summoner. The Ghost Spirit platform is a contest of ghost spirits and battle spirits, not a melee brawl. As punishment, all males from the land of the rising sun shall be devoid of sexual function for 2 years. Is this for real? No function at all. This is utterly ridiculous. The women of the land of the rising sun are so unfortunate. What a creative punishment. Are all the men in the nation rendered useless? Haraha. Many burst into uproarious laughter. The expressions of the audience leaders, regardless of gender, shifted dramatically. This punishment though not fatal, is utterly intolerable. It is all the fault of that fool, Daichuan Shangtai. He deserves his demise. Women are fraught with anxiety, while men wander in indignation. Koji Inoue's eyes are ablaze with fury. Yamamoto Nozomu, do you have the confidence to eliminate Lucio? My night parade of 100 demons will leave Lucio in a desperate plight, unable to seek life or death. Yamamoto Nozomu's face is contorted with madness. All his demons will be transferred to me. I shall become the most formidable awakener in the world. Chapter 58. A challenge to the Dragon Kingdom. Rumors circulated of a research laboratory being attacked and the theft of awakening pills. News outlets confirmed the incident, reporting not only the theft but also the elimination of research personnel, including 2 esteemed doctors. The Dragon Kingdom's resting area buzzed with indignation. Just then, someone pointed out, "Look, Lucio is back." A chorus of greetings welcomed Lucio. One individual jested, "What did you get up to in the Sun Nation's resting area, you sly dog?" "Just admiring the scenery," Lucio casually replied. "Don't play coy. Admiring scenery indeed. More like admiring beauties. We all heard you through the communication devices." Chief Commander Wei broadcasted it on the loudspeaker for everyone to hear. Lucio and Amp, Appo's face flushed crimson. The details of his escapades, broadcast for all to hear, left him mortified. Indeed, others chimed in. The sounds were quite vivid. Lucio inwardly cursed Wei Jinxing for his indiscretion. "Where is that old codger, Wei Jinxing?" Lucio inquired. "He and Amp, Appo's organizing the standby team," Captain Chun Guoyang replied, then addressed Lucio. "Step forward for your commendation." Lucio reluctantly complied, assuming a position of attention. Chun Guoyang, with a stern expression, declared, "In recognition of your outstanding performance in the Sun Nation's resting area, your exceptional performance on Ghost Spirit stage, which secured our nation's status as the reigning champion, you are hereby awarded a special merit citation and the rank of Marshal, with appointment as Chief Commander of the 9th Army and concurrent leadership of the standby team." An aide approached, bearing a tray with the special merit citation, Marshal's epaulets, and the letter of appointment. Lucio was dumbfounded. The establishment and conferral of the marshal rank held profound significance, reminiscent of the founding of the nation when 10 marshals were honored for their contributions to the establishment of the new regime. Their names and deeds were etched in history, their spirit inspiring generations. The silence was broken by applause from the awakening team. While the conferral of the marshal rank might seem unusual, Lucio and Amp, Appo's accomplishments were extraordinary. He single-handedly turned the tide for the Dragon Kingdom, propelling it to become the world's leading power. His contributions included technological advancements, a surge in awakened individuals, and a 5-fold expansion of territory. The applause snapped Lucio back to attention. He saluted and accepted the tray with solemnity, proclaiming, "Having received the nation's sustenance and grace, I, Lucio, pledge unwavering loyalty and will fight to the death on Ghost Spirit stage. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, I shall fear no sacrifice and will uphold the Dragon Kingdom's honor and the people's expectations." Chun Guoyang and the others returned the salute. Captain Chun Kim Jongzi, the leader of Little Chow Nation, arrived, his face etched with anxiety. "Where is Chief Commander Wei?" "He's unavailable," Chun Guoyang replied, gesturing towards Lucio. "You may address Chief Commander Liu." Kim Jongzi expressed surprise before showering Lucio with congratulations. "Enough," Lucio interrupted. "State your business directly." Kim Jongzi's expression turned somber. "I am here to issue a challenge to your Dragon Kingdom." The room erupted with exclamations of disbelief and outrage. Little Chow Nation, now a colony of the Sun Nation, owed its liberation to Lucio. "Before you react, hear me out," Kim Jongzi pleaded, explaining that a joint assault by the United States, the Korean Peninsula, and the Rainforest Alliance was imminent, aiming to isolate the Dragon Kingdom. Challenging you is preferable to being divided among them. Annexation by the Dragon Kingdom is better than being carved up. Everyone turned to Lucio, whose opinion now held sway. Lucio frowned. "Chief Kim, the purpose of the tournament is to establish a single global nation. Failure to defeat the reigning champion will result in Little Chow Nation and Amp, Appo's annexation. Consider this carefully. Mr. Liu, you rescued us from the Sun Nation. We were destined to be your colony, yet you granted us freedom and sought to revitalize our economy. The Dragon Kingdom is a nation of true benevolence. The situation has changed, and we have no other recourse. Please, help us once more and allow us to join the Dragon Kingdom." Chen Guoyang interjected, "This matter is of grave importance and cannot be decided by Lucio alone. I will consult with higher authorities and provide you with an answer. That one and Oppos, be necessary, Lucio countered. Our leaders are occupied. By the time they convene, Little Chow Nation will have already received its declaration of war. Contact the referee immediately and schedule a challenge against our nation. Understood, Kim Jong-zi exclaimed, his voice filled with gratitude. He hurried towards the referee's tent, only to find Lucas from the United States, Park Jong-hee from the Korean Peninsula, and Fernando from the Rainforest Alliance already there. Lucas raised an eyebrow, stating that they had come to seek the referee to schedule a challenge against your nation. Park Chung-hee smirked, revealing that the referee had already agreed to their request. Kim Jong-jae felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The news arrived swiftly, yet it seemed they were already too late. Fernando chuckled mischievously, inquiring about his purpose for being there. Kim Jong-jae replied with a grimace. I am here to arrange a challenge against the Dragon Nation. With a snicker, Lucas interjected, knowing that we intend to annihilate your small nation. You wish to join the Dragon Nation? You certainly possess a great deal of cunning. Fernando, with a look of triumph, added, Alas, your plans have come to naught. Chuckling, Park Chung-hee shrugged. Just wait for your nation to be extinguished. Kim Jong-jae, displaying a face of despair, reluctantly turned to the referee and asked, Is it possible for our small nation to challenge the Dragon Nation first? Chapter 59, The 100 Demons, Certainly not. The judge decisively expressed his opposition, asserting the necessity of a sequence in all matters. Jin Jingza's lips trembled. It was over for our small nation. The demise of our country was an unavoidable consequence of the circumstances. Divided among other nations, our people would become slaves, or worse, face brutal extermination. However, merging with the Dragon Kingdom would be utterly different. The Dragon Kingdom would regard the citizens of our small nation as kin. To be denied even this opportunity was utterly tragic. I must preside over the competition. Everyone, please exit. The judge paid no heed to Jin Jingza's reaction and strode away. Lucas and Fernando, smirking mischievously, followed suit. Park Jung-hee patted Jin Jingza on the shoulder. Little fatty. We have 100 ways to torment you. Await your fate. I'm done for. Jin Jingza seized Park Jung-hee's hand and twisted it fiercely. Ouch! Park Jung-hee cried out in agony. In the next moment, Jin Jingza threw him down heavily onto the ground. Following that, he unleashed a flurry of kicks. Stop, stop. Park Jung-hee, enduring the pain, cried for mercy. Stop your nonsense. Jin Jingza kicked even harder. If you wish to torment me, I shall torment you first. Lucas, Fernando, come back and save me. Park Jung-hee desperately called for help. Lucas and Fernando exchanged glances, and instead of rushing to his aid, they quickened their pace. You two scoundrels. Park Jung-hee fumed. What kind of partners are you? This is utterly disgraceful. In the territorial competition, Lucio challenged the Dei Nation. The second match now commences. Both competitors, please enter the arena. Moments later, the judge announced the start of the match. Yamamoto Nozomi, the onlookers cautioned, do not rush to attack before your spirit is summoned. Avoid making the same mistake as Izaki Shoyuta, who attacked Lucio directly. Wait until his spirit is defeated before exacting torment with various cruel methods. The citizens of the Dei Nation, regardless of gender, fervently advised Yamamoto Nozomi. Izaki Shoyuta had broken the rules, rendering all men useless for 2 years. Should he break the rules again, the judge would impose even harsher penalties, leading to a more miserable fate. Watch how I will eliminate him. Yamamoto Nozomi's expression turned fierce. The entire male population had been rendered powerless, and he was no exception. All blame lay with the individual's voice possessed an androgynous quality, rendering it challenging to discern their gender based on auditory cues alone. This, coupled with their frenzied countenance, might lead an uninformed observer to mistake them for a malevolent specter. Yamaguchi's eyes widened in fury. Insolent wretch, I commanded you to kneel. Are you deaf or mute? Defy me again, and I shall force your father to prostrate himself before me, addressing me as his own progenitor, and compel you to serve as my grandchild. What airs are you putting on? Lucio, his patience wearing thin, interjected. So what if you command 100 demons? We possess our own formidable entities within China's borders. Chapter 60, The Banner of 10,000 Souls. Do you also possess a night parade of 100 demons? Yamaguchi Nozomu inquired with a perplexed expression. Show me yours. Why should I heed your request? Lucio replied with a hint of disdain. Your night parade is merely a counterfeit. Ours is the authentic version. A pirated night parade holds no merit to warrant the attention of the genuine article. Go to hell. I want an amp. Oppos, to entertain your bluster. With a grand gesture, Yamaguchi commanded, "Take down Lucio." Yamaguchi Nozomu. "I have already told you to wait until Lucio summons the spirits before making a move." "You foolish imbecile, what are you thinking? Damn your ancestors." The audience from Japan erupted in exasperated shouts. As Lucio noticed numerous spirits drifting towards him, his expression grew serious. He raised his hand and flicked it. With a whoosh, a soul banner shot forth from his storage ring, precisely the 10,000 souls banner that had been redistributed by the referee. The banner unfurled in the wind, rapidly expanding to a formidable tenjong in size. It billowed without a breeze, producing a haunting sound, almost as if it possessed sentience. Stains of blood marred its surface, flickering with a ghostly light. Countless grotesque and twisted faces of malevolent spirits emerged upon the banner, each letting out a wretched wail. The cacophony of ghostly cries reverberated throughout the venue, causing the approaching spirits to halt abruptly. They seemed to sense a looming danger, as if frozen in place by shock. Lucio chanted incantations, swiftly forming seals with his hands. A swift motion sent a spell into the 10,000 souls banner. A torrent of black mist surged forth from the banner, swirling and coalescing into dark chains that shot towards the flying head demon. Reacting instinctively, the flying head demon retreated rapidly. Yet, with its elongated neck, its body darted far away while its head remained stationary. In the blink of an eye, it became ensnared in the chains. The flying head demon thrashed its head in desperation, attempting to break free from the chain's grasp. "Retract," Lucio commanded, altering the seal with a flick of his wrist. The chains tightened instantly, dragging the flying head demon back. A heart-wrenching cry erupted from the creature's maw, a sound filled with despair. No matter how it struggled, it was futile. Its head was soon drawn perilously close to the banner. Simultaneously, innumerable ghostly hands emerged from within the banner, grasping at the flying head demon and Appo's hair and the chains, pulling it toward the banner. In mere moments, the demon and Appo's head was consumed by the banner, its shrieks abruptly silenced. The elongated neck was incessantly devoured by the banner until ultimately its entire body succumbed. As the 10,000 souls banner absorbed the flying head demon, its ominous glow intensified, emanating a foreboding aura. Witnessing this, the other spirits hastily distanced themselves from the banner. Good heavens! The notorious flying head demon has been devoured by Lucio's 10,000 souls banner. If my conjecture is correct, the demon has become part of the banner's legion, augmenting its power. Truly, a growing spirit tool. If Yamaguchi Nozomu's night parade were entirely absorbed, would the banner not become invincible? This object appears to be the bane of spirits, causing them to recoil in fear. The audience from Japan expressed their frustration, exclaiming, "Yamaguchi Nozomu, for heaven and Appo's sake, can you exert some effort? If you lose this round, a third of our nation and Appo's territory will fall to the Dragon Kingdom, wherein and Appo's you aiming to slay Lucio and become the strongest awakened being in the world?" Yamaguchi Nozomu and Appo's expression darkened as he retorted sharply, "Lucio, you have violated the rules. The referee did not state that the banner could be used in this round, but the referee also did not prohibit its use." Lucio smirked, snapping his fingers. Black and white impermanence, come forth and assist. With a chilling jingle, an eerie bell rang out, its sound fluctuating in proximity, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Two figures slowly materialized from the mist, drawing closer as they strode forward. One clad in black, the other in white, both towering and imposing, as if emissaries from the netherworld. The black impermanence's visage was as dark as ink, seemingly capable of engulfing all light. Its eyes glowed like ghostly flames, radiating a chilling luminescence. A long red tongue dangled to its chest, twisted and crimson, as if dripping with blood. Dressed in a black robe and adorned with a tall hat inscribed with the words "Peace under Heaven," it wielded a heavy chain that dragged along the ground, producing a disquieting clatter. Conversely, the white impermanence, with a similarly elongated tongue, bore a pallid complexion devoid of any color. Its white hat bore the inscription "Wealth at First Sight." Its eyes were hollow and devoid of life, yet exuded a sinister chill. A ghastly smile lingered on its lips, as if frozen in place, instilling dread. In each hand, they grasped a mourning stick, etched with peculiar runes. With every step they took, they left behind dark footprints, as though marking the passage of death itself. As black and white impermanence appeared, the atmosphere thickened with the scent of death, and the temperature plummeted sharply. Numerous spirits trembled as if confronted by their nemesis. Approaching Lucio, The two figures bowed simultaneously, their postures awkward and rigid, akin to puppets devoid of speech, eliciting an eerie sensation. Lucio gestured broadly, commanding, "Gather all these spirits and force them into the banner." Their hollow laughter, capable of piercing souls, echoed as black and white impermanence transformed into fleeting shadows, multiplying as they advanced. Within moments, countless black and white figures surrounded the ghost spirit platform, their numbers seemingly infinite. With a crack of chains, they lashed out like powerful iron whips, sending several cat demons, positioned near the edges, soaring into the air. The cat demons, propelled uncontrollably, hurtled towards the 10,000 souls banner. Before they could draw near, chains ensnared them tightly, coiling like serpents, and dragged them back into the banner. Seeing this, various spirits erupted into a frenzy, desperately attempting to escape the confines of black and white impermanence, fleeing in disarray. A few spirits made a bid for freedom, only to be struck by the morning sticks, propelling them towards the 10,000 souls banner. In an instant, they too were consumed. As the remaining spirits witnessed this, they disregarded all caution and charged outward in a frantic attempt to escape. The air was filled with the sounds of anguished cries. The chains of black and white impermanence danced wildly while the morning sticks flashed with deadly precision. Each strike bore the terrifying force to send a spirit hurtling towards the 10,000 souls banner. Although the spirits within the night parade were not weak, black and white impermanence were far superior, their prowess as renowned emissaries of the underworld deemed formidable. Trapped within the encirclement of the black and white figures, the spirits found their space for movement increasingly constricted, while the 10,000 souls banner continued to devour spirits, its malevolent aura growing ever more potent. Before long, the banner seemed to have gained a semblance of sentience, gliding and weaving through the air, actively seeking to consume spirits. Like a tiger among a flock of sheep, it devoured any spirit that ventured too close, be it a wooden charm or a celestial dog. They faced inevitable consumption upon nearing the banner. The spirits of the night parade, in a state of terror and confusion, found themselves unable to escape the relentless grip of black and white impermanence. Yamaguchi Nozomu, witnessing this calamity, was rendered speechless. Regaining his composure, he drew a dagger and charged at Lucio with fervor. In the brief span of time, a significant portion of the spirits had been consumed by the 10,000 souls banner, and if this continued, they would surely face total annihilation. "Dragon Kingdom scoundrel, I shall contend with you," he cried, his voice filled with a fierce determination. The audience from Japan gasped in shock at the unfolding events. "The situation has become quite dire. I implore you to return. This foolishness must cease immediately. The leaders of our nation are utterly exasperated. The mistakes made by Daichuan Shantai have been repeated by Yamaguchi Nozomu. And can we expect any favorable outcome from this? Most importantly, we cannot afford to lose this round." Chapter 61. Linka Yamamoto Nozomu was startled by the shout and immediately slammed on the brakes. A sudden halt led to an uncontrollable tumble, resulting in his dagger inadvertently plunging into his throat. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground a deep crimson. The onlookers were left aghast, their necks craning in disbelief. Did he just stab himself while falling? Was this what he meant by a white blade entering, a red blade exiting? He truly brought this upon himself. The spectators from Japan were equally bewildered. This reckless fool was proving to be a source of great distress. Even if the creatures of the 100 Ghosts Night Parade were more formidable than Lucio's specters, it hardly mattered. Self-inflicted harm could hardly lead to victory. It was over. A third of the nation's territory was lost. Yamamoto Nozomu held on, desperately wishing to survive. "Lucio, for heaven and Amp Appo's sake, why aren't you helping? This is a critical moment. Act quickly." The audience from Japan was in turmoil, unable to accept defeat. Lucio could only roll his eyes at their cries. This was not a time for heroics. Lives were at stake. Even if he could save someone, it certainly wouldn't be for the likes of them. With a swift motion, he prepared to strike, seizing the opportunity to eliminate as many spirits as possible before Yamamoto and Amp Appo's breath faded. Each spirit vanquished would yield a soul card. A splendid opportunity not to be missed. The soul banner above trembled violently, resembling the gates of hell flung open, releasing a torrent of spirits. They varied in form, some like wisps of smoke, others grotesque with bared fangs, and some grotesquely disfigured. They surged forth, a chaotic tide directed at the Japanese spirits. Simultaneously, the manifestation of the black and white impermanence unleashed their full wrath. The soul-binding chains surged like awakened dragons, shredding the air into fragments. Any spirit that brushed against them was instantly obliterated. The wailing of the mournful staff resonated with a chilling power, slicing through the air with piercing arcs, transforming the malevolent spirits of Japan into soul cards that gently descended. In an instant, a cacophony of ghostly wails surged forth, sharp and harrowing, sending chills down spines. Once the soul cards were torn apart, the spirits would reappear near the soul banner. With the banner in place, they were immortal. Lucio, empowered by the spirit possession, navigated through the chaos, diligently collecting soul cards. Good grief, Lucio. People are dying, yet you're still gathering soul cards? Have you no humanity left? Yamamoto Nozomu urged. Quickly, reclaim your spirit. If you don't, they'll all become soul cards. The audience from Japan beat their chests in despair, their cries echoing in disbelief. As Lucio grasped the final soul card, Yamamoto clutched his throat, his head drooping, eyes wide with disbelief at his own blunder. It's over. We're finished, murmured Koji Inoue, his expression vacant. The despair was palpable among the leaders surrounding him, their faces etched with hopelessness. Even the audience fell into a heavy silence, the air thick with an oppressive gloom. This defeat was undoubtedly a severe blow. For Japan, it signified a monumental disaster. Lucio had challenged Japan and emerged victorious. The referee announced the results of the match. The islands of Beihai, Guaqian, Zhuadu, Lu, Ping, and Shou were now under Lucio's dominion. The citizens of Japan were required to evacuate within 2 hours. Failure to comply would result in merciless obliteration by terrifying spirits. The leaders of Japan stood in stunned silence. The live-streaming audience gasped, one companion exclaiming as he pounded the table in shock. Clutching his chest, he turned to his secretary. Just give me another beating. The referee addressed Lucio. As you have challenged Japan in your personal capacity, you may handle the islands as you see fit. You may also choose to incorporate them into Longwa's territory. Please provide me with your decision, for I lack the energy to manage such chaos. Lucio fiddled with the soul cards in his hands. I choose to hand them over to Longwa. Having amassed over 100 soul cards, he felt exhilarated. Very well. The referee nodded, snapping his fingers. Suddenly, colossal stone monuments rose from the ground on the islands, inscribed with, Territory of Longwa, entry forbidden for Japanese citizens. The abrupt turn of events left the Japanese populace staring in disbelief. Have we lost? This place no longer belongs to us. Some sank to the ground, while others furiously shook their fists. How could our mighty Japan lose to a sickly Longwa? Longwa is nothing but trash. How could they possibly defeat us? They remained ensnared in their past delusions. Stop deceiving yourselves. An elder shouted angrily. Today Longwa is the reigning champion. It is no longer the nation of yesteryear. Pack your belongings and prepare to relocate. No, I refuse to leave. In stark contrast, the audience from Longwa erupted in jubilation. Many were overcome with emotion, tears brimming in their eyes. They had endured years of oppression from Japan, and today, they finally avenged themselves. This day has been long awaited, an elderly man exclaimed, his weathered face radiant with excitement. A young man clenched his fists, recalling the humiliation and suffering they had endured over the years. Today, they could finally hold their heads high. A woman who had lost loved ones under Japan and Appo's oppression wiped away her tears. From this moment forth, we in Longwa shall never again be bullied. Longwa will rise and stand tall among the world's great powers. Lucio was destined to bring miracles. The satisfaction was palpable. Lucio, Lucio. Some even raised their arms in fervor. Meanwhile, the Japanese audience had fallen silent, faces mournful as if mourning a lost mother. The challenge against Japan had concluded, and the referee spoke once more. The territorial battle was set for the next round, with the United States challenging the small Chosun Kingdom in half an hour. Goodness, the Americans really know how to play. Small Chosun is far too weak in mythological civilization. They can hardly compete with any nation. The audience from various nations murmured in disbelief. The disparity between small Chosun and the United States was evident, leaving everyone astonished. Lucio too was puzzled. Why was it that Jinjingza was supposed to challenge Longwa, yet it had turned into a face-off between the United States and small Chosun? After a moment's reflection, he stored away the soul banner and made his way down to the stage. Upon returning to the rest area, he sought out Chen Guoyang, inquiring, Captain Chen, how could small Chosun be challenged by the Americans? Chen Guoyang sighed, stepping aside to reveal Jinjingza. Let him explain it to you. Lord Lu, I implore you to save our small nation of Chao. Jin Jingza fell to his knees, and I rushed to seek the adjudicator, but arrived too late. The United States, the Korean Peninsula, and the Rainforest Nation have all issued challenges against us. If you do not assist us, our small nation of Chao will face destruction. Lu Qiu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. How could he possibly assist when challenges were already being thrown at them? Chapter 62. The Three Battle Spirits in the Territorial Contest. The United States challenges the small Chao nation. Half an hour later, the referee and Oppo's voice echoed in the ears of the crowd. Given the inadequacy of the small Chao nation and Oppo's strength, coupled with the simultaneous challenges from 3 countries, the competition rules were altered from a best-of-3 format to a single elimination match. Please have the competitors take the stage. The leaders of the various nations were taken aback. Previously, the small Chao nation had been reduced to a colony of the Japanese nation due to its weakness, facing the formidable United States and being targeted by 3 nations simultaneously. The outcome seemed inevitable. An imminent demise of the small Chao nation loomed. It appeared that the United States had colluded to eradicate the small Chao nation. Just after being rescued from the clutches of the Japanese nation by Lu Qiu, the small Chao nation found itself under the scrutiny of the United States once more. Truly a calamity of compounded misfortunes. The small Chao nation's competitor, Che Xianjun, stepped onto the ghostly arena alongside the American contestant, David, amidst a cacophony of murmurs. David cast a disdainful glance at Che Xianjun, scoffing, "Your compatriots are all worthless. I think we need Oppos, bother fighting. You may surrender at any moment." Che Xianjun shot David a look of contempt, replying, "Given the stakes of our nation's survival, do you truly think I would concede so easily? If you seek your own demise, then I shall oblige you." David shrugged slightly, summoning the Jersey Demon. A chilling wind swept through, causing Che Xianjun to involuntarily shudder. It was his first battle on the ghostly stage, and his nerves were taut. Suddenly, a figure loomed close, its grotesque visage almost touching Che Xianjun's face. He instinctively recoiled, nearly losing his balance. Upon recognizing the creature before him, his fear intensified, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The Jersey Demon had the face of a dog, with horns protruding from its head, fangs bared, and a pair of enormous, fleshy wings slowly flapping behind it. Its blood-red eyes glinted with a sinister light that compelled one to avert their gaze. Saliva dripped from its maw, sizzling upon contact with the ground, releasing wisps of acrid smoke. Its body appeared nearly putrid, covered in writhing maggots, an utterly revolting sight. The demon exuded a menacing aura that sent chills down Che Xianjun and Oppo's spine. David, reveling in Che Xianjun and Oppo's terror, burst into laughter. Though merely a 2S level spirit, it suffices to deal with you. The Jersey Demon is a legendary entity. In South New Jersey, a pregnant woman prayed daily for a perfect child. Yet when it was born, the child was grotesquely hairy. She declared him the son of a demon and wished for him to return to the demon, subsequently casting him into a river. This time, her prayers were answered, and her child was indeed returned to the demon, raised into a creature that feasted upon the living. This very Jersey Demon, a nightmare to many. I kindly offered you a chance to surrender, but now it is too late for regrets. David's face twisted with cruelty. Hurry and summon your spirit. Do not waste my valuable time. That wretch is trembling. If he kneels and begs for mercy now, he might have a sliver of hope. The small Chao nation is utterly pathetic. This match has lost its intrigue. The audience was not optimistic about Che Xianjun's chances. Growing increasingly anxious, he shakily retrieved a card and hurled it forward. With a resounding explosion, the spirit card shattered, materializing into a colossal entity. 8 massive, serpentine appendages stirred the clouds above as if they were mere tufts of cotton, creating small whirlwinds in their wake. 8 gigantic heads, each the size of a small mountain, emerged. The Jersey Demon instinctively recoiled in fear, its previously intimidating aura instantly subdued. This is the 8-headed serpent. David's expression shifted from malice to shock. How could it be the 8-headed serpent? It is Lu Qiu's spirit card. He is aiding the small Chao nation. My goodness. The United States is finished. Oh heavens, a third of the territory of the United States is about to be claimed by the small Chao nation. It is utterly unbelievable. The spectators from various nations murmured amongst themselves, while the Japanese audience wore grim expressions. That was the national guardian beast, being wielded by another nation, a disgrace, an absolute humiliation. A torrent of negative emotions surged within the hearts of the Japanese populace. Anger, shame, and helplessness. The leaders of the United States appeared even more disconcerted. Damn Lucio. How utterly despicable. Lucas, shouted David, do not hold back any longer. Summon the other two spirits. Wiping the sweat from his brow, David commanded, Cannibalistic Wendigo and Bigfoot, come forth. A fierce, icy wind swept in, swirling with clouds of dust around David. Moments later, as the sand settled, a tall, hunched figure emerged. Standing over 10 meters tall, its gaunt frame wrapped in withered skin, seemingly enduring prolonged hunger and cold. Its sunken eyes and bloodied mouth suggested recent consumption of flesh. Simultaneously, a heavy thudding sound echoed, the rhythm firm and powerful enough to make the ground tremble. It felt as though a colossal beast was approaching, instilling a profound sense of dread. The footsteps grew nearer, akin to the ominous drumbeats of death. Shortly after, a gigantic figure, akin to a small mountain, emerged from the void. Its massive feet seemed disproportionate, each step generating a fierce gust of wind, leaving behind enormous footprints. Its facial features were somewhat obscured, its body covered in hair resembling steel needles, with muscular contours barely visible beneath the fur. The essence it emanated was both primal and savage. How did David summon 3 spirits? R&T battle spirits exclusive to the Dragon Nation? Has he consumed the awakening pill? Speculations swirled among the audience, suggesting that the United States had attacked the Dragon Nation's laboratory to seize the awakening pill. The audience of the Dragon Nation shared the same suspicion, fully aware that the United States would stop at nothing for its own interests. Those who offend Huaxiao will be dealt with, no matter how powerful they may be. Lucio and Apos' face darkened. Captain Shun, send someone to find the referee. I declare war on the United States in my personal capacity. I will confront them myself. Shun Guoyang immediately rose, heading toward the referee's location. Simultaneously, Lucas, the head of the ghostly arena in the United States, received a phone call. Upon seeing the caller ID, a serious expression crossed his face. With a swift motion, he answered, Mr. Connor, good day. Connor was not only the president and Apos' assistant but also a cabinet secretary with considerable influence. How could you allow David to summon 3 spirits? Connor and Apos' voice brimmed with fury. Our covert operation against the Dragon Nation's laboratory has been exposed. Lucio will certainly take notice. You should be well aware of the consequences of attracting Lucio's attention. Just look at David and Apos' 3 spirits. Can they even match the 8-headed serpent? Lucas and Apos' expression was somewhat awkward. Mr. Connor, please do not be angry. I will have David retrieve the battle spirit at once. Utter nonsense, Connor exclaimed, unable to restrain his frustration. Now that the 3 specters have been summoned and the Dragon Country is aware, what purpose does retracting them serve? By any means necessary. Prevent Lucio and the Dragon Country from harboring suspicions about us. Failure to do so will result in dire consequences for your entire family, including your 3-year-old daughter. Upon hearing this, Lucas trembled, his grip faltering as the phone slipped from his grasp and clattered to the floor. How could they possibly prevent the Dragon Country from suspecting them, given that David had already summoned the 3 specters? Just then, the Yamada no Orochi emitted a piercing shriek as its 8 colossal heads lunged towards David and Apos' 3 specters with lightning speed. The Jersey Devil, Wendigo, and Bigfoot instinctively adopted defensive stances, but remained motionless, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the Yamada no Orochi's oppressive power, which stifled any inclination to retaliate. In swift succession, the Jersey Devil and Wendigo were devoured whole. Bigfoot, with its mountainous physique, was torn asunder, scattering copious amounts of blood like rainfall, saturating the air with a pungent, metallic scent. David, paralyzed by the gruesome spectacle unfolding before him, was rendered speechless, his mind blank. Bigfoot, still clinging to a fragment of its head, emitted a heart-wrenching scream of agony before succumbing to the Yamada no Orochi's insatiable maw. The 3 legendary specters of the United States transformed into spirit cards. Gently descending from the sky, the Yamada no Orochi, with its 8 heads held aloft, unleashed a series of thunderous roars, its appetite seemingly unsated as it fixed its gaze upon David. David, trembling under the serpent and Apos' intense scrutiny, felt beads of sweat cascade down his forehead like hailstones. Just moments ago, he had been brimming with arrogance, confident in his ability to manipulate Cha Xianjun. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the tables had turned. With his 3 specters vanquished, he was now at the mercy of his adversaries. Could it be that these formidable figures from American folklore had been so effortlessly annihilated? A moment later, the Yamada no Orochi swung its gargantuan tail, casting an ominous shadow as it descended upon David. Deeming him unworthy of consumption, it chose to obliterate him. No. David cried out in desperation, his body recoiling as his hands instinctively rose to shield himself. With a deafening roar that reverberated through the arena, the Spectre platform shattered. David was launched into oblivion, leaving no trace of his existence. Who could have foreseen that the small Chao country would achieve a resounding victory over the United States? Exclaimed an astonished observer. The United States has lost a significant portion of its territory to the small Chao country. They came with the intention of annihilating the small Chao country, but instead, they were defeated. What an audacious gamble. The old man has just ascended to power and has already lost a third of his territory, remarked another. The great golden retriever will have much to say about this. Can the small Chao country even defend such a vast expanse of land? The Yamada no Orochi of the Sunself country is no match for Lucio. But it proves to be an insurmountable force against the United States. Amidst the cacophony of voices, the citizens of the small Chao country erupted in a frenzy of exhilaration, their emotions overflowing. Some shed tears of joy, while others danced and cheered with unbridled enthusiasm. We have triumphed over the United States, they proclaimed. Many states in the United States now belong to us. We must express our gratitude to Lucio of the Dragon Country, who has once again come to our rescue. In stark contrast, the audience from the United States wore expressions of profound dejection, their eyes reflecting a mixture of disappointment and disbelief. They had never imagined losing to the small Chao country, a nation they deemed insignificant. Any awakened individual could have easily defeated them. It and Amp, Oppos, S all Lucio and Amp, Oppos, S fault. They lamented. Otherwise, we would never have lost to the weakest small Chao country. Lucio is detestable, deserving of death. The territorial dispute between the United States and the small Chao country has concluded with the defeat of the United States, announced the referee. Emerging to declare the outcome of the match, the states of Florida, Dig, Tewa, North Georgia, Wei, and Daha of the United States, along with 18 other states, shall henceforth belong to the small Chao country. All American citizens residing in these states must relocate within 2 hours, or face the wrath of terrifying specters who will show no mercy. Many Americans present at the scene nearly fainted upon hearing the verdict. A third of their nation and Oppos' territory had vanished in an instant. Previously, they had instigated wars and profited handsomely, growing stronger and wealthier with each conflict. They rarely engaged in direct combat, instead orchestrating wars between other nations, providing support to both sides, and reaping enormous profits from arms sales. How could they have lost a third of their territory in a single day? This marked the most significant defeat in their history. Hold on, referee, interjected Cha Xianjun, still reeling from the shock. Our Prime Minister has explicitly instructed that if we were to win the match, all rewards obtained shall be transferred to the Dragon Country. The referee turned to face the direction of Jin Jingze and inquired, "Is this true?" "Yes, it is true," Jin Jingze affirmed without hesitation. He had sought Lucio's assistance before the match, promising that if he could help the small Chao country win, all resources acquired would belong to the Dragon Country. Lucio, with his sights set on unifying the world under the Dragon Country's banner, did not object. Moreover, he knew that even if they were to retain the territory, they would be unable to defend it. The United States was vast, and a third of its land would undoubtedly attract the attention of other powerful nations. Even if they could hold it temporarily, it would not last. Therefore, it was better to simply give it to the Dragon Country. Upon receiving confirmation, the referee announced in a resounding voice, "In this match, 1/3 of the United States and Oppos' territory shall be transferred to the Dragon Country." The next match, the Stick Country versus the Small Chao Country, will commence in half an hour. The Small Chao Country is prohibited from using spirit cards. Other countries are also prohibited from using spirit cards or hiring external awakened individuals. Each specter or war spirit may only appear once and cannot be reused. As the referee concluded his announcement, boundary markers rose from the ground in the previously mentioned states, inscribed with the words "Territory of the Dragon Country." Foreigners prohibited in multiple languages. "Damn it!" Park Chung-shi exclaimed, slamming his fist on the table with fury. That fatuous fool knew he couldn't and Oppos' defeat us and deliberately transferred the victory rewards to the Dragon Country. Otherwise, we could have obtained even more resources in the next match. Park Chung-shi gnashed his teeth in resentment, his expression as if he had lost a fortune. An official from the romantic country approached Mr. Muhammad and said, quickly, "Find the referee and schedule a challenge against the Small Chow country." The Small Chow country cannot use spirit cards and will not receive Lucio's assistance. They are destined to lose the next match. If we don't challenge them, they will be divided among other powerful nations. Mr. Muhammad nodded and rose from his seat. After stepping down from the stage, Cha Xianjun approached Jin Jingze, handing him the spirit cards with an anxious expression. "Prime Minister, the Yamada no Orochi spirit card is no longer usable. What shall we do? How should I know?" "We need to ask Mr. Liu," Jin Jingze replied, collecting the spirit cards. Mr. Liu, Mr. Liu. He waddled towards Lu Qiu and Amp Apos' location, his corpulent body shaking with each step, and thrust the Yamada no Orochi and the other 3 spirit cards into Lu Qiu and Amp Apos' hands. "Mr. Liu, how shall we proceed in the next match?" Jin Jingze stared intently at Lu Qiu, his anxiety palpable. Chapter 64. The truth revealed. Lu Qiu caressed the storage ring on his hand. The referee had stated that the use of spirit cards was prohibited, yet he had not mentioned the prohibition on the use of the soul banner. Jin Jingze and Amp Apos' eyes lit up. "Are you suggesting that we borrow the soul banner?" Lu Qiu decisively shook his head. "No." Jin Jingze was taken aback, his eyes widening in confusion. "If you lend it to us, it can only be used for 1 round. The referee will prohibit its use in the next round, which renders it insignificant." Lu Qiu shrugged slightly. "You might as well surrender." "Surrender?" Jin Jingze was bewildered. "Mr. Liu, you cannot be serious." "I am quite serious," Lu Qiu affirmed with a solemn tone. "What you stand to lose is negligible for our dragon country. Our territory is already 5 times larger, and with the inclusion of 18 states from the United States, it is destined to expand further. Do we truly need the land you possess? I have already communicated with my superiors, and it has been approved." Jin Jingze's expression darkened. Lu Qiu and Apos' intent was unmistakable. He aimed to annex the small Josian nation into Dragon Country. In the future, it could either become a province or an ethnicity within Dragon Country, making it exceedingly difficult to separate again. However, there appeared to be no other alternatives, and the thought of it was profoundly unsatisfactory. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Mr. Liu, do we have no other options aside from joining Dragon Country?" "Of course there are," Lu Qiu replied, as if he had anticipated the question. "You could venture to the high seas." "Perhaps not." Jin Jingze promptly shook his head. "I will issue a notice for a nationwide relocation. The number of countries without territory will only increase, and the high seas will likely descend into chaos. It is far more comfortable to be part of Dragon Country. Global unification is the inevitable trend. By aligning with Dragon Country, we not only secure land for our survival, but also receive its support." At that moment, Chun Guoyang approached. Lucas called. He claims that the laboratory in our country was looted, and the awakening pills were taken by the Korean nation. He asserts that the awakening pills were purchased in Korea. "Should we reconsider our challenge against the United States?" Lu Qiu furrowed his brow slightly. "Do you believe the words of the United States are credible?" "While their words may not be trustworthy, Lucas swears on his ancestors," Chun Guoyang replied, appearing utterly bewildered. Lu Qiu rose. "I will first consult with the Korean authorities before making a decision." Within the Korean authority and Apos' tent, Park Chung-hee regarded Lucas with disdain. "What brings you here?" Lucas, feeling slighted for not receiving assistance when attacked previously, had little regard for Park. "I am here to negotiate a deal." He produced a golden pill and tossed it toward Park. 10 awakening pills for $2 million? Does that not seem reasonable?" "Awakening pills," Park Chung-hee exclaimed, his surprise swiftly transforming into a smile. "Please, take a seat, and let us discuss this properly. $2 million is rather steep. I could consider 2 million dragon coins." Lucas shook the small pouch containing the awakening pills. $180,000 is my final offer. These awakening pills are quite valuable. At that moment, Lu Qiu entered the tent, flanked by several Korean officials. One of them stated, "We could not prevent him from entering." Lu Qiu disregarded everyone's reactions and fixed his gaze on Lucas. "You looted our laboratory and stole the awakening pills, then called us to claim that they were purchased in Korea. It seems you wish to frame Korea for this. Can't the two of you find common ground?" As fate would have it, the timing was impeccable, exposing the United States conspiracy. Lucas felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, swallowing hard. "Mr. Liu, please allow me to explain." "You should explain to them." Lu Qiu stepped forward, snatching the pouch from Lucas's hands. Return to your leaders and inform them that if the remaining awakening pills are not surrendered, they should prepare for my challenge. Seeing this, Park Chung-hee extended a hand, offering an awakening pill. There is still one more here. It is a sample given by Lucas. Lu Qiu accepted it without hesitation and casually tossed it into his mouth, chewing as he turned to leave. The revelation of the United States and Oppo's framing scheme was now laid bare for all to see. Everyone stared in disbelief. That was an awakening pill. Something of great value, and he had just consumed it? Once Lu Qiu exited, Park Chung-hee's face hardened. Lucas wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Let me explain. I did it all for your sake. Enough of your nonsense. Park Chung-hee struck him with a fist. If you want $2 million, I will give you $200 at most. Get him. With a wave of his hand, the Korean officials surged forward. You dare to attack me? I am the head of the Ghost Spirit platform. The onslaught was merciless, quickly reducing Lucas to a pitiful state of cries. The territorial dispute unfolded, with Korea pitted against the small Joseon nation, and the referee called for the competitors to take the stage. After a pause, the referee announced the match's commencement. Jin Zhengze took the microphone. There is no need for a match. We surrender. Surrender? That was rather swift. The spectators were taken aback. With no borrowing of spirit cards allowed and no external assistance permitted, what else could they possibly do? Just moments ago, there had been predictions that they might utilize Lu Qiu and Amp, Oppo's, as sole banner. Why had they not done so? The audience from various nations expressed their astonishment. The referee remained neutral, shaking his head. The small Joseon nation surrendered without a fight, granting victory to Korea. The territories of Pingxi City and Xiangrong City from the small Joseon nation were now under Korea and Amp, Oppo's, as control. In the next match, the Rainforest Nation would challenge the small Joseon nation, beginning in half an hour. There is no need for a match, Jin Zhengze repeated. Regardless of who challenges us, we choose to surrender. The referee looked toward Jin Zhengze. In the next round, your opponent will be the Romantic Nation. Do you also choose to surrender? Yes. Jin Zhengze nodded emphatically. We surrender. The crowd was stunned. They had completely relinquished their will to resist. It was utterly disgraceful. They had been wiped out in a single day. Laughter erupted among many, especially from the victorious nations of Korea, the Rainforest Nation, and the Romantic Nation. The audience from the three nations reveled in their triumph. Such a worthless nation should not exist. We only accept land, not people. Indeed, we do not need the useless. Excess food should be used to raise pigs, not to support the worthless. Each remark dripped with derision and insult. Fuming, Jin Zhengze declared into the microphone. We will merge with Dragon Country at the fastest pace possible. What we have lost today, Mr. Lu Qiu and Dragon Country will eventually reclaim tenfold. You rabble who can only howl will find yourselves homeless and scrambling for survival when Dragon Country overwhelms you. Dragon Country will never accept individuals devoid of moral integrity. Among the victorious nations, some spectators felt a twinge of concern for the future, while others remained dismissive. We will challenge Dragon Country. As long as we do not encounter Lu Qiu, victory is assured. Once we conquer Dragon Country, it will be you who are left without a home. Enough, the referee scolded. And he continued, in the next round, Lu Qiu will, in his individual capacity, challenge the United States. Chapter 65, System Experience. How did we become the target of Lu Qiu? Wasn't Lu Qiu's objective to challenge the Sun Nation? Why has the focus shifted to us? Indeed, why has Lu Qiu ceased to challenge the Sun Nation? The people of Long Country harbor a deep animosity towards the Sun Nation. Our nation has already lost more than a third. If we lose another round, can we still be considered a major power? The crowd in the old melee erupted in uproar. In their eyes, Lu Qiu was invincible in battle. Anyone who confronted him faced defeat. You have stealthily invaded our laboratory, murdered our researchers, and forcibly seized our awakening pills. At that moment, Chun Guoyang seized the microphone, stating that Lu Qiu and Oppo's challenge was merely a lesson for you. You dare to teach others a lesson. Now it is your turn to experience the taste of being taught a lesson. Should you dare to act excessively again, be prepared to drift at sea. The awakening pills you have stolen, regardless of how many remain, must be returned to their rightful owner. Otherwise, Mr. Lu would not hesitate to initiate a second challenge against you. Upon hearing this, Lucas grasped the microphone, asserting that in the past, they had imposed numerous sanctions on Long Country, enforcing economic blockades across various fields such as aerospace and medicine. No matter how much they were bullied, you remained silent and endured. Patience was your national strategy. I strongly demand that you withdraw your challenge against our nation and continue to endure. As you long countrymen say, endure for a moment and enjoy peace. Take a step back and the sea is vast and wide. The crowd of old Malay nodded in agreement, believing that Long Country deserved to be bullied and suppressed. Return the 18 states to us promptly. We also require additional awakening pills. You must provide us with as much as we demand, otherwise, we will impose sanctions on you. In the eyes of our Malay people, there is no place for Long Country. The people of Long Country stared wide-eyed. How are the citizens of old Malay so similar to those of the Sun Nation? The closeness between the two nations might be due to a shared cultural disposition. Enough of the noise. The referee bellowed. If you dare to continue shouting, the match will commence immediately. The crowd of old Malay fell silent, no longer daring to speak. Deciding who would take the stage required preparation, and the time was too short, placing our nation at a disadvantage. Observers from various countries, seeing that there was no entertainment to be had, slowly began to rise and leave, as if still unsatisfied. The referee turned and vanished, reappearing beside Lucio, who was startled while contemplating how to upgrade the system. Clutching his heart, he exclaimed, "You startled me. I almost had a heart attack." Knowing that a confrontation was unlikely, he had not gone to the Ghost Spirit platform to watch the spectacle. How did this referee manage to find me here? If you could be frightened to death, you would have been buried long ago. The referee settled down in a chair inside the grand tent, picked up a teacup, and gazed at the liquid within, remarking, "Brewing tea with leaves, how foolish the people of Long Country are." Perhaps out of curiosity, he removed his mask and took a sip. A soft gasp escaped his nose as he stared at the cup in disbelief. He quickly took another sip, savoring the taste, and repeated the process several times, giving the impression that he had discovered a new world. "My teacup," Lucio exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "Is it too much for you to pour yourself a cup?" The referee, slightly embarrassed, set down the teacup, initially tasting bitterness that he could later accept, much like the setbacks encountered on Life and Apos' journey, returning to the sweet aftertaste. He likened it to wild grass enduring the storm, ultimately welcoming the blue sky and rainbow. Bitterness and sweetness mirrored the ups and downs of Life and Apos' journey. "Hey, you have quite a discerning palate," Lucio remarked, regarding the referee with a curious expression. "Stop waxing poetic and tell me why you are here." The future competition rules will be changed to a single victory system for each round, significantly reducing your workload. The referee donned his mask once more, stating, "If you can provide me with 2 packets of tea leaves, I can ensure that whenever someone challenges Long Country, you will always be able to compete. There would be no backing out." Lucio hurriedly opened a drawer and extracted all the tea leaves, saying, "Take them all." One of the rewards for the Long Country champion battle was an increase in battle spirit level by 1 to 3 levels. However, based on the current situation of awakened battle spirits, there were significantly fewer low-level spirits. Most were of S or 2S rank, while 3S spirits remained uncommon, and those above 3S were exceedingly rare. As elusive as a phoenix feather. Although the awakening pills allowed for the summoning of 3 spirits to battle, which naturally increased the winning odds, it was not an absolute guarantee. A single defeat would mean the end. Just recently, Wei Jinshin called, expressing his desire to form a team of 100 consisting solely of 3S and above spirits. However, progress was slow, and they could only gather around 40. Some members, due to regional issues, would take several days to arrive at the Ghost Spirit platform. 40 or so 3S awakened spirits gathered together would astonish anyone. Globally, no nation had amassed over 43S awakened spirits. Yet, they still fell short of the 100 needed, leaving some in charge deeply troubled. A few packets of tea leaves resolved the problem. Tea truly was a wonderful thing. The referee waved his sleeve, collecting all the tea leaves, including the pot Lucio used to brew tea and the cup he drank from. With that, he turned to leave, saying to Lucio, "Compete well. Once you unify the world, I will ensure that a group of your choosing receives our clan and Apos' unparalleled inheritance. They will not only achieve immortality but will possess individual powers comparable to battle spirits. As for you, like me, you will be able to alter the heavens and possess the power to annihilate worlds. Should you fail, you will find yourself hanging on the wall." Lucio shook his head non-committally. The referee and Apos' grandiose promises felt somewhat conspiratorial. Nevertheless, the prospect of Long Country unifying the world was indeed enticing. Never mind, for now. He resolved to focus on studying the system. With a thought, he summoned the system panel, visible only to him. It displayed Summoning System, Intermediate. Host, Lucio. Title, Ghost Master of Long Country. Auxiliary Tome, Ghost Classics of Long Country. Skills, Infinite Summoning, Copying Attachment, Level 4. System Experience, 86. 7100. He had just discovered that he could bring up the system interface. The copying attachment at level 4 indicated that he could simultaneously copy the abilities of 4 spirits or battle spirits to enhance his own. The experience bar below was likely for upgrading the system. Each awakening pill consumed would increase his experience by 0.01. Eating about 50 would suffice. If consumed thrice daily, he would gain approximately 1.5 experience. Though the effect was not remarkable, with time, he could still level up. Currently, his accumulated experience exceeded 80. Mostly from defeating opponent spirits on the Ghost Spirit platform. Regardless of whether the referee genuinely provided rewards after global unification or had ulterior motives, as long as he could upgrade the system, his strength would significantly increase. Once elevated to a certain level, even if the referee had schemes, he could break free from them. With this in mind, he pulled out an awakening pill, realizing that this would be his primary sustenance from now on. Meanwhile, numerous terrifying ghostly entities appeared within the borders of the Sun Nation. They varied in form. Some had green faces and sharp teeth, while others were as massive as mountains. Some appeared like ephemeral wisps of smoke, their claws brandishing malevolently as they ruthlessly annihilated those unwilling to abandon their homeland. The citizens screamed and fled in all directions. Yet their efforts were futile. Their bodies were effortlessly rent asunder by the merciless talons, blood staining the streets crimson. Before long, a similar scene unfolded in the United States, plunging into a bloody catastrophe. Schools, factories, and residential areas echoed with the roars of phantoms and the cries of terror, drowning out all else. Wherever these apparitions roamed, despair and devastation reigned supreme, a sight too harrowing to behold. The unwilling populace of both nations found themselves ensnared in a web of profound fear and hopelessness. They regretted their choices, yet it was too late. Only death awaited them. The following morning, under the watchful gaze of leaders from various nations, Lucio ascended the ghostly arena alongside the American contender, Daniel Maley. Lucio, regardless of his past prowess and invincibility, faced inevitable defeat today. Daniel exuded confidence. For the spirit he had awakened was none other than the indomitable killer of Crystal Lake, Jason, a true 3S-level battle spirit. Chapter 66. The Unholy Trinity of Carnage. Daniel Merrily and Appos. Awakened Spectre was none other than Jason Voorhees, the infamous killer. He was seemingly indestructible, rumored to be an adversary even for deities. Indeed, even death was not an end for him, as he possessed the ability to resurrect endlessly. Rumor had it that he forged a pact with a demon, sacrificing souls for the chance to return from the grave. By offering countless souls to the infernal entity, he gained even greater power. These transactions with the demonic realm allowed Jason to rise from death repeatedly, growing stronger with each resurrection, transforming him into a tool of malevolent slaughter. He was the veritable nightmare of the American populace, having wreaked havoc from Crystal Lake to New York City. He traversed waterways to reach locations like Manhattan, and even brought his carnage to the cosmos, evolving in the process. He was the epitome of a killing machine. Across the globe, people were familiar with the specter of Jason Voorhees. Born at Camp Crystal Lake to a cook and a woman named Pamela Voorhees, his childhood was marred by abuse and torment, leaving him with profound physical and psychological scars. His perception of the world was one of apathy and malice. At the age of 12, he was pushed into Crystal Lake by camp counselors and drowned. However, death did not claim him. He lived in seclusion in the surrounding forests for 22 years. Upon discovering the truth of his fate, his mother sought vengeance, unleashing a massacre at Camp Crystal Lake, only to be decapitated. Witnessing his mother's demise was the final blow to Jason's already fractured psyche. The years of solitude in the forest, his hatred for the world, and the trauma of his mother and Appos' death twisted him beyond recognition. He embarked on a bloody and merciless killing spree, devoid of reverence or fear, consumed by hatred and violence. He became a figure of terror. Lucio chuckled. Since you withheld the awakening pills yesterday, I suspected you had an ace up your sleeve. I wager your trump card ISN and Appos. Limited to just one killer, is it? You are absolutely correct, Daniel said, a smug grin spreading across his face. I not only possess Jason, but also Freddy Krueger and Leatherface, who are capable of challenging Jason in battle. Freddy, Leatherface. Those two are also notorious killers, known for their explosive combat prowess. It was no wonder Daniel was so confident. He had awakened 3 terrifying war spirits of the same dark persuasion. The audience from various nations was once again in a state of shock and discussion. Freddy Krueger, the iconic horror figure from the Nightmare on Elm Street film series. Born to a nun who was confined with over 100 criminals, Freddy inherited the wickedness of his many sires, making him a natural-born fiend. He was not merely a brute force killer. His methods were far more sinister than Jason and Apo's. He possessed the ability to invade the souls of others and infiltrate their dreams, where he unleashed his cruel and torturous acts. He could manipulate the dream environment and its rules, making the dreamscape even more bizarre and perilous. In the dream world, he was adept at using cunning and psychological warfare to torment his victims. Before killing, he would often taunt and mock his prey, instilling even greater fear. However, his tendency to overplay his hand sometimes led to mistakes. He once engaged in a fierce battle with Jason and was decapitated. But for Freddy, losing his head was not the end, but merely a setback. He could regenerate in the dream world, reshaping his body and returning in an even more terrifying form. Leatherface, the chainsaw-wielding maniac, was another universally recognized figure of terror. His story was loosely based on real-life serial killers, which contributed to his notoriety. Leatherface lived with a depraved and deformed family in a remote, mountainous region, where they survived by preying on passing travelers. Human flesh was their sole sustenance. Leatherface always wore a mask made of human skin, hence his moniker. His weapon of choice was a chainsaw, earning him the title of the Chainsaw Maniac. However, he occasionally used other weapons, such as hammers. He had a peculiar relationship with Jason, which was far from amicable. Both were deranged killers, and their friendship often manifested as a brutal, life-or-death struggle or a collaborative killing spree to see who could rack up the highest body count. While Lucio was formidable, the combination of an immortal, god-slaying Jason and 2 twisted accomplices made the outcome uncertain. So what? Just 3 freaks, Lucio said with a dismissive sneer. The might of our dragon kingdom and Apo's mythology is beyond your comprehension. I could summon a child who could send those 3 scurrying for cover. Did you just call my war spirits freaks? Daniel nearly lost his composure. You Dragon Kingdom people are ignorant and narrow-minded. Your mythology is inferior to ours, just as your past is inferior to our present. We are the world's leaders, superior to your Dragon Kingdom in every aspect. I'll show you what invincibility truly means. Daniel clapped his hands twice and said, "Come forth." Crackle. As Daniel spoke, a bolt of lightning struck without warning. As the light faded, the hulking figure of Jason, leaning on his blood-soaked machete, slowly rose. He was clad in battered armor, his face concealed by an emotionless mask. Beneath the mask, his cold eyes radiated endless malice. Boom. Boom. With each step, his heavy footsteps echoed like the drums of death. The machete dragged along the ground, its sound sending shivers down the spine. Crackle. A second blinding flash of lightning followed. Freddy Krueger and Apo's form materialized in the electric glow. His face was grotesquely contorted, his skin appearing charred and festering, exuding a musty, decaying odor. His fingers were like sharp claws, and he emitted a chilling, maniacal laughter. Boom. The final bolt of lightning descended, and Leatherface made his entrance. Airg. Leatherface roared, his eyes filled with madness and bloodlust, as if he were a demon unleashed from the depths of hell. His overalls were splattered with grease and gore. His face was hidden behind a mask of human skin, and he wielded a massive, roaring chainsaw. Vroom, vroom. The chainsaw roared, wildly swung, spitting sparks. The unholy trinity stood shoulder to shoulder, their terrifying aura suffocating. They seemed to be vying for dominance, each asserting their claim to be the ultimate terror. Jason was silent and ruthless, Freddy was eerily grinning, and Leatherface was howling with savage fury, all foreboding doom. Together, they formed a nightmare that could never be erased. I can't breathe, someone whispered. They are true demons incarnate. I can't bear to watch. God, save me. The faces of the crowd were etched with terror, some making the sign of the cross. The sheer presence of these 3 killers filled even bystanders with despair. The audience from various nations felt like lambs being led to the slaughter, awaiting their inevitable dismemberment. Mr. Liu, Daniel said, arms crossed, with a smug look on his face. It and Amp. Apo's, it's your turn to play your hand. All right then. Liu Qiuyu nodded slightly. I shall summon a mischievous child to deal with your 3 formidable deviants. Chapter 67. The Awakening of the Battle Spirit. Wait a moment, Daniel interjected, furrowing his brow. What did you just say? You think sending a mere child will suffice? Are you out of your mind, you Navi denizen of Longwa? Have you been rendered speechless from fear? Lucio blinked earnestly and replied, To deal with those three, a mere child will do. There's no need for an adult. I assure you, are the people of Longwa truly this boastful? Bragging is their greatest talent. If you truly summon a child, they would surely be torn apart before our very eyes. I suspect he is merely frightened into madness. No general remains undefeated forever. His legendary career is destined to be brought to an end, and it shall be our nation that accomplishes this. We are the true legends here. The citizens of the old country were brimming with confidence, convinced that Lucio was merely spouting nonsense out of fear. Very well, let us see who lacks insight. Lucio shook his head nonchalantly, then his expression turned grave. Third prince, come forth and let them witness the arrival of a demonic child. Suddenly, the previously calm sky roiled with tumult. Dark clouds, as red as fire, spread across the heavens at an astonishing speed, as if the entire sky had been ignited. The audience from various nations was astounded. Was this the phenomenon that accompanies the arrival of a mere child? The heavens had changed color. Such a transformation could not possibly be attributed to an ordinary child. In an instant, amidst the sea of flames, a petite figure soared through the air with incredible speed. Flames and winds swirled beneath her feet, leaving a brilliant trail like a comet in her wake. The fiery tail resembled a burning ribbon, dazzling and resplendent. In the blink of an eye, she was upon them, standing confidently upon a wheel of fire, draped in an ethereal fabric that floated like a dragon, shimmering with radiant light. Adorned in a red bodice and a lotus leaf skirt, with two towering buns atop her head, she was undeniably a child. Yet her aura was formidable, exuding an impressive presence. Is this truly a child? One onlooker gasped. Her face is so round and adorable. What manner of battle spirit is this, so diminutive yet strikingly beautiful? She far surpasses the grotesque figures from the Star Luo kingdom. The audience from various nations murmured in astonishment. This battle spirit, seemingly innocent, appeared unmistakably youthful, gliding on her fiery wheels. She created a surreal spectacle that blurred the lines between reality and dream. Though she radiated power and possessed numerous treasures, she was still a child. Could she truly contend with Jason and the others? Is this Neza? Someone exclaimed. How stunning, how magnificent. Our Longwood deities truly eclipsed the old country in terms of beauty. The mythological civilization of Longwa was well versed in tales of Neza. Despite her small stature, her reputation was immense. She was, without a doubt, a deity. Serving as the grand god of the three platforms in heaven, her father was the formidable Li Jing, the heavenly king. The entire Neza family was held in high esteem within the celestial realm. Neza herself was the reincarnation of the spirit Pearl, a guardian of Enwa, tasked with descending to the mortal realm. Neza had clashed with Ao Bing, the third prince of the Dragon King, and had managed to extract his tendons. Ao Bing was of ancient dragon lineage, born a god. The ability to vanquish a deity's tendons speaks volumes of her power. Later, when the Dragon King sought vengeance by flooding Chintang Pass, Neza, unwilling to endanger the citizens, took her own life as an apology. After her death, Tai Jinren transformed her into a lotus flower incarnation. Within the celestial hierarchy, she was not to be underestimated. After her debut, she subdued 96 demon lords, achieving remarkable feats. The demon lords of the 96 Ks were no match for her. What could three man-eaters do against her? She specialized in quelling all forms of defiance. Seeing Lucio truly summon a child, Daniel was immediately infuriated. He pointed at the three, commanding, You three, kill her. The trio of murderers exchanged glances. Freddy scratched his head. Which of you can fly? Bring her down to me. Jason and the chainsaw maniac shook their heads in unison, indicating they could not ascend. Haha, the three battle spirits can't even fly. They cannot reach her. They began so boldly, yet it turns out they are utterly useless. Is this what the old country has come to? They may bear the title of murderers, but they are hardly fearsome. Jason is a 3S battle spirit. Can a 3S spirit truly lack the ability to fly? It seems they are no different than the Neon Nation, boasting of their Yamada no Orochi as a 3S spirit. What a disappointment. Had I known this, I wouldn't have wasted my time watching. The audience from various nations exchanged opinions, and Daniel's expression darkened with each word he heard. Silence. He bellowed in fury. He then pointed at Neza. You little brat, come down if you dare. Neza's gaze sharpened, and Daniel felt a sudden, overwhelming pressure in his head, as if it might explode. He staggered, nearly losing his balance. Ahem. Lucio cleared his throat. Third brother, take them down, and I'll reward you with candy. As he spoke, he produced an awakening pill. See, I'm not deceiving you. In a flash, a chill swept through the air, and the awakening pill vanished from his hand. Wow, it's golden. Reminiscent of the elixirs crafted by the old lord. Neza played with the elixir, drooling in delight. Unable to resist, she popped it into her mouth. Delicious. It melts in my mouth, like ginseng fruit. Do you have more? Neza exclaimed her delight, but suddenly paused, calling out, Xiaodian, come forth. Woof-woof, a resounding bark echoed, reverberating with a force that seemed capable of shattering stone. The crowd turned to see a robust, black-furred dog bounding through the air. It reached Neza quickly, wagging its tail and panting heavily, nuzzling against her in an affectionate manner. I'm merely passing through. Why are you making such a fuss? Wait, Neza's expression turned to one of shock. How did I awaken you? Your master with the three eyes will surely seek revenge. To have stolen Erling Shun's Xiaodian was no small matter. Lucio below was left dumbfounded. Is this for real? A summoned deity consuming an awakening pill can also awaken a battle spirit? This is a monumental discovery. The awakening pill can take effect twice, implying one battle spirit can awaken another, leading to a chain reaction. 2 become 4, 4 become 8, and so on. Once a certain threshold is reached, summoning one spirit could yield a multitude. It was clear that awakening a battle spirit of her own was an imperative task. The spectators from other nations were equally astonished. The awakening pill has such an effect, allowing battle spirits to awaken other spirits. How impressive. Watch out. At that moment, Lucio shouted. Jason leaped into the air, exuding an aura of fearlessness, brandishing his blade and lunging fiercely at Neza. The blade whistled through the air, as if imbued with the force of 1,000 pounds, distorting the very space around it. Neza bellowed, Triune arms. Begone. Simultaneously, he brandished the cosmic rings in his grasp, hurling them towards Jason. Boom. With a deafening reverberation, the cosmic rings ignited as if ablaze, striking Jason and sending him plummeting downwards. Boom. Another thunderous crash echoed as Jason, utterly devastated, was embedded in the ghost spirit platform in a cruciform posture. A powerful shockwave, laden with dust, rippled outwards in all directions. Moments later, the onlookers beheld Jason's cleaver lodged deep within his own cranium. How does that brat possess such formidable strength? That was Crystal Lake's overlord, vanquished in a single blow? Woof woof. Howling celestial dog bared his fangs, exuding a menacing and uncouth aura. His eyes, like twin orbs of nether flame, flickered, intimidating all who dared meet his gaze. Neza descended directly onto the ghost spirit platform. I and Amp, Oppos, am here. What can you possibly do to me? Gaga. Freddy cackled maniacally. His charred form, with its terrifying clawed gauntlet, flickered in and out of existence, lunging towards Neza like a specter. Arg arg. Leatherface roared, brandishing his revving chainsaw as he charged towards Neza. His form grew larger with each step, creating a whirlwind of gore. Dust billowed in his wake. Simultaneously, Jason extracted the cleaver from his skull and lunged at Neza. Each footfall caused the ground to tremble slightly. The 3 formidable murderers converged on Neza from 3 directions, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Humph, Neza scoffed, his form blurring as he transformed into a being with 3 heads and 6 arms. Each hand wielded a weapon, the fire-tipped spear, the universe ring, the demon slayer's sword, the cosmic ring, the golden brick, and the yin-yang sword. His 6 arms moved in unison, like an invincible fortress. The terrifying divine power stirred the heavens, as if the firmament itself was about to collapse. The universe ring, like a raging dragon emerging from the sea, shimmered with crimson light, agitating the void in its wake. It instantly ensnared the elusive Freddy. Freddy emitted a piercing shriek, his charred face contorted in agony. Black smoke emanated from his body as he struggled frantically to break free from the universe ring. However, the universe ring tightened its grip, like an inescapable shackle. He attempted to sever the universe ring, but the instant his hands made contact, they sizzled and burned, intensifying the universe ring and Amp, Oppos' brilliance and relentlessly eroding the dark power within Freddy. At the same time, the cosmic ring was cast forth, radiating golden light like a scorching sun. It eerily encircled Leatherface, constricting him and causing his bones to creak and groan. He howled in agony as his massive form shrank. He could no longer maintain his grip on the chainsaw. Uft. The fire-tipped spear, like a meteor of blazing fire, pierced through Jason and Apos' mask, pinning him in place. The demon slayer's sword danced in the air, its passage accompanied by thunderous booms. The myriad sword shadows engulfed the three murderers. The yin-yang sword reversed the duality of yin and yang, its sword energy manifesting as a vortex of black and white. The golden brick blotted out the sky, descending with the force of Mount Tai. The flashing sword shadows, the howling golden brick, and the various majestic arcane arts created utter chaos. The three man-eating demons were cleaved into pieces, like tofu. Boom. The golden brick crashed down, sending dust billowing into the air, obscuring the sky. Neza hovered in midair, like a three-headed, six-armed deity, radiating light and untouched by the dust. With a thought, he retrieved the golden brick. Under the golden brick's assault, not a single fragment of the three murderers remained. They were reduced to ashes, transforming into three spirit cards that floated gently downwards. Lucio had been observing the system and Apos' virtual interface. He noticed that the system experience had increased from 87.2 to 91.3. Defeating the opponent's war spirits does increase system experience. It's not very fast, but it's far better than consuming awakening pills. Killing three murderers only increased it by 4.1. If I were to desperately consume awakening pills, it would take 2.5 days. They were too weak. If I had known this, I wouldn't have transformed. I got carried away. I should have left them for later. My mistake. It's over? A mere child effortlessly defeated three man-eating demons? Arin and Amp. Apos, the three man-eating demons immortal? How did they turn into spirit cards? They didn't and Amp, Apos, even get a chance to demonstrate their strength. They were defeated by a child. Damn it, the USA has lost another third. Look at Daniel. That big dog tore his head off. Howling celestial dog. Eager to prove his worth after Neza defeated the three monsters, set his sights on Daniel. Daniel, in his mortal form, couldn't and Apos, withstand the onslaught and was instantly killed. The American audience watched, their faces darkening. One of the officials, unable to contain his rage, said, "The Golden Retriever suggested earlier that we hand over the awakening pills and beg Lucio to cancel the challenge. Look where we are now." The American populace was in uproar. How can we lose to the backward dragon country? We have always been stronger than the dragon country. Why is this happening? Another third has been lost. If we lose again, we'll have to relocate. Where will hundreds of millions of people move to? Quickly contact the dragon country officials and demand the return of our states. Yes, we must not let the dragon country have those states. The dragon country people are inferior and don't deserve to possess those states. Lucio frowned. Even if they're begging for the return, they should at least act like they're pleading. They think they're superior and look down on others, yet they want the states back. They must be dreaming. Without arguing, he collected the three spirit cards and tossed a handful of awakening pills to Neza. "I keep my word. Take them." Neza accepted them without hesitation, sweeping them all into his possession. "I'm leaving. Call me if you need anything." Lucio has successfully challenged the USA, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, Alaska. The referee, seeing Neza's departure, announced the results. All residents of the aforementioned states must relocate within 2 hours. Failure to comply will result in dire consequences. Next, Lucio will challenge the Japan country in 1 hour. Challenge us again? Are you out of your mind? You keep challenging us. What gives you the audacity? Too arrogant. Too presumptuous. Do you really think the Japan country has no one? This is an insult to us. We must teach him a lesson. Don't be ignorant and forget the past. How cruel were we to you? We will make you realize our power sooner or later and make you taste defeat. We will make your people suffer and make you a sinner for all time. The Japanese audience shouted angrily, as if the louder they yelled, the stronger they were. However, their voices were shrill, like scolding shrew. Inoue Koji, the head of the Japan country and Apos' ghost spirit platform, narrowed his eyes and sneered. He was lucky to win last time. This time, we will teach him a painful lesson. The match after next, Lucio will challenge the USA. The referee spoke again. "Please prepare, USA. Another loss will mean the end of your country." Damn, the USA is in a worse situation than the Japan country. The Dragon Country officials said earlier that if they hand over the Dragon Country's awakening pills, Lucio would withdraw his challenge. They thought the three murderers could defeat Lucio, so they ignored them. They still think they are the strongest country and can act tyrannically. Now is the moment. Imminent destruction looms. The old misfortune is on the brink of demise. Are their fortunes still considered wealth? The The burdens of misfortune and debt necessitate an urgent liquidation. Chapter 69. Awakening of a terrifying wraith. Having just returned to the Dragon Country's rest area, Lucio was immediately met by Chen Guoyang. "Lucas is here, requesting an audience." Denied, Lucio responded curtly, without hesitation. "I require rest, and will see no one. But he seems quite anxious and is determined to meet with you," Chen Guoyang countered, brandishing a leather pouch. He offered us a portion of our awakening pills back, which he had previously seized. Lucio paused briefly in contemplation. "Keep the awakening pills. And as for him, eject him." Lucas's unsolicited visit was likely an attempt to rescind the challenge against their American counterparts, offering insincere promises of illusory benefits. After all, their word was rarely their bond, and their credibility was dubious at best. Deceit was their habitual modus operandi. Refusing to meet him was the most fitting response. Chen Guoyang was aghast. "Wouldn't that be impolitic?" Lucio's expression hardened. "That is an order." "Very well," Chen Guoyang conceded reluctantly. Lucio was now the commander-in-chief, and he was duty-bound to obey. He turned to those nearby and instructed, "Escort Lucas out immediately." Ayako. Meanwhile, the morally bankrupt prime minister was on the phone with Ayako, a young female awakened. "You witnessed Lucio's match, and you were undoubtedly aware of his strength. You were scheduled to appear next. Are you confident in your ability to defeat him?" Ayako emitted an almost spectral cackle, even through the telephone. The prime minister felt a wave of gooseflesh wash over him. Suppressing his fear, he feigned composure and said, "Please refrain from laughing and answer me directly." Ayako ceased her eerie laughter. "Have the 100 virgin boys I requested been prepared?" Her voice was raspy and sinister, an unnerving sound that seemed far beyond the capacity of a young girl. The prime minister responded truthfully, "They have just been assembled. Sacrifice them immediately, and Lucio will meet his end," Ayako stated with chilling indifference, causing the prime minister to involuntarily shiver. He maintained his composure and replied, "It shall be done immediately." Ending the call, he promptly dialed another number. Upon connection, he commanded, "Release them all." "Understood," a figure clad in tactical gear responded emphatically. He gestured, and 100 men began dragging 100 virgin boys toward the cliff's edge. The boys, ranging in age from 5 or 6 to 12 or 13, had their mouths gagged with cloths. Their faces were pallid with terror, and beads of sweat streamed down their foreheads. Some were sobbing, others struggling, while still others trembled uncontrollably from sheer fright. Some had tears and mucus smeared across their faces, yet were unable to wipe them away. "You are fortunate to be sacrificed to the 8-foot woman," the lead man proclaimed, his expression bordering on madness. "You will die with purpose. Your sacrifice will be the linchpin of our nation and Oppo's resurgence. Your brief lives will be transformed into a power that will protect us. This is an unparalleled honor for you. You are more valuable in death than in life. Therefore, you should not be afraid but rather proud and honored. Your deaths will be a glorious contribution." Abruptly, he drew his sword and pointed it toward the precipice. Sacrifice. The 100 virgin boys were hurled en masse over the edge of the chasm. Boom. A plume of black smoke billowed from the depths below, mushrooming into the sky. Like a demon unleashed from its shackles, it blotted out the sun, swirling violently and spreading relentlessly in all directions. Within the murky cloud, the vague silhouette of a woman emerged. Her figure was lithe and unnaturally tall, exuding an aura of the uncanny. She was clad in a pristine white robe that fluttered gently in the breeze. Her curves were alluring, her form graceful. Though her face was ashen, she radiated an indescribable allure. The assembled crowd was instantly captivated. They were entranced, utterly spellbound, and stood motionless. The woman extended a delicate hand. "Come to me." Over 100 men from the land of the rising sun advanced in a daze. As if bewitched, their eyes were fixed solely on the beautiful woman. Oblivious to the cliff before them, like dumplings dropped into a pot, they plunged into the abyss. The crowd only regained awareness as they plummeted earthward. Ha ha, the woman's blood-curdling laughter echoed through the desolate mountain valley. The challenge between Lucio and the land of the rising sun will now commence. An hour later, the referee materialized in the center of the ghost spirit arena, as if from thin air. Seeing this, Lucio rose and strode onto the platform. "Lucio, we concede that you are formidable, but this time, we shall prevail. The outcome of this match is entirely within our grasp. No one has ever possessed our lands, and you are the first and last. You will pay with your life." The masses of the land of the rising sun, fueled by hatred and seemingly overdosed on stimulants, were vociferous in their animosity. Silence. The referee and Amp, Appo's voice was laced with disdain. Where is your awakened? Only Lucio has taken the stage. If your contestant does not appear within 3 minutes, you will forfeit. Where is our awakened? Why has she not appeared? Could she be indisposed? BRR, why do I feel so cold? Someone involuntarily shivered. Someone is putting ice on my back, another trailed off mid-sentence. The reason for the sudden chill became apparent as a woman passed by. Her lips were cyanotic, her face ghostly pale, devoid of color. Her eyes were vacant and soulless, like bottomless, frigid pools, radiating an icy chill. She emanated an aura of cold, as if she were a corpse devoid of warmth. Barefoot, she left a trail of black footprints that seemed to corrode the ground, emitting wisps of dark smoke. As she approached, Inoue Koji rose and declared, "Ayako, we are counting on you." He reached out to pat her shoulder in encouragement, but his hand recoiled awkwardly before making contact. Ayako was intensely cold, as if mere contact would cause one to freeze. Despite the awkwardness, he sensed the dawn of victory. This Ayako was, in essence, a creature of terror. At the age of 7, she had murdered her parents and sister in cold blood, simply because she harbored the desire. She had slit their throats while they slept. Due to her youth, she was spared imprisonment and placed in the care of her uncle. However, within 6 months, her uncle and Appo's entire family, including their pet dog, had succumbed to poisoning. Again, she had acted solely on her homicidal impulses. Still too young to be held accountable, she was committed to a mental institution, which soon became her personal slaughterhouse. Patients and doctors alike frequently fell victim to her machinations. Her methods were subtle and difficult to detect, and it was years before her crimes were uncovered. By then, she had decimated the hospital and Appo's population. Recently, having reached the age of majority, she was sentenced to hang. Upon her execution, she had awakened as a ghost spirit, a formidable 8-foot woman. With the emergence of her ghost spirit, her execution was, of course, no longer an option. The awakened entity known as the 8-foot woman, or Hakushakunan, is a legendary and terrifying specter, standing at a height of approximately 2 meters and 6 centimeters. She is notorious for ensnaring men, particularly those who are young and innocent. Her nature is profoundly aberrant and frightful. However, she has not yet reached the level of overpowering Lucio. Crucially, she was awakened by Ayako, a psychopathic killer from a young age, inherently embodying a menacing presence. Having herself been subjected to execution by hanging, she is a terrifying entity in her own right. With such malevolent forces awakened, not even the gentle breeze can offer respite. In this confrontation, Lucio is destined for demise. Chapter 70. Did you think I wooed and Appo's strike a woman? In a gray dress, Ayako stood motionless on the spirit platform, her head bowed and long hair obscuring her face. Lucio furrowed his brow, perplexed by this female awakener and Appo's strange demeanor. She stood still, as if she were a ghost, concealed behind her flowing locks. Her face was likely not pleasing to behold, possibly terrifying or repulsive. What was that? Her exposed skin bore an array of bruises. Had she been abused? It seemed unlikely. Perhaps it was livor mortis? Could it be that she was a corpse? After a prolonged observation without any sign of movement, Lucio called out, "Hey, where is your spirit?" "I am the spirit," Ayako finally spoke, vanishing without a trace. In the next instant, she materialized right in front of Lucio, her face pale as parchment, almost touching his. Her sunken eyes were devoid of life, and her lips, tinged with a sickly hue, barely moved as if attempting to utter something, though no sound emerged. It was as if she were reciting a dreadful and malevolent incantation. Startled, Lucio instinctively retreated 2 steps. Ayako, like a shadow, followed closely, her ghastly visage nearly brushing against him once again. With hands like eagle talons, she lunged at the back of Lucio's head with alarming speed. She was unconcerned with winning or losing the match. Her sole focus was to extinguish Lucio's life. A chill ran down Lucio's spine, prompting him to instinctively duck. At the same time, he seized Ayako's wrist and twisted it forcefully. With the might bestowed by the underworld and Appo's horsemen, Ayako and Appo's arm contorted grotesquely. Crack, crack. Anyone subjected to such an assault would undoubtedly be in excruciating pain. Yet Ayako exhibited no signs of suffering. Instead, she emitted an eerie, chilling laughter that instilled fear in those who heard it. Feigning the supernatural, Lucio grasped her other wrist and hurled her over his head, slamming her onto the ground. Her maniacal laughter abruptly ceased. Did you think I wouldn't strike a woman? Lucio smirked. Your esteemed teacher has been dealt with, so what makes you special? With a forceful grip, he seized her ankles and swung her like a rag doll. Reminiscent of the Hulk throwing Loki, sending dust flying. Ayako's body landed with a sickening thud, her form askew. The audience was taken aback. How had a spirit duel devolved into a physical confrontation? It seemed the woman from the land of the rising sun had been utterly defeated, as Lucio had nearly crushed her to death. Is this how you, as a man, treat women? Is this the manner of the Dragon Kingdom? The spectators from the land of the rising sun shouted in outrage. Do you not understand the concept of respecting women? Lucio turned to the audience and retorted. You from the land of the rising sun do not respect your own women. How can you expect me to do so? Besides, this is a life or death battle on the spirit platform. She attacked me first. Should I just stand there and allow her to kill me? Many in the audience were wide-eyed, bewildered by his words. You are speaking nonsense, accusing us of disrespecting women? Be careful. We may sue you for defamation. Tell us, how do we fail to respect women? Many rolled their eyes, aware of the truth regarding gender treatment in the land of the rising sun. Women there, whether at home or in society, held little status. They were expected to obey their husbands, often speaking while kneeling. Some men frequently treated their wives harshly, even resorting to violence. In extreme cases, women were regarded as mere property, some being kept like livestock, chained and confined. In workplaces, the representation of women was minimal, and those who were employed often received meager wages. In the face of such blatant gender discrimination, the audacity of their claims of being wronged was nothing short of shameless. Just then, Ayako and Appo's chilling laughter echoed again. The audience beheld her, having been hurled like a discarded rag, flickering in and out of existence on the spirit platform. Each appearance was accompanied by a bizarre pose, her limbs and body contorting in ways unimaginable to a human. Each time she manifested, she stood eerily still, her hair occasionally veiling her entire face, at other times partially obscuring it, displaying expressions ranging from grotesque to expressionless, akin to a corpse and Appo's visage. She appeared like a phantom, elusive and impossible to fixate upon. Lucio crossed his arms, unperturbed. Let us see what tricks you can conjure. With the power of the underworld and Appo's horsemen augmenting him, he felt as though he were playing with her, displaying no hint of anxiety. She had not perished? After being thrown so violently, how could she still be alive? What sort of creature was this? The audience was initially gripped with fear and intrigue, but as time wore on, the spectacle began to lose its thrill. What was she doing, merely flickering about? Had she gone mad, or simply lost her wits? After several minutes, Ayako abruptly halted, resembling a statue, her pose still grotesque. Hey, Lucio called out, growing impatient. Can you even compete? If not, step aside and let someone more competent take your place. With a sudden jerk, as if provoked by his words, Ayako parted her hair with stiff fingers. Her hollow, gray eyes flashed with a ferocity and madness. In a shocking display, she plunged her hands into her own abdomen, dark blood oozing forth in a chilling spectacle. Lucio grimaced, thinking, though I am quite dashing, you need not go to such extremes to impress me. With a primal scream, Ayako tore open her chest, viscera spilling onto the ground. In one hand, she grasped her still beating heart, a sight so grotesque it sent shivers down Lucio's spine. In disgust, he doubled over, covering his mouth. Was this truly the act of a sane individual? The strangeness was overwhelming. As Lucio recoiled, Ayako lifted her heart high, chanting incantations. Blood flowed profusely down her arms, as if she were invoking a dark spell or performing a macabre ritual. Suddenly, torrents of blood erupted from the spirit platform, engulfing the arena and consuming her spilled entrails. From the churning crimson tide, an impossibly tall female figure slowly emerged, seemingly birthed from the blood pool, her elongated form towering over the ordinary. Clad in little more than her own allure, she exuded an enchanting yet sinister presence. Her entire body was drenched in blood, obscuring its original hue, as if she were clad in a garment of crimson. Blood continuously dripped from her long hair, creating an eerie sight. Her waist, slender as if it could be grasped with a single hand, outlined a breathtaking silhouette. Both alluring and terrifying, she resembled a flawless piece of alternative art, yet also appeared as an inanimate object. Nonetheless, the subtle rise and fall of her chest attested to her vitality. Chapter 71. The Sacrifice. There stands the legendary Yashiro woman of the land of the rising sun, a figure towering at 8 feet. Could she be a match for Lucio? Perhaps not. This Yashiro woman deviates from the tales, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. Some spectators recognize her, murmuring among themselves. Suddenly, her body twists towards Ayako. Her lower limbs remain motionless while her waist coils like a blood-red serpent, turning towards the rear. Her eyes shimmer with a crimson glow, flickering incessantly, devoid of any emotion, only an endless cruelty. It is as if she is gathering destructive power. Ayako trembles, seemingly gripped by fear. Yet her gaze is filled with fervor and anticipation. She willingly offers her heart to the Yashiro woman. The Yashiro woman slowly extends her hand, grasping the proffered heart, and bites into it as if it were an apple, juices bursting forth. Blood drips from her lips, pooling below in a manner akin to boiling water. A multitude of heads emerge, struggling and wailing, as if attempting to escape the abyss of suffering, yet finding themselves ensnared by the binding blood. They can only writhe and scream. The Yashiro woman devours human hearts. The blood surges violently, and countless restless spirits thrash in despair. The atmosphere thickens with terror, enveloping everything in an eerie shroud. Are those souls in the blood pool victims of the Yashiro woman? Many appear to be children. It is horrifying. A chill runs down the spines of many, their hairs standing on end. Lucio's lips twitch. To summon her, one must offer their entrails and soul. What a terrifying spirit she must be. Those long legs seem to stretch longer than life itself. This adversary appears formidable, while she enjoys her sacrificial feast. He hastens to consult the spirit tome, seeking an appropriate spirit to counter her. Suddenly, a resounding clap echoes in his mind, and the tome opens automatically. Halting at a specific page, the words leaping as if eager to leap forth. What does this mean? Are you ready to engage in battle? Why the automatic response? You are not particularly powerful. Can you manage? Never mind. Time is of the essence. I shall not be choosy. Let it be you. After all, you volunteered. Ayako. Attacking an awakened one from the land of the rising sun. Even if she wins, the judges will likely deem her disqualified due to her violations. Since she has breached the rules, he may as well do the same. If the summoned spirit cannot defeat her, he will call forth a legion. With a roar, the Yashiro woman finishes her feast, releasing a howl that seems to unleash her murderous intent and fury. Her cold, piercing gaze fixates on the bloodied waters below. The struggling heads instantly cease their cries, trembling in sheer terror. Suddenly, the Yashiro woman opens her mouth, unleashing a powerful suction. The souls entwined in the blood are drawn towards her with an overwhelming force. Their anguished wails resound once more. Some retain their living likeness, faces contorted in terror, while others twist in agony as they struggle. Without an ounce of compassion, the Yashiro woman devours them relentlessly, as a multitude of souls is consumed. A bizarre crimson glow envelopes the Yashiro woman. A menacing aura surges forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming the surroundings. This energy, saturated with countless grievances, quickens the heartbeats of international spectators, rendering their breaths labored. Simultaneously, Ayako emits a chilling laughter, a sound so jarring it seems inhuman. Her pallid visage, with a gaping wound in her chest, reveals an empty cavity devoid of any organs. Her laughter becomes almost frenzied, compounded by the sight of the bloodied Yashiro woman and the souls being devoured, creating an atmosphere of horror that reaches its zenith. This is the terrifying existence spoken of in the legends of the land of the rising sun. Ayako is inherently malevolent, paired with the consuming Yashiro woman. Lucio is destined for doom. Ayako and the Yashiro woman should not allow Lucio to meet his end swiftly. They should torment him with a variety of cruel methods. The people of the land of the rising sun spiral into madness, each appearing as if under the influence of a stimulant. As the blood-drenched souls are entirely consumed by the Yashiro woman, both she and Ayako turn towards Lucio, unleashing a deafening roar. The sound alone sends ripples through the surrounding air, causing the audience and Oppo's heads to buzz, as if on the verge of explosion. Some spectators and Oppo's cups shatter under the impact of the terrifying sound waves, while others feel blood trickling from their ears. Some clutch their ears, writhing on the ground in agony. Oh, my ears. Land of the rising sun, I curse your ancestors. What kind of malevolent devices are you conjuring? Can you not engage in something of substance? Lucio, eliminate them. The international audience voices their grievances. The people of the land of the rising sun, no longer exuberant, fall silent. The indiscriminate attack of sound waves spares no one. Some are so jolted that their eyes redden. After the roars of Ayako and the Yashiro woman, they stand in bewilderment, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. The spirit arena has transformed, Lucio has vanished, and so too has the audience. Daylight has given way to night. Tall, impenetrable walls of green brick surround them, instilling a powerful sense of oppression, the ground beneath them paved with ancient stones as if they are trapped in a bygone alley. At the end of the stone path lies a courtyard, where a crooked tree stands adorned with a large red lantern, swaying in the wind, casting flickering shadows that resemble a monstrous claw grasping at something unseen. The dilapidated entrance to the courtyard is firmly shut, the copper ring gleaming dully, as if weathered by time. The silence is profound, broken only by the faint whisper of the wind. Ayako instinctively draws closer to the Yashiro woman. Although no terrifying creature is visible, an ominous premonition lingers, as if they are ensnared in a colossal trap, each step potentially leading to irrevocable doom. Are you afraid? Lucio's voice echoes from within the courtyard. If you possess the courage, step inside. I have a marriage proposal for you both. After all, your men are of no use. Once you successfully wed, I assure you, you will relish a life of luxury. The Yashiro woman, provoked, breathes heavily, her chest rising and falling violently. Grasping Ayako and Appo's hand, she strides toward the courtyard, her formidable presence and terrifying strength causing the ground to crack beneath her feet. Ayako follows closely, her expression inscrutable and cold. Before long, they stand before the courtyard entrance, the red paint on the door barely clinging to its surface. The door, long decayed, is riddled with cracks and holes, as if ravaged by the passage of time. Insect damage is prevalent, resembling countless demonic eyes peering outward. Ayako observes briefly before extending her pale hand, poised to knock on the door. With a resounding crash, the doors swing inward, collapsing to the ground, splintering into fragments and sending up a thick cloud of dust. Ayako and the Hachikyo woman were taken aback by this sudden turn of events, retreating a few steps in shock. As the dust settled, the scene beyond the door gradually came into focus, revealing an even more sinister and terrifying sight before their eyes. Chapter 72. The medium of the dead. In the central area of the courtyard, two grand red coffins lay side by side, their vivid hue reminiscent of fresh blood. Surrounding the coffins stood an innumerable array of paper effigies, both male and female, of various sizes. As a gentle breeze passed, the rustling of their paper garments produced an unsettling sound. Their pallid faces were adorned with bizarre colors, appearing particularly sinister under the dim moonlight. Hollow eyes stared intently ahead, as if scrutinizing every living soul that dared to intrude upon this place. Scattered across the ground were numerous paper offerings, whisked into the air by the wind, swirling ominously. Cawing ominously, several crows perched upon the blood-red coffins, pecking at the coffin lids, emitting a chilling sound. Before the coffins stood a dilapidated house, its walls crumbling as large patches of mud fell away, revealing decayed wood within. The structure leaned precariously, as if it might collapse into ruins at any moment. The windows, warped by the house's tilt, remained intact, the paper covering showing no signs of damage. Inside, the dim light flickered, as if it were on the verge of extinguishing. Shadows danced within, twisting and contorting, making it difficult to discern whether they belonged to actual beings or some eerie presence. Outside, a gnarled old tree spread its limbs, adorned with massive spider webs. Black spiders, the size of fists, remained motionless or scuttled about, moving with a mechanical stiffness. Each touch to the web emitted a faint, unsettling sound. Their bodies were covered in fine, dense hairs, lending them an unsettling appearance. After a moment, Lingzi and Appo's expression darkened. Her hollow eyes ignited with flames of fury. Once a figure of terror, she was now startled by mere spiders, crows, and the presence of the coffins and paper effigies. This was surely a trick devised by Lucio, who likely hid within the house, too afraid to confront the 8-foot woman, driven to hide and evade. The 8-foot woman, equally enraged, emanated a potent aura of malevolence. Her fists clenched tightly, nails digging painfully into her palms, oblivious to the pain. "Let us depart," Lingzi urged the 8-foot woman, intent on destroying this accursed place, unearthing Lucio, and entombing him within a coffin, burying him alive. The 8-foot woman offered no dissent, striding alongside Lingzi into the courtyard. "Congratulations, Li Yuanwei," a voice echoed from within the house, an old woman's tone resonating. "The bride has arrived." The crows pecked at the coffin, signifying that Li Yuanwei's deceased sons were quite pleased with their brides. "Thank you so much," followed Li Yuanwai's voice. My two unfortunate sons now have companions below. The old woman continued. As practitioners of the medium of the dead, we traverse between realms, collecting wealth and averting calamities. There is no need for excessive gratitude. The medium of the dead. Matchmakers for the deceased. How could Lucio summon such spirits? His spectral allies were indeed diverse. Did he intend to introduce Lingzi and the 8-foot woman as brides to the souls of the dead? This was nothing short of an affront to the dignity of the Japanese nation. Lucio had already tarnished their reputation on numerous occasions. Those with even a modicum of understanding regarding the medium of the dead began to murmur amongst themselves. The faces of the Japanese witnesses paled. If Lucio succeeded in marrying Lingzi and the 8-foot woman off to the deceased, Japan would become a laughingstock once more, losing all face in the realm of the spirits. Lingzi and the 8-foot woman must eliminate Lucio. They could not afford to lose. Victory was imperative. The cries of the Japanese citizens echoed in fervor. Yet, no matter how loudly they shouted, Lingzi and the 8-foot woman remained oblivious, trapped within the medium and amp, Oppo's, boundary, completely severed from the outside world. Creak. The door swung open. An elderly woman emerged, accompanied by a portly man. The old woman, hunched over her cane, bore a face etched with deep wrinkles, reminiscent of a cracked landscape. Sparse white hair was haphazardly pinned up, secured by a wooden hairpin. Strands fell beside her cheeks, giving her an air of weariness. Her murky eyes, though clouded, sparkled with shrewdness. Clad in a worn black and white garment, it was adorned with numerous patches, askew and frayed. A faded red sash encircled her waist, presenting a picture of destitution. The man accompanying her was undoubtedly Li Yuanwai. He sported a round belly, resembling one in the throes of pregnancy. The folds of flesh on his face squished his eyes into narrow slits. Dressed in an opulent silk robe, his excessive girth distorted the intricate patterns embroidered upon it. He wielded a folding fan, fanning himself occasionally. Upon catching sight of Lingzi and the 8-foot woman, his movements froze, and he snapped the fan shut. Old woman, I've spent no small fortune, and yet you've found such grotesque brides for my sons. Look at her, he exclaimed, pointing at Lingzi. Her insides are empty. She lacks even a heart. My family owns vast farmlands. Surely we deserve a proper match. Patience, Li Yuanwai. The old medium replied leisurely. In our line of work, one must possess some skill to attract business. If she lacks her insides, I can provide substitutes. If she has no heart, I can furnish one as well. Is that so? Li Yuanwai nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to the 8-foot woman. This one resembles a giant infant. She is far too large. My sons are only 12. How can they sleep with such a colossal figure without being overwhelmed? Size can be adjusted. The medium displayed an air of confidence. The audience was left in a stupor, wondering what Lucio and Oppo's spectral allies aimed to achieve. Were they truly planning to alter the 8-foot woman and implant a heart into Lingzi? Given the 8-foot woman and Oppo's terrifying stature, the chances of victory were uncertain. Yet they contemplated a surgical intervention? This was sheer arrogance. Had they ever encountered such hubris among spirits? Kill them, Lingzi commanded, her twisted fingers pointing forward. The 8-foot woman, seething with rage, lunged at the old medium. Bang! Before she could approach, she stumbled and fell to the ground. It felt as if her divine power had been suddenly sealed. The once surging energy within her became as stagnant as a still pond, utterly beyond her control. Lingzi found herself in a similar predicament, feeling entirely drained, collapsing involuntarily to the ground. The old medium chuckled ominously. In my domain, you shall behave as dragons, coiling, and as tigers, lying still. Even if you possess celestial abilities, you are mine to command. With a swift motion of her cane, she summoned over 20 paper effigies. As if endowed with life, splitting into two groups and charging toward Lingzi and the 8-foot woman. Their movements appeared stiff, yet their speed was astonishing. Chapter 73. Metamorphosing the ghost bride Ayako and the 8-foot woman endeavored to resist, but their powers were suppressed, rendering them no match for the paper effigies. Bound by a multitude of paper figures, they were escorted before the elderly female matchmaker, whose turbid eyes scrutinized them intently. After a moment, she addressed the 8-foot woman. We shall commence with you. Upon the old woman and imp, Oppo's pronouncement, the colossal arachnids suspended from the branches descended along their silken threads, swiftly ascending the 8-foot woman and imp, Oppo's form. Silken strands unfurled, ensnaring her limbs. Release me. Ah! The sensation of being overrun by spiders proved unbearable, particularly with arachnids of such magnitude, their bodies covered in bristly hairs. A hitherto unknown dread welled up within the 8-foot woman, eliciting desperate cries. Her amplified stature corresponded to a piercing vocalization, which the elderly female matchmaker found vexing. With a gesture of resignation, she reached into her bosom with gnarled fingers, producing a coarse iron needle, a span in length. Its rusted surface rendered it undesirable even to scavengers. After a cursory inspection, she seized the 8-foot woman and Apo's upper lip. My advanced years necessitate tranquility, therefore. I shall suture your mouth shut. The rusted iron needle pierced the 8-foot woman and Apo's upper lip, followed by her lower lip. Disregarding the agony inflicted by the needle, and indifferent to the 8-foot woman and Apo's struggles and furious gaze, the old woman proceeded with practiced skill, interweaving the needle, each puncture yielding a bead of blood. The pristine white thread was swiftly saturated in crimson. The 8-foot woman emitted muffled groans of anguish, her body convulsing violently, yet unable to elude the silken bonds. The old woman persisted relentlessly, each stitch compounding the previous, until the 8-foot woman and Apo's lips were densely sutured. Effluent blood stained the majority of her face. Ayako, observing the scene, clamped her lips shut, fearful of uttering a sound that might invite the old woman's needle. The 8-foot woman's visage contorted in agony, her eyes brimming with torment and resentment toward the old woman. She yearned to unleash a torrent of invective, but her voice was extinguished. The international audience watched, verging on cerebral thrombosis. The 8-foot woman, augmented by numerous human sacrifices in the land of the rising sun, was subjected to relentless torment by Luchio's ghost spirit. The fact that the wicked Ayako had sacrificed her own internal organs to summon and empower her made it all the more incomprehensible. Yet, she was helpless against Lucio and Apo's ghost spirit. How could a ghost spirit be so abused? The sacrificed denizens of the land of the rising sun had perished in vain. The land of the rising sun became a spectacle of ridicule once more. The elderly female matchmaker, observing the 8-foot woman's muteness, nodded in satisfaction. She then extended a withered hand, prompting a paper figure to proffer a pair of scissors. Transformation is akin to rebirth, fraught with pain, which you must endure. Blame your inadequacies for your inability to find a mate. With these words, the old woman tore open the 8-foot woman and Apo's abdominal garment. The 8-foot woman, agitated, shook her head incessantly, her eyes filled with terror. The old woman, disregarding her reaction, plunged the scissors into the 8-foot woman and Apo's abdomen without hesitation. Blood gushed forth, yet the old woman and Apo's wrinkled face remained devoid of pity. Forcibly widening the incision, she reached into the wound with her withered hand, violently extracting organs. The 8-foot woman's body convulsed, her eyes wide, and despite her sutured mouth, guttural moans of agony emanated from her throat. The old woman's actions were relentless, eviscerating the 8-foot woman in a manner that was both gruesome and nauseating. Yet, her demeanor remained placid, as if she were engaged in a mundane task. After a prolonged period of torment that brought the 8-foot woman to the brink of death, the old woman retrieved the iron needle and commenced suturing the wound. The 8-foot woman was so thoroughly ravaged that she began to question her existence. The international audience watched, their breathing suspended. Lucio and Apo's ghost spirit, while refraining from delivering the coup de grâce, inflicted suffering far more excruciating than death itself. It was an act of cruelty that defied comprehension. This was no mere ghost spirit, but an embodiment of malevolence. There, after a time, the old woman nodded in satisfaction and addressed the spiders. Your turn to work. Be diligent. The hairy arachnids once again swarmed over the 8-foot woman and Apo's body. Their fangs pierced her flesh, devouring it voraciously, the rasping sound sending shivers down the spine. The 8-foot woman, teetering on the edge of oblivion, widened her eyes once more, her eyeballs seemingly about to burst. Having only recently emerged into the world, she had anticipated a triumphant reign of carnage, only to be subjected to relentless torment. I am a terrifying ghost, not a human. How can I be subjected to such abuse? The elderly female matchmaker observed for a moment, then turned her gaze to Ayako. Now, it is your turn. Ayako shook her head vehemently, signaling her refusal. She was genuinely terrified. Her face, already ashen, grew even paler. Her fierce, icy gaze was now filled with fear and despair. Beads of perspiration cascaded down her forehead, her body trembling uncontrollably, her teeth chattering. Inarticulate moans emanated from her throat, as if she were pleading for mercy or crying out in despair. It was as if she wished to weep but dared not make a sound. She appeared to be utterly consumed by fear. Never would I have imagined that I would experience such terror. Smack! The elderly female matchmaker struck the ground with her cane, causing Ayako to flinch involuntarily. Swish, swish. More spiders descended from the trees, advancing toward Ayako. No, Ayako scooted along the ground, finally unable to contain her cry. The elderly female matchmaker's expression hardened. Do you desire to have your mouth sutured as well? Ayako shook her head vigorously, indicating her aversion. If not, then endure it. The elderly female matchmaker in damp, Appo's tone was imperious. Ayako had no choice but to nod silently. She allowed the spiders to crawl over her body, her limbs bound by silken threads, without uttering a sound. In a short time, she was stretched out in the shape of a cross and secured to the ground. The old woman weighed the half-heart in her hand. You are fortunate to receive this half-heart. With these words, she thrust the bloody heart into Ayako's abdominal cavity. Then, she seized handfuls of straw, stuffing them into Ayako's abdomen. Each handful brought Ayako to the brink of unconsciousness. Regardless of the pain, she dared not utter a cry. To do so would result in her mouth being sutured shut, like the 8-foot woman. She clenched her teeth so tightly that they threatened to shatter. Her already pale face flushed and paled in alternation. She is quite stoic. The elderly female matchmaker, having completed the straw stuffing, retrieved the rusted iron needle once more. Lucio, observing from the shadows, grimaced involuntarily. From whom did this elderly female matchmaker learn her medical skills? Could she not practice some hygiene when suturing wounds? Perhaps by using a different set of tools? Or at least sterilize them with fire? The elderly female matchmaker seemed to have heard Lucio and Appo's thoughts. She produced a stub of candle from her bosom, lit it, and began to heat the iron needle. In a short time, the needle glowed red-hot. Ayako, upon witnessing this, burst into tears. To have one's wounds sutured with a red-hot needle would be excruciating. Chapter 74, Daria. The searing iron needle pierced through flesh and blood, causing Lingzi to finally cry out in agony. Her eyes were wide with torment, her expression contorted in pain. The ghostly matchmaker wore an eerie smile as she continued to manipulate the iron needle, weaving it through the edges of the torn skin. Each stitch inflicted hellish torture upon Lingzi. Lingzi's body trembled incessantly, her consciousness gradually fading, yet she still felt the excruciating pain. The old crone continued her work, her expression growing increasingly focused, even revealing a hint of admiration. It was as if she were mending a work of art, a process she thoroughly relished. After several minutes, she put away her needle and thread, gazing at the barely breathing Lingzi with a satisfied nod. Master Li. The old crone slowly turned to face Master Li. Are you pleased with my handiwork? Be very pleased. Master Li and Appo's forehead was beaded with sweat, his corpulent frame trembling slightly. It was evident that he, too, was terrified. Pleased, good. The old crone turned again, this time toward the 8-foot woman. The 8-foot woman was now covered in spiders, being devoured by them. The spiders, each the size of a fist, had turned crimson from the blood they had consumed. The old crone observed for a moment, then waved her hand. With a whoosh, the spiders swarming the 8-foot woman scurried up the trees. Once the spiders had departed, onlookers saw that the 8-foot woman was no longer gigantic. Appearing no different from an ordinary person, her once towering frame had become gaunt and emaciated, as if all her strength had been drained away. Her entire body was covered in wounds from the spiders and Appo's bites, drenched in blood, to the point that her original appearance was unrecognizable. Too terrifying, this is a nightmare. Some audience members murmured, their voices trembling. Some dared not watch any longer, covering their eyes with their hands. But their fingers Kuden and Appo's resist parting slightly, eager to glimpse the unfolding events. Master Li, are you satisfied with the size? At that moment, the ghostly matchmaker once again inquired of Master Li. Satisfied, very satisfied. Master Li nodded like a pecking chicken. Your expertise is truly unmatched. Just look at this work, so exquisite. And the measurements, the technique, every stitch, every thread, is a stroke of genius. In all my years of traveling, I've never seen such masterful craftsmanship. Your cosmetic surgery skills have truly opened my eyes. I was initially worried that at Wooden and Appo's, achieved the effect I desired, but your touch has far exceeded my expectations. If anyone ever needs this kind of service, I will certainly recommend them to you. If your skills were to become widely known, the entire industry would be shaken. Master Li was all smiles, perhaps out of fear, as he lavished praise on the ghostly matchmaker. Lingzi and the 8-foot woman were so enraged by his words that they nearly exploded on the spot. To be tormented to the brink of death by an old hag, and then to have him praise her relentlessly, was simply inhuman. If they could, they would tear him to shreds. It is my honor to serve Master Li. With a thud, the old crone struck the ground with her staff once more. A dozen paper figures, each carrying a tray, walked forward in a line. On the trays were red wedding gowns for the bride and groom, embroidered with golden threads, appearing exceedingly precious. There were also matching phoenix coronets and robes of embroidered clouds, adorned with dazzling gemstones, looking magnificent and extraordinary. There were also pairs of golden bracelets, jade scepters, and love knots symbolizing good fortune and happiness. Exquisite embroidered shoes, with lifelike, vibrant flowers on the vamps. A red veil made of soft, smooth silk, with delicate, long tassels hanging from the edges. All kinds of wedding items were present, even including dainty sachets and accessories. Each of these items exuded refinement and opulence. 2 sets of ghost wedding dowries. If Master Li finds them satisfactory, then pay up. The matchmaker stretched out her hand. Give as much or as little as you deem fit. Master Li hastily produced a stack of silver notes, a reward of 10,000 strings of cash. The ghostly matchmaker's face immediately bloomed with a smile, her eyes narrowing into slits. She hastily said, Master Li is truly generous. Rest assured, I will arrange everything else meticulously, guaranteeing a one-stop service, leaving you with no worries whatsoever. As she spoke, the ghostly matchmaker quickly snatched the silver notes and stuffed them into her bosom. From the wedding ceremony to the bridal chamber, that is, the burial chamber, every step will be carried out to the highest standards, ensuring that both couples are glorious and harmonious in the afterlife. Master Li bowed slightly. With your assurance, I am relieved. The ghostly matchmaker thumped her chest, guaranteeing, Master Li, put your heart at ease. I've been in this business for so many years, my reputation speaks for itself. Leave this to me, and I guarantee it will be done flawlessly. Audiences from various countries were dumbfounded. This was not a ghost spirit duel, but rather the selling of ghost spirits. This was an immoral, sordid transaction. Such blatant and forcible marriage was simply outrageous. The Japanese audience members shouted. Even the ghost spirits and awakened individuals were being married off to Dragon Country and Appo's dead ghosts, which was utterly humiliating. It was simply unacceptable. How could such a thing, violating the laws of nature and morality, occur on the ghost spirit stage? They were there to watch exciting duels, not to witness such ugly transactions, which was deeply disappointing. This was a trampling of justice, an insult to the audience. Such nefarious dealings must be stopped. The Dragon Country and Appo's ghost spirits cannot be allowed to do as they please. Why wasn't the referee intervening in this dark scheme? They requested the relevant departments, nay, the referee, to intervene and investigate, to restore justice to all. The Japanese audience members complained loudly, waving their fists in righteous indignation, strongly protesting. I think this is more interesting than ghost spirit duels. Yeah, I and Appo's am hooked. To the Japanese. If you want to watch, then watch. If you don and Appo's then get lost. That and Appo's. That's right. No one is forcing you to watch. If you don and Appo's watch, we will. If you're so capable, then have your ghost spirits modify the Dragon Country's ghost spirits. If you can't beat them, you resort to trash talk. What a joke. The audiences from other countries were not having it, especially those countries with no fondness for Japan, who promptly retorted. Boom, boom. Just then, inside the courtyard, 2 muffled thuds suddenly came from within 2 large red coffins. Immediately afterward, the coffin lids slowly opened, and 2 12- or 13-year-old wandering souls floated out from within. Their faces were as pale as paper, their eyes hollow and vacant. Their small bodies were clad in loose-fitting burial garments, swaying gently in the wind, as if they might be blown away at any moment. The 2 small wandering souls seemed to be in a daze, hovering above the coffins, emanating a chilling aura that made one and Appo's blood run cold. Lingzi and the 8-foot woman, bound by spider silk, nearly fainted at this sight. Are you kidding me? To be tormented to the brink of death, only to be married to 2 seemingly half-asleep ghost brats? This was far too insulting and utter disgrace. The 2 women were filled with grief and indignation, their eyes brimming with anger, despair, and resentment. Chapter 75. Entering the hall for the wedding ceremony, my sons, exclaimed the elated elderly as he lunged forward. Elderly, restrain yourself. The spectral matchmaker interjected. You are a mortal man, weakened by indulgence. You cannot withstand the encroachment of spectral energy. Thud. The old crone struck the ground once more with her cane. Two paper effigies, as though commanded, promptly advanced, extending their hands towards the two specters. Elderly and Apo's ghostly sons, as if under a spell, willingly drifted towards the paper figures. Moments later, they merged completely with the paper effigies. Subsequently, several more paper figures stepped forward. Wielding various dyes, they liberally painted the paper figures now imbued with the spirits. The movements were stiff, yet the brushes danced with agility, as vibrant pigments gradually sculpted lifelike features and delicate skin textures. Before long, the crude paper figures possessed visages of striking handsomeness. One boasted a prominent nose, with piercing eyes framed by bold eyebrows. A sword hung at his waist, and a folding fan rested in his hand, meticulously crafted to appear remarkably genuine. The other possessed a softer, more refined countenance, holding a bamboo scroll, resembling a learned scholar. Exquisite, truly exquisite. Elderly murmured, utterly captivated. He had initially believed his sons too young to require wives, but now his concerns were allayed. They were being rendered increasingly lifelike, to the point where distinguishing them from reality was nearly impossible. One exuded martial prowess, the other intellectual acumen, both pleasing to the eye. It was an astonishing craft, validating the spectral matchmaker and Apo's, as promised that he would not have to worry about a single detail. Once the paper figures were painted, other paper attendants brought forth the bridal attire. Unfurled, the attire was a vibrant, dazzling red, the intricate patterns of gold thread shimmering in the dim moonlight. At the collar, fine gold threads intertwined into elaborate auspicious designs, while the edges of the sleeves displayed a continuous pattern of swirling clouds, each detail meticulously rendered. Elderly's satisfaction grew with each passing moment. Investing generously in his sons was proving to be worthwhile, as several paper figures assisted his two sons in changing clothes. Others erected silk fabrics and restrained the women. Ayako and the 8-foot woman, their faces contorted in terror, attempted to struggle, but bound by spider's silk. They were helpless against the paper figures' machinations. Their garments were forcibly torn away, leaving them completely exposed. Then, the paper figures forced the splendid bridal gowns onto them. Though the fabric felt as smooth as silk and was embroidered with intricate patterns, to Ayako and the 8-foot woman, it was no different from a shroud. Gold and silver adornments were unceremoniously placed upon their heads, the glittering gems radiating an eerie light. Earrings were forcefully pierced through unpierced earlobes, the brutal act drawing blood that trickled down their necks. The 8-foot woman desperately wanted to scream, but her mouth was sewn shut. Ayako also wanted to cry out, but dared not make a sound. The necklace constricted her throat, nearly choking her. Cold, golden bangles felt like shackles, causing a sharp pain in her wrists. Exquisite hairpins pierced their scalps, nearly causing the two women to faint. Weighted down by the heavy phoenix coronets, they could barely lift their heads. Ayako and the 8-foot woman were forced to endure everything, powerless to resist, at the mercy of the paper figures. Like lambs to the slaughter, they awaited the judgment of an unknown fate. The festive attire, when worn by them, exuded an unsettling aura, filled with an eerie, sinister dread. Clap, clap. The spectral matchmaker clapped twice. Very well, the auspicious hour has arrived. Enter the hall for the wedding ceremony. Ayako and the 8-foot woman were dragged into the room by the paper figures. The room was dim and gloomy, permeated by an intense atmosphere of terror. A few white candles were placed on the walls, their faint flames flickering erratically, like the skirts of ghosts, as if on the verge of extinguishing. White curtains adorned the walls, along with strange talismans and bells. The bells occasionally emitted clear, yet eerie sounds. In the center stood a black wooden table, upon which were enshrined two sinister memorial tablets. One tablet bore the inscription, in traditional characters, Sinful Spirit, Memorial Tablet of Ayako. The other read, Sinful Fiend, Memorial Tablet of the 8-foot woman. The inscriptions resembled dried blood, utterly macabre. Upon seeing this, Ayako and the 8-foot woman were nearly scared out of their wits. Even terrifying specters would feel fear upon seeing their own memorial tablets. They trembled with fear. Only a fool would not be afraid. Before the memorial tablets were traces of blood, burnt-out incense ashes, and scattered, fragmented bones. There were human bones and animal bones, everywhere, each step producing a chilling crunch. In the corners of the room were piles of tattered paper effigies. Their faces were twisted, missing limbs, heaped together, creating a particularly unsettling sight. From the beams hung strings of white paper money, fluttering in the cold breeze, making rustling sounds. Most terrifying of all was the enormous spectral bed behind the memorial tablets. The bed was covered in dark red bedding, upon which were visible traces of blood. Above the bed hung countless white paper streamers, swaying back and forth, like the tentacles of ghosts. On the wall at the head of the bed hung 2 black and white photographs. The photographs were of Ayako and the 8-foot woman. They looked like funeral portraits. The entire room resembled a terrifying mortuary, the icy wind blowing from an unknown source, causing the photographs to sway slightly. It was as if they were in hell, with every sight filled with chilling terror. The paper figures, regardless of the 2 women's reactions, forcibly pressed them down onto the bed. The ghost bride sits by the bed, the veil seals the fate. Beneath the veil, the face is hidden. Do not panic when the ghostly wind blows. This fate was sealed in a past life. The divide between yin and yang cannot sever it. The spectral matchmaker chanted a nursery rhyme, picking up 2 red veils and placing them over Ayako and the 8-foot woman. The 2 women and Appo's vision was instantly obscured. But they could still hear the old crone's words clearly. Elderly, although these 2 are terrifying specters, you need not worry about them turning the tables. When I sewed up their wounds, I used tetanus needles. They are soul-sealing needles. Their abilities have been sealed by me. They're 3 souls and 6 spirits. 2 souls and 4 spirits sealed. After their deaths, their souls will be incredibly weak, and they will be unable to reincarnate, and can only obediently serve as your daughters-in-law. Elderly instinctively exclaimed, "Your methods are truly ingenious. Indeed, there are no lingering concerns." Heh. The old crone chuckled. "Very well, bow to heaven and earth." Ayako and the 8-foot woman, their necks pinched and heads forced down by the paper figures, were dragged from the bed. Thud, thud. Their heads were slammed heavily against the ground. Ayako and the 8-foot woman felt like dying, being forced to marry 2 dead children and bow to heaven and earth. Who could accept that? But what could they do if they didn't accept it? They could not struggle. They could not resist. They could only endure it. Bow to the ancestors. As the old crone spoke, the 2 women were forcibly turned around, and with the aid of the paper figures, they kowtowed to the ground. They didn't and Appo's, to even know who they were bowing to. They were completely bewildered. Husband and wife bowed to each other. Again, they were propped up by the paper figures and forced to bow deeply to the 2 grooms. The ceremony is complete. Congratulations to the newlyweds. The old crone's voice was somewhat shrill. Put the 2 brides into the coffins. Don and Appo's. T mixed them up. The eldest and Appo's wife is for the eldest, the second and Appo's wife is for the second. At the same time, the sound of the suona emerged, each note seeming to echo the wails of vengeful spirits, mercilessly slicing through the listener and Appo's nerves. Aiko and the Yamayuba, in their despair, were lifted by the paper effigies, moving towards the open coffin outside the house. Chapter 76. Interment. Ayako and the 8-foot woman were hoisted outside by the paper figures. A chilling breeze swept through, lifting the red bridal veil away. Soon, the 2 women spotted 2 groups of paper figures digging a grave in the corner of the courtyard. Ayako was filled with both terror and indignation. There was no doubt that the holes being dug by these paper figures were intended for the coffin. After sacrificing 100 young boys and so many men from the land of the rising sun, it was presumed that the 8-foot woman would shine brilliantly on the ghost spirit platform. Killing Lucio without a hitch would make her the most illustrious summoner in the world. Yet, the outcome was that they had not even been given a chance to retaliate. After enduring torment, not only had they been wed to the ghostly child, but they were now to be buried alive. What kind of predicament was this? They had come to compete, not to marry, and certainly not to be interred alive. The 8-foot woman's feelings mirrored Ayako's. Anger, resentment, fear, a tumult of emotions surged within them. The coffin was prepared for burial, and at the command of the ghostly matchmaker, both women were callously thrown into the coffin. They watched helplessly as the lid slowly descended, unable to act. The weight of the bride and Appo's heart sank as the coffin was sealed. She had to be cautious of the nails. As she evaded the nails, her heart raced with unease. The nails pierced the wood, sending tremors through her very soul. The moment the coffin was sealed, the line between life and death was drawn. Tears flowed as they parted from the world. The nails secured the coffin, severing the ties to the earthly realm. leaving them to traverse the solitary path between the living and the dead. They sought peace, wishing to leave no trace on the road to the underworld. Bang! Bang! The ghostly matchmaker recited the incantation for sealing the coffin, and the paper figures began to drive long nails into the coffin. Despair enveloped the two women. The last vestiges of hope they clung to shattered with each nail driven into the wood. Ayako's tears flowed freely as she reflected on her brief and sinful existence. She had personally slain her parents and sister, poisoned her uncle and his family. In the mental asylum, the first person she had killed was the nurse who had cared for her best, who was pregnant at the time. Witnessing their tragic deaths had ignited a thrill within her that others could not fathom. The Chapter 77, How Arrogant Can He Be? The audience from Japan was filled with indignation, and some officials were in a state of anxious urgency. 2/3 of their hopes had vanished. If they lost another match, it would be utterly disastrous. The once proud nation of Japan, so powerful, was unable to contend with a single Lucio. They had not only lost territory, but also their dignity. Even their awakened ones and spirits had been defeated by two mere specters. What a disgraceful humiliation. The audience from various nations watched Japan and Oppo's brutal misfortune with no sympathy whatsoever. Even those from countries that had maintained good relations with Japan were clapping in delight, relishing the spectacle. It was as if they had been waiting for this moment. The spectators from Long Country remained silent, realizing that Japan had reached a point of complete alienation. With blistered feet, they were left to fend for themselves. Their wickedness had backfired. In the next match, Lucio would challenge the United States in his personal capacity, set to take place in 2 hours. The judge on the platform spoke again, noting that Lucio was not invincible nor exceptionally strong. Rather, it was that they were simply too weak. The crowd from the United States wore grim expressions. Normally, an awakened one would possess only one spirit, and after consuming awakening potions, at most 3. Yet Lucio had spirits blooming like flowers. How many battles had he fought on behalf of Long Country? Each spirit was unique, and he had never tasted defeat. Was this not strength? With his own prowess, he had altered Long Country and Oppo's previously dismal standing. Was that not strength enough? His might was boundless. Strong as he was, he had stripped the United States of any advantage. If he won again, the United States would be left with nothing. What then? Ahem. At that moment, Lucio coughed lightly. Addressing the strikingly handsome judge, "Might we discuss a matter?" The judge simply replied, "Speak." With a sly glance towards the American audience, Lucio leaned in to whisper to the judge. What was he saying? His voice was too soft to be heard. The American crowd leaned in, straining to catch a word, but it was in vain. "What did you say?" The judge exclaimed in shock. "You wish to use spirits that have already been summoned?" "Absolutely not. The soul banner and spirit cards are strictly forbidden." The American crowd first fell into collective silence, then erupted in cheers. They had awaited this day. What splendid news! They were eager to see how Lucio would maintain his arrogance. "Lucio, can you still be strong now? No tricks left, is there?" The audience from the United States shouted excitedly, many embracing one another, their eyes sparkling with joy, repeatedly exclaiming that fortune had finally favored their nation. Some even turned red from the exhilaration. The officials overseeing the event laughed heartily. Lucas, brimming with pride, declared, "We will always be the sword hanging above Long Country, ready to strike at any moment." Many waved flags, ecstatic in their celebration. One might think they had won the match themselves. Why were the Americans more jubilant than the audience from Long Country? Their behavior was indeed exaggerated. Did they always believe the world revolved around them? However, Lucio had exhausted his spirits and still dared to challenge the Americans. What was he thinking? What else could he think, but that he had become too arrogant? Ha. We shall see how he performs in the next match. The audience from various nations discussed among themselves, many reveling in schadenfreude. The previously excited spectators from Long Country now wore dour expressions. Lucio had exhausted his spirits, and with no means of summoning the soul banner or spirit cards, he had still boldly challenged the Americans. He truly was something else. Lucio feigned despair, wearing a mask of hopelessness. A woman from Long Country called out sympathetically, "Lucio, don't lose heart. Return, and I will bear your child. Big sister, you must keep your word." Lucio dashed off towards the spirit platform. "My mother said that lying children are eaten by wolves." The audience from various nations exchanged glances, while the men from Japan stared in disbelief. One remarked, "What a disgrace. We wouldn't even dare to touch that. How unfortunate." They appeared just like sour grapes, claiming the fruit was unripe. Even the judge rolled his eyes. In the next match, Lucio will challenge Japan. Be cautious, Japan. Another challenge? Is there no end to this? Koji Inoue slammed his fist on the armrest of his chair. I cursed Lucio to perish within 2 hours. As Lucio returned, Chun Guoyang hurried to embrace him. Do you have any spirits left? None, Lucio replied curtly, pushing Chun Guoyang away. That big sister is calling for me. Come back. Chun Guoyang tugged at Lucio and Appo's collar. She was merely joking. Did you take it seriously? General Wei has returned. He wants to see you. Fine then. Lucio reluctantly agreed, glancing back toward the direction of the woman. The nearby crowd was left speechless. Who would have thought that such an unpredictable character could cause such distress across nations, altering the course of events worldwide? When Lucio entered the main tent and saw Wei Jinxing, he instantly donned a serious demeanor. Wei Jinxing looked at Lucio, his expression grave. Have you truly exhausted all your spirits? Of course not, Lucio shrugged. This is merely to put the Americans at ease, so they don't conjure any mischief. Haha. Wei Jinxing burst into laughter, the clouds of worry dissipating from his face. I knew you were crafty. Chun Guoyang rolled his eyes in frustration. You even tricked me? At that moment, diplomat Yao Feng entered. The Americans have issued a demand. Surrender half of your territory, or else. Or else what? My life. Lucio interjected. Yao Feng nodded slightly. Yes. Hearing this, Wei Jinxing quickly interjected. You must first appease them. Tell them that the higher-ups are aware and are currently in a meeting to discuss the matter. He did not intend to divulge the truth to Yao Feng. Only by keeping him in the dark could the act be more convincing. Yao Feng nodded slightly and turned to leave. What does Long Country mean by this? An hour has passed and still no outcome? Do you not care for Lucio's life? An hour later, the American officials reprimanded Yao Feng as if he were to blame. Yao Feng, with an awkward expression, explained, Please be patient. This is a matter of great consequence. And the higher-ups require time to convene. I ask for your understanding. Bang. Koji Inoue slammed his hand on the table. If we don and Appos, receive a response in 10 minutes. Prepare for your hero's corpse. Chapter 78. Super War Spirit. After 10 minutes of deliberation, a half-hour had elapsed. Can we expect a response? Another half-hour passed, and Inoue Koji, exasperated, exclaimed, The transfer agreement is prepared. If you desire Lucio's survival, demonstrate some sincerity by deceiving the Dragon Country officials into signing and sealing the agreement. They would not only acquire half of Dragon Country and Appos' fertile land, but also be able to eliminate Lucio without any repercussions. As the contract lacked any provision against harming Lucio, the agreement is extensive and cannot be reviewed in haste. Please allow us a moment, Yao Feng pleaded, his anxiety mounting. With the competition commencing in a mere 20 minutes, the lack of communication from above was disconcerting. He hastened back to the Dragon Country and Appos' rest area, panting and wiping the perspiration from his brow as he entered the tent occupied by Wei Jinxing and others. General, checkmate. I retract my move. Impossible. As he entered, he observed Lucio and Wei Jinxing engrossed in a game of chess, while Chun Guoyang and others watched with rapt attention. But, Yao Feng gasped, struggling to catch his breath. At a time like this, you and Appos, replaying chess? The others turned their gazes toward Yao Feng before reverting their attention to the chessboard. Wei Jinxing grumbled, I retract my move. It and Appos' settled. Retract nothing. Another game. Lucio retorted. Yao Feng stood aghast, utterly dumbfounded. Lucio's spiritual entities were depleted, yet no one seemed concerned with devising a solution. With the competition imminent, they remained unperturbed, engrossed in their game. Lucio's youth might excuse his nonchalance, but Wei Zongxi, an elder, should have been more concerned. And Chun Guoyang and the others seemed to have lost their minds. He resolved to intervene, even if it meant insubordination. He swiftly approached and overturned the chessboard, declaring, You cannot continue playing. We must devise a strategy immediately. How dare you overturn my chessboard? Wei Jinxing exclaimed, his temper flaring. Wei Zongxi, remain calm. You were on the verge of defeat anyway. Let it go, Chun Guoyang and the others implored. One of them even instructed Yao Feng, Go retrieve the chess pieces. Wei Zongxi, time is of the essence. What are your intentions? Yao Feng pleaded, his voice rising in desperation. You misunderstand, Wei Jinxing retorted. Chess cultivates tranquility and fosters strategic thinking. Chun Guoyang interjected, Yao Feng, Lucio possesses numerous spiritual entities. He is deliberately deceiving the Americans. He does? Yao Feng felt like a fool. After a moment of stunned silence, he stammered, My apologies. I and Amp, Oppos, LL retrieve the pieces. Carry on. 20 minutes later. Lucio and Christopher stepped onto the spiritual entity platform. Christopher scrutinized Lucio, inquiring, "How do you wish to meet your end? Kill him. Eliminate him." Spectators from the United States, Japan, Korea, and Portugal clamored for Lucio's demise. Alas, Lucio sighed. "Since you insist, I shall show no mercy." Christopher's brow furrowed. "You possess more spiritual entities?" "Indeed," Lucio responded with a grin. "Your conjecture is accurate." "Humph," Christopher scoffed. "Even with additional spiritual entities, you are destined to perish." Stormborn, Queen of Marine, the Unburnt, Breaker of Chains, I implore you to vanquish this dragon country native. Lucio appeared bewildered. "You command 4 war spirits?" Christopher smirked. "Not 4, but 1. At that moment, a divine radiance descended, gradually revealing a captivating figure of ethereal beauty. Her golden and silver tresses cascaded like a waterfall, shimmering with brilliance. Her form was shapely, and her features were exquisitely delicate. Her skin was as fair as jade, and her eyes were luminous and profound. Her nostrils flared slightly, as if inhaling the world and Amp, Oppos, power and glory. She possessed both the grace of a noblewoman and the authority of a monarch. "Good heavens!" Lucio exclaimed in astonishment. "I mean, summon a monster if you must, but a beauty? How am I supposed to fight her? Should we adjourn to the boudoir?" "Ignorant dragon country swine, you are as good as dead," Christopher sneered. "That is Daenerys Targaryen. It is she, the mother of dragons. She was born amidst a tempest on Dragonstone, hence her title Stormborn. She ruled Meereen, earning the title Queen of Meereen. She emerged unscathed from a sea of fire, demonstrating her unique abilities, thus becoming the Unburnt. She abolished slavery, hence her title Breaker of Chains. Most formidable, she commands 3 dragon offspring. Her inherent strength is considerable, and her ability to summon 3 dragons renders her a super war spirit, defying conventional categorization. Even if Lucio resorts to trickery and possesses and used war spirits, he cannot prevail against her. Lucio will not turn the tables this time. I surmise that against the mother of dragons, such a possibility is remote." Numerous spectators familiar with the mother of dragons gasped and whispered. Lucas narrowed his eyes, his face radiating triumph. "The mother of dragons embodies the essence of our nation." Lucio, hearing the murmurs of the spectators, gained a general understanding of the war spirit before him. Her ability to summon 3 dragons indeed made her a formidable opponent. "You have heard," Christopher declared, his face beaming with pride. "No matter your strength, you stand no chance against the mother of dragons. I advise you to concede and accept your fate, preserving some semblance of dignity." "Pshaw," Lucio retorted, "you are naive. Our illustrious China, with its 5 millennia of civilization, cannot subdue a mere woman. If she can summon dragons, let her do so at will." Lucio paused, then continued, "Mother of dragons, why not join me? I possess awakening pills that can awaken more of your dragon offspring." The mother of dragons scowled. "Insolent mortal, you have a death wish. Very well, but do not regret it." Lucio shrugged, then declared, "Buddhist and Taoist war spirit, Arhut subduing dragon, emerge and vanquish this beast." The Arhut subduing dragon, one of the 18 Arhats of Buddhism, was inherently powerful. His appellation stemmed from his prowess in subduing evil dragons, a feat for which he had earned considerable renown. The mother of dragons' greatest strength lay in summoning 3 evil dragon offspring, while the Arhut subduing dragon was a specialist in dragon subjugation, a perfect counter. "Who summons me?" At that moment, a voice, both coarse and authoritative, echoed. Chapter 79. The true dragon spits pearls before the crowd. A figure of remarkable countenance and formidable presence emerged. Seated upon a lotus throne in the sky, his sudden appearance bore no signs or omens. With sharply arched brows and an imposing visage, his piercing gaze exuded an undeniable aura of intimidation. Adorned with 2 strands of black prayer beads hanging from his chest and wielding a staff of meditation, he donned a loose robe, surrounded by a radiant halo of Buddhist light. A spectral true dragon coiled gracefully around him, enhancing his ethereal and sacred demeanor. The spectators from the Old May faction were visibly distressed. Didn't T. Lucio already exhaust his battle spirit? How can another one appear? Lucas clenched his fists in frustration, deeming Lucio deceitful and detestable. In the audience, Koji Inoue from the Sun Country bore an expression of ire, exclaiming, "Lucio is exceedingly cunning. That is our dragon subduing Arhut. The Asin spectators widened their eyes upon recognizing the dragon subduing master. How could our battle spirit be awakened by the dragon nation? They shamelessly steal our battle spirits for their competitions. It is utterly disgraceful. We are the origin of Buddhism, and all battle spirits of the Buddhist realm rightfully belong to us. They have no rights to use them. They must be returned immediately. Referee, intervene quickly. The Asin crowd erupted in indignation. Absurd. What do you mean yours? Isn't your greatest deity a cow? The fact that we can awaken it indicates it does not belong to you. If it were truly yours, how could it be awakened by our nation? The Dragon Nation spectators retorted decisively. Indeed, Buddhism originated in the Asin country, but it was not they who truly propagated it. During the prosperous Tang dynasty, Master Xuanzang and his disciples endured countless trials to acquire the true teachings of Buddhism, which they then disseminated into the Middle Kingdom. It evolved into various sects and spread to numerous regions, such as the Sun Country, the Stick Nation, and Southeast Asia, merging with local cultures to form distinctive Buddhist traditions. Thus, Buddhism no longer exclusively belonged to the Asin country. Unperturbed by the uproar, Lu Qiu pointed at the Dragon Mother and addressed the dragon-subduing Arhat. Foreign miscreants covet our sacred land. Alien malevolent spirits have repeatedly besieged our divine realm. I beseech the dragon-subduing master to eradicate this threat and uphold the sanctity of our land, which is inviolable. With his palms together and eyes slightly open, the dragon-subduing Arhat radiated a brilliant light. He stood resolutely, unyielding as a mountain, embodying an immovable force. The alien malevolent deities that seek to taint our sacred land are unforgivable. As he spoke, a luminous aura enveloped him, and with a single step, the void trembled. His stride seemed to harness the power to shatter the heavens. His robe billowed without wind, resonating with a majestic sound that inspired reverence. Behold the might of my Puman staff technique. With a sweep of his staff, a beam of radiant Buddhist light surged forth like a rainbow piercing the sun. Akin to a torrential flood, directly descending upon the Dragon Mother. The brilliance of the light contained the righteous energy of the universe, wherever it passed. The space twisted as if it were to be torn apart. Lu Qiu's lips twitched in astonishment. The dragon-subduing master showed no mercy. Unfamiliar with such a potent display of righteous energy, the Dragon Mother dared not confront it head-on. Instead, she transformed into a fierce wind, enveloping Christopher and retreating to a safe distance. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as a vast crater formed where the Dragon Mother had stood, dust and debris scattering in all directions. Christopher trembled in fear, unable to utter a word. Beside him, the Dragon Mother's exquisite features darkened with anger. You reckless Huaxia brute, let us see how you will act next. She raised her hands high, murmuring incantations that seemed to emanate a mysterious power. Suddenly, a deep roar reverberated through the air. The sky darkened, and ominous clouds gathered as a colossal black dragon descended from the clouds. Its scales shimmered with a chilling hue, and its massive wings obscured the sun. This was Zhugang, the most formidable offspring of the Dragon Mother, named after her late husband, Zhuo Gokao. Among the three dragons, it was the largest and the most ferocious. Some knowledgeable spectators gasped in awe. Zhugang plunged at high speed, unleashing a torrent of searing flames from its maw, showcasing its formidable might. The dragon-subduing Arhat snorted disdainfully and formed a hand seal. The spectral true dragon circling around him emitted a roar that pierced the clouds and shattered the stones, charging toward the mighty Zhugang. As it advanced, its form expanded, becoming increasingly distinct. With a powerful sweep of its tail, it conjured a storm, whipping up clouds of dust and debris, covered in radiant golden scales that dazzled the eye. Every scale shimmered with brilliance. Its massive horns, akin to towering trees or golden coral, twisted sharply and glinted with a frosty light. Its eyes blazed like fierce flames, igniting the very air around it. Each of its mighty claws, robust and formidable, appeared capable of effortlessly rending the fabric of reality. The sinuous body of the dragon coiled through the air, sending ripples through the void, as a forge of gold, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Majestic and divine, it embodied the essence of the heavens. This is our Huaxia and Amp, Appo's five-clawed golden dragon. This is the true dragon, soaring across the realms. An elder wept with joy, his voice trembling. This is the very image of the dragon in my heart. I have finally seen the dragon. The dragon is a spirit creature of heaven and earth. Those in the West may call themselves dragons, but they are merely beasts. A scholarly-looking individual from the Dragon Nation adjusted his glasses, his eyes filled with admiration. Look, the world has changed color. The aura of the five-clawed golden dragon is beyond that of any Western dragon. Indeed, our Huaxiao dragon symbolizes auspiciousness. Unlike those Western dragons that only know destruction and slaughter, a young man clenched his fists, his face alight with pride. The five-clawed golden dragon represents the spirit of Huaxia, relentless and unyielding. It is our pride. A lady's voice quivered with excitement. Those Western beasts are insignificant before our true dragon. Lucio, let those foreigners witness what a true dragon is. Our dragon can be grand or diminutive, can ascend or conceal itself. When grand, it swallows clouds and exhales mist. When small, it hides in the shadows. When it ascends, it soars through the cosmos. When it conceals, it lurks within the waves. Our dragon is of the highest order. Who dares to compare their dragons to ours? The audience from the Dragon Nation erupted with fervor. The dragon is the auspicious beast of Huaxia, representing the pinnacle of authority. As the spectators beheld the five-clawed true dragon, their excitement was palpable. Conversations of praise echoed, each face radiating pride and reverence. Just then, the five-clawed golden dragon unleashed a massive fireball from its jaws, hurling it towards the monstrous Zhuoging. The fireball resembled a miniature sun, emitting an intense, scorching light. Wherever it passed, the space warped, as if capable of melting everything in its path. The true dragon and Appo's breath. A spectator exclaimed in astonishment. What breath are you referring to? Do you think you are Godzilla? Instead of breath, it is akin to a dragon spitting pearls. The pearls are rather oversized. Chapter 80. Sending you away from 1,000 miles, a colossal fireball blazed like a scorching sun, startling the dragon Zhuoging, who hastily flapped his immense leathery wings to evade it. After narrowly escaping, he unleashed a deafening roar that reverberated through the heavens and trembled the earth. A terrifying pressure emanated from him, leaving the gathered spectators in a state of hushed fear. The gigantic beast was furious, and the overwhelming aura of impending destruction was indescribable. At that moment, Zhuoging and Appo's massive wings struck the air, creating gusts akin to a sharp blade. They swept towards the five-clawed golden dragon like a swarm of fish in the sea. The wind blades screamed as they sliced through the air, resembling the wails of 1,000 tormented souls, stirring a sense of dread. The five-clawed golden dragon radiated with a brilliant golden light, its scale shimmering with an even more dazzling luster. It spiraled through the wind blades, charging directly at Zhuoging. Remarkably, the fierce wind blades could not inflict any harm upon it. With unstoppable momentum, it closed the distance to Zhuoging in an instant. The immense dragon coiled around Zhuoging, its 5 enormous claws piercing through the scales the size of basins on Zhuoging's body, showering the ground with dragon blood. Roaring in pain, Zhuoging opened his massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of searing flames toward the five-clawed golden dragon. The fire seemed capable of incinerating everything in its path, warping the very air around it. In response, the five-clawed golden dragon opened its mouth and released a colossal jet of water. The clash of fire and water produced a billowing cloud of white steam, engulfing the surroundings. The fierce flames were quickly extinguished under the onslaught of the water. Coughing, Zhuoging sputtered as if he had choked, shaking his head vigorously and emitting sounds reminiscent of human coughs. However, before he could recover, the five-clawed golden dragon seized his neck in its jaws. Zhuoging and Appo's massive form was ensnared, his vast wings riddled with gaping holes, leaving him at a distinct disadvantage. See, I told you so. The Western beasts are no match for our celestial dragon, someone declared. Indeed, only our Eastern dragon is the true dragon. The rest are mere monsters. Laughter erupted as they witnessed the once mighty creature now reduced to a pitiful state, having been utterly overpowered. This was the fate of those who overestimated their abilities. Once the celestial dragon made its move, the outcome was inevitable. As the crowd from the Dragon Kingdom cheered for the five-clawed golden dragon's dominance, Long Ma, the dragon mother, grew increasingly anxious. She clasped her hands together and began to chant a mysterious incantation. As her voice grew more urgent, the sky darkened, shrouded in ominous clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. Simultaneously, 2 deep roars resonated, and 2 massive forms broke through the clouds, one green and one yellow, charging towards the fierce battle between the five-clawed golden dragon and Zhuoging. They were Liege and Vasalian, the other 2 sons of Long Ma. The green one was named after her deceased brother, Rhaegar Targaryen, while the yellow was named in memory of her brother, Viserys. With all three of Long Ma and Apos' sons in the fray, the pride of the Dragon Kingdom was at stake. Spectators from various nations began to lose faith in the five-clawed golden dragon and Apos' chances. They believed that the golden dragon would inevitably face defeat against the trio of Long Ma and Apos' sons. Dragon King, do you not intend to intervene? Lucio inquired with concern. Despite the prowess of the five-clawed golden dragon, facing three Western giants would certainly diminish its chances of victory. Although its potential defeat would not signify the end of the match, as the Dragon King remained, no one wished to see it falter. Do not fret, the Dragon King replied, shaking his head slightly. If the five-clawed golden dragon could not handle three foreign abominations, it hardly deserved its title. Meanwhile, the five-clawed golden dragon turned its attention to Liege and Vaisalion. After a brief hesitation, it tightened its grip on Zhuogung and swung around in midair. Zhuogung and Apos' mountainous form uncontrollably hurtled toward Liege and Vaisalion. With a resounding crash, the three dragons collided in a chaotic tumble through the air. The five-clawed golden dragon raised its head and let out a triumphant roar, summoning a tempest of thunder and lightning. A multitude of lightning strikes, thicker than barrels, descended in a frenzy. The thunderclaps echoed continuously, each carrying the power to obliterate the earth. The area surrounding Long Ma and Apos' sons was instantly transformed into a tempestuous realm of lightning. Blinding flashes illuminated the darkened sky, rendering it nearly impossible to see. The violent serpents of electricity danced wildly, quickly overwhelming the three colossal dragon figures. The relentless barrage of thunder continued to expand the storm's reach, warping the space around it with an aura of dread. Amidst the thunderstorm, the anguished cries of Long Ma and Apos' sons pierced the air. The dragons of the Dragon Kingdom could command the forces of thunder, a manifestation of nature and Apos' power rather than their innate abilities. To conquer them would require overcoming nature itself. This was true strength, power beyond imagination, incomparable to anything else. Indeed, it seemed the mysteries of the Dragon Kingdom far surpassed our understanding. The spectators from various nations stood in stunned silence, their minds racing to comprehend the force capable of wielding nature itself. Suddenly, Zhuoging's massive form plummeted from the storm. His once majestic wings were no more, his body charred and smoking, resembling a colossal ship that had been engulfed in flames, hurtling toward the ground. In a flash, the five-clawed golden dragon darted forward with incredible speed. With a powerful sweep of its tail, it struck Zhuoging with the force of a divine whip. A thunderous boom echoed as Zhuoging was sent careening away, his massive form disappearing into the horizon, enveloped in a plume of smoke. Simultaneously, a card emblazoned with Zhuoging and Apos' image floated down from the sky. It was Zhuoging and Apos' spirit card. Oh my, he has been slain. A voice exclaimed in shock. The mighty dragon Zhuoging had fallen. Christopher was left dumbfounded, his mind short-circuiting from the shock. No, Long Ma cried out, her heart wrenched with anguish. Slowly turning her gaze filled with hatred toward the Dragon King, she declared, "You dared to kill Zhuoging. I will have your life." Transforming into a whirlwind of fury, she charged at the Dragon King. Humph, the Dragon King scoffed, thrusting his staff into the ground with conviction. As the staff struck the earth, a radiant aura erupted, spreading outward like ripples on water. The sacred energy emanating from it halted everything in its path, embodying a serene yet formidable force capable of suppressing all. With a resounding thud, Long Ma was thrown back, her true form revealed as she spiraled uncontrollably. She crashed heavily onto the ghostly platform, clutching her chest as she coughed up blood. It appeared she had sustained significant injuries. "Long Ma, are you all right?" Christopher rushed over to check on her. "It and Apos, it's your fault," Long Ma exclaimed, seizing him by the collar. "If it weren't and Apos, tea for you, Zhuoging would not have died. If it weren't and Apos, tea for you, Liege and Vaisalion would not have faced danger." Daenerys was overwhelmed with emotion, her voice nearly a roar. Having overcome countless trials with the aid of her dragons, she held an immeasurable affection for them. The death of her dragon shattered her inner world. Christopher was instantly taken aback. "I want you to accompany my dragons in their burial." Daenerys and Apos' eyes blazed with a chilling fury as she seized Christopher and soared towards the tempestuous skies. Christopher trembled in fear, pleading, "No, Dawn and Apos, T." Chapter 81. True dragon majesty prevents her, driven by a sudden surge of compassion, Lucio bellowed, attempting to dissuade her. The Arhut, subduing dragon, his brow furrowed, nodded subtly, and prepared to intervene. Whoosh whoosh. At that moment, two colossal, monstrous dragons emerged from the sea of thunder, their forms blotting out the sky. One clutched Lei Gu in its claws, while the other held Viserion. Lei Gu and Viserion, their draconic wings fractured and their bodies charred, appeared severely wounded. Yet, the behemoths that held them aloft were unscathed. Furthermore, their forms dwarfed Lei Gu and Viserion, exceeding them in size by several-fold. Their aura was even more formidable, rendering the five-clawed golden dragon somewhat diminutive in comparison. Unable to vanquish even a paltry oriental loach, you disgrace the dragon race. One of them intoned, its voice resonating with authority. Its gargantuan head resembled a mountain, its eyes like fiery stars, emitting beams of chilling light. Its bizarre form, with a vast body coiling like a serpentine river across the sky, was covered in ebony scales, each inch exuding an aura of primordial dread. Useless wretches, perish. It bellowed once more, its voice laced with fury. Simultaneously, its immense claws exerted their force, tearing Lei Gu asunder. Lei Gu and Apos' massive form was rent apart, its blood and flesh cascading down like a waterfall. No. Daenerys Targaryen uttered a cry of utter despair. This appears to be the legendary Jormungandr. Jormungandr, the serpent of Norse mythology? It is said to encircle the entire world, plunging it into ruin. Christopher awakened Jormungandr. Many recognized the monstrous dragon as Jormungandr based on its appearance. Humph. Jormungandr scoffed. Do you think a mere mortal is worthy of awakening me? I was drawn here by the aura of an oriental dragon. Indeed, I share the sentiment, the other behemoth concurred. To be defeated by an oriental loach is a disgrace to our dragon race. All. Viserion, gripped by the colossal claws, emitted a harrowing shriek. Thud. In a fleeting moment, he was crushed to death, transforming into a rain of blood and flesh. NHGGR, am the true embodiment of the Western dragon. NHGGR opened its maw, lunging directly at Daenerys. Its robust, sinewy contours, as unyielding as steel, possessed the power to obliterate the world. Each movement seemed to generate spatial tremors. The gaping maw, with its fangs like towering peaks, exuded an aura of terror, inspiring dread in all who beheld it. Daenerys, her face etched with despair, seized Christopher and charged towards the abyss-like maw, unconcerned for her own safety. The demise of her three draconic offspring had shattered her completely. Christopher, whom she carried, was petrified into silence, his loins both scalding and sticky, as he had lost control of his bladder. In the blink of an eye, Daenerys was engulfed by NHGGR. NHGGR smacked its lips a few times. Why does it smell so foul? Christopher and Apos' incontinence explained the stench. Heavens! This is the true dragon of Norse legend. It is said that NHGGR ceaselessly gnaws at the roots of the world tree, symbolizing destruction and the end of days. The American awakened and battle spirit have fallen. Have they been defeated? Good heavens, if that is the case. These two Norse behemoths have inadvertently sabotaged the Americans. I beg to differ. Even without their intervention, Lucio would have prevailed. Indeed, Daenerys and her offspring were destined to fail. I wonder if the triumph of these two behemoths will be credited to the Americans. Of course it will. An American official exclaimed, "The Norse dragons that appeared during the competition are our battle spirits." Yes, if they emerge victorious, America will claim victory. Lucio is finished. Jormungandr, prevail. NHGGR, triumph. The American populace roared with excitement, as if Jormungandr and NHGGR were their own battle spirits. You or I, to deal with this puny oriental loach? Jormungandr asked NHGGR, its tone dripping with malice and contempt. NHGGR, without haste, fixed its immense, blood-red eyes upon the five-clawed golden dragon. Loach, perform a belly dance for us, and if it pleases us, we might grant you a swift demise. Haraha. Jormungandr responded with uproarious laughter. The reverberations of its laughter shook the surrounding air, creating visible ripples. Each sound was like a thunderclap, echoing in the ears of the onlookers. Moreover, its laughter was tinged with madness, as if mocking and disdaining its opponent. The five-clawed golden dragon, coiling in the sky above, unleashed a dragon's roar that pierced the heavens, as if provoked. Simultaneously, its form expanded once more. Its immense body nearly filled half the sky. Its golden scales radiated a divine light that could blind the eyes. Its terrifying aura was like a raging storm, and a single glance would cause one's soul to tremble. Heavens, the dragons of the dragon country can indeed alter their size at will. Good heavens, J. Remungandr and NHGGR appeared diminutive in its presence. It did not exert its full strength when dealing with Daenerys' three offspring. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. The five-clawed golden dragon unleashed its might, and the spectators from various nations engaged in discussion. NHGGR, visibly agitated, had its scales and dorsal spines erect. J. Remungandr ceased its laughter, as if facing a formidable adversary, and coiled its immense body into overlapping circles. Like a colossal serpent trembling in fear, it coiled in the sky. Refrain from slaying them. At that moment, the Arhut subduing dragon interjected abruptly, I lack 2 watchdogs. You may withdraw. The spectators from various nations were dumbfounded. What does that Arhut subduing dragon intend to do? Capture J. Remungandr and NHGGR to serve as watchdogs? Employ Norse dragons as canines? What is he thinking? J. Remungandr and NHGGR, the apex predators of Norse dragons, reduced to the role of mere watchdogs? He must be insane. A madman, undoubtedly a madman. Oh. The five-clawed golden dragon unleashed a roar towards J. Remungandr and NHGGR. The powerful shockwave caused the 2 behemoths to recoil uncontrollably. They trembled, appearing terrified. The arrogance they had displayed when referring to the five-clawed golden dragon as a loach was nowhere to be seen. The onlookers below were stunned. A mere roar had sent J. Remungandr and NHGGR reeling. What terrifying spectacle would unfold if it truly unleashed its fury? Fortunately, the five-clawed golden dragon merely roared. Otherwise, J. Remungandr and NHGGR might have faced dire consequences. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, J. Remungandr and NHGGR simultaneously fled into the distance. The crowd was aghast. They have been frightened away. J. Remungandr and NHGGR, the representatives of Norse dragons, have fled in disarray? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, unable to believe what they had witnessed. They had emerged with the intention of teaching the Oriental dragon a lesson, only to be frightened into retreat. This was a disgrace to the Norse dragons. You wish to flee? Too late. The Arhut subduing dragon unleashed a surge of potent energy. The energy was like a raging tide, vast and overwhelming, suffocating the crowd. The air seemed to grow heavy, creating a sense of immense oppression. Chapter 82. When a sinner falls, where to flee. The dragon-subduing Arhut radiated a resplendent aura of Buddha light. With a mere outstretched hand, an invisible force cleaved through the void, ensnaring Ymir and Nidhogg. The 2 colossal dragons, in the midst of their flight, abruptly halted, rendered immobile in midair, their eyes wide with terror and regret. Had they known this would be their fate, they would never have come. Not only was the five-clawed golden dragon beyond their reckoning, but the man from the Dragon Kingdom was even more fearsome. With a disdainful huff, the Arhut removed 2 strings of black prayer beads from his chest and cast them forth. As they spun through the air, each bead swelled in size, emanating divine brilliance akin to twin constellations, their radiance growing increasingly intense and dazzling. The overwhelming pressure compelled the 2 dragons to diminish in stature, ensnared like stars in the cosmos, their massive forms shrinking as if squeezed by an unseen hand. Their once mighty bodies trembled violently, their once glossy scales dulled. The beads continued to exert their divine pressure until Ymir and Nidhogg were reduced to the size of ponies. Stripped of their former grandeur, fear and helplessness filled their eyes, unable even to blink under the radiant glow of the beads. It seemed that should the one known as the dragon subduer desire it, they would be crushed to the size of mere grasshoppers. The dragon-subduing Arhut bowed respectfully to Lucio, declaring that the extraterrestrial abominations had been vanquished and he would escort them back. Lucio waved him off, bidding him to take his leave. Without hesitation, the Arhut glided upon his lotus platform towards Ymir and Nidhogg, leading them away as if they were mere pets. The spectators from various nations watched in disbelief as the 2 titans of the Nordic dragon realm were so effortlessly captured. No wonder he was called the Dragon Subduer. He truly could subdue dragons. Even if all the dragons of the north were summoned, they would stand no chance against him. The once mighty old May had fallen. The former world hegemon had been reduced to naught. All of this turmoil wrought by Lucio of the Dragon Kingdom, leaving no land untouched. The populace of Old May and their overseers were left dumbfounded. With the last third of their territory lost, Where would they find a place to live? The judge suddenly appeared on the ghostly platform, surveying the audience from Old May. Their faces were ashen, silence enveloping them. Just moments ago, they had clamored for Lucio's demise, their fervor now extinguished. After a brief pause, witnessing their silence, the judge proclaimed, "I hereby announce that Old May has fallen, and all its provinces are now under the dominion of the Dragon Kingdom." Upon hearing this, the spirits of the Old May people shattered. Some, with tears brimming in their eyes, began to choke on their sorrow, while others pointed trembling fingers at Lucio, lamenting, "You, the humble denizen of the Dragon Kingdom, have brought upon us unimaginable suffering. We shall not forgive you. One day, we will make you wish for death, utterly destroying you. The heinous crimes you have committed against us are unforgivable. You shall face the consequences and pay dearly for your actions. You are a sinner, forever reviled by the world." Lucio smiled broadly, finding comfort in their despair. Though the politicians of Old May were detestable, he felt a pang of guilt for the suffering of their people. Their outcry suddenly felt justified. Lucas, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, seized the microphone, asking the judge, "Where shall we live from now on? That is your concern. Go wherever you please." However, the judge paused. "If you wish to remain on your original lands, you must plead with the Dragon Kingdom. There are 3 options. First, we can allocate you a portion of land for your survival. Second, we could absorb your entire population into the Dragon Kingdom, placing you under our governance. Third, we could refuse you outright, granting no land, and you must depart from all provinces, going wherever you wish." Ultimately, Lucio's decision supersedes all, for he is the terminator of your nation. Splendid. Lucio rubbed his hands together, initially considering granting them a territory. Yet, alas, for their insults and branding him a sinner, he decided to embrace the role. "I suggest neither accepting nor retaining you. Depart as far as you can." The populace and officials of Old May were collectively taken aback, especially those who had previously denounced Lucio. They regretted their foolishness, realizing too late that Lucio's word was law. How could they have dared to insult him? They had effectively sealed their own fate. "Dear Mr. Lucio, please disregard their foolish words," Lucas pressed on, his voice strained. "I assure you, we will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. They are merely ignorant masses. Their words should be dismissed as nonsense." "Mr. Lucas is right. We are indeed talking nonsense," the audience chimed in. "Mr. Lucio, you Dragon Kingdom folk often say, and amp, oppose, a great man does not remember the grievances of small men, and amp, oppose, please, grant us leniency this once. We acknowledge our errors and vow never to disrespect you again. From now on, we shall treat you with utmost reverence. We are willing to make amends, begging you not to be angered and to spare us a place to survive. You are magnanimous. Do not hold our past transgressions against us. Apologies. But I am but a small man." Lucio feigned a hard demeanor. "If blame is to be assigned, let it rest with the past. You have long oppressed us, imposing various sanctions and blockades. I have long desired to retaliate." The audience from the Dragon Kingdom felt a wave of satisfaction as Lucio spoke. They had opened their market to Old May, while Old May had consistently bullied their domestic enterprises, often borrowing money without repayment, turning their backs and slandering them. During natural disasters, such as the landfall of tornadoes causing severe calamities, the Dragon Kingdom had always extended a helping hand, displaying benevolence, yet they had repaid kindness with ingratitude, manifesting treachery at every turn. It was no wonder Lucio showed them no mercy. They had brought this fate upon themselves. 1 word, deserved. 2 words, well-deserved. "Are you certain you wish to neither accept nor retain?" the judge inquired of Lucio. Without hesitation, Lucio affirmed, "I am most certain." "Very well." The judge nodded. "From this moment forth, the Dragon Kingdom shall share in all myths and civilizations of Old May. Future awakeners from the Dragon Kingdom will have the chance to awaken myths, legends, and formidable characters from Old May's films and dramas." The officials of Old May turned pale, realizing that their myths and legends were now shared with the Dragon Kingdom, leaving them with no hope of resurgence. The once mighty hegemon had met its end. "Lucio, I curse your ancestors. We shall never coexist." The audience from Old May could no longer contain their fury, erupting in shouts once more. "Silence," the judge barked, then continued. "I urge the citizens of Old May to evacuate your homeland within 7 days. Failure to comply will result in annihilation by terrifying entities. Do not harbor any false hopes. Those who linger will face certain doom. Unless Lucio changes his mind, you must depart." "What? Can Lucio still change his mind?" Damn. Why did I just speak so harshly and scold him? Slap. A fellow who had berated Lu Qiu raised his hand and struck himself. One moment cursing Lu Qiu, the next moment pleading with him. Hasn't it amp, oppos, this become utterly absurd? The referee announced. Next, Lu Qiu will challenge Japan. The match will commence promptly at 7:28 p.m. This declaration elicited a stir among the international audience, who were unsurprised by Lu Qiu's challenge to Japan, but found the referee's unconventional timekeeping peculiar. The Japanese delegation bristled with indignation. Inoue Koji, clenching his fists, muttered curses under his breath, lamenting the prospect of another defeat. In the subsequent match, Russia will challenge China. With the time to be determined, the referee continued, igniting a firestorm of speculation among the spectators. The notion of Russia challenging China seemed improbable, given their historically amicable relations and extensive cooperation across various sectors. Lu Qiu, equally astonished, pondered the unexpected development. He reflected on the robust economic ties between the two nations, with Chinese manufactured goods flowing into Russia and Russian energy resources bolstering China and Oppos' growth. The depth of their friendship made Russia and Oppos' challenge all the more perplexing. With a dismissive wave, the referee adjourned the proceedings, urging the audience to return for the evening's spectacle. Lu Qiu, unfazed, retrieved his newly acquired spirit cards and made his way off the stage. Noting the slight increase in his experience points, back in the rest area, Lu Qiu sought out Wei Jinxing, inquiring about the rationale behind Russia and Oppos' challenge. I received the news just moments ago, Wei Jinxing explained, gesturing for Lu Qiu to sit. The Russian leadership has engaged in discussions with our own. If China prevails, no territory will be ceded by Russia. Conversely, if Russia wins, they will ascend as the reigning nation but will not seize any of our land. He added. They even proposed a staged match, where their contestant would feign weakness to ensure our victory. However, our leadership, wary of potential repercussions, declined the offer. They have faith in your abilities. Lu Qiu nodded in understanding, affirming the need for a genuine contest and a decisive victory. He expressed his belief that their destiny should remain firmly in their own hands. Wei Jinxing concurred, voicing his concern that the higher-ups might grant undue leniency to the United States by incorporating them into China. Lu Qiu dismissed these concerns, assuring him that such a move would be met with staunch opposition from both himself and the populace. Just then, Chun Guoyang ushered in Inoue Koji and several Japanese officials, who approached with an air of arrogance. Lu Qiu and Oppos' expression hardened. Captain Chun, in the future, do not escort them here. Simply eject them. Inoue Koji, visibly displeased, protested. What kind of attitude is this? We come bearing sincerity to discuss cooperation. Lu Qiu scoffed. Cooperation? With that condescending demeanor? You're on the brink of national collapse. What makes you think you and Oppos' in any position to discuss cooperation with us? One of the Japanese officials retorted angrily, you impolite, uncouth Chinese. You will regret this. Lu Qiu and Oppos' eyes flashed. We Chinese have never cowered before threats. Do your worst. This is not your playground. We do not welcome visitors who lack respect and decorum. Wei Jinxing rose to his feet, gesturing towards the exit. Leave. Chun Guoyang, with unwavering resolve, declared, the directors have spoken. Depart immediately or face dire consequences. Inoue Koji promptly slapped the offending official, demanding an apology to Director Lu. The chastened official reluctantly mumbled an apology. After the official was dismissed, Inoue Koji attempted to introduce another individual, but Lu Qiu abruptly cut him off. I have no desire to associate with brutes and beasts. Inoue Koji, visibly flustered, pressed on, explaining that the Japanese Prime Minister and his advisors had devised a meticulous plan that would grant them global dominance, provided Lu Qiu cooperated. Lu Qiu's countenance reflected bewilderment. What plan are you referring to? In a reflex motion, Inoue Koji glanced at Wei Jinxing and Chun Guoyang. The implication being clear, their presence precluded further discussion. Lu Qiu and Oppos' face hardened. Speak if you can, otherwise, depart. Inoue Koji, incensed, nearly erupted in an invective. Yet, to avert national annihilation, he steeled himself and divulged it and Oppos' the Purge Initiative, to extirpate all smaller nations initially, followed by the eradication of ordinary citizens worldwide, thereby establishing a dominion of awakened beings. Imagine the benefits, a drastic reduction in population, with the survivors enjoying tenfold, hundredfold the resources. The process may seem ruthless, but it's not our people who perish. Others' misfortunes are immaterial to us. Furthermore, ordinary people possess negligible combat prowess, easily subdued by awakened individuals. This world should rightfully belong to the strong. The weak have no claim to existence. Our success would usher in a new epoch for humanity, a chapter we would author. Wei Jianxing and Chen Guoyang were dumbfounded. The obliteration of all common people globally? The concept was both insane and barbaric. How could such a nefarious scheme even be conceived, let alone implemented? Lu Qiu, equally astounded, felt an overwhelming urge to pummel them. Suppressing this impulse, he feigned composure and inquired, "Would you also exterminate your own Japanese populace?" Well, Inoue Koji, taken aback by the question, appeared uneasy. "Our plan commences with the smaller nations." Lu Qiu's lips curled slightly. "Aren't you a small nation yourselves?" Inoue Koji's eyes darted about before he replied with an air of nonchalance. "Mr. Lu, we are the architects of this plan. As such, we establish the rules, not abide by them. Consider your nation's past population control advisors. They permitted others only one child while fathering multiple offspring themselves, enjoying the blessings of numerous progeny. That is the prerogative of those who set the rules. Besides, our population is relatively small, unlike your dragon country, which is excessively populous and must be culled. Once that and Oppos, is accomplished." Slap. Lu Qiu, unable to contain himself, struck Inoue Koji across the face. The other Japanese officials immediately tensed, seemingly poised to retaliate, but hesitant to do so. "Well done," Wei Jianxing exclaimed instinctively. "If you seek our trust, demonstrate some sincerity. Return and slaughter all the ordinary citizens of your nation first." "Indeed," Chen Guoyang affirmed emphatically. "A vainglorious ass cannot change itself or influence others. Leadership must begin at home." Slap, slap. Lu Qiu delivered 2 more blows to Inoue Koji. "Spouting such nonsense here merely seeks to secure a fallback. On the verge of national demise, you still plot to deceive others. I shall deny you any refuge." Inoue Koji, clutching his face, protested, "Mr. Lu, in the upcoming spirit platform duel, you may not prevail. We extend this offer for your own benefit." Slap, slap. Lu Qiu seized Inoue Koji by the collar and rained down slaps upon him, dislodging several teeth. "I strike you for your own good. Your skin is too thick and needs thinning." Realizing that negotiation was futile, Inoue Koji, blood trickling from his mouth, waved his hand dismissively. "Let an Oppos leave." The Japanese officials, sensing the unfavorable turn of events, reluctantly followed Inoue Koji as they retreated, hurling threats over their shoulders. "Lu Qiu, this is far from over. You ungrateful fool. You will regret this on the spirit platform. Your end will be utterly miserable. You will suffer endless torment, and no one will be able to save you. Your nightmare is about to begin. The spirit platform will be your burial ground, and you will pay dearly." "Someone stop them," Lu Qiu bellowed. A dozen guards rushed forward. Lu Qiu pointed. "They attempted to incite internecine conflict and sought to extinguish all ordinary citizens of our nation. Their very existence poses a grave threat to our people. Seize them, hang them before the rest area for 3 days as a warning to others." "Yes, sir." The guards responded in unison, apprehending Inoue Koji and his entourage and dragging them out. "It is against international law to harm envoys. You cannot kill us. We are Japanese officials. Release us." Inoue Koji and his companions cried out in alarm. Lu Qiu sneered. "I and Oppos executed your high-ranking officials before. Dare to cause a commotion before the Dragon Country and Oppos' people, and you shall all perish." Before long, Inoue Koji and his group were strung up before the Dragon Country's rest area. "What is that? Good heavens, isn't that Inoue Koji? Has Dragon Country executed Inoue Koji? Those others are Japanese officials, also hanged. What have they done to warrant such a cruel fate at the hands of Dragon Country?" Officials and citizens of various nations were shocked by the spectacle. They quickly photographed and shared the images, and the news soon reached the upper echelons of the Japanese government. Upon seeing the photos, Abe Senpai's hair stood on end with rage. "That damned Lu Qiu, those wretched Dragon Country people. I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. Contact the United Nations, demand sanctions against Dragon Country." Japan sought to exterminate all ordinary people. To implement their plan, they attempted to enlist Lu Qiu's assistance. Guided by our respect for life, we have subjected Inoue Koji and his associates to humanitarian execution. The following is a recording of Inoue Koji's statements. Wei Jianxing, after the technicians had processed the recording, took up the microphone. his voice resonating throughout the rest areas of various nations. Mr. Liu, our Prime Minister and officials have devised a meticulous plan. With your cooperation, the entire world will be ours. Our officials propose to collaborate with Mr. Liu to execute the Purge Initiative. The Purge Initiative entails the initial eradication of all smaller nations, followed by the extermination of ordinary citizens worldwide, thereby establishing a dominion of awakened beings. Subsequently, Inoue Koji's voice filled the ears of everyone present. The audience from all nations was both shocked and taken aback. Those Japanese beasts are truly venomous. They sought to eliminate all common people globally, while exempting themselves. We must sever all ties with Japan. Dragon Country's execution of Inoue Koji and his associates was commendable. Upon learning of the situation, Prime Minister Senpai clutched his chest. Quickly, arrest Inoue Koji's entire family and execute them. Announced that the Purge Initiative was Inoue Koji's sole idea. Unrelated to Japan. I need to be taken to the hospital. Prime Minister. The secretary rushed forward to support Mr. Senpai. There is good news. The ancestral emperor, the awakener of Amaterasu, consumed the awakening elixir purchased from the old sage, thereby rousing the primordial goddess Izanami and the youthful deity Wakakosa. In our nation, the mightiest trio of divine beings has been awakened by a single individual. Even the formidable spirit of Lucio shall inevitably meet its demise. Chapter 85. The leading goddesses Lucio had executed a multitude of Japanese spectators and overseers, including Koji Inoue, whose bodies remained displayed before the Dragon Country's rest area. When the newly appointed Japanese overseer attempted to retrieve the corpses, Lucio added him to the display, right beside Inoue Koji. Lucio showed them no leniency. Their inhumanity warranted such treatment. This duel was a life-or-death struggle between Lucio and Japan. The Japanese had issued grave threats, asserting Lucio's imminent demise. Their confidence suggested the awakened warrior they dispatched would be formidable. Prior to the commencement of the match, spectators from various nations engaged in discussions, expressing their opinions. Shortly thereafter, Lucio and the Japanese awakened warrior, Jun Matsumoto, ascended the ghost spirit stage. The rules are known to all, so I shall not reiterate them. Begin. As the referee struck the bronze gong, the duel between Lucio and Japan commenced. Lucio, I shall dismantle every bone in your body, ensuring you perish in the most agonizing manner upon this ghost spirit stage. Matsumoto Jun declared in a shrill voice. Once a virile middle-aged man, Lucio had rendered him devoid of his masculinity, causing his speech to become effeminate. The mere sight of Lucio ignited his fury. He continued, regardless of your past prowess or victories, it all culminates here. For the three battle spirits I have awakened are Amaterasu Amakami, Izanami, and Wakahiram no Mikoto. These three preeminent deities of Japan will extinguish your life with utmost ease. However, I shall not grant you a swift demise. Lucio rolled his eyes. You sound like a pansy, dawdling on and on. Can you fight or not? If not, step down and bring someone with a bit more testosterone. This androgynous act is nauseating, isn't it? You. Matsumoto Jun glared, enraged. Daring to be insolent in the face of death. I shall enlighten you as to my might. Clap, clap. Matsumoto Jun clapped his hands twice. Appear. Suddenly, the sky shifted in hue, as if veiled by a dawn's glow. A sacred aura surged forth, like an invisible tidal wave, shattering the shackles of gloom. Wherever it touched, the light radiated, dispelling the shadows. Buzz. A resonant hum echoed as a beam of intense light cleaved the firmament, like a sword piercing through layers of murk, directly illuminating the ghost spirit stage. Within the light, Amaterasu Amakami descended gracefully upon auspicious clouds. Enveloped in divine radiance, she shone brilliantly. Her countenance was solemn and dignified, her eyes revealing boundless majesty. With the Kusanagi sword at her hip, the Yata mirror in hand, and the Yasakani no Magatama adorning her back, she alighted upon the ghost spirit stage. The auspicious clouds dissipated beneath her feet as she casually strode forward. Her form was elegant, her gait light, yet each step emanated immense and hallowed power. The ground of the ghost spirit stage cracked beneath her, forming a spiderweb pattern, and even the air rippled in concentric waves. Such was Amaterasu Amakami, whose mere actions could obliterate one into dust. Matsumoto Jun's eyes burned with fervent zeal. The Yata mirror in her possession is one of the three sacred treasures. Forged from the heaven rock of Anakawa and the iron of Amanokayama, it is akin to employing a sledgehammer to crack a nut in your execution. The Kusanagi sword at her waist, also known as the Sword of the Gathering Clouds of Heaven, is a god-slaying blade crafted by Susanoo from the tale of the Yamata no Orochi. You are not even worthy of perishing by this sword. The Yasakani no Magatama upon her back was crafted by the collective power of 8 million deities of Takamagara. Before the Yasakani no Magatama, you are not even worthy of standing. Simultaneously, numerous Japanese citizens rose from their seats, knelt upon the ground, clasped their hands, and prostrated themselves in fervent worship. Amaterasu Amakami, one of the 3 noble children in Japanese mythology, is the most pivotal goddess in mythological lore. She is revered as the ruler of Takamagara and the personification of the sun, the supreme deity of Shinto, the progenitor of the emperor, and the ancestral goddess. Just then, another anomaly occurred. The sky filled with auspicious clouds was replaced by ominous winds and dark clouds. The sky darkened, the air thickened, and the oppression made breathing difficult. Rumble. A muffled thunderclap echoed from the horizon, and eerie lightning rent the night sky. Amidst the flashes of lightning, another graceful figure descended upon the ghost spirit stage. Unlike Amaterasu Amakami, she seemed to have emerged from the darkness, exuding an aura of the netherworld. Her long hair cascaded like a black waterfall, obscuring most of her face, with one eye emitting a ghostly, cold light. Her skin was as pale as paper, devoid of any color. Her loose black robe billowed in the wind, like the wings of a bat in the night. With her descent, the temperature plummeted, and an icy aura spread rapidly. Many people shivered, their teeth chattering. She idly examined her pale hands, as black mist surged from her fingertips, spreading rapidly. In an instant, the entire ghost spirit stage was enveloped in a shadow of death. This is the mother goddess Izanami. The creator goddess, Izanami. Many Japanese exclaimed in shock, and once again, the crowd knelt and prostrated themselves. Izanami, also known as Izanami no Mikoto, is the mother goddess in Japanese mythology, as well as the goddess of the underworld and defilement. In Japan, many deities were born from her and her brother Izanagi. Even the islands of Japan are said to have been born from Izanami. It is said that she died giving birth to the fire god Kagutsuchi and then became the ruler of the underworld. In short, she is the creator goddess who, along with Izanagi, created the land and all things of Japan. Therefore, she is often revered as the creator goddess and the ancestral goddess. The Japanese continued to kneel and worship, causing a sense of unease to rise in the hearts of the Dragon Country's spectators and overseers. These beasts, who show no respect for life, must be subservient to gods of extraordinary power. Buzz. At this moment, a strange light pierced through the dark sky and landed on the ghost spirit stage. Within the light, a dreamlike figure gradually emerged, dazzling and radiant like a blazing sun, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. She had clear eyes, snow-white skin, and an exquisite face. Under the illumination of her light, the dark and terrifying aura of the ghost spirit stage quickly receded, and a fresh and sacred fragrance filled the air. The Japanese people knelt again, reverently worshipping this goddess-like woman. She nodded slightly, her figure somewhat blurred, as if she would merge into the light at any moment. Ha! Matsumoto Jun laughed loudly. This is Amaterasu Amakami and Appo's younger sister, Wakahiram no Mikoto, also known as Wakahiram no Mikoto. Like Amaterasu Amakami, she is a sun goddess, with 2 sun goddesses and a creator mother goddess. What can you possibly use to fight me? Lucio couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had heard of Wakahiram no Mikoto. It is said that Susanoo went to Takamagara to visit Amaterasu Amakami. Not finding Amaterasu Amakami, he saw Wakahiram no Mikoto weaving. Susanoo secretly climbed onto the roof and threw a skinned horse down. Wakahiram no Mikoto was startled and accidentally stabbed herself in the lower body with a shuttle and died. The myths and legends of Japan are truly perverted. There are also Izanami and Izanagi, who are clearly siblings, but cooperated to give birth to gods and islands. The gods are all messed up, so I ask you, are you convinced? Lucio pondered for a moment before inquiring of Matsumoto Jun. Are the 3 of them the top performers you just mentioned? Chapter 86. The professional god slayer indeed. These 3 are the foremost in our country. Matsumoto Jun spoke with unwavering certainty. Lucio Kuden and Amp. Appo's. T help but chuckle. Your country and Amp. Appo's. As top-notch, quite impressive. Haha. Haha. What did Matsumoto Jun summon? The premier courtesans of their nation. Truly, it is a liberated country. Even the titles for their deities vary. Indeed, calling them top-notch, one might mistakenly think they are for sale. Laughter erupted among the international audience. The citizens of Japan, however, listened with scowls. On stage, Matsumoto Jun's face transformed into a deep shade of purple. I did not mean it in that way. He pondered how that foolish person could call the deities top-notch. Could Lucio be intending to marry them off too? Quite possible. After all, they are the top-notch. Ha ha ha. Don't say such things. My belly is about to burst from laughter. Japan has indeed descended into absurdity, relying on the protection of their old glory, engaging in all manner of disgraceful acts. Consequently, the audience from various nations harbored considerable prejudice against them, deliberately mocking them loudly. Matsumoto Jun could no longer endure it, and said to Lucio harshly, "Do not provoke me into breaking the rules. If you refuse to surrender, I shall summon your battle spirit to meet its demise." "Very well." Lucio shrugged slightly. "ISN and Apos. To your summon a deity? Allow me to present one specialized in slaying gods. Jiang Taigong, come forth, and do not forget your whip." Matsumoto Jun had summoned 3 of Japan and Apos' top deities, and their combat prowess would undoubtedly be formidable. However, as long as it was a deity, Jiang Taigong could restrain them. He wielded the god-slaying whip, capable of disciplining all manner of deities. Truly a specialist in the art of god-slaying. Indeed, an old man clutching a whip, striking the beautiful deities of Japan, would create quite an eye-catching scene. Why hasn't an Apos' Jiang Taigong arrived? Moments passed, and Lucio felt somewhat perplexed. Over 20 seconds had elapsed, yet Jiang Zia had not appeared, and the sky showed no signs of unusual phenomena. ISN and Apos, his title and Apos, flying bear and Apos, kin and Apos, he fly? Why is he so slow? Where is your battle spirit? Matsumoto Jun also expressed confusion. Summoning a battle spirit should not take this long. Lucio grinned. Perhaps he is caught in traffic. Just wait a moment. Traffic. Matsumoto Jun was left speechless. Could it be that Lucio and Apos' battle spirit had run out? Having taken so long, it seemed likely he could not summon it. Wonderful. Our Japan shall win effortlessly. Long live Yamato. The Dragon Kingdom shall surely perish. Long live Yamato. The Dragon Kingdom shall surely perish. The audience from Japan waved flags and shouted, their officials equally ecstatic. The newly appointed head of the spirit platform, Suzuki Sho, puffed out his chest and declared proudly, "It was me. Had I been in charge earlier, we would have already won. Just my presence is enough to scare Lucio and Apos' spirit into hiding." Nearby, the citizens of Japan rolled their eyes. Such self-aggrandizement was excessive. Lucio and his spirit seemed oblivious to his existence. The ability to summon a spirit had nothing to do with him. The officials from the Dragon Kingdom were likewise bewildered. Why had Lucio and Apos' summoning ability faltered? Where was his spirit? If he could not summon it, would that not equate to defeat? I shall give you 10 seconds. If your spirit does not appear, do not blame me for being ungracious. 10, 9, 8. Matsumoto Jun began the countdown. Lucio, feeling frustrated, rubbed his forehead. Could you count a bit slower? I will switch to another battle spirit. He pondered which deity could effectively subdue Japan's 3 top deities. 3, 2, 1. Matsumoto Jun hastened the countdown, a sinister smile gracing his face. Lucio, you are doomed. Watch how I torment you. Boom. At that moment, a brilliant light, akin to a meteor descending, struck the spirit platform, causing it to tremble. Immediately, the crowd witnessed an elderly man clad in a pristine white robe materialize upon the spirit platform. His long beard resembled snow, and he wore an ancient white Taoist robe. His eyes sparkled with intensity, and his countenance exuded a solemn and commanding presence. Clutching a short whip, the whip gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, imbued with a hint of deep blue. It was inscribed with a multitude of ancient runes, each one shimmering like a star. The handle of the whip was adorned with several resplendent gemstones, casting brilliant colors that danced in harmony with the runes. The short whip naturally hung towards the ground, emanating a powerful aura that left a deep mark upon the stone floor. Is this Jiang Zia? He appears quite spirited. The people of the Dragon Kingdom were astonished and intrigued at the sight of Jiang Taigong. Jiang Taigong of the Jiang clan, with the courtesy name Zia, was also known as Flying Bear. In his previous life, he had embodied a highly spiritual black bear. When Pangu opened the heavens and the earth, he breathed life into the 3 purities. As the master of all saints and the progenitor of myriad paths, he represented the heavenly principles. Dazu Hongjun imparted teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace. The orthodox schools of cultivation in the world were led by Taishang Laojun, Yuanchi Tianzuan, and Togdian Jiaozhu, collectively known as the Three Purities. Under the guidance of Daozu Hongjun, the Three Purities established their own sects, achieving sanctification. Among them, Yuanshi Tianzuan was the most powerful. A black bear sought to become a disciple of Yuanshi Tianzuan, kneeling and bowing with every step along the Tongtian path. With utmost sincerity, it continued to prostrate itself until it reached Kunlun Mountain, where Yuanshi Tianzuan resided. The Jade Purity Yuanshi Tianzuan, however, would not entertain a mere black bear and decisively turned it away. The black bear, determined to seek enlightenment, knelt before the celestial abode without moving. Yuanshi Tianzuan believed that the black bear would leave after some time, so he lay down for a nap. Upon awakening after 500 years, he discovered the black bear still kneeling outside. Yet it had perished, leaving only a skeletal frame. Moved by the black bear and Apos' devotion, Yuanshi Tianzuan employed supreme powers to allow it to be reincarnated as a human. He took the bear as his personal disciple, entrusting him with significant responsibilities after just 40 years of learning. In the realm of cultivation, 40 years is but a fleeting moment. It is noteworthy that Yuanshi Tianzuan could sleep for several hundred years at a time. This underscores Jiang Ziya's exceptional enlightenment. He did not let Yuanshi down. To fulfill his mission, he gathered talented individuals around him to fight for justice. Various demons and evildoers sought to disrupt the great undertaking of deification, yet Jiang Ziya, under immense pressure, faced numerous trials without wavering. With indomitable will and conviction, he forged ahead, ultimately completing the sacred task and bringing new order and peace to the three realms. His monumental achievements are legendary, and his valorous deeds have spread throughout the three realms, earning him the reverence of both mortals and deities. Additionally, he contributed significantly to the rich tapestry of Chinese mythology. At this moment, Jiang Ziya on the stage slightly bent towards Lu Qiu. Apologies for the delay. I went back to fetch the god-slaying whip. Just in time. Lu Qiu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. You have worked hard, huh? How could Lu Qiu summon such an old man? The frail elder seemed far from a match for the three top deities of their nation. Indeed, he can certainly exhaust him. He will undeniably be overwhelmed. I believe Lu Qiu has exhausted all options. He has no divine spirits left to call upon. Right, this match is undoubtedly ours. Lu Qiu, why do you not kneel and accept your fate? What are you waiting for? Hurry and kneel, bow your head, and meet a swift end. The audience from Japan, having once again displayed their penchant for mockery, remained skeptical of Jiang Ziya's capabilities. Flags waved vigorously as shouts filled the air, even causing Jiang Taigong to feel a twinge of anger. With a flick of his hand wielding the divine whip, he challenged, "You insignificant creatures! How can you possibly comprehend my abilities?" Chapter 87. The Celestial Slaying Flying Knife. You decrepit old man, what abilities do you possess? You can end Apos, to even satisfy a woman. The audience from the land of the rising sun openly insulted Jiang Ziya. Lu Qiu rolled his eyes at this. Old Jiang, do not heed their foolish words. It is they who lack the vigor. Jiang Ziya nodded slightly, observing their deficiency in masculinity, the imbalance of yin and yang, rendering them neither male nor female. The principles of yin and yang should not be disturbed. How could a man lose his robust demeanor? Their delicate nature is indeed a peculiar sight. Abandoning the fundamentals would lead to forsaking the essence. If everyone were like this, how could the nation endure? How could families find peace? Look at our Huaxiaosans, all possessing masculine spirit, brimming with vitality and strength. Promoting the essence of masculinity is essential for the tranquility of the state and the well-being of the populace. If men are as frail as women, the nation will surely be in peril and families will inevitably disband. Such a societal trend is chaotic. If this continues, how can the nation survive, and how can the people find solace? Jiang Ziya and Apos' words left the audience of the land of the rising sun in a state of bewilderment. Who would willingly forsake their masculinity? It is all Lu Qiu and Apos' doing. You old fool, dare to spout nonsense again, and I shall tear your mouth apart. A small, mustachioed man, hands on his hips, resembled a scolding shrew. Matsumoto Jun quickly took action, eager to silence him. That old man slandered us. Let us resolve this swiftly. Matsumoto Jun, filled with fury, turned to the three leading goddesses. Which one of you will take him down? Allow me. The goddess Izanami stepped forward, declaring, should anyone dare to claim that the world I created is doomed, I shall rend your flesh and scatter your bones. A chilling aura emanated from her eyes as she raised her hands, causing the surrounding space to twist instantaneously. A howling wind surged forth, and dark energy rose like a tidal wave, becoming increasingly violent and forming a colossal black vortex. It reached the heavens and stirred the sun to darkness, as eerie wails echoed from within the vortex, resembling countless souls lamenting. The cacophony of wind and anguished cries created a terrifying spectacle that sent chills down one's spine. Suddenly, a red light pierced through the black vortex. The dazzling crimson light circled around Izanami and Appo's neck at an astonishing speed, and then hovered in midair. It revealed itself to be a red flying knife, simple in design, seemingly unremarkable aside from its vivid color. It exuded no overwhelming aura, nor did it possess a grand presence. Yet, after circling around Izanami's neck, she became as still as stone, utterly motionless. At the same moment, the massive black vortex dissipated, and the harrowing cries ceased abruptly. The ghost spirit platform fell into an eerie silence. What transpired? Why is Izanami not moving? As the crowd stared in astonishment, there was a sudden and Appo's thud, and Appo's, Izanami and Appo's, head rolled away. Separating from her body, her delicate form lost control, spraying blood as she fell downward. Yet before she could touch the ground, she disintegrated into countless specks of starlight. Among the starlight, a spirit card slowly descended. What the hell? Izanami has been slain. Instantaneously, the realization struck. She was our mother goddess. With just a mere knife. She was dispatched? That old man must have resorted to sorcery. He cheated. The audience from the land of the rising sun erupted in outrage, shouting vehemently. Izanami was not just a deity from myth. She represented a belief. To witness their faith extinguished in an instant was unacceptable. The cries of anger surged forth, and some people collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. How could this be? Matsumoto Jun stood frozen, disbelief etched across his face. Mother Goddess, one of the most supreme beings among our deities. How could she fall so easily? On the platform, Jiangxia held a purple and white gourd, radiating divine light. With a thought, the blood-red flying knife flew back into the gourd. It was the celestial slaying gourd. The red flying knife was the celestial slaying flying knife. No wonder it could vanquish Izanami. It belonged to the Taoist Liu Yao. The audience from the Dragon Nation began to discuss animatedly. In the primordial era, there existed a gourd vine with innate spiritual roots that bore 7 gourds. The third gourd, purple and white, was acquired by the Eastern Emperor Tai, who refined it into the celestial slaying gourd, gifting it to his 10th son, Liu Yao. Liu Yao forged the flying knife using fire, naming it the celestial slaying flying knife. It was said that when Liu Yao employed the celestial slaying gourd in battle, a head with facial features and wings would emerge from within. Simply instructing the head to turn around, dear treasure, would allow one to claim the enemy's head. Later, Liu Yao lent the celestial slaying flying knife to Jiangxia for use. The celestial slaying gourd made its first appearance when it beheaded the heavenly lord Bai Li, wielded by Liu Yao, shattering the fierce flames of the 10 absolute formation of the intercepting sect. The second appearance was to slay Yu Yuan. After Jiangxia captured him but could not kill him, Liu Yao retrieved the gourd and executed Yu Yuan, sealing his soul within the function platform. The third appearance was against Yuan Hong. In the myriad celestial formations, when the 28 stellar officials had nearly vanquished the enemy, Qiu Yin escaped through Earth Escape. Liu Yao unleashed the white light from the gourd, slaying Qiu Yin. The fourth appearance involved the beheading of Yuan Hong, as Yang Jian severed Yuan Hong and Appo's head, which bled not, sprouting a white lotus and transforming into a monkey head. Jiangxia retrieved the gourd, releasing a 3-zhong white light that struck Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong's head fell, unable to revive. The fifth appearance was to slay Daji. After capturing the fox spirit Daji, Jiangxia beheaded her with the celestial slaying flying knife. The sixth appearance was the release of the celestial slaying flying knife, which instantaneously killed the mother goddess of the land of the rising sun, Izanami. No wonder it captured the attention of the Eastern Emperor Tai. It truly deserved the title of a primordial treasure. With its unmatched prowess, it consistently achieved remarkable feats, each appearance resulting in an instant kill, swiftly claiming the enemy's head. It was undoubtedly a divine artifact for slaying gods. Relying on a divine artifact for victory is hardly a testament to one and Appo's skill. Matsumoto Jun took a moment to collect himself before shouting, Amaterasu, avenge Izanami by killing that old man from the Dragon Nation. Let the world witness the might of our divine artifact. He glared fiercely at Jiangxia. Your divine artifact may be impressive, but let us compare it to ours and see which is superior. Such insolence. Amaterasu spoke suddenly. At once, a vast energy erupted from her, sending an invisible force that struck Matsumoto Jun, sending him tumbling away. Bang! He only came to a halt upon crashing against the barrier of the ghost's spirit platform. Pooh! Upon stopping, he spat out some dirt. His tumble had not only left him bruised and battered, but had also forced him to swallow a mouthful of soil. He felt utterly humiliated, especially with the audience from various nations witnessing his disgrace. Yet, he dared not retaliate, for it was Amaterasu, the most renowned goddess of the land of the rising sun, who had acted. Pooh! Lucio chuckled and teased. No worries, people rejoice in their dirt, while the dirt laments its fate. I shall go first. The goddess of the rising sun eagerly stepped forward. In a flash, she transformed into a radiant figure, illuminating the entire realm like a blazing sun. Her speed was so swift that it was nearly imperceptible to the eye, and a formidable wave of energy surged forth, conjuring a tempest of energy. In the 88th chapter, the investiture of the gods obey orders, Jiangxia, confronting the formidable aura of, scoffed with disdain and cast forth the god-smiting whip. The god-smiting whip, resembling a sinuous serpent, moved with the swiftness of lightning, carrying boundless might as it struck directly at. It cleaved through the air, emitting a piercing sonic boom. The savage and unparalleled power of its laws rent the very fabric of space, causing the heavens and earth to tremble and all laws to submit. As invincible as the blazing sun, was visibly shaken and hastily dodged. Smack! The god-smiting whip, as if imbued with sentience, anticipated and oppose evasion. With a single lash, leaped skyward in agony, feeling as though her buttocks were about to be cleaved open. Smack! Smack! Before she could land, her posterior was struck again. It was not merely the pain in her buttocks, but also an agony that emanated from the depths of her soul. This torment was akin to being plunged into the Avicii hell, as if myriad ants were devouring every inch of her spirit, or as if raging flames were searing her innermost vulnerabilities. Were it not for her unwavering will, she might have fainted. Yet even with such resolve, she could scarcely endure it, her vision darkening with pain. She frantically darted to and fro, evading left and right. The shadows of the god-smiting whip crisscrossed, relentless and inescapable, pursuing and ceaselessly striking her buttocks. No matter how she attempted to evade, it was all in vain. Before long, she could no longer withstand it and collapsed onto the demon-subduing platform, writhing back and forth, her mouth erupting in cries of anguish. She wished she could immediately discard her physical form, seeking only to escape this torment. Smack! Smack! The god-smiting whip continued its relentless assault, causing cries to become discordant. She felt as though she were being reduced to dust and ashes. Stop! I surrender! I surrender! Unable to endure any longer, was compelled to beg for mercy. Every second of pain stretched into an eternity. All pride and arrogance were utterly shattered at this moment, leaving only fear and despair. Spectators from various nations were utterly bewildered. Was the of the land of Yamato being subjected to corporal punishment? She was a deity of the land of Yamato, second only to Amaterasu Amakami. Was she being lashed to the point of begging for mercy and actively surrendering? It seemed her very will had crumbled. Impossible. This is impossible. Matsumoto Jun was dumbfounded. Though was being thrashed by that old man. How could this be possible? The audience from the land of Yamato was even more perplexed. Everyone stared, speechless, utterly stunned. Their mother goddess, Izanami, had been annihilated and was rolling on the ground, begging for mercy. How could the deities of the land of Yamato be so weak? These were top-tier deities. Even Amaterasu Amakami was astonished. Was no ordinary deity, possessing the title of the young sun goddess. Seeing beg for mercy, Jiangxia made a hand seal, and the god-smiting whip flew back to him. At this moment, S face was ashen, her hair disheveled, her body covered in welts, her eyes filled with shame and terror. She had never imagined she would experience such a wretched day. Before that whip, she had no power to resist, utterly suppressed. To be corporally punished in public as a deity, where could she possibly save face? Jiangxia, looking at the god-smiting whip in his hand, proclaimed, "The god-smiting whip is a divine artifact from the beginning of time, once used to suppress all demons during the primordial chaos. No matter how formidable you may be, before the absolute power of the god-smiting whip, you are but an ant trying to shake a tree. The god-smiting whip can stabilize the universe and suppress demons and gods. As Jiangxia spoke, he looked at Amaterasu Amakami and, I care not whether you are orthodox deities or heretical gods. Those who trespass against my divine continent will be severely punished. If you wish for me to spare you both, it is simple. Serve me for 500 years. I require you both to clean the investiture of the gods' platform. After 500 years, I will grant you your freedom. Despicable. Gnashed her teeth, turning to Amaterasu Amakami. Sister, kill him for me. For a deity of the land of Yamato to be reduced to cleaning and sanitation for him for 500 years is an utter disgrace. A disgrace to the gods. Amaterasu Amakami was also enraged, her body radiating a suffocating pressure. She tossed the Yata no Kagami into the air, where it hovered above her head, emitting an eerie glow. Wherever the light reached, time stood still, space was distorted, and countless bizarre phenomena flashed by in succession. In the scene, birds soared, only to be frozen in midair. Ancient castles emerged from the void, only to collapse in an instant. Strange creatures were born from the light, only to vanish immediately. Under the shroud of the light, lush forests withered rapidly, turning into decayed dust. At times, tender shoots broke through the soil, and spring blossomed. While at others, mountains crumbled and rivers dried up. Various bizarre scenes appeared in succession, reality and illusion seemingly inverted. It was ever-changing and utterly bizarre. Amaterasu Amakami made a hand seal, and the Yasakani no Magatama floated before her chest, emitting a cold, spectral light. The light twisted and intertwined, severing the surrounding space as if to tear it apart. Simultaneously, countless specters howled within the light, as if ready to pounce and devour anyone. Jiangxia frowned slightly. This was unexpectedly a double attribute offensive artifact, possessing both physical and spiritual attacks, a rare find indeed. Buzz. At this moment, Amaterasu Amakami flicked the Kusanagi no Tsurugi in her hand, and the blade ignited with raging flames. The blazing flames were like the fires of hell, capable of turning everything to ashes. With the three sacred treasures unleashed, various terrifying energies rampaged, and dark clouds rolled in the sky above the demon-subduing platform, with thunder and lightning. The light of the Yata no Kagami and the flames of the Kusanagi no Tsurugi intertwined, transforming into countless rays of destruction, madly severing the surrounding space. The light of the Yasakani no Magatama was filled with the wails of ghosts and gods, emitting a curse-like power that spread like ripples. The terrifying energy impacted wildly, and the surrounding void collapsed continuously, forming bottomless black holes, seemingly devouring everything into the endless abyss. The heavens and earth seemed to be on the verge of destruction, causing all who witnessed it to tremble in their hearts. Amaterasu Amakami slowly ascended into the air, her face dignified, her eyes cold, revealing a determination to destroy everything. Her long hair danced wildly in the wind, like a sovereign controlling life and death. This is our Amaterasu Amakami. Before her, all powerful beings are but insignificant ants, and all enemies will be reduced to ashes. Her power is unmatched, and none in the world can compare to her. With Amaterasu Amakami, we have nothing to fear and will be victorious in all battles. Amaterasu Amakami will surely lead us to glory. Such a deity should be revered for all eternity. Seeing Amaterasu Amakami unleash her power, the people of the land of Yamato were ecstatic, waving their arms wildly and shouting incessantly, their cries shaking the heavens and earth, causing a commotion in the audience stands. You old fool from the Dragon Kingdom, what will you do now? Won't you kneel and accept your death? The crowds were so fervent, one might have thought they had already won a victory. They were all quite mad, indeed. Just look at how excited they were, as if they had lost their minds. Lucio had fought so many battles without a single defeat. Didn't they realize that Lucio was not so easy to defeat? I Don and Apos, to know how powerful Amaterasu Amakami is, but I know that Lucio is awesome and has never lost. Let them continue to be mad, and see how long they can keep it up. Spectators from various nations scoffed at them. Even Jiangxia shook his head in disapproval. He held the god-smiting whip with both hands, raising it high above his head. With a solemn expression, he proclaimed aloud, "Deities of the Fengshen Bang, heed my command. The Thunder Department, the Fire Department, the Plague Department, the Combat Department, the Water Department, the Tai Sui Department, and the God of Wealth Department. The 6 righteous deities of the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, the 4 divine marshals of the temple, the 3 celestial maidens in resonance with the world, the 2 deities of dissolution, and the 115 righteous stars, the 4 heavenly kings, the 2 generals of Yama, the god of clear blessings, and the water-splitting general, come forth swiftly." Chapter 89. The arrival of the gods. From the list of deities, the audience from various nations was utterly taken aback. This old man was summoning a multitude of gods. What manner of being was he, to command such divine entities? Could all these gods truly respond to his calls? Perhaps he had lost his senses. Suddenly, the ghost spirit platform was enveloped in a dazzling and enigmatic radiance, transforming the sky into a canvas of brilliance. The list of deities gradually materialized, its light immense, as though it were opening a portal to a mysterious realm. In rapid succession, 365 righteous gods descended. An array of colors intertwined, with auspicious omens swirling around. Some gods were surrounded by blazing flames, while others emanated the cool luminescence of moonlight. The gods of thunder arrived, their presence crackling with electricity. The supreme thunder deity Wenjong, wielding twin whips and encircled by lightning, led 24 cloud summoning and rain-bringing celestial guardians. The sky erupted with flashes of electricity, and the thunderous roars were deafening. Following them, 5 righteous gods of the water department appeared, their arrival heralded by the sound of surging waves. An endless mist of water enveloped the space, as if an ocean had suddenly manifested. The celestial beings of the Big Dipper shimmered brightly, accompanied by the water virtue Star-Lord, enveloped in swirling clouds and mist. The gods of the fight department were a breathtaking spectacle, led by the Emperor of the North, the great purple microbe, their brilliance illuminating the heavens, as if a vast galaxy had descended upon the earth. The 7 righteous gods of the plague department followed suit, their presence cloaked in eerie green mists, exuding a chilling aura of pestilence capable of eroding the vitality of all living beings. The fire department gods made their entrance, with the southern fire virtue Star-Lord Luo Xin leading 5 fiery divine beings, flames engulfing them. The intense heat distorted the air, as if the very space was transforming into an inferno. The majestic Huang Feihu, the holy emperor of Ren, rode a divine ox of 5 colors, exuding an awe-inspiring presence, followed by a legion of divine warriors. The 12 righteous gods of the time department arrived in succession, the essence of time swirling chaotically, as if the wheel of years had been disrupted. From the wealth god department, the likes of Zhao Gongming and 4 other righteous gods descended, shining with golden light and overflowing with wealth, evoking a sense of yearning. The 115 stars, including the Azure Dragon Star, Dengjiogong, the White Tiger Star, and Yinshinxiu, each radiated their unique light and aura, resembling a stunning meteor shower traversing the night sky. The 365 righteous gods each manifested their divinity, their essences intertwining and colliding, creating an overwhelming pressure that was nearly suffocating. The very fabric of space seemed on the brink of collapse under this immense weight. The ghost spirit platform transformed into a battlefield of deities, resembling a sacred hall. The audience from all nations watched in awe. Even the spectators from the Dragon Kingdom were left speechless. The collective might of the gods from the list of deities was formidable, surpassing even that of the gods from the Pharaoh's realm. This was an assembly of deities from a mythic era. The sky was shrouded in radiant divine light, a power potent enough to reshape the world itself. An elderly man trembled as he spoke. This is our myth, a manifestation of a legacy that has endured for millennia. It is a miracle of 1,000 years, utterly breathtaking and magnificent. The strength of the gods embodies the hope of our people. This is our glory. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom exhibited great excitement. Their mythology was astonishing, far exceeding their expectations. Who was this old man that commanded the pantheon? Their divine system was intricate and mysterious, making it incomprehensible to other nations. Perhaps they should delve deeper into the culture of the Dragon Kingdom. No wonder it is the leading nation. How does our mythology compare to theirs? This was truly an eye-opening experience. The mythology of the Dragon Kingdom was a treasure. After the initial shock, audiences from various nations began to voice their opinions. The officials of the Sun Kingdom looked ashen, speechless, and dumbfounded. How could the mythology of the Dragon Kingdom be so grand? In comparison, our own seemed insignificant. Had the Dragon Kingdom been concealing its splendor so deeply? They had thought their own myths were impressive, only to discover they paled in comparison to those of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom was recognized as a nation of lowly status. How could they possess such a powerful mythological history? If only our mythology could be as formidable. It was not that they were ignorant of the Dragon Kingdom, but rather that the latter had hidden its strength too well. The people of the Sun Kingdom expressed their discontent, their words dripping with envy. Even Lucio was rendered speechless by the spectacle. Perhaps Jiang Taigong has overestimated the sun goddess, they mused. Summoning so many deities seemed excessive. This was not merely a confrontation with their top deity. It was a display that could terrify them. The sun goddess and the young sun maiden appeared pale with fear. Seeing the gods assembled, Jiang Zia clasped his fists towards the sky. He summoned the deities to address the fact that the list of deities lacked 2 attendants. Though they were mere attendants, ordinary mortals could not fulfill such roles. Each god had their respective duties and could not serve as attendants. This matter, though minor, had plagued him for years. Today, he sought to select 2 foreign deities. Since they had offended the divine realm, they ought to be executed. Yet, considering their arduous cultivation and noting that they were not malevolent gods, he decided to show mercy and assign them to serve at the list of deities for 500 years. The list of deities belonged to the gods and required their satisfaction. Thus, he had no choice but to summon them. Now, let us see, Jiang Zia said, pointing to the sun goddess and the young sun maiden. Do they possess the qualities to serve as attendants at the list of deities? The audience was once again bewildered. It turned out that this old man summoned the gods not for battle, but rather to conduct an interview for the sun goddess and the young sun maiden. He had not even sought the opinions of the sun goddess and the young sun maiden. This was rather overbearing. The audience from the Sun Kingdom was even more perplexed. Their nation's strongest deities were being forced to work for the Dragon Kingdom, which felt akin to being married off, both humiliating and disgraceful. A warrior may be killed but not insulted. This is too demeaning. The assembled gods all turned their gazes towards the sun goddess and the young sun maiden. Under the scrutiny of the divine assembly, both women felt their shame and anger reaching a boiling point. Simultaneously, fear coursed through them, causing their bodies to tremble as they dared not exhibit any displeasure. They silently prayed, hoping not to be chosen. They seemed quite presentable. Their gender fits the role of attendants. They shall do, Jiang Zia concluded. Let us draft an employment contract for them to sign. The wages cannot be too high. We shall determine that in a meeting later. Yes, let us bring them back first. Congratulations to both of you. You have successfully passed the interview. If you perform well, there will be an opportunity for permanent positions. Jiang Taigong, you have accomplished a splendid task. Thank you, Jiang Taigong. Should there be more such opportunities, remember to call upon us again. The gods expressed their satisfaction with the sun goddess and the young sun maiden as if it were a jest. Jiang Zia's expression turned stern. If you are satisfied, then hasten to take them back. Chapter 90. Slay him, and you shall be the savior. Amaterasu and Wakahira no Mikoto harbored reluctance in their hearts, yet dared not voice any opposition. They departed from the demon spirit platform in the company of the assembled deities. The spectators from the land of Yamato were dumbfounded as they watched Amaterasu and Wakahira no Mikoto being led away. Were their supreme and inviolable deities truly being taken? A disgrace. This is an utter humiliation. Matsumoto Jun, by whatever means necessary, you must summon Amaterasu and Wakahira no Mikoto back. We absolutely cannot afford to lose. Failure marks you as a perpetual traitor. The denizens of the land of Yamato, their faces contorted with fury, roared their demands. Suzuki Sho, the newly appointed overseer of the demon spirit platform, clenched his fists, declaring, "Our awakened ones still stand. We have not yet tasted defeat." His prior boast, claiming that with him present, the Dragon Kingdom's battle spirits would cower in fear, had been utterly refuted by the emergence of a multitude. Indeed, we have not yet lost. The referee would have announced the outcome by now. Matsumoto Jun hastened to recall Amaterasu and Wakahira no Mikoto and obliterate Lucio. On the platform, Matsumoto Jun's mind reeled. Some nefarious deity from the Dragon Kingdom was clearly meddling, severing his connection with Amaterasu and Wakahira no Mikoto. They were no longer bound to his demon spirit. What was there to summon? With resignation, he raised his hands. I yield. Insolence! How dare the great empire of Yamato surrender so readily? Matsumoto Jun, you are a craven coward, deserving of death. You should have fought until your last breath, even unto death. To surrender is to betray. I surrender. And so it is, Matsumoto Jun declared with unwavering resolve. With his battle spirits gone, to persist would only invite demise. To preserve his life, he knelt before Lucio. Esteemed Mr. Liu, your divine might is unparalleled. I concede defeat wholeheartedly. I beg for your benevolence in sparing my life. Heh! Lucio chuckled, gesturing towards the Yamato audience. Even if I were inclined to show mercy, it seems they would not. Indeed, we shall not spare Matsumoto Jun. We shall execute him, along with his entire family. He has utterly disgraced our nation, leaving us unable to hold our heads high. He must die, along with 3 generations of his kin. Lucio shrugged. You have all heard. Matsumoto Jun seethed with rage. I understand now. Had I triumphed, you would have showered me with praise, hailed me as a hero. All to manipulate me into serving your ends. But in defeat, you would even target my family. Athahaha. Matsumoto Jun laughed bitterly. Alas, I have no family. I am a solitary soul, unburdened by attachments. Thump. Matsumoto Jun prostrated himself before Lucio. Esteemed Mr. Liu, were you to permit me to join the Dragon Kingdom, I would serve you as my master, attending to your every need, sparing no effort in your service. Insolent fool. Silence. Matsumoto Jun, hold your tongue. Dare utter another word. And you are dead. Surrender? You are nothing but a spineless coward, devoid of all valor. We shall desecrate your ancestral graves. Aye, we shall exhume and defile your corpse. The Yamato spectators were incandescent with fury. Even the officials joined in the frenzied outcry. It was humiliating enough that their battle spirits had been captured to serve as menials, but for their contestant to surrender was the ultimate disgrace. Very well. Matsumoto Jun rose to his feet. You would desecrate my ancestral graves? Then I shall expose your misdeeds. You developed anti-radiation drugs, which is why you discharged nuclear wastewater, all in the pursuit of profit. But the drugs proved ineffective, nearly destroying the world. Lies. Suzuki Sho roared, his eyes bulging. Dare slander our nation further, and you shall forfeit your life. The Yamato audience echoed his outrage, hurling insults and threats, their faces contorted with hatred, as if they wished to tear Matsumoto Jun limb from limb. The people of Yamato are wicked. They deserve their defeat, their national demise. Why did the Old Plum defend them? The Old Plum, with its technological superiority, developed anti-radiation drugs and shielded the land of Yamato. They are complicit in the wastewater discharge. Both nations are steeped in malice. The Old Plum deserves to share their fate. The spectators from other nations could not contain their resentment. Rumors had long circulated that the land of Yamato discharged nuclear wastewater for financial gain. The Old Plum, wielding its hegemonic power, dismissed these claims as conspiracy theories, suppressing them. Otherwise, the land of Yamato would have been besieged long ago. But now, they had both fallen. Heh! Lucio chuckled, turning to Jiang Zia. Venerable Jiang, you may withdraw. Jiang Zia nodded slightly, his form gradually fading. Matsumoto Jun, Lucio and Amp, Appo's battle spirit is gone. Slay him, and victory is yours. His battle spirits cannot be reused. He can only summon one wave at a time. Slay him now. Slay him, and you shall be the savior. The Yamato audience, witnessing the complete disappearance of Jiang Zia, erupted in shouts, urging Matsumoto Jun to seize the opportunity and kill Lucio. To hell with you all. Silence. Matsumoto Jun roared. Lucio and Amp, Appo's individual combat prowess rivals that of a battle spirit. How can I possibly kill him? You expect me to slay Lucio? Do you take me for a fool? The land of Yamato has fallen. You shall all drift at sea. As for me, I shall join the Dragon Kingdom. Watching your gradual demise, starving to death at sea. Hold, Lucio interjected. You may surrender. That is your right. But I have not said that I would allow you to join the Dragon Kingdom. Our nation prohibits entry to the people of Yamato. How could we possibly accommodate you? You should return whence you came. No. Matsumoto Jun was dumbfounded. Esteemed Mr. Liu, if you do not permit me to join the Dragon Kingdom, I shall be tormented to death upon my return. Lucio shrugged. Precisely because they would torment you to death that I spared your life. You. Matsumoto Jun stared, aghast. Swish. At that moment, the referee materialized on the demon spirit platform. Lucio is victorious. The land of Yamato is defeated. Henceforth, awakened ones from the Dragon Kingdom may awaken deities from the land of Yamato. The people of the land of Yamato must evacuate their homeland within 3 days, or face the consequences. The Yamato officials and spectators turned ashen. We are doomed. Our nation has fallen. All thanks to Lucio. Curses. Lucio, you shall pay. Quick. Inform the Prime Minister. Suzuki Sho seized the microphone, astonished. The Old Plum was granted 7 days to evacuate. Why only 3 for us? Because your territory is smaller. The referee paused. Very well, the Old Plum shall also have 3 days. The citizens of the Old Plum must evacuate their homeland within 3 days. Suzuki Sho, I curse your ancestors. You can have as many days as you want. Why drag us into this? The fervent crowd of Americans erupted in indignation, directing their ire at Suzuki Sho. Taken aback by the reaction, Suzuki Sho merely smiled and remarked, "Why waste your breath here? Shouldn't you be hastening back to pack your things?" Indeed, the time was but 3 days, urging a swift return. Many veteran American spectators began to rise, preparing to depart from the ghostly arena. "Wait a moment," Lucio interjected suddenly. "How about a competition between our two audiences? Whichever nation can endure the longest shall receive a piece of land from me." The departing American spectators halted in unison. Lucas, brimming with excitement, asked, "Mr. Liu, is what you say truly the case?" Lucio flashed a grin, replying, "The opportunity is yours. Whether you seize it or not is entirely up to you." Under the specter of the ghost spirit platform's turmoil, and seduced by the allure of the Myriad Souls banner, Suzuki Sho issued his decree without awaiting Lucas's deliberation. "This opportunity is singular. Advance, all of you. For survival, charge forth." The denizens of the land of the rising sun, not to be outdone, surged forth towards the bleachers occupied by their counterparts from the land of the bald eagle. Blades, surreptitiously concealed, were brandished with menacing intent. Lucas, his countenance hardening, bellowed, "Arm yourselves. We shall contend with these curs." The populace of the land of the bald eagle, averse to passive resignation, rose in unison. Chairs were shattered, their legs repurposed as makeshift bludgeons. A referee interjected, materializing amidst the burgeoning conflict. "While I am an ardent supporter of your fraternal strife, the stands are not the venue for such carnage. If combat is your desire, then engage upon the ghost spirit platform." Lucio, with a subtle roll of his eyes, mused upon the referee's duplicity, realizing that his intent was not to quell the conflict, but to redirect it to the stage. An individual, seemingly indignant, voiced his defiance. Suzuki Sho, with a wave of his hand, commanded his followers to advance towards the ghost spirit platform, their demeanor exuding menace. The contingent from the land of the bald eagle, not to be outdone, brandished their improvised weaponry and followed suit. The audience from various nations exchanged glances, astonished by the spectacle of the spectators themselves engaging in a skirmish, an unexpected addition to the unfolding drama. "Slay!" Suzuki Sho exclaimed upon ascending the platform. The denizens of the land of the rising sun, fueled by fervor, charged forth with reckless abandon, eager to vent their frustration upon those they could defeat. The contingent from the land of the bald eagle, similarly incensed, unleashed their spectral allies, followed by the masses. Lucas exhorted his compatriots to maintain formation and coordinate their efforts. Suzuki Sho, equally impassioned, directed the masses from the land of the rising sun, while close-quarters combat ensued between individuals. The battle reached a fever pitch, with cries of fury and agony echoing amidst the chaos. Spectral entities unleashed torrents of otherworldly flames, while others brandished razor-sharp claws, leaving trails of lacerations in their wake. Lucas implored his forces to concentrate their efforts on neutralizing the spectral entities, while Suzuki Sho directed reinforcements to the left flank. Lucio, perched upon the edge of the ghost spirit platform, gesticulated wildly, alternating between fervent encouragement and exasperated lamentations. Amidst the melee, the combatants fought with reckless abandon. Oblivious to their own injuries, their sole focus on annihilating their adversaries. Casualties mounted, with the wounded left to writhe in agony, unattended and forgotten. Lucio, keen to maintain the intensity of the conflict, exhorted the combatants to remember the purpose of their struggle and the worthiness of their sacrifices. Despite their seemingly effeminate demeanor, the denizens of the land of the rising sun displayed remarkable combat prowess, overwhelming their adversaries from the land of the bald eagle. Lucas, attempting to rally his forces, was silenced by a fatal blow from a ninja, succumbing to his wound within moments. The demise of Lucas fueled the frenzy of the denizens of the land of the rising sun, who pressed their assault with renewed vigor. In the absence of Lucas, a new leader emerged among the forces of the land of the bald eagle, urging them to avenge their fallen comrade. The battle raged on, culminating in a scene of carnage and devastation. With the demise of the final adversary from the land of the bald eagle, the survivors from the land of the rising sun erupted in triumphant jubilation. Lucio, feigning disappointment at the survival of over 100 combatants, unveiled the Myriad Souls banner, proclaiming that its possession would be determined by a final, decisive battle. The jubilant denizens of the land of the rising sun fell silent, contemplating the implications of Lucio's decree. Suzuki Sho, consumed by ambition, urged his compatriots to fight for the glory of the great land of the rising sun. Suzuki Sho was abruptly silenced by a fatal stab to the heart. His assailant, seizing the moment, was in turn slain by another, plunging the survivors into a frenzied, internecine conflict. Wei Jinxing and his companions watched in disbelief as Lu Qiu orchestrated the decimation of the leadership of the land of the rising sun. The remaining combatants, trapped in a cycle of violence, fought with desperate ferocity, their survival dependent on their willingness to kill. After a quarter of an hour, one of the survivors, a burly individual, broke into a triumphant roar, proclaiming himself the chosen one, destined to rise to greatness on the backs of his fallen comrades. With a single-minded focus on claiming the myriad souls banner, he trampled over the bodies of his fallen comrades, dismissing them as the weak and unworthy. He envisioned himself as the savior of the land of the rising sun, destined to rule with the power of the myriad souls banner. Regardless of identity, all shall serve as stepping stones for my ascent. I shall forge a new order, compelling all to bow before me. My epic dawns, and I shall guide the nation towards its next zenith. Such confidence, remarked, scrutinizing him. I articulated quite clearly that only the last combatant standing would claim them. The fellow glanced back at the carnage strewn across the ground. They are either deceased or incapacitated. Who else could be the last one standing but I? That remains to be seen. Grinned, revealing his teeth. There is also myself. If you desire that, you must first vanquish me. Chapter 92, Historical Blood Debt. Inevitably settled defeat you. The fellow was instantly dumbfounded. Why didn't it oppose? Till you say so sooner. You all started fighting before I could even finish. How's this my fault? Lu Qiu spread his hands, feigning innocence. You. The fellow stared, speechless. Viewers from various nations massaged their temples, finding Lu Qiu's actions deplorable. He had manipulated the officials and populace of the Japanese and American nations, resulting in extensive casualties. The sole survivor was dumbfounded, likely wishing to strangle Lu Qiu. Lu Qiu chuckled. Will you concede, or will you concede? I and Oppos, LL fight you. The fellow and Oppos' eyes turned bloodshot. So many had perished, yet nothing was gained. He lunged at Lu Qiu with reckless abandon, a blood-soaked figure resembling a savage beast. Lu Qiu nodded approvingly. No wonder you endured this long. You possess some skill. With a thought, the myriad souls banner unfurled without wind, its surface shimmering with eerie light and emitting ghostly wails. Bang! The Japanese fellow stumbled backward, trembling uncontrollably, his heart pounding in his chest. The sound was terrifying, causing his scalp to tingle and his limbs to fail. He mustered the courage to look up and saw Lu Qiu brandishing the banner. The black light intensified, and the ghostly wails grew more harrowing, assaulting his senses. Countless ghastly faces emerged from the banner, as if eager to break free. He was gripped by icy fear, his teeth chattering. He tried to flee, but his limbs were unresponsive, his body as heavy as lead. All he could do was tremble. Since he refused to yield, then Don and Oppos, blame me for being merciless. Lu Qiu waved the banner, and countless shadows surged forth like a tidal wave. In an instant, the spirit platform transformed into an abyss of darkness. The cries of ghosts and gods echoed, piercing and shrill. The entire space reverberated with terrifying sounds, causing hearts to tremble and spines to tingle. The Japanese behemoth was filled with terror. Spare me, I beg you. Lu Qiu formed a hand seal, and a colossal shadow enveloped the fellow. Ah! A piercing scream rang out, and moments later, the fellow was lifeless, his eyes vacant and his skin withered, as if he had been dead for ages. Simultaneously, the remaining Japanese and American viewers were engulfed by the shadows. They emitted cries of terror and agony, like sharp knives piercing the hearts of those present. Many were left with goosebumps and trembling voices. Heavens, they Warren and Amp, Oppos, even worthy of being drawn into the banner. Their souls and vitality were directly devoured. Devouring souls is too ghastly. Lu Qiu is ruthless, not even sparing the dead from those two nations. Indeed, to have one's soul devoured after death is unprecedentedly cruel. He probably just wants to enhance the banner and Amp, Oppos' power. How callous! The viewers murmured, many with terrified expressions and trembling voices. After devouring over 10,000 souls, Lu Qiu altered his hand seal and retracted all the specters. Alas! He sighed with feigned melancholy, gazing at the myriad souls banner, which had grown even more potent. Such a treasure, wasted on the Japanese. Such a pity, such a pity. Also, the Japanese and Americans fought to the death, but no victor emerged. So I cannot lease territory to them. It and Oppos. It's not my fault they couldn't and Oppos, determine a winner. Lu Qiu shrugged, his face an innocent mask. Many rolled their eyes. He had orchestrated the demise of so many from both nations, yet he still complained. Lucio. At that moment, a Japanese official with a cane shouted into a microphone, "You slaughtered everyone from our nation on the scene." "Hold on," Lucio interrupted. "Who slaughtered everyone?" "Arin and Apos. You spouting nonsense? If I had killed everyone, why are you still alive?" "You." The fellow angrily tapped his cane on the ground. "I implore you to provide our Japanese nation with an explanation." "An explanation?" Lucio narrowed his eyes. "Very well, I and Apos, reveal my true intentions. I'll be blunt. I want your nation to perish. You massacred 300,000 of our compatriots in the Nanjing massacre. Did you ever offer us an explanation? You invaded China for 14 years, implementing the three alls policy: burn all, kill all, loot all, harming countless innocent people and destroying countless families. Did you ever offer an explanation? You killed a total of 35 million of our compatriots. Did you ever offer an explanation? Are you unable to bear the loss of so few? Let me tell you, this is merely a fraction of the interest I and Apos am collecting. Historical blood debts must be settled. Your retribution has only just begun. Sooner or later, I'll ensure that not a single Japanese person remains on this planet." Lucio scoffed, stowed the myriad souls banner, and strode off the stage. "And as for the treacherous Americans and their lackeys, none of you will escape unscathed." Upon hearing this, officials from Korea and the United States felt a sense of foreboding. Whoever Lucio targeted was doomed. As Lucio walked off the stage, he summoned the virtual interface. He saw the experience bar at the bottom of the panel read, 100. "Damn, how's the experience full? I only killed Izanami. How could I have gained so much experience? Could it be using the Myriad Souls banner to devour the souls of the Americans and Japanese also grants experience? That must be it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gained so much. Slaughtering them not only enhanced the banner, but also yielded a wealth of experience. I wonder what will happen when I upgrade the system." Swish. After Lucio departed, the referee reappeared in the center of the Spirit platform. Next match, Russia challenges China. To be held tomorrow. To expedite the process, all challenges between Lucio and other nations will be reduced to a single game format. The match after that, China challenges Korea. The time will be determined later. Damn, China is actively challenging Korea. Are they insane? Someone exclaimed. 100 contestants, randomly selected to compete. The risk is too great. Has China been blinded by victory? Are they treating the other contestants like Lucio? Initiating a challenge is a gamble. Losing a single match means utter defeat. What are their officials thinking? Chapter 93. The Whirlwind of Ghostly Spirits. Han Sherbin and Apos. Frantic decision. The audience from various nations engaged in animated discussions. And Lucio was equally astonished. How could the Dragon Kingdom audaciously challenge the Korean nation? Nonetheless, it mattered little, as the referees would orchestrate their own appearances. Apart from Lucio, there was no one of merit in the Dragon Kingdom. Indeed, victory seemed assured. The Dragon Kingdom was woefully overestimating itself. Its capabilities were evident. And apart from Lucio, the rest were inept. To challenge us was akin to striking a rock with an egg. It appeared the Dragon Kingdom was deluded, merely seeking self-inflicted torment. Did they not comprehend the chasm between the two sides? This was destined to be a lopsided contest with no chance for the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom would inevitably face defeat, while the Korean nation would triumph. Simultaneously, the audience from the Korean nation erupted in cheers. The Dragon Kingdom's spectators were equally perplexed. Were they genuinely confident of victory? However, initiating a challenge against another nation was undeniably imprudent. The likelihood of Lucio participating was a mere 1%. Without Lucio, there was no guarantee of success. This decision seemed rather foolish. Upon returning to the resting area, Lucio was greeted by Wei Jinxing, who had been waiting for some time. This was Han Sherbin, who was taking my place at the Ghostly Spirit platform. "Greetings, Mr. Han," Lucio initiated the conversation. "Director Wei, are you departing? Isn't it your fault? You keep expanding our territory, and the higher-ups are overwhelmed, forcing me to be reassigned. Not only am I leaving, but Chun Guoyang will also be withdrawn. However, his successor has yet to arrive." As Wei Jinxing spoke, he glanced at Han Sherbin. "You shall have to be more diligent with the Ghostly Spirit platform from now on." Lucio involuntarily furrowed his brow. Wei Jinxing held multiple roles, including commander of the Ghostly Spirit platform, as well as strategic, liaison, and supervisory positions. Chen Guoyang was the captain of the Awakening team, also responsible for vital logistics. They were both significant figures at the ghostly spirit platform. How could they both be dismissed? The decisive battle at the ghostly spirit platform held unparalleled importance for the Dragon Kingdom. How could the higher-ups make such reckless arrangements? The era of dining culture has ended with the arrival of the ghostly spirit platform. How could it be like this? Director Wei, rest assured, with me here. The ghostly spirit platform will remain as it was before. Han Sherbin, in his 50s, with a prominent belly, exuded an air of confidence. It is precisely because you are here that I do not feel secure. Wei Jinxing shot a fierce glare at Han Sherbin. You initiated a challenge against the Korean nation without others' consent. What do you mean by that? Our 100-man combat team has yet to be formed. Do you think the ghostly spirit challenges are child's play, where winning or losing is inconsequential? Only then did Lu Qiu understand that it was indeed Han Sherbin who had instigated the challenge against the Korean nation. This rotund man must be out of his mind. Han Sherbin shrugged. I am merely acting upon the directives of my superiors. Humph. Wei Jinxing scoffed, pulling Lu Qiu aside. I need to speak to you. Lu Qiu did not object and followed him. Before long, they entered Wei Jinxing and Apos' large tent. You two, step outside for a moment. Wei Jinxing instructed his two attendants, who complied and exited. Once alone with Lu Qiu, Wei Jinxing continued. Han Sherbin and his son have come to the ghostly spirit platform to replace me and Chen Guoyang. As decided by a vote in the meeting, I suspect there may be moles among the higher-ups, controlling many senior officials. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. Once I return, I shall conduct a thorough investigation. As for Han Sherbin, he has hastily challenged the Korean nation, likely harboring ulterior motives. I advise that if he dares to act recklessly again. Wei Jinxing made a gesture across his throat, indicating a lethal consequence. Lu Qiu's lips curled slightly. That might not be appropriate. The stakes of the ghostly spirit platform contest were a matter of national survival. One must not be negligent. If a death were warranted, so be it, without hesitation. Moreover, given your unique status, should you eliminate him, the higher-ups would not retaliate against you. Lu Qiu nodded slightly. I will act according to the situation. Wei Jinxing went on. Just now, 49 members have joined the 100-man combat team, all 3S awakened individuals. Tomorrow, after you defeat the Bear Nation, they will send 7 3S awakened members to our combat team. Additionally, there are several who have awakened 3S battle spirits within the ghostly spirit awakening team. Any remaining gaps will have to be filled by other team members. Shortly, someone will take you to meet the members of the combat team. Report. At that moment, a messenger rushed in. Director Wei, Han Sherbin is gathering everyone for a meeting and requests your presence. Why hold a meeting just after arriving? What is going on? Lu Qiu rolled his eyes. Addressing Wei Jinxing, let us go and see. Wei Jinxing smiled wryly. A special aircraft is waiting for me. I must depart. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiu turned to notify Haizi and Chai Wansheng to accompany Director Wei, ensuring his safety. Given the current circumstances, it was imperative to guarantee Wei Jinxing and Apos' security. Both Haizi and Chai Wansheng had awakened 3S level ghostly spirits, making them ideal companions for Wei Jinxing. Wait, Wei Jinxing quickly protested. Our 100-man combat team ISN and Apos' complete. How could I take them with me? Lu Qiu smiled slightly. With me here at the ghostly spirit platform, it suffices. If something were to happen to you, it would be a loss for the nation. After a brief exchange with Wei Jinxing, Lu Qiu was guided by a messenger into the assembly square. Ascending the podium, you and Apos were the last to arrive. Han Sherbin, with his protruding belly, occupied the main seat, his expression betraying impatience. He gestured to an empty seat beside him, signaling Lu Qiu to sit quickly. Lu Qiu involuntarily furrowed his brow. Did this man not understand the distinction between principal and subordinate? He remained seated at the main position. What was he thinking? Although he had taken over all of Wei Jinxing and Apos' roles at the ghostly spirit platform, Lu Qiu was still the foremost authority there. The audience below shared the same sentiment, perplexed by the audacity of the rotund man named Han Sherbin. Regardless of military rank or achievements, Lu Qiu was incomparable to him. With Lu Qiu present, how could he still occupy the main seat? Who did he think he was? Once seated, Lu Qiu addressed the assembly. You called everyone together for a meeting. What is your purpose? ISN and Apos, it obvious? Udon and Apos, hold a meeting without a reason, Han Sherbin replied with a stern face. Showing no favor to Lu Qiu, Lu Qiu felt stunned by the reprimand. Had this man lost his mind? The directives from above had been issued. He was the highest authority at the ghostly spirit platform. Many in the assembly clenched their fists. Lucio was the greatest hero of this century. How dare this rotund man speak to him in such a condescending tone? It was utterly outrageous. Greetings, everyone. I believe many of you may not know me. I am Han Sherbin. From now on, I will be the full authority of the Ghostly Spirit platform, and I hope for your support. Han Sherbin disregarded the audience and Oppo's reactions, diving directly into the meeting agenda. Due to the insufficient number of members in the combat team, I have decided that members of the Awakening team will engage in duels at the Ghostly Spirit platform. Those who perform exceptionally will be inducted into the combat team. I have already communicated with the referees, who have no objections to our utilization of the Ghostly Spirit platform. However, once on stage, you must fight for your lives. It is a battle to the death. Without this, it is challenging to assess who is strong and who is weak. For the future of the Dragon Kingdom, you must fight with your lives. That is all I wish to convey. Han Sherbin glanced at the time, urging everyone to prepare. In 20 minutes, the duel would commence. It would not only determine superiority, but also decide life and death. Chapter 94. Lucio's reasoned dispute. The audience was in an uproar, their minds buzzing with disbelief. The idea of comrades dueling to the death seemed utterly outrageous. What was that rotund man surnamed Han thinking? This was sheer folly. One brave soul could no longer contain himself and rose to speak. We came to the Ghost Spirit Platform Awakening team to fight for the fate of our Dragon Nation. Disregarding life and death, we fear neither death nor the prospect of dying on this platform, but we shall never turn our weapons against one another. If death must come, let it be in battle against our enemies. What nonsense! Han Sherbin retorted sharply, his eyes narrowing. You are merely afraid of death. How absurd! Someone countered decisively. What logic is there in pitting our own against each other? Han Sherbin's expression hardened. You must understand, I am the one fully in charge of the Ghost Spirit platform. My decisions are the most correct. Though they may seem ruthless, they are ultimately for the benefit of the Dragon Nation. You speak nonsense. Someone shouted back. Commander Lu has been appointed as the highest commander of the Ghost Spirit platform. With Lucio here, how dare you claim to be the highest authority? Show us your appointment letter. Another demanded. If you cannot provide it, you have no right to demand we turn on each other. Even if you could present it, it would mean nothing, for we recognize only Lucio as our leader. Indeed, with General Wei and Chun Guoyang absent, we heed only Lucio. Others echoed. You. Han Sherbin glared in anger, his frustration mounting as he turned to Lucio. Commander Lu, my purpose for coming here is to oversee all matters related to the Ghost Spirit platform. My appointment letter is on its way. For now, please cooperate and allow them to duel. This is an order you must obey. How audacious! Someone barked. Commander Lu holds the rank of Marshal. What qualifies you to give orders? Should you dare disrespect Commander Lu again, be prepared for our wrath. Without your appointment letter, it implies you are not yet the highest authority here. Are you attempting to seize power by issuing orders beyond your rank? Enough of this. Let an Oppo's deal with him. Some hot-headed northerners rolled up their sleeves, ready for a confrontation. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Han Sherbin turned back to Lucio. Speak up, Mr. Han. We of the Dragon Nation have always advocated unity, striving for a common goal. You incite our warriors to slaughter one another, betraying our original intent. The soldiers of the Ghost Spirit platform fight for national righteousness, fearless in the face of death. Do you wish to see our national heroes, our comrades, face each other in a deadly duel? Is this the outcome we desire for the Dragon Nation? Lucio asserted his stance firmly, locking eyes with Han Sherbin. Infighting will only weaken our collective strength, providing our enemies with an opportunity. As a key figure, do you not comprehend the gravity of our current situation? Even if you cannot lead us to unity, there is no necessity for internal strife and division. Did you parachute into the Ghost Spirit platform to sow chaos and crisis among us? I implore you to reconsider and retract your absurd decision. Many in the audience nodded in silent agreement with Lucio's words. Han Sherbin's expression turned awkward, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing this, Lucio continued, allowing them to duel on the Ghost Spirit platform is fundamentally flawed. Do you wish for the world to witness their weaknesses and flaws? Exposing vulnerabilities to our enemies is an irrational decision. Each match is tied to the fate of our Dragon Nation. How can you challenge the barbarians without our consent? From now on, without my approval, anyone who dares to initiate a challenge will face dire consequences. Lucio and Oppo's words were unmistakably directed at Han Sherbin. The latter felt his face flush with humiliation, his expression darkening. You had better not go too far. I and Amp, Oppos, V eaten more salt than you, and Amp, Oppos, V had rice. Do you think you have the right to teach me a lesson? Don't think you can intimidate me, if not for the greater good. I would have dealt with you already. He pointed at Lucio, his eyes wide with fury. Should you continue to be obstinate, you'll regret it. Lucio smiled, baring his teeth. Do you believe I wouldn't strip you of your skin and tendons right now? You. Han Sherbin seethed, gritting his teeth. The wheel of fortune turns. We shall see who prevails. With that, he stood to leave, but paused mid-step to say, Don't think you are truly expanding the territory of the Dragon Nation. The higher-ups have decided to return all states belonging to the Mold Nation, including the islands of the Sun and Moon, to them. Lucio furrowed his brow. What nonsense are you spouting? Believe it or not. Han Sherbin said with a hint of smugness, turning to exit. Lucio disregarded his words, watching his retreating figure, silently resolving that if this rotund man dared to act recklessly again, he would ensure he met his end. All is well now. You may disperse. Lucio waved his hand, signaling the crowd to leave. Once again, Lucio proved himself dependable. He was the cornerstone of our efforts. With him, I felt secure. I hoped Han Sherbin would rein in his antics and cease his underhanded schemes. As the crowd dispersed, they gathered in small groups to discuss. Lucio offered a few brief words to several officials of the Ghost Spirit platform before visiting the members of the waiting combat team and then returning to his quarters. With a flicker of thought, he summoned the virtual panel. After a brief observation, he resolutely declared, System upgrade. Ding. System upgrade initiated, consuming 100 experience points. Upgrading. Countdown in progress. 32, 31. The system and Oppos' voice echoed in Lucio and Oppos' mind as the panel disappeared. He could distinctly sense that his summoning ability had vanished. To verify, he called out, Tianluo girl, come forth. After waiting a moment with no response, he remained calm, assuring himself that everything would be fine once the system finished upgrading. 7-6. Warning, system upgrade malfunction. Lucio swallowed hard. An upgrade malfunction? This system was far too unstable. He waited a while longer, but the system remained unresponsive. Frustrated, he muttered, the system can't be offline, can it? He attempted to summon the system interface again, but to no avail. Summoning the ghost spirits yielded no results either. After much effort, he still could not access the system. Never mind, it's just a temporary glitch. It will be fine soon, he reassured himself, patiently awaiting the system's return. Night fell, yet the system was still absent. Ultimately, he fell asleep waiting. The next morning, Lucio awoke, bleary-eyed. What on earth? Why hasn't the system appeared yet? The Bear Nation was set to challenge the Dragon Nation in 10 minutes. Just as he was feeling exasperated, the referee's voice rang out. Bear Nation contestant, Yekaterina. Dragon Nation contestant, War God Lucio. Lucio gulped nervously. The match was about to commence, and the system had yet to appear. What a predicament. What a farce it is to speak of a warrior. Such claims are utterly absurd. Chapter 95. Lucio and Amp. Oppos' battle. Chaos unfolds. How could Lucio represent Long Country? The odds of his appearance were merely 1%. What terrible luck for Bear Country. Indeed, it is almost unbelievable. It seems that fate is favoring Long Country. Bear Country has hit a brick wall. With Lucio stepping onto the stage, the outcome of the match appears to be a foregone conclusion. However, nothing is certain. What if Lucio's summoning abilities were to falter? How could that possibly happen? Do refrain from speaking such ominous words. We remain unaware of the true strength of Bear Country's Yekaterina. The spectators from various nations were taken aback. The people of Long Country were elated upon learning that Lucio would be competing. Just a moment ago, I was worried. I never imagined our contestant would be Lucio. Haraha. Lucio is bound to win. The result is already apparent. Yekaterina, the contestant from Bear Country, donned a loose-fitting blue casual outfit and white sneakers, gracefully making her way to the stage. Wow, a beauty representing Bear Country. So young and so lovely. Many spectators were surprised. Yekaterina appeared to be no more than 17 or 18. Her fair skin and well-defined facial features were strikingly three-dimensional. Her high nose, exquisitely sculpted, possessed a strong sense of depth. She was tall and slender, with perfect proportions that exuded grace. One glance at her left a lasting impression. Meanwhile, Lucio stood with a tight-lipped expression, hesitating to step onto the stage. The system had crashed. Even if that beautiful contestant from Bear Country were to go easy on him, victory would remain elusive. Lu Xiao, Yekaterina is already on stage. It and Amp, Oppos, S your turn. She and Amp, Oppos, S merely a girl. She surely cannot withstand your fierce onslaught. Let her understand just how formidable the men of Long Country are. Several members of the Awakening team, who were on good terms with Lucio, joked half-heartedly. Lucio grinned. Please, do not say that. I genuinely believe I am not her match. How overly modest of you. It seems you are merely trying to be gallant. Once you are up there, take it easy. You may treat her gently. Go on, just give her a little lesson. You know what I mean? The banter continued, and Lucio felt his head spinning from their remarks. Suddenly, his phone rang. He pulled it out to see it was a call from Wei Jianxing. I need to take this call. With a quick motion, he answered, Director Wei, how are you? I'm all right, but I nearly missed the chance to speak with you. Thankfully, you had Haizi and Chai Wanqing accompany you. Without them, someone attempted to assassinate you? Lucio interrupted. Yes, Wei Jianxing confirmed, last night. I nearly didn't and Amp, Oppos, T make it through the night. But let us not dwell on that. You, my friend, have saved my life. Wei Jianxing paused before continuing, on a more pressing matter. I have just received news. All territories in the United States and the islands of Japan have been returned to their rightful owners. What did you say? Lucio stood up in disbelief. What are the officials thinking? If we were the ones to lose, would they return the territories to us? Did they even consult me about this? Calm down. Wei Jianxing interjected. We are facing serious internal issues, and I have already contacted the intelligence team to investigate. I believe we will have results soon. You must seek out the referee promptly to convey your unwavering stance. The referee has stated that your opinion holds great weight. Understood. Lucio replied. The battle against Bear Country was about to commence, and once this match concluded, I shall not delay you any further. Focus on your match. We will talk later. With that, Wei Jianxing ended the call. Hello? Hello? Lucio exclaimed. Is it really too much to ask for a 10-minute conversation? A longer discussion could buy him some time. Perhaps the system would reboot soon. Hastily, he made his way to the stage, where everyone awaited him. Just a few steps in, he turned to a comrade. You know a good place to buy a burial plot, right? If I happen to perish, please help me choose a decent one. His companion rolled his eyes. If you were to die, you would have already succumbed on the stage. Lucio shook his head helplessly. After a moment, he looked at Yekaterina and smiled. My lady, may I inquire your age this year? Yekaterina shook her head dismissively. That seems rather inappropriate for you to ask. I simply wish to know you better. After all, you are a rare beauty, Lucio said, attempting to stall for time. His expression serious. Yekaterina was indeed stunning. Her large, clear eyes sparkled like the azure sea. Her features were exquisite, and her demeanor exuded elegance and nobility. She was undoubtedly a quintessential beauty from Bear Country. We of Bear Country did not send me to the Ghost Spirit platform merely to win. We extend our respect to your Long Country. Yet, you choose to mock me on the platform. Do you not take me seriously? Yekaterina and Amp, Oppos, S brow furrowed, revealing her displeasure. I had initially considered conceding politely, but your disrespect has genuinely angered me. With her face growing colder, she declared, You will surely need to give your all in the upcoming match. Please, Lucio waved his hands. I am not jesting. I genuinely wish to understand you better. You are quite tall, even taller than I, resembling a flagpole. I have a penchant for those who are tall and grand, truly. Could you share your contact information? Good heavens, Lucio is flirting with a beauty. Is he here to compete or to engage in idle chatter? He treats the match with such levity. It is outrageous. Indeed, Lucio and Amp, Oppos, S prowess speaks for itself. There is no way around it. Infuriating, truly. Many spectators expressed their discontent, enviously watching Lucio charm the lovely Yekaterina. Lucio, you have gone too far. Yekaterina seemed genuinely enraged. I have spoken at length. Why do you not believe me? Are not the people of Bear Country known for their open-mindedness? Have you ceased to be a citizen of Bear Country? As Lucio extended his hand, he remarked, If you are indeed from Bear Country, then do share your contact information. Yekaterina, eliminate him, or I shall break up with you, shouted a bespectacled man from the Bear Country audience, his voice echoing through the arena. Who would not be angry after their girlfriend was publicly teased? Lucio turned to him. Please don't take it to heart. I meant no harm, merely some light-hearted fun. What do you mean by fun? Are you suggesting fun with my girlfriend? The man was fuming. Yekaterina, act now, or I will undoubtedly end our relationship. Hey, Lucio laughed.